Chapter 1. Where am I? Wasn't I just playing a game at home? What on earth is this place? Yi Luo sat up from the bed, instinctively checking his body for any signs of injury. To his relief, he found no wounds. Though he felt somewhat weak and unable to summon much strength, he had been engrossed in a newly discovered mediocre web game at home when he noticed that the latest episode of One Piece had just been released. After entering the game to idle, he eagerly clicked on a video, and then everything went blank before he could fully regain his senses. A surge of memories flooded his mind. Is this what it means to be transported? Isn't this a bit hasty? Yi Luo, with a somewhat dazed expression, couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Indeed, he had traversed into the world of One Piece. This conclusion came after piecing together the memories of this body he now inhabited. He discovered that he was an orphan, having lost his parents at a young age, and had survived with the help of the villagers. However, a few days prior, a band of pirates had invaded the village, taking up residence and demanding protection fees from all the villagers, threatening death to those who failed to comply. The original owner of this body had been unable to pay the fee, resulting in a brutal beating and the theft of his meager savings alone in this small cabin. He perished just as Yi Luo arrived to take over. As he began to comprehend the situation, a mechanical voice echoed in the air. System binding successful, main quest triggered, please check the details. The sudden arrival of this system was a bit overwhelming for Yi Luo as his vision blurred momentarily. He soon noticed several icons lingering in the lower left corner of his sight. No matter how he shifted his gaze, they remained fixed, reminiscent of the login screen from that mediocre web game he had been playing. Character. Yi Luo silently commanded. Sure enough, a translucent interface materialized. Nickname: Yi Luo. Race: human. Level 1. Health: 30,100. Energy: 0. Strength: 3. Speed: 2. Skills: none. Experience: 0-100. Combat power: 1. Overall evaluation: a frail, impoverished, and famished human youth. Even being called a low-tier fighter is an overestimation. A sudden urge to strike something surged within Yi Luo. How could a system belittle him so? What did a combat power of 1 even signify? He had no idea what the statistics of a normal adult male were, but he feared his own were truly dismal. After closing the character interface, he opened the second icon, labeled bag. The bag interface was composed of small grids, with the first grid containing a small gift package while the rest remained empty. Ah, there really is a beginner's gift package? Yi Luo exclaimed with a hint of surprise as he gazed at the novice gift. Congratulations. You have received a novice outfit, 100 gold coins, and a universal voucher worth 100 diamonds. Upon opening the gift pack, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Yi Luo's mind immediately. The small gift in the first slot of his backpack vanished, replaced by 2 pieces of equipment and a red scroll bearing the number 100, while the total at the bottom of his backpack changed from 0 to 1,000, presumably indicating his in-game currency, though its purpose remained unclear. Novice sword? Novice clothes? Is that all? What happened to the promised legendary sword that slays dragons, the divine armor that could obliterate worlds? Yi Luo gazed at the 2 novice items in his backpack, feeling somewhat deceived. However, once he equipped the novice weapon, a wooden sword materialized in his hand in the real world. Seriously? Just an ordinary wooden sword? And it possesses no attributes? Yi Luo tapped the wooden sword and confirmed it was indeed just an ordinary implement. Never mind. Let's check the store. It's the only thing I've left to look forward to. Yi Luo murmured, then used the universal voucher to obtain 100 diamonds before finally opening the last icon. The store interface emerged, presenting the unmistakable appearance of a low-quality web game. Offered a plethora of items: devil fruits, skill books, experience tomes, and legendary equipment, though the pricing was so convoluted that Yi Luo struggled to discern the actual costs. At first, there were strings of zeros displayed, making it difficult to ascertain the values without careful counting. Let's see what I can purchase with these 100 diamonds. Yi Luo promptly sorted the items by price. Ascending from the lowest, the first item that appeared was food drumstick, restores a small amount of stamina, 10 diamonds. He skipped past several food items, as he was still uncertain how to acquire diamonds, making them unusable for now. Beginner skill book, beginner body refinement, 100 diamonds. This was the only item he could afford that would enhance his capabilities. Without hesitation, Yi Luo purchased the skill book and used it immediately. There were no dazzling lights or transformative phenomena. He merely felt a warmth within his body, and that was the extent of his experience. Upon reopening his character interface, the first icon in the skill tree had been illuminated. Beginner body refinement level 101000 passive. Slightly increases your physique with training. Your physique can become stronger in terms of attributes. Both strength and agility had marginally increased, raising his health cap to 120, while his battle power escalated from 1 to 3, still rendering him weaker. than many adversaries, with no change in evaluation. It seems I was notified about a quest earlier. I wonder what it entails. After organizing his thoughts, Yi Luo recalled that he had triggered a main quest, prompting him to check it himself. Open quest. Yi Luo silently commanded, and a transparent quest window materialized before him, with the top line reading, Main quest incomplete. Raise your level to 5. Reward unknown upgrade? How do I upgrade now? Forget it. I shall first seek something to eat, otherwise I might not survive with the remaining 30 points of health. Yi Luo sighed helplessly, shaking his head before stepping out of the wooden cabin. What sort of absurd beginning is this? Truly troublesome. Leaning against the doorway, Yi Luo pondered with exasperation. Upon exiting and arriving at the village center, he chanced upon several pirates who, after dining at the sole restaurant in the village, exited with boisterous laughter, leaving. Behind the owner's forced, yet resigned smile, it was evident that these pirates not only failed to pay, but also disrupted the restaurant's business. It seems I must address not only my own survival, but also deal with these pirates. Otherwise, I cannot continue to dwell here in peace, Yi Luo thought, hiding aside and watching the departing pirates from the restaurant. All right. Suddenly reminded of the system, Yi Luo recalled the novice gift pack he had opened earlier, which contained a monetary reward of 1,000 currency. He wondered if he could retrieve it, attempting to extract the money from his backpack. He was astonished to find a stack of paper bills in his hands, resembling the currency known as berries from the anime world. With the berries in hand, Yi Luo promptly visited the restaurant to satiate his hunger. The meal was not overly expensive, and with the 1,000 berries he possessed, he estimated it could last him for nearly half a month if he managed his finances wisely. First and foremost, I must resolve the issue of experience. Discovering a method to level up is essential for my survival in this world. Yi Luo mused as he exited the restaurant, contemplating the path he should take moving forward. Since this is a game system's advantageous feature, I might as well try my hand at hunting something. With a mindset of experimentation, Yi Luo turned around and purchased a live fish. Upon returning to the cabin, he promptly dispatched the fish, and to his surprise, he indeed gained 1 point of experience. Remarkably, I can acquire experience. However, upon glancing at the daunting requirement of 100 points for leveling up, his earlier elation faded, replaced by a sense of dismay. Well, at least I can gain experience. Although I lack sufficient funds to buy fish for leveling, I can always fish for myself. That way, I can gain experience while also filling my stomach. Yi Luo sighed, attempting to console himself. In the following days, Yi Luo devoted himself primarily to fishing. Yet, after a failed attempt at cooking his catch on the second day, he promptly abandoned that idea. Ultimately, he negotiated a deal with the restaurant owner, agreeing to sell any fish he caught to the proprietor each time. Before selling, he would personally dispatch the fish. Although this led to a slight reduction in the price offered by the owner, Yi Luo did not mind, as he had no intention of fishing indefinitely. Additionally, he discovered that engaging in physical training would also enhance his proficiency in the basic body training skill, thus incorporating exercise into his daily routine alongside fishing. Moreover, the quaint cabin where Yi Luo resided was situated in a secluded part of the village, close to the seaside, thus evading the attention of the band of pirates. A few days later, Yi Luo visited the tavern, dispatching the fish in his basket with ease, feeling a warmth envelop him. The system finally announced an upgrade. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased, granting you 5 attribute points and 1 skill point. Xiaoya, today's haul seems insufficient. The tavern owner cheerfully handed over the payment in belly to Yi Luo. I had some matters to attend to today, so I must return home early. Yi Luo replied with a faint smile as he accepted the payment. Upon returning to his cabin, Yi Luo exhaled in relief and eagerly opened the system interface. After several days of training, his strength and speed had each risen by 1 point, now standing at 4, while his health increased to 130 points. His proficiency in the basic body tempering skill had also improved, reaching 102 out of 1,000. Following the upgrade, his character level rose to 2, with the experience required for the next level now set at 300 points. The 3 additional attribute points could be allocated freely among health, energy, strength, and speed. After much contemplation, Yi Luo decided to reserve them for the time being. As for the skill point, he had only 1 skill available, so without hesitation, he invested it in the basic body tempering skill. With the allocation of a skill point, the proficiency in basic body tempering surged by 1,000 points, advancing to level 110 out of 25,000. The upgraded skill bestowed him with 10 additional points in both strength and speed, and his health also increased by 100 points, resulting in the following attributes: health 230, strength 15, speed 14, and combat power surging to 25, finally elevating him beyond the realm of a mere novice. Yi Luo clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power coursing through him. As he casually threw a punch, a slight gust of wind accompanied it. Igniting a spark of excitement within him, he moved about the room, acclimating to his enhanced strength and speed, feeling an urge to test his skills against another. Bang! Just as Luo was brimming with anticipation, a thunderous noise erupted as the wooden door of his humble cabin was violently kicked open. Luo frowned at the damaged door, casting his gaze toward the entrance. "Hey, brat, I never expected you to be alive. Since you're still breathing, it's time to collect this month's protection fee." A pirate, wielding a large sword over his shoulder, swaggered into the cabin. "Is it you?" Luo immediately recognized the intruder, the very ruffian who had previously claimed the life of the original occupant of his body. Indeed, this man could barely be deemed a leader. He was merely a petty extortionist, for the actual captain of the pirate crew would never deign to collect protection fees. Personally, the reason he was considered a minor thug was that during his last visit, he had been accompanied by 2 lackeys, yet this time he appeared alone. "What's the matter? Don't tell me you're broke again. This time, luck won't be on your side like before." The small leader provocatively glanced at Luo, laughing heartily. Luo briefly assessed his chances of confronting the other party and, feeling rather cowardly, forced a smile as he replied, "My lord, did I not pay you last time? It hasn't even been a month, has it?" "Humph. You didn't pay in full last time, did you? I know you've been selling fish lately, so you must have money. If I hadn't happened to pass by today, you would have successfully deceived me." The small leader disdainfully tossed his knife on the ground. Luo narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile, "You are indeed astute. My lordy have indeed sold some fish recently, intending to deliver it to you esteemed gentlemen next month, but I didn't expect you to come by today." "Haha, you're clever enough. But who told you this was for next month? This is compensation for what you owe from last time, and you're still required to pay for next month, understand?" The small leader laughed heartily, then menacingly addressed Luo. Luo was taken aback, realizing that this fellow intended to take advantage of him. It seemed he had inadvertently discovered Luo's fish sales and stealthily followed him, hoping to earn a little extra. No wonder he hadn't seen his usual 2 lackeys. "Rest assured, my lord, what I have for you this time is a humble tribute, not to be counted as protection money." Luo turned and pretended to retrieve a stack of belly from beneath the bed, flattering the small leader. In truth, he usually kept his money in the system. His earlier action was merely to prevent the other from noticing. "Excellent. You're a quite savvy boy. When our pirate crew is recruiting, I shall recommend you." The small leader, upon seeing the money in Luo's hand, laughed and snatched it away. As for Luo, standing beside him, the small leader naturally disregarded him. Little did he know that at that moment, Luo was contemplating how to eliminate him. Wiping the sweat from his palms on his trousers, Luo placed one hand on the small leader's back while continuing to flatter him. "Equip weapons." Luo silently murmured, extracting a wooden sword from the system. Crack! Luo swung the wooden sword, but at that moment, when it struck the small leader, it simply broke in 2. Both the small leader and Luo stared at each other in astonishment. "Damn, the quality is too poor." With no time for further complaints, Luo swiftly seized the large knife resting on the table and aimed it at the small leader's neck. "You little brat. You have some nerve." The small leader had just regained his composure from the shock when he saw a flash of white light before losing consciousness entirely. The body slumped, blood pooling on the ground. Luo collapsed onto the floor, this being his first experience of murder, and the gruesome scene churned his stomach. "Congratulations, host." The system seemed to have uttered something following his elimination of the minor boss. However, at that moment, he had no time to glance at it. He immediately stood up and rushed outside the wooden cabin, succumbing to a wave of nausea after a considerable while. Luo gradually regained his composure, yet he hesitated to re-enter the cabin. The thought of the consequences should the villagers discover the incident steeled his resolve, compelling him to muster his courage and return to the cabin to commence tidying up. He first disposed of the minor boss' lifeless body into the sea, then fetched water to cleanse the small wooden cabin, ensuring it appeared as it had before. Only after achieving this did Luo find the opportunity to access the system and review the previous notifications. "Congratulations, host. For vanquishing 1 pirate, you have earned 10 experience points. Accept side quest. Expel the invading pirates. Rewards: 100 diamonds, 100 experience points, 1,000 currency, and a random white weapon." As he gazed at the text on the system, Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. To his surprise, slaying a pirate yielded 10 experience points, even though he had already leveled up once now. Even defeating smaller fish no longer granted him experience, only larger ones still afforded a modicum of it. Moreover, unexpectedly, a side quest was acquired. Completing this task not only grants experience and currency, but also the more coveted diamonds. As for the white weapons, Luo felt no anticipation whatsoever. Weapons are categorized by color into 7 tiers: rainbow, gold, purple, blue, green, and white. The lowest tier, white weapons, are scarcely superior to wooden swords. Just moments ago, he had nearly fallen victim to the system's wooden sword. Had it not been for his recent training and the acquisition of numerous attribute points, he would unquestionably have been defeated by the pirate who reacted swiftly. Even now, Yi Luo realized that his attributes were likely on par with that of the young pirate. Yet, the essence of combat awareness cannot be compensated for by attributes alone. Had he not caught the pirate off guard, the outcome of their encounter would have been uncertain. Days later, the pirate crew that had settled in the village discovered they were 1 member short. Despite conducting thorough searches and instilling fear throughout the village, they found no leads, prompting the crew to retreat peacefully, further solidifying Yi Luo's impression that they were merely an inconsequential band of pirates. "Little Luo, I entrust these fish to you." A middle-aged man leaped from the fishing boat and cheerfully addressed Yi Luo, who remained on board. At that moment, Yi Luo, having recognized his own shortcomings, used the bounty he had obtained from the small pirate captain to pay the second month's protection fee. He then joined the village's fishing boats to venture out to sea. Fishing alone proved to be an exceedingly slow endeavor, so upon learning that there was a fishing vessel frequently setting sail from the village, he immediately blended in and acquired the authority to handle the catch. In truth, no one was particularly eager to deal with the task of slaughtering fish. Thus, when Yi Luo willingly took it upon himself, the crew was more than happy to oblige. After a month of diligent effort, Yi Luo's experience points had risen to 4 level 96, and his basic body training had reached level 2 with over 2,000 proficiency points. As for skill points, he had a mere fraction remaining. Originally possessing 2 points, he allocated 1 to level up basic body training, which surprisingly did not result in an upgrade, but instead awarded him 1,000 proficiency points, hence the over 2,000 points in basic body training he now possessed. In terms of character attributes, each level up granted him 5 attribute points, leading to a total of 15 free attribute points. Through rigorous training, not only had his skill proficiency increased, but his character attributes had also risen, albeit at a slow pace. Yi Luo decided to allocate 7 points to health, significantly enhancing his stamina, while he distributed 2 points each to strength and speed. From the remaining 4 points, he experimented with 1 free attribute point on energy, resulting only in a slight warmth in his abdomen, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He realized that he had yet to master the method of harnessing energy, which explained the lack of any significant sensation. After finishing his fishing duties, Yi Luo wearily returned to his small wooden cabin. His experience points had reached 99, tantalizingly close to leveling up. After taking a shower, he closed the wooden door of his cabin and made his way to the village tavern. This establishment was a favored haunt for pirates, and Yi Luo intended to seek out a solitary pirate to complete his level up. The current Yi Luo was a far cry from his former self, as he was now acutely aware of his newfound strength. Each time he leveled up, Yi Luo would test the limits of his physical capabilities. To exaggerate slightly, in the world of One Piece, he might even be likened to a small superhero. After all, he had never heard of anyone on Earth being able to break a tree with a single punch. Yet now, he could effortlessly achieve such feats. Upon entering the tavern, he found several pirates gathered in small groups. "Hey, Xiao Luo, you're here. How's it going? Are you treating us to drinks today?" One pirate, evidently tipsy, called out to Yi Luo with rosy cheeks. "Not a problem. What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Yi Luo chuckled as he spoke. The pirates were familiar with him primarily because he had spent most of the money he earned treating them to drinks, which also allowed him to gather intelligence from this band of rogues. Contrary to Yi Luo's initial assumptions, they were not nameless marauders. Rather, they were members of the infamous Krieg pirates from the East Sea. Yet, these individuals were all outcasts, having been either injured in battle or too fearful to continue, ultimately abandoned by the Krieg crew. Thus, this group of approximately 30 disheartened soldiers congregated in this small village, where they asserted their dominance and claimed it as their own. The bar owner brought over the drinks Yi Luo had ordered, and the pirates wasted no time indulging themselves. Yi Luo observed them with a smile, raising a mug of beer to his lips and taking a hearty swig. As the pirates grew merrier and started to stagger outside, they made their way back to their pirate ship, which served as their base of operations. Following closely behind them as they exited the village, Yi Luo retrieved a large knife from his backpack, the weapon of a minor pirate captain whom he had slain. He had tested it for storage and found it conveniently fits within his bag, allowing for easy access whenever needed. "Hey, experience points, here I come." Yi Luo silently roared within himself seizing the knife and accelerating suddenly. Although he lacked any formal swordsmanship, dealing with a few inebriated ruffians proved straightforward. As he swiftly dispatched them, "Higi, many thanks." Yuluo glanced at the system notification indicating his level up. Quickly pilfering the weapons of the fallen pirates and collecting any valuables they possessed. Once he reached a secluded area, Yuluo felt a surge of excitement, his nervousness beginning to subside. Though this was not his first experience with taking a life, it still quickened his heartbeat and filled him with apprehension. "Congratulations, host. Level increased. Earning 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations on completing the main quest, gaining 300 experience points, 300 diamonds, 2,000 coins. And acquiring a beginner's body tempering skill book, a beginner's mental technique, and a beginner's agility technique. The main quest has been updated. Please check it at your convenience." At this moment, Yuluo activated the system and carefully reviewed the notifications that had been overlooked due to earlier anxiety. Firstly, he had finally reached level 5 and completed his first main quest. Upon task completion, the 300 experience points acquired brought his newly upgraded experience bar to nearly 1/3 full. Furthermore, he received diamonds for use in the marketplace and 3 beginner skill books. Without a doubt, the skill books were Yuluo's primary focus. His significant physical enhancements were entirely attributed to the beginner body refinement skill, prompting him to promptly open his backpack and utilize the skill book. Beginning with the beginner body refinement. Thanks to the skill book's proficiency transformed into a remarkable 1,000 points, escalating Yuluo's level 2 skill directly to level 3. It seemed as though he had effectively gained a skill point. Previously, he had been merely 1,000 points away from proficiency, which facilitated the immediate upgrade. Moreover, upon reaching level 3, the skill proficiency appeared to have reached its maximum limit, as there were no further points to be gained. The beginner mind method. As Yuluo gazed at the skill book quietly resting within his backpack, a sense of anticipation welled up within him. It was evident that this system was none other than that inferior web game he had previously played, now transformed into a domestic martial arts web game. He could only wonder what skills would emerge in the future. Upon utilizing a skill, Yuluo felt as though his mind was forcefully inundated with knowledge, inducing a sensation akin to his head splitting apart. Was this the essence of a fundamental martial art? The pain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and within mere seconds, he was drenched in sweat. Yet, his mind was already brimming with knowledge of the basic heart technique. This must be the result of the energy I had previously accumulated. Yuluo settled down on the ground, his heart directed towards the heavens, and began to meditate. In doing so, he sensed a subtle flow of energy coursing through his body. He meticulously guided this delicate stream of energy along the path etched in his memory. He could not ascertain how much time had passed, but eventually, he successfully directed the wandering energy to the location of his dantian. As Yuluo opened his eyes, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that although the subtle flow of energy had not increased, he could now command it with ease. Elated by this revelation, he joyfully accessed his status panel. Nickname: Yuluo Race. Human life: 500, 500 energy, 1 strength, 43 speed, 29 skills. Basic body refinement level 3, basic mental technique 11. 000 experience 3001 000 combat power 50 overall evaluation. Are there still minions around? I could take on 10 of them. In comparison to the self who had just arrived in this world, the transformation was nothing short of remarkable. After closing the status panel, Yuluo gazed at the basic movement technique in his inventory. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn it. As before, the system forcefully infused the knowledge into his mind. Even with his prior experience, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Let us see what this technique has to offer. Upon completing the acquisition, Yuluo began practicing the movement technique according to the memories now imprinted in his mind. After merely a few repetitions, he became exceedingly proficient. Moreover, he noticed that practicing the technique not only enhanced his skill proficiency but also significantly improved his speed attribute. Previously, his training had primarily augmented his strength. While his speed had seen some increase, it was minimal. Now, with the movement technique, speed would no longer be his Achilles heel. Having acquired 2 new skills, Yuluo resembled a child with a newfound toy, incessantly experimenting until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Only then did he gradually cease his activities and return to the wooden cabin to rest. As for the corpses of the pirates, he felt little fear now. His newfound strength instilled him with confidence. Furthermore, based on his earlier observations, the pirates had completely lost their ambition. Whether they could even find their way to him remained uncertain, thus he harbored no worries. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Yi Luo began to meditate and refine his mental technique. He allocated all the skill points he had saved, alongside the points gained from leveling up, to the basic mental technique, which now had over 1,000 experience points at level 2. He also discovered that while meditating could not entirely replace sleep, it did allow his body to relax and enter a semi-sleep state. Thus, as his strength was yet insufficient, Yi Luo naturally opted for meditation over sleep, only resorting to slumber when absolutely necessary. Additionally, he allocated all remaining attribute points to energy, causing his energy to surpass double digits, now standing at 12 points. As for the reason behind channeling all his energy, it was because he discovered that any energy absorbed into his dantian could be wielded with remarkable ease. Whether applied to his arms or legs, it significantly amplified his power. A simple punch or a fluid movement, enhanced with energy, could effortlessly double its force, while his speed would increase substantially. This realization drove him to eagerly invest all his energy into this endeavor. Regarding the main quest, it had escalated from level 5 to level 10, and Yi Luo speculated that level 5 represented a tier of advancement rewarded by the system. After diligently practicing throughout the morning, Yi Luo took a brief rest at noon. Upon rising, he ventured into the village, only to find the villagers exhibiting a palpable sense of alarm. "Uncle, what is happening?" he inquired as he entered the tavern, ordering some food while feigning ignorance. That group of pirates unexpectedly discovered that several of their companions had been slain over there this morning, and now they are searching for the culprit. Moreover, they threatened that if we do not surrender the murderer, the protection fees will double, and those unable to pay will be executed. The tavern owner lamented, his face etched with worry. "Really? Do those pirates have any clues? Who could possibly know who committed the murders?" Yi Luo blinked, feigning astonishment. "There is nothing we can do. They are among the more reasonable pirates. Typically, when other pirates invade the village, they massacre everyone and seize all the wealth before moving on to another location." The tavern owner shivered, seemingly recalling some dreadful memories. "What shall we do? Everyone is already financially strained. Now with the protection fees doubled, many will be unable to pay." Yi Luo frowned as he asked. The tavern owner shook his head in silence, likely feeling equally powerless. After all, merely ensuring one's own safety was already a considerable achievement. Yi Luo clenched his fist, contemplating the probability of success should he choose to act directly. After finishing his meal, he promptly returned to the wooden cabin, needing to rest and gather his strength. He planned to launch a surprise attack that night. Although he was uncertain of the captain's prowess, he was merely facing a group of disheartened soldiers. If he hesitated, he would likely bring greater trouble to the village. As night fell, the lights in the village gradually dimmed. Aside from the faint glow emanating from the bar, the only illumination came from the pirate ship anchored at the island's sole harbor. Yi Luo, deep in meditation, opened his eyes and retrieved a pistol and a knife from his backpack, both spoils of his previous encounters. Once he had prepared everything, he stealthily made his way towards the bar, hoping to encounter a solitary pirate. Eliminating even one adversary would be advantageous. Upon arriving at the bar, he noticed the owner was about to lock the door. Concealed in the shadows, Yi Luo refrained from revealing himself and instead approached the pirate ship via a narrow path. As he neared the vessel, he spotted several pirates, jovially arm in arm, making their way toward the ship, their laughter echoing in the night. As Yi Luo's gaze sharpened, he turned his attention towards the group of pirates. It seemed that this band of marauders was indeed lacking in substance. Although the death of their comrade had captured their attention, it had not commanded their respect. Yi Luo surveyed the surroundings, finding no signs of an ambush. However, it was evident that their numbers had increased since yesterday, and unlike the drunken state of the previous pirates, they now wielded weapons. Likely a precaution born from the demise of their companion. Gathering his inner energy, Yi Luo channeled it to his feet and swiftly activated his movement technique. In the darkness, his form became ghostly, advancing rapidly towards the pirates. Though his speed was remarkable, he was detected after dispatching only the second pirate. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Yi Luo swiftly eliminated two more. "Don't come any closer. Our captain is on the ship. You can't escape." The last pirate, startled by Yi Luo's swift movements, fell to the ground, trembling in fear. With a swift strike, Yi Luo executed his final blow, leaving no time to gather spoils as he fled towards a nearby thicket. The commotion had alerted the pirates aboard their ship, who began to stir under the direction of their captain. Who did this? Spread out in search. The captain, a burly man clad in armor, roared upon discovering the fallen pirate lying in a pool of blood. Could it be the villagers? Ventured a bespectacled pirate, stepping forward for a closer inspection. Those wretched peasants? Humph. I intended to keep them to serve our needs, but it seems they are ungrateful. Gather everyone. Search house by house. Once I find the culprit, I shall personally snap his neck. The captain furrowed his brow, his voice a thunderous command. Just as the pirates began to assemble for their search of the village, a fresh scream echoed from the pirate ship behind them. As Luo stood at the ship's railing, he cast a fleeting smile towards the pirates before plunging headlong into the vast ocean. The few pirates left aboard lay sprawled in pools of their own blood. Damn it, seize him. Though the pirates could not discern Luo's features, the blatant provocation stirred their fury, prompting them to charge towards the pirate ship. With only a handful remaining, they anticipated that after eliminating a few more, they would be able to confront Luo directly. Luo found a spot to scale the shore, quietly observing the enraged pirates. Despite his improved physical capabilities, he understood the fragility of life and opted for caution. He was not one of those invincible characters from an anime. Captain, it seems our adversary is not particularly formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to such hit-and-run tactics, remarked a bespectacled pirate, adjusting his glasses with a knowing expression. Enough with the chatter. Immediately locate that little rodent. I want him torn to shreds, thundered the pirate captain, glaring at the corpses laid out on the deck. Their numbers had already dwindled significantly, and the fact that they still did not know the identity of their foe only intensified his frustration. Past confrontations had always been straightforward. Fought openly with strength, if one could not win, they would flee. This stealthy opponent was a novel experience for him. However, the pirates had learned from their missteps, opting to search in a concentrated group rather than splitting up. Captain, we've scoured the area thoroughly without finding any trace, and everyone is quite fatigued. It's late, and we all wish to rest. The bespectacled pirate reported after a fruitless search. What shall we do now? The pirate captain inquired, having regained his composure. Let us rest for the night. We'll stay together, and when dawn breaks, we'll head to the village and threaten those villagers. He won't dare to remain hidden then. The bespectacled pirate smirked cunningly. The captain nodded solemnly, declaring, Very well, I will personally deal with him tomorrow. Concealed in the grass by the shore, Luo, unaware of the pirates' intentions, dared not leave, fearing they might turn their wrath upon the villagers. Thus, he remained vigilant, recuperating his internal energy. As the first light of dawn began to break, Luo found himself fully restored, noting with surprise that his internal energy had slightly increased. Opening his attributes, he saw that his energy had indeed risen. No wonder they say that combat is the best form of training. Such progress could never be achieved through solitary cultivation. Luo remarked to himself, observing that his experience bar had surpassed 4/5. Stowing his weapon in his backpack, Luo submerged once more, swimming stealthily towards the pirate ship, and cautiously climbed aboard. Indeed, they were all gathered here. That imposing figure must be the captain. Luo concealed himself outside the cabin, peering through the glass into the interior. Inside, a chaotic scene unfolded as the pirates lay sprawled in disarray. 2 guards stationed at the entrance were also succumbing to slumber. At the center of the cabin sat a towering figure clad in armor. His head tilted awkwardly as he drooled in sleep. Taking a deep breath, Luo retrieved the pistol he had previously seized, aiming it at the pirate captain. Although he had never wielded a firearm before, the proximity offered him a fair chance of hitting his target. The sound echoed sharply as the leaves fell. He relentlessly fired his pistol at the pirate captain until the last bullet was expended. Then, with a deft somersault, he leaped onto the upper deck. Seizing the moment when the pirates surged forth, he cast his handgun into the sea, creating the illusion of his desperate escape into the depths. Captain, are you unharmed? That scoundrel, I shall not let him escape justice. As the leaves fell, Luo listened to the cacophony below, rubbing his temples in frustration. To think that he could not eliminate his target from such a close distance. His marksmanship truly had become a source of embarrassment. Have you found him? In Luo's line of sight, the pirate captain emerged, clutching his arm. Phew, at least I managed to hit him. Otherwise, revealing that would have severely tarnished my reputation. Luo sighed quietly in relief. Captain, we need not linger here any longer. Let us proceed to the village. He will undoubtedly show himself. The bespectacled pirate, now visibly agitated, suggested to the captain. Very well, my comrades. Arm yourselves. We shall raid the village and depart with food and treasure. The captain grinned cruelly before bellowing. The pirates immediately surged with excitement. Only bloodshed and riches could banish their fears. Hidden on the upper deck, Yi Luo lowered his head and retrieved 2 handguns from his backpack. This time, his aim was no longer the pirate captain, but rather all the pirates present. The sound of gunfire erupted as Yi Luo stood on the upper deck, firing upon the unsuspecting pirates. After leaving half of their ranks lifeless, the remaining pirates finally sought refuge. Yi Luo, you scoundrel. It's you, you little wretch. If you have the guts, come out and fight me like a warrior. The pirate captain, at last recognizing his assailant, recalled how Yi Luo often treated the pirates to drinks, thus familiarizing himself with the captain as well. The response to his taunt was the crack of Yi Luo's handgun. You bastard. Just as the pirate captain prepared to charge forward, he was restrained by the bespectacled pirate, who shook his head in warning. Yi Luo discarded the empty handgun without a second thought, then picked up the long blade from the ground and leapt down from the upper deck, smiling as he declared, "Did you not say you wished to battle me? Here is your chance. Do not accuse me of bullying you. Come forth and meet your demise." The pirate captain, witnessing Yi Luo's audacity in discarding his weapon, emerged from his cover, charging directly at him. "You coward, do you only know how to flee? Like a mere rat." As Yi Luo deftly evaded the captain's assaults with nimble footwork, he cast covert glances at the other pirates, wary of their impending onslaught. "Hiki, this is merely a warm-up. Why the haste?" Once he observed that the armed pirates were hesitant to advance, he turned his full attention to the captain. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Luo's blade struck against the pirate captain, yet each blow was thwarted by the latter's armor. "Ha! With your feeble attempts, you cannot even breach my defenses. You insignificant insect." The pirate captain laughed triumphantly. The other pirates, emboldened by their leader's bravado, joined in the laughter, reassured that this boy, merely a teenager, posed no threat to them. Realizing he had forgotten the captain's prowess, Yi Luo resolved to change tactics. He discarded the long blade and, clenching his fists, summoned his inner energy to launch an attack. "What a fool you are. Without a weapon, how do you intend to fight me?" The pirate captain smirked cruelly as he prepared to retaliate, already envisioning the torment he would inflict upon Yi Luo. With a thunderous impact, their fists collided. Yet it was Yi Luo who sent the pirate captain sprawling through the air, his arm grotesquely contorted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, evidently injured by the blow. The remaining pirates stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them, until their captain crashed to the deck, creating a gaping hole, prompting them to finally react with terror as they gazed at Yi Luo. They were utterly bewildered. With such strength, why had he not approached them directly? Instead of lurking in the shadows? Yi Luo was taken aback by his own prowess, yet this was not a moment for astonishment. Employing his agile movements, he swiftly dispatched the remaining pirates. "Please, spare me. I know where our captain's treasure is. Let me go." Before the words could escape the bespectacled pirate's lips, Yi Luo delivered a powerful kick, rendering him unconscious. To his surprise, he realized that defeating pirates did not necessarily require their demise. As he observed the system's notification of experience gained, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. This was acceptable. In his heart, he was reluctant to commit acts of slaughter. How is this possible? Upon reaching the pirate captain, Yi Luo was met with a look of disbelief, as the captain struggled to accept that he had been bested by a mere youth. What a tiresome fellow. After incapacitating the captain with a swift kick, Yi Luo began to gather his spoils. First and foremost, he bound the unconscious pirates, then collected their provisions, treasures, and weaponry into his backpack. He also gathered the cash, placing the coins into a separate pouch before making his way toward the village. "Village chief, I have dealt with that band of pirates. Here is the bounty I retrieved from them. Please distribute it among the villagers. As for the pirates, I have secured them aboard their ship. How to handle them is at your discretion." Yi Luo directly approached the village chief. After the untimely demise of the original owner's parents, he had relied on the village's assistance to survive, thus he felt compelled to repay this kindness. Once he had dealt with the matter of the pirates, Yi Luo returned to the modest cabin. He had advised the village chief to keep his existence a secret, as he wished to avoid complicating matters. He found the current situation quite satisfactory. Congratulations on defeating Captain of the Crick Pirates Remnants, earning 50 experience points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, expelling the invading pirates, receiving rewards, 100 diamonds, 100 experience points, 1,000 currency, and a random white weapon. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Yi Luo meticulously examined the system's notifications. After incapacitating the pirate captain, he received 50 experience points. which perfectly elevated his level. Following his promotion, Yi Luo allocated 2 points to energy and 1 point to vitality, while dedicating the remaining 2 points entirely to speed. He had discerned during last night's skirmish that had it not been for the presence of firearms, he would have engaged directly without hesitation, thus avoiding the ensuing complications. He had conducted experiments and found that with his newfound agility, he could evade ordinary pistols from the front. However, he could not guarantee the same against surprise attacks. As for the rapid-fire pistols and other weaponry, he was not bold enough to assert that he could consistently evade them. Consequently, enhancing his speed became a priority. In addition, he discovered a common white steel dagger among his supplies, devoid of attributes. Nevertheless, it was superior to the weapons seized from the pirates and could be equipped. So Yi Luo resolved to utilize it for the time being. Moreover, his diamond accumulation had reached 400 points. After reaching level 5, a lottery interface was added to the shop, allowing one draw for 1,000 diamonds, theoretically offering the chance to win anything. Yi Luo contemplated trying his luck. Although he harbored no lofty expectations regarding the outcome, he regarded this domestic, low-quality game as mere trickery to entice players into spending money. Yet, it had inadvertently become his golden key, one he was compelled to wield. As for the rationale behind participating in the lottery, Yi Luo was clear in his thoughts. What alternative did he have? The profound skills and advanced martial arts available in the shop were far beyond his modest diamond reserves. Thus, attempting his fortune seemed more prudent. Who knew, perhaps a serendipitous windfall awaited him. After a day's respite, Yi Luo resumed his ordinary life, which primarily involved training and occasionally venturing out to fish. With a modest amount of money now at his disposal, he purchased a small boat, requiring no exceptional nautical skills as he could navigate it alone. This tranquil existence not only slowed his training pace, but also left him without any quests to pursue. Therefore, Yi Luo planned to fully master his beginner's identity before setting sail. Days later, after achieving the final increment in his agility proficiency, Yi Luo returned to the village chief's home to discuss his intentions to embark on the sea. Though a sense of reluctance permeated the air, the chief acknowledged. "I know you will inevitably set sail." Yi Luo smiled gently and, bowing slightly, said, "I sincerely thank you all for your care over the years. Due to the presence of pirates, I haven't been able to greet everyone properly, so I must rely on the village chief to convey my regards." The village chief smiled mysteriously and replied, "Go now. There awaits a gift for you at the harbor." Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What is it?" "A small boat. You need a small boat to set sail alone." The village chief did not keep him in suspense and directly revealed the answer to Yi Luo. After bowing in gratitude, Yi Luo uttered a few farewell words and departed without hesitation. As he passed through the village, he noticed the peculiar gazes directed at him by the villagers. Although he had intentionally mingled closely with the pirates to extract information, the villagers had never before regarded him with such strange looks. Upon reaching the harbor, Yi Luo, through the ship-selling proprietor, found the small boat mentioned by the village chief, a modest triangular sailboat, far superior to the vessel he used for fishing. Once aboard, after the proprietor briefly outlined essential precautions and provided an operational manual, Yi Luo quickly mastered the art of navigating the small craft. "Hey, you there. Is this how you intend to depart?" Just as Yi Luo was about to set sail, he suddenly noticed an increasing crowd at the harbor, with the bar owner calling out loudly from the nearest position. Yi Luo was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile and said, "When I have the time, I will return to visit everyone." Upon seeing the crowd, he understood that the village chief must have informed them of his departure. "When you come back, remember to stop by for a drink," spoke the bar owner, his eyes glistening with tears, yet smiling. "Little Yi, if things don't work out for you out there, remember to come back. I will still buy your fish," echoed the restaurant owner. The village was small, and everyone had a familiar relationship with Yi Luo, making their well wishes feel incredibly precious to him at that moment. "Farewell, everyone, until we meet again." Yi Luo dared not linger, for parting was a rather sorrowful affair. Time swiftly passed, and several days had gone by since he set sail. The weather today was splendid, perfect for fishing. Yi Luo emerged from the small cabin, surveyed the skies, and spoke to himself as he pulled out his fishing rod. The cabin was modest, serving as his sleeping quarters, while the small deck became his space to move. He paid little heed to navigation or course. His backpack was filled with ample provisions and water, so there was no rush, allowing him to adopt a carefree sailing style. In truth, he was entirely bewildered by the nautical charts. Despite the village chief's thoughtful gesture of placing a map in the cabin, Yi Luo could not comprehend it, leading him to this haphazard method of sailing. After fishing for a while without a single catch, Yiluo stifled a yawn and decided to recline on the deck. Having meditated throughout the night, he was nearly at full capacity with his basic internal energy, and basking in the sun made him feel somewhat drowsy. He lost track of time until he was jolted awake by the sound of cannon fire. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a small boat not far from him being pursued by a naval warship. Ah, a pirate ship. Well, since it's being chased by a warship, I suppose it's best not to get involved, Yiluo mused as he stroked his chin, observing the skull flag flying from the small vessel. Upon setting sail, Yiluo had aspired to become a valiant pirate hunter, capturing pirates for bounties and gaining experience, perhaps even activating quests, which prompted his decision. Oh, it's heading this way? That little boat must belong to a fledgling pirate, he thought. Well, even a mosquito is meat, so I shall not hold back. With a slight smile, he retrieved a long knife from his backpack, feeling confident with his 3 nearly maxed out basic skills. However, when he clearly saw the individuals aboard the small boat, Yiluo's earlier underestimation vanished. Is that you, Ace? Indeed, the boy before him, adorned with a few freckles around his nose, was none other than Ace. Though he bore a slightly different appearance from the fiery fist he would eventually become, Yiluo recognized him instantly. Oh, do you know me? Ace gazed at Yiluo in astonishment, lacking any recollection of him. However, being inherently carefree, he dismissed it, perhaps having encountered him at some point before, only to forget. With your abilities, you surely won't be pursued by such triviality, Yiluo remarked, pointing towards the naval warship, where a naval officer donned an iron gauntlet, with pink hair, clad in a vertically striped suit. Yiluo was unaware of the name of the Navy officer, yet he perceived him as merely a minor character. In his previous life, while watching anime, he recalled this individual being humiliated by Sanji at the sea restaurant, seemingly holding some rank. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, I cannot take action against the Navy, Ace sheepishly remarked, scratching the back of his head. It appeared somewhat embarrassing for him to be fleeing in such a manner. Yet Yiluo understood that he refrained from engaging with the subordinates of his grandfather. Garp. Move aside, fishing vessel. Ahead lies a fearsome pirate. The Navy on the warship urgently cautioned Yiluo as he was about to make contact with Ace's ship. Yiluo couldn't help but silently scoff, questioning, "What makes you think I am aboard a fishing boat?" Troubled, he pondered what to do next. Although he was uncertain whether Ace had consumed the flame fruit, his prowess was not to be underestimated, and Yiluo felt no assurance of victory. Conversely, the Navy's strength appeared considerably lacking, despite their numbers. Defeating such a large contingent would surely yield substantial experience. As Yiluo wrestled with his thoughts, Ace's pirate ship glided past him, with the warship in hot pursuit. By the time Yiluo gathered his wits, he realized he could not catch up to Ace's small vessel, let alone the warship. Am I truly losing my mind from spending too much time alone on this ship? Yiluo exclaimed dramatically, clutching his head. 2 significant waves of experience had just slipped through his fingers. Frustrated by the loss, Yiluo returned to the cabin, determined to continue his training. He resolved to fully cultivate his initial inner energy within the day to compensate for his earlier losses. Bang! After an indeterminate amount of time, Yiluo was jolted from his training by a noise, as if his small boat had collided with something. Upon exiting the cabin, he was greeted by the sight of a small vessel docked beside him and a rather infuriatingly smug smile. Unable to contain his excitement, Yiluo shouted, "Ace!" With a resounding roar, Yiluo excitedly lunged towards his opponent. Had it not been for the fact that Yiluo's raised fist was aimed squarely at Ace's smiling visage, one might have assumed they were long-lost friends joyfully reunited. "Who on earth are you?" I remarked. "Such a warm welcome right upon our first encounter?" Ace inquired while tenderly rubbing his injured cheek from Yiluo's blow. Meanwhile, Yiluo, now resembling a battered figure, mumbled indistinctly, "Indeed, this was my first clash with Ace. And despite launching a surprise attack, I met a swift and decisive defeat, leaving me with a head akin to that of a bruised pig. Well, I was merely curious. It seems I have not encountered you before. How did you come to know of me? I just happened to see your little boat earlier, which prompted me to come over and extend a greeting." Although Ace did not fully comprehend Yiluo's words, he sensed that there was no malice behind Yiluo's assault, which led him to show restraint. Otherwise, Yiluo would have been laying here as a lifeless corpse. As the leaves fell, Yiluo utilized his internal energy to treat his own head, mumbling, "It was the old man Carp who mentioned you. I saw your photograph with him." The ability to employ internal energy for healing was a skill Yiluo had recently discovered, inspired by the martial arts dramas where internal strength was used for recovery. Clearly, He had developed his first unique ability. Grandfather? Ace appeared visibly apprehensive at the mention of carp, instinctively glancing around as he spoke. Indeed. There was an occasion when I encountered a storm, and fortuitously, I was rescued by Carp's warship, which is how I came to know. Yiluo fabricated the tale, wide-eyed. How long had he been at sea? He hadn't even faced a storm, let alone encountered Carp. Is he back in the East Blue? Surely. He isn't here to capture me. Ace, upon hearing of Carp's presence in the East Blue, immediately bowed to Yiluo and prepared to set sail. Fear not. That incident is long past. The old man may no longer be in the East Blue. Yiluo shrugged nonchalantly. However, he was reluctant to let Ace slip away so easily. During their recent spar, he had sensed that his speed and strength were comparable to Eddie's. Yet the experience and technique of his opponent were leagues ahead. Such a promising sparring partner was not one he wished to lose. Ace turned his gaze towards Yiluo, seemingly contemplating the truth of his words. Come now, let us have something to eat. Yiluo, having regained some strength, retrieved food from his backpack and smiled at Ace. Ah, thank you for your hospitality. Ace exclaimed politely upon seeing the food, bowing in appreciation. He did not question how Yiluo conjured food from thin air. Nor was he astonished at how quickly Yiluo had recovered. As they shared the meal, they conversed, exchanging details about their respective circumstances. I see now. No wonder I found your speed and strength commendable, yet your strikes were entirely haphazard, lacking any semblance of technique. Ace laughed heartily while gnawing on a chicken leg. Yiluo sought counsel from Ace regarding his circumstances, and Ace, without reservation, earnestly elucidated the matter, occasionally engaging in friendly sparring with him. Thus, through the allure of sustenance, Yiluo managed to persuade Ace to remain by his side, and together they ventured towards the Grand Line. Hey, are you still contemplating defeating me to seek out my grandfather? Ace inquired, panting slightly after one of their exchanges. After a period of rigorous training, Yiluo had progressed to a stage where he could spar with Ace in a lively manner, particularly due to his mastery of internal energy, which often left Ace flustered. Although Ace was intrigued by Yiluo's abilities, he found himself unable to grasp the concept, failing to sense the presence of internal force even when Yiluo attempted to explain it. Haha, you are indeed my ticket into the Navy, so it is only natural. Yiluo replied, also catching his breath. From being overwhelmed to his current prowess, Yiluo's progress was nothing short of remarkable. What is so great about the Navy? Why not join me as a pirate? Pirates are the freest souls upon the sea, and my ship is in need of a first mate. What do you say? Yiluo, shall we embark on this journey together? This marked the first time Ace extended an invitation to Yiluo. For a moment, Yiluo felt a sense of disorientation. Perhaps being a pirate wouldn't be so bad after all. Moreover, there are certainly numerous experienced individuals within the Navy as well. As a pirate, one could confront other pirates, yet as a member of the Navy, one would be unable to take action against fellow comrades. As Yiluo was about to speak, he suddenly heard the system's notification. Side quest triggered. Capture Ace and bring him to meet Garp. Rewards: 1,500 diamonds, 1,500 experience, 100. 000 currency, and a chance to spin the reward wheel. Upon reviewing the task rewards, Yiluo's gaze towards Ace immediately changed. With 1,500 diamonds plus his current 400, he was nearing the threshold for 2 lottery draws. Adding the task reward for another draw, that made 3 opportunities. Such a quest was not to be missed. Was my mouth blessed? How could mere words trigger a quest? Yiluo pondered inwardly. Take that. After this thought, Yiluo's speed surged as he charged towards Ace. What was there to discuss now? Capturing Ace was the utmost priority. As for how to locate Garp, that could be addressed later. Why are we fighting again? Ace felt somewhat speechless, as he believed he had uttered nothing of significance. After yet another bout of mutual destruction, the two finally stumbled upon a small island. After replenishing their supplies of food and water, Yiluo discovered that Ace had vanished. It turned out that upon realizing Yiluo's sole intention was to take him to meet Garp, Ace had decisively fled. From the moment they met and Ace dominated Yiluo, to their current state of mutual injury, Ace was determined to avoid the disgrace of being captured and presented before Garp. Having personally experienced Garp's terrifying prowess, he understood the gravity of the situation. Upon discovering Ace's escape, Yiluo felt a sense of helplessness, yet there was little he could do. The vastness of the ocean made locating a single individual quite a challenge. Thus, he continued to stockpile essential supplies, selling off the resources he had confiscated from pirates, and set out once more on his solitary journey. In the ensuing days, Yiluo commenced a purposeful voyage. Having learned to read nautical charts, he acquired a map of the East Sea on the island and began his journey towards Logtown. knowing that Ace would inevitably pass through on his way to the Grand Line. Moreover, Logtown, known as the town of beginnings and endings, was the birthplace and deathplace of the pirate king, Roger. As Roger's son, Ace would undoubtedly pay a visit. Initially, Yiluo contemplated a detour to Kokoyashi village, hoping to confront the fishman or the dragon and liberate the suffering villagers. However, the thought of potentially missing Ace rendered that plan impractical. So he resolved to head directly to Logtown. Along the way, Yiluo dealt with any brazen pirates he encountered and occasionally took to the sea to catch fish, a skill he had learned from Ace. This not only provided sustenance and experience but also served to strengthen his physique. However, after a close call, when he chased a large fish too far and nearly lost his boat, he became hesitant to pursue fish relentlessly. According to Ace, Yiluo's abilities were now well balanced, yet he lacked a decisive finishing move, preventing him from delivering a lethal blow to opponents of similar or lesser strength. The only unique skill he possessed was his inner strength, but without a manual, he felt his self-taught efforts were insufficient. Congratulations, host, your level has increased, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, host, for defeating a pirate with a bounty of 3 million, earning 300 experience points and 300 diamonds. At last, he had reached level 8, a hard-won achievement. However, he couldn't help but wonder how this individual had amassed such a considerable bounty of 3 million. Yiluo kicked the lifeless body of the pirate captain he had just slain, somewhat surprised. It was particularly astonishing that the system had rewarded him with diamonds based on the bounty, bringing him unexpected joy. Initially, Yiluo had intended to take this pirate, who was recognized by the system as having a bounty of 3 million, to the Navy to claim the reward. However, the thought of having a corpse lingering on his ship extinguished that notion. Yet, since a bounty pirate could yield diamonds, Yiluo, stroking his chin, raised an eyebrow with delight. Then, sir, how shall we proceed? 2 somewhat timid pirates inquired as Yiluo fell into contemplation. These 2 were deliberately spared by Yiluo and had even pilfered the oars from the pirate ship to hasten their progress. Let us head directly to Logtown. I have decided. I shall become a bounty hunter, Yiluo declared with spirited enthusiasm to the 2 pirate slaves. Although the 2 pirates felt a chuckle rising within them, they could only submit to Yiluo's intimidating presence, begrudgingly flattering him in hopes that he would honor his word and release them upon reaching their destination. With 700 diamonds already secured, only 300 more were needed. Finding a small-time pirate with a bounty of 3 million would suffice, though it remained uncertain if they would encounter one before arriving at Logtown. According to Yiluo's plan, proceeding to Logtown first seemed prudent, as it was a veritable haven for pirates. Countless aspiring adventurers seeking the Grand Line often paused at Logtown, aligning perfectly with Yiluo's objectives. As for when Smoker took up his post in Logtown, Yiluo could not recall. He had not delved deeply into the anime One Piece, merely finding it visually appealing and following it for entertainment. Many details eluded him, or his memory was hazy. However, one fact he was certain of was that Ace had never encountered Smoker, for he distinctly remembered that their first meeting occurred after Luffy set sail in Alabasta, when Ace was already the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Nevertheless, fate had other plans. As Yiluo advanced towards Logtown, he unexpectedly came across a naval warship, its figurehead resembling a dog's head clutching a bone. Is this Carp's warship? Yiluo mused, his teeth gritting at the sight before him. This sequence felt amiss. Excuse me, is this the flagship of Vice Admiral Carp? He shouted, instructing the 2 slave pirates to approach the naval vessel. Who are you, boy? A hat-wearing officer, sword at his waist, inquired from the ship's railing. I'm a friend of Ace, here to extend a greeting, Yiluo replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, the 2 pirate slaves had completely fainted in terror. For Vice Admiral Carp was a legendary hero of the seas, known for pursuing the Pirate King. Come aboard. After the warship cast off its mooring lines, Yiluo ascended along the rope. The Marines aboard the vessel harbored no fear regarding Yiluo's intentions. After all, this was the flagship of Vice Admiral Carp. It would take a fool to intentionally seek trouble here. Ah, I hear you are a friend of Ace? Where is that rascal now? A burly elder, donned in a dog-headed hat and draped in a cloak of justice, emerged. Is this the demeanor of a top-tier powerhouse? Yiluo swallowed hard. Although he was aware that Carp's disposition mirrored that of Luffy's, unreliable as ever, the thrill of being in such close proximity to a formidable figure quickened his heartbeat. The leaves fell silently, and Yiluo did not respond to Carp's words, seemingly intimidated by his imposing presence. Only the hat-wearing officer behind Carp lowered his hat slightly. casting a curious glance at Yi Luo, sensing the rapid beating of his heart. I am currently in pursuit of him. Yi Luo exhaled, stating matter-of-factly. Carp shot a piercing look at Yi Luo, his formidable aura causing Yi Luo to feel somewhat breathless. He is a pirate, and I am a pirate hunter. It is only natural that I pursue him. Yi Luo retorted defiantly, clenching his jaw. A pirate? That insolent brat dares to set sail as a pirate without my knowledge? In an instant, Carp's imposing presence surged and then dissipated, replaced by a hint of curiosity. If you are pursuing him, then why seek me out? He mentioned that you are his grandfather, thus he never takes the initiative to strike against the Navy. Yi Luo replied with some embarrassment, acutely aware of his ineptitude in lying, particularly in such a double-edged manner, terrified that he might one day be exposed. That rascal still possesses a modicum of conscience. Carp set aside his stern demeanor, visibly pleased. Admiral, where do you intend to go next? Yi Luo inquired. I am heading to Logetown. I believe Ace will appear there. Once I capture him, I will hand him over to you. When might you have the opportunity to visit Logetown? Yi Luo pondered, organizing his thoughts before speaking. I'm currently on leave. I cannot discuss official matters. However, I shall pass through Logetown on my way back. Should you encounter me, please hand Ace over to me. Carp remarked with a bemused expression. Since that is the case, may I stay aboard your ship for a few days? Yi Luo asked cautiously. Aren't you heading to Logetown? That is quite the opposite of my course. Carp replied. Munching on a donut. It's only a few days. It won't disrupt my objectives. Yi Luo shook his head, insisting. Very well, do as you wish. Carp finally conceded after a moment's consideration. Yi Luo had not anticipated that Carp would genuinely agree. Overcome with joy, he proclaimed loudly to all the Navy personnel aboard. In the forthcoming hours, I implore each of you to accept my challenges. What? Such audacious words. Could this lad possibly be mentally unhinged? The sailors exchanged incredulous glances. Murmuring amongst themselves, Garp cast a perplexed look at Yi Luo, unsure of his intentions. If it were merely a matter of honing his skills, there was no need to challenge even the ordinary sailors. Furthermore, given his known connection with Ace, his brazen approach seemed rather ambiguous. Nonetheless, Garp held no apprehension. His overwhelming strength rendered him unfazed by such antics. After a brief interval, Yi Luo had triumphed over all the sailors on the ship and began to direct his challenges toward the officers. By the following day, with the exception of the hat-wearing swordsman, all the Navy personnel under Garp's command had succumbed to Yi Luo's prowess. Although his experience was limited, this endeavor proved to be a significant gain for him. So this is the six powers of the Navy? Truly formidable. After yet another defeat, Yi Luo finally relinquished the hope of overcoming his opponent. At your age, I was nowhere near your level, the hat-wearing Navy officer remarked coldly. Haha. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Yi Luo replied weakly as he reclined on the deck. The swordsman offered no response and simply turned away. What a stoic fellow. Yi Luo mused, rolling over and promptly falling asleep on the deck. The day's intense battles had augmented all of his attributes significantly. Indeed, combat was the swiftest path to improvement. Sir, the swordsman, whom Yi Luo had dubbed the Cold Man, was presently reporting to Garp regarding Yi Luo's performance that day. Oh, so this lad is indeed a potential talent? Garp chuckled. He possesses considerable promise. If he undergoes training at headquarters, his future achievements may well surpass my own. The cold swordsman remarked with a hint of melancholy. Limited by his own talents, he knew that even with Garp's tutelage, his accomplishments would be constrained. On our return journey, let us make a stop at Roguetown. Whether we meet again is left to fate. Garp concluded with a smile as he departed, revealing that he had not genuinely intended to visit Roguetown on their way back. The next morning, Yi Luo and Garp stood facing each other on the deck. Sir, though I am aware of the vast chasm between our abilities, I still wish to give it a try. Yi Luo declared nervously. Youth is truly delightful. Since you wish to experience it, I shall oblige you. Prepare to feel the force of my beloved fist. With that, Garp shed his cloak and charged directly at Yi Luo. Unblockable. Yi Luo thought as he watched Garp's fist barreling toward his head, yet his body felt utterly unresponsive, making escape impossible. Move for me, he urged, channeling his internal energy, but it felt as though his usually agile energy was mired in a quagmire, sluggishly attempting to mobilize. Bam! At the crucial moment, Yi Luo could not evade, yet he raised his fists, imbued with inner energy, to parry the blow. How intriguing, Garp remarked softly, observing Yi Luo plummet into the sea. My lord, what was that just now? Inquired the aloof swordsman, taken aback. It bears some resemblance, though I'm not entirely certain. Let us retrieve him. If it truly is what I suspect, the initial awakening is often quite arduous, Karp replied with a smile as he donned his cloak. Without needing further instruction, the naval officers had already plunged into the water to rescue Yi Luo. Though only a day had passed, the sailors held a deep admiration for the youth who dared to challenge the entire fleet. Cough, you old rascal, that was rather harsh, don't you think? Yi Luo coughed a few times, expelling seawater, and pointed an accusatory finger at Karp. Ah, is that so? I didn't perceive it that way. Besides, you seem unscathed. Karp feigned ignorance with a grin. Humph. Yi Luo turned his head away in displeasure. Young man, are you familiar with hockey? Karp asked, plopping down beside Yi Luo with keen interest. Armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey, perhaps? Yi Luo responded with an air of worldly experience. Ah, so you are aware. Have you awakened armament hockey then? Karp inquired, his laughter resonating. As the leaves swayed gently, Yi Luo shook his head and replied, No. This is a hereditary ability passed down in my family. It is not hockey. Oh, not hockey. Then what is your full name? Upon hearing that it was a family inheritance, Karp adopted a more serious demeanor. Full name? I am simply called Yi Luo. That is my full name. Yi Luo responded with utmost sincerity. As a citizen of Huagua, one's name is a form of legacy and should not be altered lightly. Karp regarded Yi Luo with a profound gaze, believing that Yi Luo was merely reluctant to disclose further details, perhaps fearing that Karp might deduce something from his name. After exchanging a few techniques with Karp, Yi Luo returned to his modest triangular sailboat, where the two pirate slaves awaited him with a pitiful demeanor, too fearful to flee. 10 days later, Yi Luo finally arrived at Rogue Town. Prior to this, he had not encountered a single bounty criminal, although he had crossed paths with several pirates. None bore bounties. It was no wonder that the East Sea was deemed the weakest ocean. A bounty exceeding 10 million was indeed a rare sight in these waters. My lord, according to our agreement, may we depart now? The two pirate slaves inquired with a glimmer of anticipation. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed the fates of all the pirates who dared to trouble Yi Luo, realizing he was a merciless individual who spared not even the smallest minion. There is one final matter. Fetch me the latest bounty notices, and you may leave. Should you dare to flee, you are well aware of the consequences. Yi Luo cast a sidelong glance at the two pirates. Certainly not, my lord. However, while the bounty notices are indeed distributed free of charge by the Navy, we can only acquire them by purchasing from tavern owners, as they typically possess the most current notices, or we may retrieve them from the Navy's outpost. The pirates responded, somewhat distressed. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Luo waved his hand and said, In that case, you may leave. Remember not to engage in wickedness, otherwise, you shall not be so fortunate next time. Once the two departed, Yi Luo visited the naval base in Rogue Town to collect a bounty notice. Although he wished to inquire whether Smoker was still in charge of Rogue Town, the impatient demeanor of the naval officers deterred him from doing so. Now, it was time to seek them out and cause some trouble. And Ace, you are indeed the greatest treasure. I must not let you slip away from my grasp. Exiting the naval base, Yi Luo chuckled to himself while holding the bounty notice. Meanwhile, Ace, who was asleep aboard his ship, involuntarily shivered and murmured, Why does a chill breeze sweep through? Could it be that another storm is approaching? After parting ways with Yi Luo, Ace had initially intended to head directly to the Grand Line. However, he encountered a tempest along the way, followed by a series of fortuitous events and adventures that further enhanced his prowess. A few days later, at the naval base, one sailor remarked to his companion, Is this the notorious bounty hunter everyone has been talking about? I hear he harbors a deep-seated hatred for pirates. As he observed Yi Luo dragging a bounty criminal into the base like a fish out of water, he could not help but whisper. His companion, equally wary, nodded in agreement and pulled him away, evidently disinclined to engage with Yi Luo. In recent days, whenever the Navy encountered Yi Luo during their missions, he would swiftly dispatch both the pirates and the naval officers, albeit without causing them harm, which led to a growing respect and distance from the naval personnel. Where on earth is that rascal Ace? Yi Luo mused aloud while seated in a tavern, sipping on barley beer. During his stay in Rogue Town, he had vanquished numerous pirate crews, defeating each member without exception, thus earning a modest reputation as a bounty hunter in the area. Oh well, I might as well seek out some opponents to hone my skills. Since his encounter with Karp and the aloof swordsman under his command, Yi Luo has become increasingly obsessed with the pursuit of strength. Thus, he occasionally does not spare even the Navy, treating them as mere experience fodder. On the very day he arrived in Rogue Town, he apprehended a pirate with a bounty of 3 million, successfully claiming diamonds and accumulating a handsome sum of belly to support his needs. Having gathered 1,000 diamonds, Yiluo did not immediately indulge in a lottery draw. Instead, he sought out an inn, took a cleansing bath, and after a fervent prayer, he opened the system to commence the lottery. Though he privately perceived this ritual as mere formalism, believing it would bear no influence on the outcome, he could not resist the compulsion to perform it. Having staked his entire fortune, the lottery in the marketplace did not involve a spinning wheel. Rather, one purchased a fortune bag for 1,000 diamonds. The instant the bag was opened determined the worth of the 1,000 diamonds. Thus, as Yiluo opened the fortune bag, his emotions were a peculiar blend of excitement, worry, and anticipation, an undeniably strange sentiment. You have lost a fortune bag and received a mid-level secret manual. The system's notification made Yiluo's heart race. Observing the book-like manual in his backpack, which promised the acquisition of any mid-level secret manual upon opening, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Indeed, it was said that the first lottery draw would yield something valuable, enticing individuals to return for more, thus swiftly ensnaring them in its grasp. Yiluo quickly sought out the corresponding items in the marketplace. Although there was nothing that randomly granted mid-level manuals, the cheapest mid-level manuals available were still priced in the thousands of diamonds, particularly those within the category of techniques, which could exceed tens of thousands. With his mouth watering, Yiluo eagerly opened the manual, and once again, the system chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mid-level internal skill manual, Zixia Divine Skill. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yiluo found himself at a loss for how to convey his elation, gazing at the beautifully illustrated manual, intending to compose a poem to share with the world. But alas, his lack of education rendered him speechless, merely exclaiming, "I shall conquer the world." However, upon attempting to utilize the manual, the system informed him that prerequisite skills were insufficient for cultivation. At that moment, Yiluo was utterly bewildered. Did he need to cultivate the Huashan heart method in order to practice the Zixia Divine Skill? After all, the Zixia Divine Skill originated from the Huashan sect and the smiling, proud wanderer. Upon scrutinizing the Zixia Divine Skill, Yiluo discovered that the cultivation of heart methods was categorized into 3 levels: foundational, intermediate, and advanced. Only after mastering the foundational intermediate heart method could one proceed to learn named internal skills. Moreover, to acquire foundational intermediate skills, one must first achieve maximum proficiency in the primary skills. Now, the 3 basic skills of Yiluo have reached their maximum level. However, the dilemma lies in the absence of any advanced skill books, thus leaving these skills stagnated at their peak. Glancing at his experience bar, he noted that he was at level 887. Before arriving at Rog Town, he had amassed a considerable amount of experience from grinding at Cap's place, successfully advancing to just over level 8. Coupled with the pirates he dispatched along the way and the first bounty hunter he defeated upon landing on the island, his experience points were nearing completion. As for skill points, he currently possessed a significant surplus, having only a trivial amount left at level 5. He had not utilized any of his points during subsequent levels due to the lack of available skills, resulting in a total of 4 skill points accumulated. Presently, he found himself devoid of diamonds, and the only potential avenue to acquire intermediate skill methodologies was through the main quest. At level 10, he would be eligible to complete the second main quest, which, following the pattern of the first, would likely reward him with 3 foundational intermediate skills, thus enabling him to learn the Purple Mist Divine Art. Therefore, in the time to come, Yiluo busily awaited Ace while fervently clearing out pirates in Rock Town, preparing for the possibility that if the main quest did not provide the foundational intermediate skills at level 10, he could purchase them from the marketplace. However, being in the East Blue, although there were numerous pirates, bounty hunters were comparatively scarce. Furthermore, Yiluo had learned that Smoker had recently arrived to serve as the chief officer, vigorously apprehending pirates, resulting in fewer bounty hunters in Rog Town than he had anticipated. Otherwise, he would not have targeted even the Navy for that scant experience. As his level increased, defeating those ordinary lackeys yielded diminishing returns in experience. Damn it. If it weren't for the fear of missing Ace, I would certainly head to Cocoa Village right now. It's practically a dungeon, Yiluo lamented, gazing at the experience bar that had just surpassed halfway through level 9. Today, he had fortuitously encountered a bounty hunter, gaining a substantial amount of experience along with 200 diamonds. However, he still fell short of the 1,000 diamonds required for the foundational intermediate skill by 500. Indeed, Since his arrival on the island, he had captured only a few bounty hunters, one worth 3 million. But the diamonds from that reward had been squandered on a prior lottery, along with 3 others worth 1 million each, plus today as 200,000, totaling just 500 diamonds. Damn, Smoker, would it kill you to arrive a little later? If you weren't here, I would have definitely taken you down as well. Yi Luo grumbled under his breath as he strode towards the tavern. Although he remained uncertain whether his inner strength had any effect on nature-type abilities, this did not deter him from muttering a few harsh words in secluded areas. Look, what's happened to that person inside? It seems they've passed away. The owner is contemplating whether to summon the Navy. I heard they suddenly collapsed in the midst of their meal. Could it be that there was something poisonous in the food that led to their demise? As Yi Luo arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, he was immediately enveloped by a throng of people animatedly discussing the happenings within. This sensation was unmistakably Ace. Observing the familiar scene, Yi Luo reminisced while squeezing his way inside the establishment. Indeed, it was that rascal. Yi Luo gritted his teeth, yet upon encountering the main character, his urgency dissipated. At the center of the crowd's attention was Ace, who had inexplicably dozed off mid-meal. Even Yi Luo, well acquainted with such occurrences, had been startled when he witnessed it during a previous meal with Ace. How could one possibly fall asleep while eating? Initially skeptical, Yi Luo found that after seeing Ace, he could approach any situation with a newfound tranquility. Oh dear, I fell asleep again while eating, Ace exclaimed, awakening with a start and promptly resuming his meal. The proprietor, thoroughly flabbergasted, was at a loss for words, his lips twitching as he managed to stammer, "In no worries, please continue, dear guest." "Hey Ace, long time no see," Yi Luo declared as he plopped down beside him, resting a hand on Ace's shoulder while indulging in the food recently served by the staff. "Yo, Yi Luo. It's been ages," Ace replied with palpable joy upon seeing Yi Luo. Snap. However, what awaited him was the clink of handcuffs. Not the sea-stone variety. He was not yet deserving of such restraints, but these were crafted from steel, a costly gift Yi Luo had commissioned, designed not to ensnare a devil fruit user, yet sturdy enough to be difficult to break, serving as a rather unconventional greeting for Ace. "What is this? We haven't seen each other in ages, and you greet me like this?" Ace feigned innocence, adopting a pitiful expression. "Come on, we aren't that close. Vice Admiral Garp will be arriving soon, and I'm just being cautious." Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly, pleased with how smoothly events were unfolding. "What? The old man is coming?" Ace shot up, scanning the vicinity. "Thank you for the hospitality." He bowed deeply to the bewildered proprietor before dashing away like the wind. "Hey, stay put. I'm just trying to complete my mission." Though Yi Luo had anticipated Ace's escape, he did not expect him to flee with such swiftness, and thus he shouted while pursuing him. "Is he skipping out on the bill?" The restaurant owner, momentarily dazed, asked in confusion. "Get back here." Yi Luo, somewhat incensed, pursued the fleeing Ace, while a multitude of chefs and restaurant staff trailed behind him. Initially, it was merely the restaurant personnel in pursuit. But as Ace's escape grew more tumultuous, the number of pursuers swelled, which fueled Yi Luo's ire. That scoundrel had undoubtedly been in Logtown for several days, otherwise he would not have attracted such a throng. Simultaneously, not far from the port of Logtown, a naval vessel approached the surface of the sea. Smokers stood on the deck alongside Tashiji. Though they had apprehended a fair number of pirates during this operation, they were all minor figures, leaving Smoker somewhat displeased. Meanwhile, 3 days' sail from Logtown, a dog-headed warship also advanced towards the town. "What is this?" Ace exclaimed to himself, holding a ball-shaped fruit adorned with orange-yellow spiral patterns. His expression one of surprise. He pondered that he had only been on this island for less than 2 days. First, he had toured the execution platform where the pirate king Roger met his fate, and then he had sought a moment's respite. Ah, yes. It was during a meal at the restaurant that he encountered that peculiar individual named Yi Luo, who had handcuffed him in an effort to bring him to the old man, showing no regard for any brotherly bond. Upon this realization, Ace, in a fit of irritation, took a bite of the fruit in his hand. "Ugh, does this taste like feces?" Ace grimaced as he gazed at the unpalatable fruit. He was utterly oblivious to how it had come to be in his possession. It seemed he had collided with someone during his flight, and somehow this fruit had landed in his grasp. That scoundrel. Following closely behind, Yi Luo bore witness to Ace's acquisition and consumption of the Maramara Nomi. It was evident that being related to Luffy granted one a certain protagonist aura that even extended to this moment. Just moments ago, he had distinctly observed a merchant stealthily emerging from a narrow alley, only to be collided with by the fleeing Ace. thus resulting in the fruit coming into Ace's possession. The unfortunate merchant, however, had tumbled to the ground, and without hesitation, Yi Luo had stepped over him. The chefs and restaurant staff trailing behind followed suit, trampling over the merchant as well. Yi Luo surmised that the man would likely sustain severe injuries, if not perish outright. "Must you continue to pursue me?" Ace yelled back at Yi Luo while he ran. "If you cease your flight, I shall stop chasing," Yi Luo retorted through clenched teeth. "In that case, do carry on with your pursuit." Ace shrugged in response, fully aware that, despite Yi Luo's commendable stamina, there remained a significant gap in their abilities. That scoundrel. As Yi Luo noticed the distance between them and their pursuers gradually widening, he refrained from further conversation, channeling his internal energy into his legs and swiftly closing the gap to Ace. "You are cheating," Ace shouted as Yi Luo rapidly approached him. Yi Luo, indifferent to him, swung a fist towards Ace's nape. "Huh." Ace paused, somewhat astonished, as he observed Yi Luo's fist pass through his body. "Fool, do you not realize that you just consumed a devil fruit?" Yi Luo remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Are you referring to that fruit that tasted akin to excrement?" Ace pondered for a moment before inquiring. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo succinctly shared his understanding of the devil fruit with Ace to prevent the fool from accidentally drowning in the sea. During their conversation, Smoker's warship had returned to port, coincidentally encountering the group of chefs pursuing Ace and Yi Luo. "Inquire about the situation," Smoker instructed, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Addressing Dashiji beside him. "Yes, Colonel." Dashiji saluted before proceeding to gather information. She soon returned to report to Smoker, according to the descriptions. One individual is likely the recent new pirate pirates.The, Ace, while the identity of the other remains unclear, but he is probably Ace's companion. "Pirates.The, Ace? An intriguing fellow. Let us investigate," Smoker murmured, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Yi Luo and Ace had fled. "Does this mean I can never swim again?" "Well, never mind. This power is indeed quite impressive," Ace remarked with a grin, utilizing his elemental transformation to free his hands from the handcuffs. "Do not be too complacent. You have now become a user of a rare Logia-type devil fruit, but this also means there are many things that can restrain you, such as sea prism stone. Moreover, true strength lies in personal growth. The devil fruit is merely an external factor," Yi Luo replied solemnly. "Rest assured, I know what I am doing. By the way, are you not taking me to see the old man now?" Ace responded with a carefree laugh. "As you are now a Logia user, given my current strength, I should no longer be your match. This is precisely why Logia-type devil fruits are deemed invincible in the early stages." Yi Luo shook his head and explained. "Haha. As expected of my good brother. Let us celebrate our reunion with a feast," Ace exclaimed joyfully. "A feast sounds splendid, but first, let me test the extent of your Logia abilities. I have some hypotheses that require validation." Yi Luo smiled faintly, shaking his head. "What is happening?" Ace observed as Yi Luo's hand passed through him, sensing that Yi Luo's previous attack had seemingly been able to touch his essence. "This is what I wanted to convey to you. Although Logia types are invincible in the early stages, there are still countermeasures, namely Haki. My previous attack contained a hint of internal energy. While it did not fully capture your essence, it demonstrated that internal energy is effective against Logia types." "Were you using Haki just now?" Ace inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shook his head and said, "No. What I possess is not Haki, but rather the inherited internal strength of my family. Your grandfather, Vice Admiral Karp, is the true master of Haki. It is no wonder that Luffy, despite being a rubber man, is often left rolling on the ground after being bested by the old man." Ace exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Let us depart. Since this matter is concluded, we ought to enjoy a drink," Yi Luo remarked with a faint smile. However, just as the two were about to leave, a voice interrupted. "Perhaps you will not be going anywhere, Smoker?" Yi Luo turned to see a robust man with fluffy silver hair, two cigars clenched between his teeth, surrounded by a contingent of Marines. "Oh, you recognize me?" Smoker looked at Yi Luo with mild surprise. "I am a bounty hunter, not a pirate. The Marines on this island are well aware of that, so do not conflate me with him." Yi Luo suddenly shifted his position, distancing himself from Ace. "What? This cannot be happening. Yi Luo, are we not comrades?" Ace asked in disbelief, his expression one of shock. "Cough. Ace, you must understand, they are Marines. The prison undoubtedly contains sea stone restraints for those with abilities. If I cooperate with Colonel Smoker to capture you, a task deemed impossible would then become feasible." Yi Luo coughed, speaking with a mischievous tone to Ace. "What is this? Are we to turn against each other? Even so, you two cannot evade justice after causing such a ruckus in town. Dasky interjected, adjusting her glasses with seriousness. Young lady, tread carefully with your words. I am no pirate. Yuluo shot a glance at Dasky. Haha. Yuluo, look, the Marines consider you my companion. Come aboard my ship and join me, Ace said jovially, wrapping an arm around him with enthusiasm. As the leaves fell, Yuluo's expression darkened, and he disregarded Ace, turning directly to Smoker and stating, I have made an agreement with Vice Admiral Garp to capture Ace and bring him to meet him. Vice Admiral Garp? Smoker paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed. I encountered Vice Admiral Garp during his leave, and we arranged to meet in Logue Town, where I am to bring Ace to him. Yuluo nodded affirmatively. After contemplating for a moment, Smoker replied, Very well, I shall assist you in apprehending Ace. Smoker's trust in Yuluo stemmed from his knowledge that Garp periodically returned to the East Blue for leave, although this was not a secret at Navy headquarters. Few in the East Blue were aware, which led him to place his faith in Yuluo. Ace just consumed a Logia-type devil fruit. Do you have sea stone? Yuluo inquired, adopting a combat stance as he faced Ace, then turned to Smoker. No, although we have sea stone handcuffs at the base. We have just returned from a mission. I will have someone retrieve them immediately. Smoker commanded a seaman to fetch the sea stone handcuffs. Hey, Yuluo, are you really going to do this? Ace asked earnestly as he noticed Yuluo's battle-ready posture. Why not agree to accompany me to meet Vice Admiral Garp? I will immediately join forces with you to break through. Yuluo replied with a smile. I have no intention of meeting that old man, Ace retorted, visibly displeased. Then let us see whose strength prevails, Yuluo declared, launching himself towards Ace. Haha, you are no match for me, Ace taunted while evading Yuluo's attacks. Humph. Daz Bones, position your men around to prevent their escape, Smoker commanded, transforming his lower body into smoke, as he wielded the powers of the smoke fruit, a Logia-type fruit. Smoker's arm morphed into a smoke-like white serpent, swiftly ensnaring Ace. Humph, you are not as formidable as you think, Smoker remarked disdainfully as he saw his technique take effect. Is that so? Ace chuckled, his body gradually igniting into flames, breaking free from Smoker's grasp. Are you an idiot? Did I not just inform you that he is also a Logia-type user? Yuluo exclaimed, exasperated, as he leapt aside. The clash between the two Logia users left Yuluo feeling somewhat sidelined. Humph, I don't require your instruction on how to fight, Smoker retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Very well, if you believe you can handle it, then proceed, Yuluo replied, equally vexed, as he hoped the two would expend some of their stamina. He understood that the powers of Logia users also required energy. Smoker paid Yuluo no mind, engaging in a fierce battle with Ace. Despite being pressured by Smoker, Ace relished the opportunity to practice his newfound abilities, even if it meant being dominated in the process. Yuluo stood aside, observing the fierce battle between Smoker and Ace, showing no inclination to intervene. Instead, he noted with a sense of anticipation that Dasky was directing the Marines to encircle the battlefield. You would do well to refrain from joining them. The natural-type combat is beyond your current capabilities, Yuluo quietly remarked as he unexpectedly found himself beside Dasky. Then why don't you go? Dasky replied sternly to the Marines nearby, her serious demeanor causing Yuluo to grimace. Internally, he thought, is this the legendary ability of extreme nearsightedness? The Marine opposite you has been left dumbfounded. Oh wait, you can't see. After encouraging Dasky to put her glasses back on, Yuluo sighed. I am not a power user. I have no effective means to confront them. Dasky, blushing from her earlier embarrassment, failed to notice Yuluo's slip of the tongue. Indeed, he had inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts, contemplating how to defeat both Smoker and Ace simultaneously. Under normal circumstances, such an endeavor would be impossible. However, given the prolonged combat they had engaged in, their stamina was waning. Moreover, the harbor was not far away. If he could drive them towards the port, a single strike from Yuluo could send both into the sea, thereby claiming victory over them. The experience they possessed was considerable, and Ace might even have a bounty on his head, a lucrative opportunity. I am not unwilling to intervene. I simply cannot do so at present. My only recourse is to compel them toward the shoreline, hoping that Colonel Smoker will manage to knock Ace into the sea. That way, our victory is assured. Yuluo shrugged, offering his counsel to Dasky. Dasky glanced toward the naval base, seemingly calculating when the soldiers tasked with retrieving the sea prism stone handcuffs would return. All right, I will instruct the soldiers to withdraw. You go assist Colonel Smoker in driving Ace toward the harbor. Dasky swiftly reached her decision. Fine. But let it be known that Ace is a target specifically requested by Old Man Carp. He must not be harmed, and when Carp arrives, I will personally hand Ace over to him, Iluo stated resolutely to Dasky, making it clear that he would not act without this condition. After some contemplation, Dasky nodded. Rest assured, as long as it is indeed a handover to Vice Admiral Carp, I believe Colonel Smoker will have no objections. Good. Then you clear the Marines from that side, and I will strike from here, endeavoring to steer the battlefield toward the harbor. As the leaves fell, a sense of satisfaction washed over Yellowa, who nodded and spoke. Indeed, with Yellowa's involvement, the pressure on Ace intensified significantly. Although Ace was still unfamiliar with the powers of the fruit, Yellowa's attacks, for reasons unknown, lacked the threatening force that could endanger him. Nevertheless, they effectively compelled Ace to divert a considerable amount of his attention towards defending against Yellowa. As for Smoker, he quickly grasped Yellowa's intentions and, in tandem with him, gradually maneuvered the battlefield towards the harbor. Ace, having just acquired the fruit, had yet to comprehend the taboos of being a devil fruit user as deeply as Smoker did, which inadvertently led him into a trap. How are you faring, Ace? Have you mastered the powers of the fruit to a satisfactory degree? Yellowa inquired, observing that the three of them had reached the harbor, now merely a few meters from the sea. He paused, a smile gracing his lips. Hee. Ace chuckled lightly, a hint of frivolity in his demeanor. In truth, he had been contemplating an escape, for he had already expended considerable energy, and the soldiers dispatched by the Navy to retrieve Seastone handcuffs were likely not far behind. Smoker took a puff of his cigar, glancing between Yellowa and Ace, feeling uncertain about their relationship. He could not discern whether Yellowa and Ace were orchestrating this act together, luring him to the harbor with the intention of eliminating him. Upon observing Smoker's reaction, Yiluo swiftly deduced the situation. He leapt out of the fray, effectively blocking Ace's escape route, and declared, Colonel Smoker, I understand your apprehension towards me. Allow me to obstruct Ace's retreat while you engage him in battle. What say you? Hey. Are you resolutely determined to drag me before the old man? Ace realized that with Yi Luo obstructing his path, if he did not fight with all his might, he would surely face dire consequences. Very well. Smoker exhaled a few smoke rings, nodding in agreement as he transformed into smoke and charged towards Ace once more. Ace, not daring to underestimate the situation, also morphed into flames, clashing with Smoker. After a brief skirmish, Ace's command over the flame fruit had markedly improved, which struck Yi Luo as rather inequitable. Reflecting on his own arduous journey, where he had spent countless days and nights merely mastering the basic skills, he mused that these characters from another dimension indeed had their advantages. However, having grasped Yi Luo and Smoker's intentions from their earlier actions, Ace understood that even if Smoker gained a slight upper hand, he could not force Ace into the water while simultaneously guarding against Ace's counterattacks and Yi Luo's watchful gaze. Suddenly, soldiers arriving with Seastone handcuffs appeared at the street corner, causing all three to sharpen their focus. Ace gathered his strength, striving to push Smoker away for a chance to escape, while Smoker relentlessly grappled with Ace, offering him no opportunity for resistance. Meanwhile, Yi Luo, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, infused his legs with internal energy and accelerated towards the two. Oh no, Yi Luo, you rascal. Ace immediately guessed Yi Luo's intentions upon seeing him approach. As Yi Luo's fist drew near, both Smoker and Ace instinctively transformed their bodies into their elemental forms. However, what they did not anticipate was that Yi Luo's punch would completely disregard their elemental state, striking directly at their physical forms. With a resounding boom, both Smoker and Ace plummeted into the sea. This sudden turn of events not only caught Smoker off guard, but also left the surrounding Navy personnel bewildered. Yi Luo, what are you doing? Tashiji immediately unsheathed her sword and confronted Yi Luo. If I do not act this way, how can I ensure a direct hit on Ace? Moreover, with your presence here, Colonel Smoker will be safe, will he not? Yi Luo replied with a peculiar smile. For just moments ago, as he had anticipated, after plunging into the ocean, both individuals would soon lose consciousness, prompting a notification from the system. He received a substantial amount of experience, elevating his level to 10. However, this was not the time to address such matters. Someone, immediately go down and rescue Colonel Smoker and Pirate Ace. Dasky gazed at Yi Luo, gradually retracting Shiyu. Her cherished sword, a fine blade known as Shiyu, one of the esteemed 50 works of craftsmanship. Soon enough, Ace and Smoker were retrieved by the Navy. How to describe it? Undoubtedly, as characters from the world of anime, Both regained consciousness shortly after reaching land. However, after being submerged in seawater, they found themselves utterly drained of strength. Ace, having just acquired his fruit abilities and engaged in a fierce battle with Smoker, lay on the ground, unable to move despite being awake. With a chuckle, Yuluo snapped handcuffs made of sea prism stone onto Ace. "Do not worry, I have no intention of truly capturing you. As long as you agree to meet the old man with me, I shall aid your escape," Yuluo whispered while fastening the cuffs. Ace's expression shifted slightly. He understood that this was not the moment for conversation, so he merely cast a deep glance at Yuluo before being taken away by the Navy. "Was that hockey you just used?" Smoker, having regained some composure, inquired of Yuluo after reigniting his cigar. As the leaves fell, Yuluo shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps that's the case, but it hardly concerns you." He had no desire to engage in lengthy conversation with Smoker, a fellow user of natural abilities, and was reluctant to disclose that he currently possessed only the strength for a single strike. When Vice Admiral Karp arrives in Locktown, "I shall hand over Ace to you. However, you must remain confined within the naval base for now," Smoker declared, taking a slow drag from his cigar. "That is acceptable. As long as I can transfer Ace, I will not interfere further. After all, I am a bounty hunter, and I anticipate numerous dealings with the Navy in the future. I hope you will take good care of me, Colonel," Yuluo replied, feeling quite elated at that moment. Not only had he ascended to level 10, but the situation regarding Ace had also reached a promising resolution. Subsequently, Smoker led the Navy personnel back to the base, while Yuluo returned to his inn alone. He had yet to thoroughly examine the rewards from his recent upgrade, and he silently wished for divine favor to bestow upon him a tome of advanced internal martial arts, so he could begin cultivating the Zixia divine skill tucked away in his backpack. "Congratulations, host. You have defeated the pirate.The, Ace, earning 700 experience points and 500 diamonds. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Navy Colonel Smoker, earning 800 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest, earning 500 experience points, 500 diamonds, 5,000 currency, and 1 intermediate basic skill book. The main quest has been updated. Please review it at your convenience." Indeed, he had acquired an intermediate basic skill book. Although it was merely 1 book and randomly selected from the categories of body refinement, movement technique, or mental cultivation, defeating Ace had rewarded him with 500 diamonds, enough to reach a total of 1,000. Even if he did not draw an advanced skill book for his martial arts, he could purchase one from the shop. After bathing and changing, Yuluo, wearing a solemn expression, opened the intermediate basic skill book. You have utilized the intermediate basic skill book, acquiring 1 intermediate body refinement skill book. The system detects that your primary body refinement skill can be upgraded. Would you like to use the intermediate body refinement skill book? To his dismay, it was a body refinement skill book. What he truly needed was an intermediate mental cultivation skill. Had he drawn that, he could have saved his diamonds. But it seemed he would have to purchase it from the shop. Use the intermediate body refinement skill book, without any dazzling spectacle or otherworldly phenomena. Yuluo felt only a slight enhancement in his physical prowess after using the skill book. "First, let me buy the mental cultivation skill to avert any prolonged uncertainties." Yuluo opened the shop and located the basic intermediate mental cultivation skill, clicking to purchase. You have lost 1,000 diamonds and acquired the intermediate mental cultivation skill. The system detects that your primary mental cultivation skill can be upgraded. Would you like to use the intermediate mental cultivation skill? The system's synthesis voice rang out once more. Upgrade. As the leaves fell, Yuluo exhaled deeply and confirmed his feelings. After utilizing the skill book, he distinctly sensed a surge of internal energy within him. Mobilizing this newfound power to his hands, he delivered a gentle punch, feeling its might amplify beyond measure. Yuluo's eyes sparkled with realization as he embraced the transformation brought on by his enhanced internal force. Next, he was eager to attempt the Zixia divine art. Suppressing his excitement, he promptly utilized the secret manual of the Zixia divine art from his backpack. However, a dispassionate voice from the system interrupted him, stating, "Prerequisite skill level insufficient. Please upgrade to prerequisite skill first." This announcement almost incited Yuluo to overturn the table in frustration. "Haven't I already mastered an intermediate mental technique?" he grumbled, wondering if he needed to reach full proficiency. As he grumbled, he opened the icon for the intermediate mental technique, only to be startled by its daunting requirement of 2,000 proficiency points for just the first level. This daunting realization nearly overwhelmed him. In essence, Even if he utilized skill points for an upgrade, reaching level 1 of the intermediate foundational mental technique would demand 2 skill points. Glancing at his remaining 6 skill points, Yuluo gritted his teeth and allocated 1 point. You have used a skill point. Intermediate mental technique proficiency increased by 1,000 points. Yuluo sighed, realizing that his hesitation in allocating 2 points at once was a gamble that had not paid off. Reality once again reminded him that without spending money, one could hardly make significant progress in the game. After utilizing another skill point, the first level of the intermediate mental technique swiftly progressed to level 2. And his energy finally broke through the 100-point barrier. He felt a profound difference compared to his previous battle against Ace. At the very least, he was no longer merely capable of delivering a single strike against nature-based opponents. 6,000. It has indeed increased. Yuluo observed his proficiency at level 2 with a sense of despair, sighing as he realized he had only 4 skill points left. Even if he spent them all, he could not reach full proficiency. Prerequisite skill level insufficient. Please upgrade the prerequisite skill. Faced with a shortage of skill points, Yuluo, adopting a trial-and-error approach, attempted to use the Zixia Divine Art Manual once more. Unfortunately, the system did not allow him to exploit this loophole, reiterating the need to upgrade his prerequisite skill. I refuse to believe this. If necessary, I shall become a dedicated player. It's not as if I've never done it before. What is there to fear? Yuluo declared with determination, promptly investing all his skill points. Watching his proficiency soar to 4,000, he sat down on the bed, intending to cultivate diligently at the inn until Karp's arrival. 3 days later, at the Marine base in Rogtown, within the highest command office. Where's Yuluo? Smoker inquired, puffing on a cigar as he addressed the Navy officer reporting before him. Report, Colonel. The pirate hunter Yuluo has remained in the inn since our last encounter, without venturing outside. The Navy officer responded, saluting. Go. Inform him that Vice Admiral Karp is about to arrive, and instruct him to come over. Smoker commanded decisively. Understood. The Navy officer saluted once more before promptly departing. Colonel, are we truly going to entrust Ace to him? After the Navy departed, Dashki expressed her reluctance, stating, I have inquired. And it appears that Ace is not the type of pirate who resorts to robbery for survival. Although he occasionally engages in peculiar activities, he is generally not a heinous criminal. Moreover, I suspect he has some connection with Rear Admiral Karp. Otherwise, Yuluo would not be so determined to take him to meet Karp, likely hoping to gain some advantage from the Admiral. Smoker exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Analyzing the situation, why would the Colonel allow Yuluo to succeed? Dashki pondered, perplexed. Yuluo does not strike me as a person of good character. Why permit him to take Ace to Rear Admiral Karp for a reward? Smoker gazed out at a warship faintly visible on the horizon and chuckled. That is Rear Admiral Karp. He is not someone easily deceived by a rogue like Yuluo. Were Yuluo to hear Smoker's analysis, he would likely commend him for his astuteness. However, unbeknownst to them, Yuluo's benefits did not stem from Rear Admiral Karp, but rather from the system within his mind. At that moment, Yuluo had just been interrupted from his training by the summoned Navy. What a rude fellow. Is this how one calls out to someone? Yuluo remarked coolly as he looked at the Navy soldier he had just knocked down before exiting the inn. What a loss. The ordinary sailor yielded no experience points. I should refrain from engaging with such trifling foes in the future. It's quite embarrassing. As he stepped out of the inn, he shook his head, muttering to himself upon discovering that the soldier he had defeated did not grant him experience points. While Yuluo was somewhat displeased at being interrupted mid-training, the news from the Navy brought him a measure of satisfaction. Thus, his decision to strike the Navy soldier stemmed purely from his stinginess, unwilling to forfeit even a single experience point. Even if he had to concoct a flimsy justification, he had brought the soldier down. Colonel Smoker, long time no see. Upon arriving at the Navy base, Yuluo greeted Smoker with apparent ease. Hey, kid, casually attacking the Navy is hardly the behavior of a bounty hunter, Smoker remarked, clearly displeased with Yuluo's actions against the messenger. Haha, my apologies, Colonel. It was merely that your subordinate displayed a lack of decorum while I was training. And he barged in, prompting me to give him a little lesson. Yuluo laughed. Smoker refrained from confronting Yuluo directly, as his subordinate, despite being knocked down, had suffered no real harm. Had it been otherwise, he would have approached Yuluo with hostility rather than inquiries. The warship of Rear Admiral Karp is about to dock. You may take Ace with you now. Smoker took a drag from his cigarette, regarding Yuluo with some disdain. Not a problem. So, Colonel, might it be time for you to hand over the key to the handcuffs? Yuluo smiled gently and extended his hand towards Smog. Smog stared at Yuluo in silence. and Yi Luo remained patient, standing there with a smile, as if he were entirely confident that Smog would hand him the key. After a considerable pause, Smog retrieved the key from his pocket and tossed it directly to Yi Luo. As the leaves fell, Yellow followed closely behind a naval soldier, making his way to the cell where Ace was imprisoned. "Colonel, why give him the key? What if he sets Ace free?" Dashki inquired anxiously, glancing at Smoker. "Do you recall my earlier speculation? He will not release Ace. However, Vice Admiral Garp may indeed require the key, hence it was given to him." Smoker responded slowly, exhaling several smoke rings. Dashki fell silent, saluting Smoker. "Then I shall take my men to follow them, just in case." With that, she turned and departed. And Smoker made no attempt to stop her. After all of this was merely his conjecture. What if this entire scenario was merely a performance orchestrated by Yellow and Ace? Thus, he refrained from intervening. "Oh, it seems you haven't been faring well these past few days." Yellow entered the cell, cheerfully greeting the listless Ace. "What is your purpose?" Ace, having spent days in confinement, was now acutely aware that Yellow's capture of him was not without motive. He suspected, much like Smoker, that Yellow had gleaned information about his relationship with the old man and sought to leverage it for personal gain. "Do not speak so calmly. Such a persona does not suit you. As for my purpose, you will come to know it in due time, but not now." Yellow replied with a grin. "I hope you truly will not engage in any strange antics." Ace cast a peculiar glance at Yellow, understanding that while his old man often appeared unreliable, it was merely a facade born of his formidable strength. Anyone who underestimated him would surely be the true fool. "Come now, let us go. The old man will be here shortly. I will reiterate my plan one last time. Once I bring you aboard a ship, I shall find an opportunity to hand you the key. However, you are well aware of how fearsome your old man is, so your escape will depend solely on your own skills. I can only offer you a moment's respite from his wrath. If you cannot escape then, it shall be beyond my concern." Yellow twirled the key to the sea stone handcuffs in his hand as he spoke. "What difference does that make compared to handing me over to the old man? Do you truly believe I possess the ability to escape his clutches?" Ace rolled his eyes, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Thus, the power of your flame fruit is your only trump card. The old man likely remains oblivious to your acquisition of a Logia fruit." Yellow remarked as he and Ace proceeded outward. "It's futile. Luffy is also a user of abilities, yet he has been beaten down by the old man since childhood. The old man undoubtedly knows how to wield haki," Ace stated in despair. "Then I am at a loss. Regardless, I will give you the key when the time comes. You shall handle it as you see fit. Once I deliver you to the ship, I shall take my leave." As the leaves fell, he shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. When Vice Admiral Garp's warship arrived at Fusha Village, Smoker, accompanied by the Navy station at the base, officially welcomed them at the port, while Yellow waited behind with Ace. As the ship docked, Garp descended with his aide, emanating an imposing presence that filled Yellow with admiration. "Salute. Welcome, Vice Admiral Garp," exclaimed one of Smoker's subordinates, his voice brimming with excitement. "Ah, Smoker, you haven't changed a bit," Garp responded cheerfully, his formidable demeanor dissipating upon seeing Smoker. "Vice Admiral, may I inquire about your orders for Fusha Village?" After exchanging a few pleasantries with Garp, Smoker turned to the side where Tashigi inquired. "Humph, of course. It's because of me. Do you not believe in me?" Yellow approached with a reluctant Ace, a displeased expression on his face. "Ace, you rascal. How dare you sneak off to become a pirate?" Garp roared, his gaze fixed on Ace, ignoring Yellow beside him. "I've mentioned before that I want to be a pirate. I want to see what draws pirates to this life." Ace, initially fearful, found that the presence of Garp no longer instilled the same dread as before. Garp's expression darkened at Ace's words, but he quickly regained his composure. "I've told you before, you should follow me to become an excellent marine. Forget about being a pirate. You've been captured before even leaving the East Blue, which proves you're not cut out for it. Give it up." "I will not give up," Ace declared resolutely. "Did I not say to follow me and become a marine?" Garp raised his fist in anger, aiming a blow at Ace. Ace closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impact, the childhood fear resurfacing within him. Bang. "I say, old man, have you made a mistake?" Yellow interposed himself before Ace, blocking Garp's fist. Garp looked at Yellow with curiosity, while Smoker and Garp's stoic swordsman were equally taken aback. "Ha ha ha. Kid, your strength has improved significantly. However, to block me, you still fall short." Garp laughed heartily, then vanished from Yellow's sight, only to be followed by Ace's anguished scream. As Luo observed Ace, who was writhing on the ground in agony, his head swollen and crying out in pain, He couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Vice Admiral Karp, I trust our agreement has been fulfilled? Yuluo inquired, noting the absence of any system notification confirming the completion of his task. Having just dealt a blow to Ace and feeling quite invigorated, Karp nodded with a smile and replied, Indeed, our agreement is accomplished. However, I seem to recall not having promised you any conditions, did I? Correct? I have no need for your conditions. It is merely imperative that we adhere to our agreement. At that moment, as Karp nodded, Yuluo received a system prompt indicating the successful completion of his task, prompting him to respond with a smile. Kid, come with me to Marineford. You possess considerable potential. Karp expressed surprise, having anticipated that Yuluo might seize the opportunity to make a request, yet the latter remained silent, leading Karp to inquire further. Initially intending to decline, Yuluo found himself in contemplation, for the system had bestowed upon him another task. Side quest. Join the Navy. Task rewards. 200 diamonds, 200 experience, 100,000 currency. Although the rewards were modest, every little bit counts, and joining the Navy would grant him access to a plethora of skilled Marines at Marineford, alleviating his concerns about gaining experience. Hey, are you truly considering joining the Navy? You should come aboard my ship instead. Ace, noticing Yuluo's apparent interest, approached him with a hint of anxiety. According to their previous plan, Yuluo was supposed to hand over the key to Ace and assist him in his escape. However, if Yuluo were to join the Navy, would he still honor their agreement? This uncertainty rendered Ace visibly apprehensive. Rest assured, I have promised to set you free, and I shall do so. However, your ability to escape will ultimately depend on your own prowess. Yuluo replied with a gentle smile as he unlocked Ace's sea stone handcuffs. Haha, what do you say, Yuluo? Come with me. Ace once again extended an invitation to Yuluo. At the very moment Ace spoke, Yuluo received yet another side quest. Side quest, join the Black Spade Pirates. Task rewards, 200 diamonds, 200 experience, 100,000 currency. It seemed he was now faced with a choice between two quests, akin to selecting a faction after reaching level 10 in a game. Yuluo gazed at Ace with a hint of astonishment, recalling that in the original narrative, Ace was a captain who cherished his comrades deeply. The current circumstances, where Ace had audaciously extended an invitation to him, indicated his earnestness. Colonel, he is indeed untrustworthy. As Yuluo unlocked Ace's handcuffs, Dasky, holding Shiyu, spoke with a grave demeanor. However, both Smoker and Karp appeared indifferent, merely smiling as they observed the two. So, it seems you have chosen the path of a pirate? Mused Karp's aloof swordsman, casting a casual glance at Yuluo. No, I have no intention of becoming a pirate. Ace is my friend, and I have fulfilled my promise by handing him over to the old man. Therefore, as a friend, I must rescue him, no matter the cost. Yuluo asserted, shaking his head. Ha ha ha, young lad, it seems that your growth and strength has instilled a sense of confidence within you. Karp exclaimed with hearty laughter upon hearing Yuluo's response. Ace, you go ahead. Do not worry about me, Yuluo said gravely, watching as Karp stepped forward. Meanwhile, Ace, who had originally stood beside him, had already dashed several meters away, waving cheerfully at Yuluo as if bidding farewell. As the leaves fell, Yuluo's expression darkened. He forced himself to suppress the urge to strike at Ace and turned to face Rear Admiral Karp once more. Humph! Smoker, transformed into smoke, let out a cold snort and pursued Ace relentlessly. I have said it before. You shall not pass unless you defeat me. Yuluo gathered his energy and deftly evaded the smoky form of Smoker. Your mastery of hockey has indeed strengthened. Smoker, having returned to his corporeal form, regarded Yuluo with caution. Ha ha, what an interesting little fellow. Stand back. I shall handle this. Karp removed his cloak emblazoned with the word justice from his back and approached Yuluo with clenched fists. 3 minutes later, Yuluo was dragged out from the rubble like a defeated dog by a cold and aloof swordsman under Karp's command. Rear Admiral. The soldiers just reported that Ace has already set sail towards Reverse Mountain. Smoker glanced at the unconscious Yuluo and reported to Karp. Ahaha. That was too exhilarating. I completely forgot about the main task. No matter, there isn't enough time now. We shall capture him next time. Let us return. Karp, casting a glance towards the direction Ace had departed, donned his cloak once more and laughed heartily as he returned to the warship. Colonel Dasbones observed as Yuluo was hoisted onto the warship by the aloof swordsman and called out to Smoker. Let us go. Perhaps we will gain an extraordinary ally in our navy. Smoker took a puff from his cigar and made his way to his motorcycle, remarking 2 days later. In the doldrums, Is this truly the doldrums? Wasn't it said to be a haven for sea kings? Why have I not seen a single one? Yi Luo, feeling revitalized, stood on the deck, surveying his surroundings, and inquired of the aloof swordsman. After departing from Log Town aboard Karp's warship, Yi Luo regained consciousness, his formidable recovery abilities allowing him to feel vigorous once more that very day. In fact, fueled by the desire for vengeance against Karp for knocking him out, Yi Luo challenged every Navy personnel aboard the warship once again. He could no longer gain experience from ordinary soldiers, yet he could still obtain it from the officers. Moreover, over the past 2 days, he discovered through experimentation that after defeating an opponent and gaining experience, he could not earn any further from repeated victories against the same adversary. However, by the following day, he could once again gain experience from those officers of lesser strength, akin to monsters respawning in a game. The stronger the opponent, the longer the interval for gaining experience. You are not here to admire the scenery, you lackey. The aloof swordsman cast a sidelong glance at Yi Luo and spoke softly. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression darkened. Indeed, his current identity was that of a mere foot soldier in the Navy, having boarded Karp's ship. He had no choice but to join the Navy, thus fulfilling a certain task. However, Karp did not extend any favors, despite Yi Luo's considerable strength. He still began as a lowly recruit. Yet, once they arrived at Marineford and he registered at the headquarters, he could officially transition into an honorable third-class rookie of the Navy. My task is complete. Yi Luo glanced at the officer in charge of him, who was currently engaged in work that rightfully belonged to him. Humph. The Navy has its own rules. Respecting superiors is the foremost principle, the aloof swordsman declared coolly. Hey. Yi Luo whistled and turned to leave for his cleaning duties. In truth, Yi Luo was not exercising his strength to oppress his superior. Rather, the officer was well aware that it was merely a matter of time before Yi Luo would rise above. So he had quietly taken it upon himself to perform Yi Luo's tasks. The aloof swordsman was not targeting Yi Luo specifically. Rather, he was vexed due to their earlier sparring match, in which he had failed to defeat Yi Luo. Indeed, had it not been for the existence of the moonwalk, he would have truly lost, which added to his irritation. Haha, how about that? His rate of growth is rather swift, isn't it? Karp, sitting beneath a sunshade and munching on a donut, spoke cheerfully to his subordinates. The aloof swordsman remained silent, although it was not a life-and-death struggle. Yi Luo's performance had taken him by surprise, especially the formidable ability reminiscent of Haki. Overall, Yi Luo was more than twice as powerful compared to their last encounter. Is this Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy? Yi Luo stood at the port of Marineford, gazing at the magnificent structure and marveling aloud. Haha, kid, soak it all in. This will be your home from now on. Karp patted Yi Luo on the shoulder with a smile. Then, what should I do now, Admiral? Yi Luo turned, asking with a hint of exasperation. Yes, upon their arrival at Marineford, the soldiers on the ship had scattered to their respective homes, leaving Yi Luo alone and unsure of his next steps. First, head to the recruit registration area. There will be someone there to guide you on what to do next. The aloof swordsman, having appeared behind Yi Luo at some point, pointed towards a small building in the distance. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shrugged off his farewells to Karp and the aloof swordsman, making his way towards the new recruits reporting area. Shortly after registering his information, he was issued 4 sets of third-class soldier uniforms, 2 for summer and 2 for winter, and assigned to a 6-person dormitory. Each morning commenced with physical exercises at 6 o'clock, followed by lessons on the naval manual for the new recruits in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, and a designated rest period in the evening. The mess hall was located nearby, with fixed dining hours that must not be missed. Otherwise, there would be no meals available. Additionally, there was a family quarter for the Navy, which should not be visited without reason, as it was akin to a small town where supplies could be procured. On the way to the dormitory, an experienced naval veteran shared some fundamental information with Yi Luo. How can I set sail to capture pirates? Yi Luo pondered for a moment before inquiring. New recruits are not permitted to go to sea. Only after you complete your training period will you be able to embark. There are 2 methods. One is through assignment from above, which is mandated. This constitutes a task that must be fulfilled, with approximately 4 assignments per year. However, this is uncertain, as when the officers set sail, they will require soldiers, and you will accompany them. The other method involves registering at the supply office, allowing you to join an officer on their mission at sea. The veteran regarded Yi Luo with curiosity and continued. What rank must one attain to freely set sail and capture pirates? How does promotion within the Navy work? Yi Luo reflected for a moment before asking. Do you truly wish to go to sea? It is not so simple. To command a warship, one must possess not only rank but also capability. As for promotions, our Navy employs a merit system. As a soldier, every time you set sail, you will earn merit. Furthermore, exemplary performance is another means of acquiring merit. You will gradually learn more about it. The veteran chuckled and addressed Yi Luo. In his eyes, Yi Luo was merely a youth with dreams, and the Navy thrived on such fresh vitality to continually flourish. After escorting Yi Luo to the dormitory, the veteran departed, leaving Yi Luo as the sole occupant, while the other recruits were likely engaged in training. Character attributes. As the leaves fall, a silent chant resonates within. Nickname: Leaf Fall. Race: Human. Life: 10, 801, 080. Energy: 103, 103. Strength: 92. Speed: 89. Skills: Intermediate Body Refinement Level 1, Intermediate Mind Method Level 2, Beginner Body Technique Level 3. Experience: 1. 023 for 150, 000. Combat Power: 806. Comprehensive Evaluation. At this moment, you may be considered a minor superhuman. Level: 10. Diamonds. 2. 200. Skill points. 0. Upon closing the character attributes, he reopened his backpack. Apart from novice clothing and a white long knife, as well as the inaccessible purple Mist secret manual, it contained merely his personal belongings. After a slight organization, he discovered a chicken leg within the backpack, a morsel capable of restoring a modicum of vitality. This chicken leg was a reward from a lottery he won after completing a task. Indeed, that lottery occurred after he successfully captured Ace, yielding merely a chicken leg worth 10 diamonds, leaving Leaf Fall astounded, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Thus, with over 2,000 diamonds on his person, he refrained from further attempts at the lottery. He intended to save until he reached 900 diamonds to engage in 10 consecutive draws, a feature unlocked after reaching level 10. Based on his conjecture, a 10 consecutive draw should guarantee a decent reward, with a significant probability of receiving something valuable in the initial attempt. Hence, he opted not to purchase the Intermediate Body Technique manual, waiting instead to accumulate enough for a substantial draw. However, judging by the current information, he surmised that he would remain at the naval headquarters for a considerable duration before having the opportunity to set sail. Consequently, apart from system tasks, he would entirely lose his source of diamonds. Thus, he contemplated whether to first exchange for the foundational 3 skills, elevating them to their utmost level, ensuring that he would not be hindered by any future manuals encountered. During this period, the sight of the Purple Mist secret manual in his backpack tormented him, as its potential remained tantalizingly out of reach, far more frustrating than its absence. Early the next morning, Leaf Fall donned his attire and set off with fellow soldiers for morning exercises. After a simple, albeit somewhat tedious day, he sought out a secluded spot to begin cultivating his inner energy, nearing proficiency. This day marked his first at the Navy, compelling him to maintain a low profile while gathering intelligence, all the while awaiting the completion of his intermediate mind method to study the Purple Mist divine skill. Days later, when the system notified him that his intermediate mind method had reached level 3, Leaf Fall was nearly overcome with joy. Throughout this period, he had devoted every spare moment to cultivation, and now he could finally practice the Purple Mist divine skill. Swiftly, he accessed his backpack, selected the manual, and clicked to use it. You have utilized the Purple Mist divine skill, Intermediate Mind Method Manual. You have lost the Purple Mist divine skill manual. Upon completion, Leaf Fall felt a significant reduction in his inner energy as the chi cultivated from the Intermediate Mind Method transformed into a variant imbued with a hint of purple aura. The power derived from this was indeed worthy of an Intermediate Mind Method Manual. Yi Luo eagerly experimented with the inner strength of the Zixia divine art. Indeed, even a mere thread of inner energy surpassed the small surge he had previously experienced. Moreover, his current inner strength exhibited remarkable resilience. Even in the absence of any martial techniques, the energy he unleashed felt continuous and ethereal, akin to drifting clouds, and he found it increasingly effortless to control. That afternoon, during physical training, Yi Luo boldly challenged the training instructor, defeating him with a single move, which stirred quite a commotion. Who was this person? I had never witnessed such prowess from him before. How did he become so formidable so suddenly? His strength could rival that of a new recruit in the training camp. Could it not? Do you even know? Entry into the training camp requires a certain level of skill. Without the proper credentials, it is impossible to gain access. I suspect you are the one who is uninformed. I heard that this individual was personally brought back by Vice Admiral Garp from the East Sea. So, he is affiliated with Vice Admiral Garp. That certainly explains everything. As Yi Luo returned to the dormitory amidst the discussions of his peers, he had just deliberately provoked the instructor, wagering his participation in physical training against a duel. He had achieved his objective. Not only was he exempt from training, but he had also established his reputation. However, upon his return, unbeknownst to him, news of his victory over the rookie instructor began to circulate throughout Marin Vondo, albeit with significant embellishments. The most prevalent rumor suggested that Yi Luo had ambushed the instructor while he was unsuspecting, using this as a pretext to refuse training. Additionally, there were whispers claiming that Yi Luo possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user, even speculating that he might be a rare Logia type, with declarations of intent to defeat several admirals and take their place. In the infirmary of Marin Vondo, the injured rookie instructor lay on the bed, struggling to sit up. "It's all right. If you're injured, you should rest. I merely came to inquire about the situation," said a man clad in a Navy captain's uniform, approaching with a smile and patting the rookie instructor on the shoulder. Feeling embarrassed, the rookie instructor replied, "To my shame, I wasn't injured much. I simply failed to withstand even a single move from Yi Luo." What exactly transpired? The captain furrowed his brow and asked. Prior to his visit, he had heard whispers of a rookie defeating the rookie instructor in an ambush, and since this instructor had previously been under his command, he had come to seek clarification. With a rueful smile, the rookie instructor explained, "I have heard the rumors circulating outside as well, but it was indeed Yi Luo who issued the challenge, attacking only after I accepted the wager of not participating in training. The entire confrontation was conducted honorably. It was merely a case of my subordinate being outmatched. Well, if it is indeed a matter of skill, there is little more to say. However, a rookie refusing to participate in training is absolutely unacceptable. Not even you have the authority to grant him such permission. Rest assured, I will handle this matter," the captain remarked, nodding seriously at the rookie instructor before departing. The rookie instructor watched the captain leave, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately swallowing his words. Deep down, he felt that even if the captain intervened personally, he would still not be a match for Yi Luo, yet he dared not voice this thought. At that moment, Yi Luo had just completed his training and was preparing to head to the dining hall for dinner. Unfortunately, missing the designated time meant he would have to fend for himself regarding food, and as his strength grew, so too did his appetite. "You are Yi Luo?" An officer stood at the entrance of the rookie dormitory, blocking his path. "Sir, greetings. I am the rookie Yi Luo. How may I assist you?" After the leaves fell, Yi Luo respectfully inquired. Captain Talon, the instructor for new recruits, nodded to himself. Initially, he harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Yi Luo due to the rumors he had heard. However, after meeting the new recruit instructor, he realized he had misjudged him. Upon encountering Yi Luo in person, he immediately formed a more favorable opinion of this courteous youth. It was undeniable that Yi Luo, having cultivated the Zixia divine art, exuded an aura of righteousness. Nonetheless, the new recruit camp had never permitted exemptions from physical training, so Talon felt compelled to rectify his subordinate's error. Thus, he directly addressed Yi Luo, saying, "I have heard that you defeated your instructor this afternoon?" In response to Captain Talon's inquiry, Yi Luo nodded, replying with neither arrogance nor servility, "Yes, I believe that continuing to train alongside everyone holds little significance for me. Therefore, I requested to train independently from the instructor, who deemed it necessary to test my capabilities first. If I could surpass him, he would grant me the exemption from physical training." Captain Talon nodded, believing Yi Luo's actions were justified. However, he was somewhat troubled at that moment. "Young man, while your reasoning is sound, the Navy has its regulations, and recklessly breaking these rules is not advisable," Talon remarked with a furrowed brow. "What do you mean, Captain?" Yi Luo asked, somewhat displeased. "What is this? The instructor clearly agreed to my exemption from training, so why the change now?" Despite the captain's tone indicating guidance, Yi Luo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Go participate in the training. I will personally design your physical training regimen," Captain Talon said with a smile. In his view, it was a significant honor for a captain to personally create a training plan for a new recruit. "All right, I accept the captain's proposal, but I believe we should engage in a sparring match first, allowing you to assess my abilities, which would enable you to devise a more suitable training plan." Yi Luo replied with a smile, eagerly nodding in agreement. Just moments ago, he had received a notification from the system, "Accept side quest. Defeat Captain Talon. Quest rewards, 500 diamonds, 1,000 experience, 200,000 currency. Captain Talon raised an eyebrow, observing the eager Yi Luo, and smiled. Very well, since you insist, let us begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Luo swiftly launched himself toward Captain Talon. Come at me. Captain Talon responded, not shying away, and countered with equal force and speed. It was evident that this naval captain, even at the rank of captain, possessed formidable prowess. After exchanging dozens of blows, the two separated. And Yi Luo gazed at the slightly panting Captain Talon, contemplating. Impressive, young man. I admit I underestimated you, however, as a battle-hardened veteran. I will not be outdone by a newcomer like you. Prepare to face my full strength. Captain Talon declared, drawing the weapon hanging at his waist and addressing Yi Luo. Let us see what you've got. Yi Luo smiled faintly, realizing that he had not exerted his full strength, apart from his internal energy. He had not fully showcased his physical prowess. 3 minutes later, Captain Talon's weapon was sent flying by Yi Luo, who stood with sweat glistening on his brow, panting heavily on one knee. So, Captain, may I freely arrange my schedule for tomorrow? Yi Luo inquired with a gentle smile, calming the internal energy within him. Earlier, Yi Luo had indeed harnessed his internal energy, which had significantly enhanced his speed, allowing him to disarm Captain Talon effortlessly. The newcomers are truly formidable. Captain Talon shook his head, a wry smile adorning his face as he remarked, although there are distinctions in rank within our navy, strength remains an undeniably vital aspect. Having lost to you, I am naturally unable to continue your instruction. As for your physical training tomorrow, I shall report to my superior. Yi Luo nodded with a smile, agreeing, and then joyfully made his way towards the dining hall. He was open to such matters and, in truth, he did not genuinely wish to neglect physical training, as he had yet to commence his regimen for intermediate body refinement, which naturally required exercise. However, in comparison to physical conditioning, the Zixiao divine art was his foremost focus at present, particularly since the initial level demanded a staggering proficiency of 7,000 points, which was quite daunting. Moreover, given the recent circumstances, it was conceivable that the next naval officer might present him with additional tasks. Currently stationed at the naval headquarters, there were no bounty criminals to apprehend. Thus tasks became his primary source of diamonds, and the more, the merrier. Before Lieutenant Talon could report to the commander, the news of their sparring at the new recruit's dormitory spread like wildfire to Marin Fando. Kapu, that lad was brought back by you, wasn't he? Marshal Sengoku inquired, glancing at the intelligence report on the table, directing his question towards the munching Vice Admiral Kapu. What? When did I bring anyone back? Kapu had completely forgotten about Yi Luo. Sengoku, slightly exasperated, looked at Kapu. He was well aware of his old comrade's temperament. Casting a glance at the report depicting Yi Luo clad in naval recruit attire, Sengoku fell into contemplation. Oh, you mean Yi Luo? Defeating a lieutenant is hardly remarkable. My entire crew has been thoroughly trounced by him to the point of losing their will to fight. Kapu, who had mysteriously appeared behind Sengoku, exclaimed upon recognizing Yi Luo's image in the report. Sengoku felt a headache brewing as several exclamation marks popped up in his mind. What do you propose we do with him? Sengoku asked, suppressing his irritation. Why arrange anything? Let him soak in the atmosphere of the Navy. Isn't that beneficial? I fear he might be disappointed once he actually attains a position. Kapu chuckled, though his words hinted at an underlying meaning. Sengoku fell silent for a moment before he fed Yi Luo's intelligence report to the goat beside him. The goat bleated happily and promptly devoured the paper handed to it by Sengoku. Meanwhile, Yi Luo, dining in the cafeteria, distinctly felt the gaze of those around him. His exploits had already spread, granting him a modicum of fame. After finishing his meal, he returned to the dormitory, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell eerily silent as his roommates noticed his arrival, promptly closing their mouths. Am I interrupting your conversation? Yi Luo tilted his head and inquired. No. We were merely discussing your defeat of Lieutenant Talon. Yi Luo, what is your current strength? Can you truly best the officers? One of his roommates, who shared a slightly closer rapport with him, hesitantly queried. Yi Luo smiled as he walked toward his bed, remarking, It is difficult to say. The abilities of the officers vary, and without having fought them, I cannot truly ascertain my own strength. Then why are you still in the training camp? Given your prowess? It seems plausible that you could already hold an officer's rank, his roommate exclaimed excitedly, as if he had already reached such heights himself. Becoming a naval officer is not solely about strength, Yi Luo replied with a wry smile. Upon arriving at the naval headquarters, Yi Luo had realized that his capabilities would likely suffice to contend with a colonel. After all, he had encountered Smoker in Logue Town, who held that rank. However, Smoker was no ordinary colonel. He hailed from the naval training camp and was mentored by the former admiral, Zephyr. Thus, it was evident that a standard colonel would not pose a challenge to Yi Luo at this juncture, but ascending further in rank remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the instructors at the naval training camp gathered to deliberate on how to address Yi Luo's situation. The following day, as Yi Luo joined his peers for morning exercises, he felt the weight of their gazes upon him. Unlike any other day, the eyes of many were fixed on him, for they had witnessed his victory over Lieutenant Talon at the dormitory entrance, sparking a surge of curiosity among his fellow recruits. "Silence, everyone. I am here to announce an appointment." "New recruit Yi Luo, step forward," bellowed the chief instructor, surveying the sea of recruits before him. "Yes," Yi Luo responded, briskly stepping out of line. "In light of your abilities, the entire instructional staff has cast their votes. As of today, you are officially graduated from the training camp. Following the morning exercises, you may proceed to the logistics office to collect your new uniform and identification badge," the chief instructor declared with a smile directed at Yi Luo. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an outcome. Initially, he had anticipated that someone would come to educate him, which would have provided an opportunity to acquire more diamonds. Indeed, he expressed his gratitude to the chief instructor after performing a courteous bow, preparing to return to the ranks. The chief instructor, with a look of satisfaction, placed a reassuring hand on Yi Luo's shoulder, stating that with his capabilities, he would likely ascend quickly after officially joining the Navy. He hoped Yi Luo would remain true to his principles and dedicate himself to aiding the common folk, embodying the justice that resided within him. Confusion enveloped Yi Luo, despite undergoing daily indoctrination sessions about the Navy. He had grown immune to such brainwashing due to having lived through an era of information explosion on Earth. Often, he found himself meditating rather than absorbing the lessons. Consequently, he harbored no concept of the Navy's so-called justice, and instead, his experiences watching anime on Earth had left him with a distaste for the Navy's hypocritical facade, which sometimes engaged in deeds even more despicable than those of pirates. However, all of this was inconsequential to Yi Luo at present. The priority was to enhance his own strength. As for the future, whether he would continue as a Navy officer or break away from it was uncertain. After the morning drills, Yi Luo proceeded to the logistics department. Upon completing the necessary formalities, he was assigned to serve under a major named Branu. Paying little heed to the assignment, he swiftly submitted a request to set sail, but the staff instructed him to await further communication. Thus, Yi Luo followed another staff member to the dormitory allocated by the Navy. This dormitory proved to be significantly superior to the recruit camp, featuring shared accommodations for two. However, his roommate was also absent, allowing Yi Luo to continue his cultivation in peace. Over the ensuing days of training, he discovered that the early morning hours, when the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, yielded the most fruitful results in his practice of the purple mist technique, surpassing his usual progress by more than double. Yet, the brevity of this time underscored the necessity for continuous practice. On the following day, Yi Luo sought out Major Branu to report for duty. Upon encountering the Major, with his striking green hair, Yi Luo was momentarily stunned, not for any other reason but because he recognized him. Although he had not known the Major's name before, he had indeed seen him in an anime. This was the same individual who presided over the meeting that set the bounty on Luffy after his first reward was announced. Affectionately dubbed the meeting king among fans as the Navy's sole officially designated secretary. "Good day, Major. I am Yi Luo, the new recruit assigned to your command." Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Luo first saluted with respect. Major Branu set aside the documents he was examining and smiled, saying, "I know of you, the recruit who graduated early. While I am surprised you were assigned to my unit, it is not uncommon for exceptional talents to emerge within the Navy every few years." As Yi Luo listened to Branu's words, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. The collective training sessions must continue as usual, even though I am aware that such training holds little significance for you. However, I can offer you the privilege of determining your own training methods during this time. Though attendance is mandatory, this is an essential process for your integration into the Navy. As for the remaining hours, you may allocate them as you wish. Branu, evidently aware of Yi Luo's circumstances, took the initiative to clarify this matter in advance. "Understood, Major." Yi Luo nodded in reply. Since he had yet to commence his intermediate physical training, he was not averse to the physical exercises. Branu regarded Yi Luo with some surprise to his knowledge. Luo did not particularly enjoy collective physical training, which had led him to confront the new recruit instructors and subsequently graduate early from the boot camp. Moreover, I have heard that you have applied for a seafaring mission. I must inform you that my role seldom requires me to go to sea, and consequently, the soldiers under my command rarely embark on maritime tasks. Rather, they are primarily engaged in various clerical assignments involving research and documentation. However, given your situation, if you are assigned to another seafaring mission, it may also count towards my workload. Rana chuckled, extending goodwill towards Luo. This was a token of appreciation for Luo's earlier concession in agreeing to participate in the training. Thank you, Major. Luo recognized the goodwill being offered and expressed his gratitude respectfully. Now, go and attend your training. I will reach out to you directly if I need anything. Bernu waved his hand dismissively toward Luo. Meanwhile, in the military supply department, a woman, the alluring Tina with her pale pink center-parted long hair and violet-tinted sunglasses perched atop her head, held Luo's request for a seafaring assignment with disdain. So this is the pirate hunter Smoker spoke of? I am not fond of him, she remarked resolutely. Indeed, Major Tina, replied a staff member, gazing at Tina with admiration. Nonetheless, his potential is significant, and he possesses a sense of justice. At that moment, Captain Taryn, who had previously sparred with Luo, entered the room. After greeting Tina, he added, Is that so? It seems Tina needs to reassess him. Let us assign him to your ship, as you will be embarking on a voyage soon. After nodding at Taryn, Major Tina instructed the staff member, who promptly acknowledged her and began processing the necessary paperwork. Shortly, Luo would be notified of his boarding time, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Unbeknownst to Luo, who was engrossed in his training while donning weighted gear, he was the subject of discussion. Is that guy truly a private? One of the Navy soldiers training alongside Luo stared in disbelief, questioning. Indeed, I heard that due to his prowess, he was granted early graduation from boot camp, whispered another soldier, seemingly cautious of Luo overhearing their conversation. Is this for real? Why doesn't such a prodigy attend the officer training camp? Moreover, some bewildered Navy soldiers inquired, Pray tell, is it a place accessible to anyone? Although Luo's prowess was commendable, it was merely in comparison to our own. Furthermore, his age exceeded ours. As the monsters within the camp had been cultivated from a young age, as a knowledgeable individual cryptically responded. Nevertheless, all of this was irrelevant to Luo, who was diligently training at that moment. At least the training equipment at the naval headquarters was abundant, allowing for a rapid enhancement of Luo's physical skills. Private Luo, your request to set sail has been arranged. Please assemble at the port at 8 o'clock next week. Following the morning's training, a communications soldier promptly approached Luo to inform him of the sailing assignment. So soon, the news arrived as a delightful surprise. Although the specifics of the mission remained unknown, the prospect of encountering pirates was exhilarating, especially considering the multitude of notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million on the Grand Line. In the ensuing days, Luo commenced an intense regimen of training, unwilling to face a bounty hunter at sea and be incapacitated by a lack of strength. His rigorous training intensity instilled a sense of trepidation among fellow naval soldiers. And even his superior, Colonel Branu, had intervened on several occasions to advise him to ensure adequate rest. A week later, upon arriving at the port and spotting Colonel Tina aboard the warship, Luo felt an unusual sensation wash over him. Colonel Tina, I am Private Luo. Reporting as ordered. Luo saluted and proclaimed, Do you know Tina? Colonel Tina regarded him with curiosity and inquired, I have heard Colonel Smoker mention you. According to his description, the alluring woman who smokes ladies' cigarettes must surely be you. Luo sighed and replied. In truth, Smoker had never mentioned Tina, however. A woman of her stature within the Navy was undeniably famous, and any fan of One Piece would recall her catchphrase, being a user of the barrier fruit. Her fruit ability was formidable, enabling her to create barriers from any part of her body to confine adversaries, the strength of which rivaled that of iron. I find it hard to believe Smoker would speak of me, Tina retorted, though it was evident that her spirits had brightened considerably. Indeed, Smoker and Tina maintained correspondence, and he must have relayed information about me, as he was well aware that I had been taken under the wing of the old man Garp. Upon boarding the vessel, Luo observed Tina returning to the cabin for rest, and he silently contemplated the tedium of life at sea. Since the day he first encountered Tina, he had not exchanged a single word with her. His days were consumed by the completion of his duties as a sailor, the cultivation of the Zixia divine skill, and the incessant challenges posed to the naval officers. In fact, on the very next day after boarding, Yi Luo had challenged every naval officer on the ship, save for Tina herself. Although lacking in experience, these encounters yielded some modest gains. The ordinary soldiers, however, were mercilessly disregarded due to their inexperience. Moreover, with the exception of Tina's aide, who required a full third day to accumulate further experience, all other officers were refreshed by the second day. Thus, Yi Luo relentlessly pursued them with challenges, much to the dismay of the officers, who now took to avoiding him whenever he appeared on deck. "My lord, is it prudent to allow this to continue?" Tina's aide expressed his concerns, observing Yi Luo wandering the deck alone, with no officers in sight. While the soldiers gathered to witness the spectacle, it was a dilemma for Tina to intervene, as he had not harmed anyone. Taking a puff from her cigarette, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she spoke. "Alas," sighed the aide, at a loss for words. Perhaps due to her role as Tina's aide, she was only challenged every other day by Yi Luo, but what good did that serve? "Hey, Yi Luo, have the officers hidden away again today?" called out a nearby naval soldier, grinning as he greeted Yi Luo amidst the gathering crowd. As the leaves fell, he shrugged and remarked, "Initially, it was merely a means to alleviate the boredom of sailing, and I never anticipated it would cause such significant distress to the officers. Whoever is willing, please convey my message. I do not intend to challenge them, and they need not hide any longer." "Are you truly not challenging them?" a sergeant inquired, emerging with delight from a large wooden barrel that was originally intended for holding wine. Yi Luo was startled by his sudden appearance, chuckling as he said, "Indeed, I truly shall not challenge you anymore. However, I must say, your hiding spot is quite concealed. I searched for quite a while without success. If you could easily find me, how would I maintain my reputation?" replied the sergeant, a hearty laugh escaping him. "No more challenges then, let us go. I shall treat you to a drink." "Very well, but you must ensure that the food and drink are plentiful," Yi Luo responded with a resigned smile. He felt a sense of helplessness in giving up the challenge. With only a handful of officers aboard, it was becoming increasingly embarrassing to take advantage of them. Moreover, the experience gained was not substantial, leading Yi Luo to forego the pursuit altogether. After nearly 10 days of sailing, the warship finally reached its destination. This time, Tina had come forth to capture the notorious pirate, the Lone Wolf Jax, who had a bounty of 55 million. The adversary was exceptionally cunning, having laid waste to several villages in a small kingdom while evading the royal army, ultimately taking advantage of the army's absence from the capital. He executed a robbery that resulted in a catastrophic loss for the royal family. Thus, the headquarters had dispatched Tina to apprehend the Lone Wolf. Upon nearing the target bay, Tina succinctly outlined the mission. Recent intelligence indicated that the Lone Wolf was recuperating on a nearby isle. The plan was to first sink his pirate ship before landing and capturing him. After briefly assigning tasks, Tina pointed towards the faint outline of the island ahead and said, "Yi Luo, I am aware of your commendable strength. However, once the battle commences, I hope you will refrain from acting recklessly." Once the orders were given, Tina sought Yi Luo privately, understanding that such prodigies often preferred to operate by their own methods, much like Smoker. Nevertheless, she wished for Yi Luo to maintain his composure, particularly aboard her vessel. "Yes, Colonel. However, if possible, may I be entrusted with the capture of that Smoker? His indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is utterly heinous." Yi Luo feigned a righteous demeanor to suit his aims. "Let us assess the situation as it unfolds." Tina nodded in satisfaction. Besides, with Yi Luo's strength combined with her own, the mission appeared almost assured. After all, she was the commanding officer, and even if Yi Luo captured the Lone Wolf, the credit would largely accrue to her. As they approached the island, Tina refrained from launching an immediate assault, opting instead to send a reconnaissance unit ashore. This was to ascertain the enemy's location and check whether any innocent civilians remained in the port. "Colonel, we have arrived at the island, but there are no signs of life in the town. The pirate ship confirmed to belong to the Lone Wolf Jax is indeed the Wolf's Head." Tina stood on the deck, listening intently to the report from the reconnaissance team, relayed through the transponder snail. Yi Luo, somewhat astonished, glanced at Tina. According to prior intelligence, the enemy was supposed to be an exceedingly ruthless pirate, and the villagers on the island had likely fallen victim to his brutality. "Remain in position and await orders. Target the main cannon on Tina's command, and prepare to destroy the enemy's pirate ship." Tina's complexion darkened noticeably. After ordering the advance team to stand by, she commanded the warships to unleash their full firepower upon the pirate ship, Wolf No. 1. The thunderous barrage echoed across the sea. The Navy's might was unparalleled, and with just one concentrated volley, the pirate vessel moored at the harbor was obliterated. All hands, disembark. Tina extinguished her cigarette and issued the command. Yes. The Navy personnel were acutely aware of the recent news. The ordinary citizens of a small island had been mercilessly slaughtered. Their sense of justice was shattered, and a palpable fury surged within them, even affecting Yi Luo, though he did not endorse the Navy's version of justice. The brutality of the situation starkly revealed the grim reality of the world governed by pirates. Colonel, there were no signs of life in the town when we attacked the pirate ship. After saluting, the sergeant reported to Tina. Search the area. Tina refused to believe that their pirate vessel could be here while the crew was absent. Tina squinted her eyes and remarked, Colonel, I request to join the search. Yi Luo stepped forward, saluting as he reported. Granted. If you encounter the enemy, do not engage immediately. Signal first. Tina nodded and assigned a small team of Navy personnel to Yi Luo. Report. No signs detected to the east. Report. No signs detected to the west. Report. There are findings at the tavern. As Yi Luo and his team traversed the terrain, they were equipped with communication devices, allowing them to remain informed of the Navy's developments. Let us proceed in that direction, Yi Luo asserted, having gathered all available intelligence. It appeared that aside from discovering a hidden passage within the tavern of the town, no other leads had surfaced. He then turned his gaze towards the imposing mountains behind the town and spoke in a low voice. Captain Yi, should we not report to the colonel first? Suggested one of the Navy soldiers. Time is of the essence. Since no discoveries have been made within the town, it is highly probable that the adversary is concealed within the mountains. We have just arrived. They cannot have fled far. Delaying any further could prove detrimental, Yi Luo explained. Furrowing his brow, I concur with Captain Yi's assessment, but are we not too few in number? Remarked another Navy soldier, who often shared drinks with Yi Luo, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, you shall remain here while I scout ahead. Should I encounter the enemy, I will signal you. Even if they become aware of my presence, my capabilities will allow me to evade capture. Yi Luo contemplated before declaring. That is unacceptable. Colonel Tina has specifically instructed us to accompany you. The soldiers protested in unison. Then, if we do encounter them, prioritize your retreat and summon reinforcements. I shall hold them off. Yi Luo conceded after witnessing their resolve. Initially, he had intended to confront the enemy alone, thus claiming the bounty entirely for himself. Half an hour later, Yi Luo's team finally discerned signs of human activity within the mountains. Quickly, inform Colonel Tina. Leave 2 individuals here to await her, while the rest follow my lead. Yi Luo commanded, invigorated by the discovery. Ah, how swiftly you have found us. However, notifying the other Navy personnel is out of the question. Before the communication soldier could reach out to Colonel Tina, a bald pirate, flanked by 4 or 5 henchmen, surrounded Yi Luo's team. Who are you? Yi Luo inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar pirate before him. Haha, no wonder you don't recognize our vice captain. We are all Navy soldiers. Behold. You stand before the vice captain of the Wolf Pack pirate crew, Red Wolf Weiss. One of the pirate henchmen chuckled, noting the Navy uniforms. The notorious Red Wolf Weiss. With a bounty of 17 million. The Navy soldiers behind Yi Luo exclaimed in astonishment, clearly aware of the pirate's infamous reputation. Indeed. It seems you possess some knowledge of my name. The bald pirate boasted, brandishing a knife while stroking his gleaming head with a smug grin. Having a bounty is all well and good, but before the main course, let us indulge in some appetizers. Protect yourselves. Yi Luo replied with a peculiar smile before vanishing from sight in an instant. You scoundrel, open fire. The bald pirate, incensed, commanded his subordinates to shoot as Yi Luo charged towards him. However, the current Yi Luo was not the same as he had been in the East Blue. The firearms posed little threat to him now. Bang, bang. The pirates swiftly aimed their weapons at Yi Luo, but the Navy, following closely behind him, refused to be outdone. After finding suitable cover, they retaliated. As Yi Luo drew all the fire from the pirates, they managed to eliminate 2 of them first, which momentarily jolted the remaining pirates into action, leading them to engage in a skirmish with the regular Navy. However, the disparity in numbers and weaponry soon placed them at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Yi Luo had closed the distance, smiling at the bald pirate and saying, Are you a fool? By firing your weapon, aren't you signaling to the Navy in the town that there is trouble here? Seizing the moment when the Red Wolf, Weiss, was taken aback by his words, Yi Luo channeled his inner strength into his hand and struck directly at Weiss's chest. Damn it! With no time to react, Weiss raised his blade to block the impending blow. The sound of impact rang out, as Yi Luo's punch shattered Weiss's weapon, striking him squarely in the chest and sending him flying several meters away. He struggled on the ground for a moment before falling still. Signal for Colonel Tina. Leave the injured behind, and the unscathed will continue with me, Yi Luo commanded as he swiftly dealt with the remaining pirate lackeys. Understood. After the recent skirmish, Yi Luo had already established his authority among the soldiers. Meanwhile, Tina, who had just emerged from the tavern's underground passage at the foot of the mountain, noticed the signal from the mountain and her expression sharpened. She waved her hand, instructing, advance at full speed. When they arrived at the site of Yi Luo's confrontation with the pirates, 2 lightly injured Navy members had already arranged the pirates' bodies in neat rows. Can someone tell me what transpired? Tina inquired, her brow furrowed. Weren't you supposed to come ahead and search? Why are you still engaged in battle? Where's Yi Luo? She was displeased, recalling her explicit instructions to him not to act recklessly before their departure. What if the pirates had set an ambush? That would spell disaster. Colonel. The 2 Navy members left behind reported the events that just unfolded to Tina. Very well, you will continue to hold this position. The rest of you will follow me. Tina replied with a stern expression, displeased. The main force on this side was being led astray by the enemy's arrangements, while Yi Luo had seen through their plans and boldly confronted them, which left Tina feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Yi Luo traversed the towering mountains, he soon beheld the objective of their expedition, a band of armed pirates hastening towards the shoreline, where another pirate vessel lay anchored. It was evident that they would not catch up. The adversaries were already prepared. Yi Luo briefly assessed the distance between them, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Were it not for the encumbrance of this naval squad, he could have pursued them single-handedly, and even with that pesky first mate obstructing his path, he would have managed to close the gap in time. Nevertheless, even if the pirates managed to escape, this voyage had not been in vain. The recent demise of that first mate had yielded an additional income of 700 diamonds, which, though substantial, left Yi Luo feeling somewhat regretful for the larger prize that eluded him. Captain Yi, look! The pirates have already boarded their ship. They are preparing to flee. A nearby sailor exclaimed, interrupting Yi Luo's contemplations regarding his recent gains. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo glanced over and noticed that the pirates had already boarded their ship, which remained anchored not far from the coastline. This is dire. Quickly, inform Colonel Tina that this band of pirates intends to assault our warship. With just a single glance, Yi Luo immediately deduced the pirates' sinister intentions. Indeed, these marauders appeared to be scheming to exploit the element of surprise, planning to navigate from behind the mountain with another pirate vessel while the Navy was preoccupied with their search on land, and then directly sink the defenseless warship. The communications officer stood bewildered, holding the telephonic device, unsure of how to report the urgent situation. As Yi Luo observed the situation, he seized the snail phone with urgency, exclaiming, "Quick, answer the call." His anxiety was justified. The island was not large, and should this band of pirates succeed, the naval forces would find themselves trapped. Is that Colonel Tina? This is Yi Luo, he inquired loudly as the snail phone connected. It seemed to have been transferred, and soon Tina's voice came through. This is Tina. Yi Luo, what have you discovered? Colonel, there is a pirate ship concealed behind the mountain. They appear intent on using it to launch an attack on our currently vulnerable warship, Yi Luo stated, his expression grave. What? Tina responded, her anger palpable at the pirates' audacity to underestimate them. Yi Luo, keep your eyes on the pirate ship and track them along the coastline. I will return to the warship immediately, but do not alert them. The snail phone vividly mimicked Tina's furious demeanor. Understood. Yi Luo nodded in affirmation. Yi Luo marveled at Tina's recent reaction, recognizing it as a hallmark of exceptional naval command. Upon learning of the enemy's movements, she promptly orchestrated the necessary arrangements. You shall return along the same path directly to the warship. I will monitor the pirates along the coastline. I will take the snail phone to ensure I can contact Colonel Tina at any moment. After hanging up, Yi Luo addressed his team members. The communications officer appeared somewhat conflicted. Technically, it was against regulations for the snail phone to be separated from him. However, given the current circumstances, he understood that accompanying Yi Luo would only be a liability, thus his inner turmoil. Originally, such a small team would not require a communications officer. But perhaps Tina had dispatched him due to her awareness of Yi Luo's rapport with Carp. Rest assured, I shall explain everything to Colonel Tina afterward. If there are any repercussions, I will bear them. Yi Luo discerned the communications officer's unease and patted him on the shoulder. The officer sheepishly scratched his head and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, you boss. Once separated from the team, Luo accelerated to his maximum speed. Although he had yet to master light-footed techniques, his agility, bolstered by inner strength, rendered him remarkably swift. Before long, he approached the coastline but refrained from revealing himself, opting instead to conceal his presence. Simultaneously, receiving Luo's alert, Tina led the main force back while coordinating with the Navy personnel stationed on the warship, remaining vigilant for any sudden pirate assaults. Colonel Tina, the pirates have reached the designated location and are currently observing the personnel aboard the warship. Luo, concealed in the shadows, reported the situation to Tina while monitoring the pirates' movements. Excellent, keep a close watch on them. If they exhibit any signs of retreat, notify me immediately. Tina, seated in the cabin, gazed at the serene sea outside. Just moments ago, they had arrived at the warship ahead of the pirates, and now they were poised, awaiting the pirates' approach. Report, Colonel. We have sighted the pirate ship, and it is drawing near. Soon, a sailor rushed to inform Tina. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded, weigh anchor and slowly retreat to lure the pirates into pursuit. If they showed no reaction, the pirates might grow suspicious. With the pirates now detected, the station personnel would instinctively seek to secure themselves before summoning external reinforcements. As anticipated, the pirates, noticing the warship's apparent retreat, suddenly accelerated towards it. Excellent. Once within range, fire immediately and close in on the pirate vessel. Tina's lips curled into a slight smile as she observed the pirates taking the bait. Understood. The Navy personnel swiftly adopted a combat stance. Meanwhile, hidden along the coastline, Luo watched the approaching pirates and suddenly realized he had overlooked something crucial. As the warship's cannons opened fire on the pirate ship, Luo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Damn it! My diamond!" Indeed. If the pirate ship were to be sunk in such a manner, the bounty would become irrelevant to him, although he had never attempted it. For the exceedingly diamond-deprived Luo, expending 500 diamonds for an experiment was an extravagant indulgence. At that moment, Luo observed the pirate ship attempting to turn and flee under the relentless bombardment of the warship. He owned a sword directly over. Yet despite the proximity of both vessels to the coastline, by the time he swam there, it would likely be too late. Damn it. Wasn't it agreed that the pirate captain would be left for me to deal with? What of trust among men? As Luo floundered about like a headless fly, he cursed the unreliable Tina. Boom. Finally, the pirate ship was struck by a cannon fired from the advancing warship. Though it did not sink immediately, it had lost all hope of escape. Forget it. After much effort, Luo located a small wooden boat. Seeing the pirate ship being hit, he disregarded everything and paddled furiously toward it, striving to capture the lone wolf, Jax, before the vessel succumbed to the depths. Look, isn't that Luo? What is he doing? The Navy personnel also noticed Luo approaching the pirate ship in his small boat. Could it be? Tina watched him row with a thoughtful expression, exhaling a plume of smoke. Boom. You bastard. Stop this at once. As the warship drew ever closer, it again struck the pirate vessel. Pirates aboard began leaping overboard to escape, and Luo was nearly driven to expletives. However, the modest speed of his little boat made it unlikely that he would arrive in time for the final capture. Another strike. Sink that unsightly pirate ship, and everyone else prepare to retrieve the fallen pirates. Leave no pirate behind. Tina commanded from the deck with spirited authority. Due to her astute leadership, the Navy had almost effortlessly subdued the Wolfpack pirate crew, which filled her with immense joy. As for the laboring Luo, she had long since dismissed him from her thoughts. Yes, the sailors aboard sprang into action. Therefore, by the time Luo arrived, the pirate ship had completely sunk, and the principal pirates had been captured and brought aboard the warship. While some lesser pirates may have seized the chaos to escape underwater, the Navy was no longer concerned. Colonel Tina, wasn't it agreed that I would capture the pirate captain? Upon boarding the warship, Luo questioned Tina with a grim expression. Are you questioning Tina? Tina took a puff of her cigarette, regarding Luo with keen interest. I wouldn't dare. Luo fixed his gaze on Tina, though his words suggested fear. His demeanor betrayed no hint of submission. Rest assured, Tina will accurately report your contributions, and you shall receive due credit for this achievement. Moreover, Tina had previously promised you. So the capture of the pirate captain will certainly be attributed to you. Tina wore an expression of understanding as she spoke. She had assumed that Luo was agitated due to concerns over his achievements being overshadowed. As for accolades, they held no significance for me. What mattered was that notorious pirate captain of the Wolf crew. Since he had been apprehended by the authorities, I was determined to challenge him. Surely that was permissible. was it not? Yiluo, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, made a request to Tina. Tina gazed at Yiluo in confusion, contemplating whether his urgency in hastily rowing over was truly a matter of concern for his achievements, or if it stemmed from his nature as a battle enthusiast. This led her to recall Yiluo's previous relentless challenges to the ship's officers, which she had initially perceived as mere bravado. Now, however, it seemed increasingly plausible that he was simply a fervent warrior at heart. Bring forth the lone wolf, Jax. Tina, having reached this conclusion, promptly nodded and summoned the captain of the wolf pirates, Jax, as per Yiluo's request. Now, what weapon do you require? Do not hesitate, Yiluo declared as he personally unclasped Jax's handcuffs, a provocation lacing his words. Jax, who had anticipated his demise, was taken aback to find himself thrust into combat against Navy soldiers, with a bloodthirsty glint in his eye. He seized a knife from a nearby sailor and charged straight at Yiluo without a moment's hesitation. Humph. Worthless. This level of strength commands a bounty of 55 million? In less than 10 minutes, the battle concluded decisively. Jax lay unconscious on the deck, while Yiluo emerged with nothing but experience, lamenting the fact that he had received not a single shard of the 55 million bounty. His dissatisfaction was palpable. Enough. The matter is settled. His bounty was a result of the notorious deeds he committed, not a reflection of his capabilities, Tina explained, observing Jax's unconscious form, before gesturing for the sailors to carry him away. My lord, this incident must be reported to headquarters. Tina's lieutenant stepped forward, speaking softly to her. Regardless, we must first clear away the bodies. I cannot simply leave them here, Tina remarked, cigarette in mouth, her gaze drifting towards the desolate island in the distance. The lieutenant let out a soft sigh before turning to make the necessary arrangements. Yiluo was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the conversation unfolding around him. The notorious Yi Lao-Da and his pack of marauding pirates from the Wolfpack pirate crew had mercilessly slaughtered the entire populace of the small town, with corpses accumulating in the town's center. Not even the elderly or children were spared. Noticing Yiluo's confusion, a naval officer pulled him aside and whispered an explanation. What? Yiluo exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had harbored suspicions, he had dared not voice them, for such heinous acts would bring no benefit to a pirate crew. It was far more advantageous to keep the villagers alive to serve them, much like in the village where Yiluo had previously resided, there, under pirate rule. As long as one could pay, there was no unjust slaughter. Furthermore, the world government would undoubtedly seek to conceal such atrocities, as the repercussions would be dire. Thus, these bodies in the small island would likely be disposed of. The naval officer, recognizing that this was perhaps Yiluo's first encounter with such grim realities, continued to speak in a hushed tone, his expression resolute. Yiluo suddenly turned his head, gazing at the Navy, and in disbelief, he inquired, why? Although he had been aware while watching the anime that such occurrences were all too common for the world government, experiencing it firsthand was still somewhat unbearable. People had perished, deprived even of the opportunity for a proper burial. It felt exceedingly harsh. Because the world government requires stability and the world demands peace, I am compelled to act in this manner. If you find this unacceptable, then eliminate all the pirates, and such tragedies will never arise again, Tina remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke as she approached. As the leaves fell, Yiluo gritted his teeth, refraining from voicing his objections. He understood that although this matter was instigated by pirates, it was inextricably linked to the inaction of the world government, which preferred to conceal the truth and maintain an illusion of peace. However, engaging in a dispute with Tina was utterly futile at this juncture. So Yiluo turned and retreated to his cabin for some rest. Colonel, the Navy officer who had spoken with Yiluo appeared eager to explain. But Tina waved him off, interrupting him. Let him rest aboard the ship. I can understand this situation, and I am quite pleased. Tina flicked away the ash from her cigarette, displaying no dissatisfaction with Yiluo's demeanor. Soon, all the Navy personnel, save for Yiluo, gathered in the town center where the lifeless bodies of all the villagers were laid out. The Navy soldiers worked in somber silence, carefully transporting the corpses and arranging them respectfully. Tina, it's ready, Tina's aide remarked gravely as he gazed upon the rows of bodies covered by white cloth. Just as Tina was about to issue commands, Yiluo approached, accompanied by the leader of the Wolfpack pirates, Jax. Yiluo, what are you doing? Jax, the pirate specifically named for capture, questioned as he noticed Yiluo leading him forward. An ominous premonition surged within Tina's aide, prompting her to voice an attempt to dissuade Yiluo. Yiluo glanced at the silent Tina beside him, then smiled faintly, disregarding his officer. He turned and delivered a swift kick, sending Jax sprawling to the ground. Demon, your sins cannot be absolved by mere death. The lives of so many innocent souls demand your head as a tribute today. Ha ha, they were merely a bunch of lowly peasants. They should consider themselves fortunate to become part of my bounty. Jax, lying on the ground, laughed maniacally in a delirious frenzy. Stubborn fool, go repent in hell. With a decisive strike, Yi Luo executed the leader of the wolf pack pirates, the lone wolf Jax. Following Jax's demise, the gaze of the Navy personnel towards Colonel Tino was tinged with a peculiar mix of admiration and concern. Now that it is done, let us not linger in hesitation. You could learn a thing or two from Smoker, Tina remarked with a puff of smoke and a smile. But, Colonel, the orders from above were to bring the entire wolf pack crew back to Judicial Island for trial, the officer replied, his expression somewhat grim. It suffices that the lone wolf Jax resisted fiercely and was slain by Yi Luo during the skirmish. Now, let us bury the villagers in the hills and depart. Tina waved her hand, decisively concluding the matter. Once their tasks were completed, as the warship departed the small island, it unleashed cannon fire upon the entire town, transforming the once peaceful and serene settlement into a desolate ruin. This was a command from the world government. Destruction served as the most effective means to obliterate all evidence. Days later, Tina returned to Navy headquarters with her fleet. In contrast to the eager Yi Luo who had set out, he now returned with a more subdued demeanor. During the journey back, Yi Luo refrained from challenging the officers. Instead, under the pretense of fearing the pirates might escape, he mercilessly beat the imprisoned pirates to near death. Day after day, the Navy personnel watched in growing concern, fearing that Yi Luo might inadvertently kill one of the pirates. Their worries stemmed not from the fate of the pirates themselves, but rather from the potential repercussions for Yi Luo. As time passed at sea, camaraderie blossomed between Yi Luo and the crew. His formidable strength, coupled with his modest demeanor, endeared him to the sailors, who often sought his conversation and guidance, including even the officers. Moreover, upon slaying Jax, the system unexpectedly rewarded Yi Luo with 5,500 diamonds. He was perplexed by this, as he had only received experience points for defeating him, and yet upon executing him, he was granted diamonds, a situation unprecedented in his past experiences. However, these details were secondary to Yi Luo, for with the addition of 1,700 diamonds from the wolf pack's first mate, his total earnings from this voyage amounted to an astonishing 7,200 diamonds. Coupled with his pre-existing 2,700 diamonds, he had amassed enough for a tenfold draw from the shop. Thus, on the very first day of their return, Yi Luo quietly utilized the tenfold draw from the shop. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a life potion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the basic agility manual, water walking. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the elementary martial arts manual, grass above flying. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a white equipment spear. Congratulations, host, on receiving a large platter of chicken. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the elementary technique manual, Art-Hit Fist. Congratulations, host, on securing a complete set of white armor. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the advanced technique manual, 18 Palms of the Dragon-Subduing. Congratulations, host, on receiving a bag of rice. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the elixir, Chi Restoration Pill. As the 10 consecutive draws concluded, Yi Luo's attention was entirely captivated by the resplendent advanced technique manual, 18 Palms of the Dragon-Subduing. While he speculated that he might receive something remarkable, the reality of such an exceptional item caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Calm down, calm down. This world is so beautiful, yet I am so irritable. This is not good. How can I remain calm in this chaos? Yi Luo abandoned his self-hypnosis and directly utilized the visually striking manual of the 18 Palms of the Dragon-Subduing. Unfortunately, the system's cold voice declared, "Host has not met the usage conditions. Attempt failed." The excitement that had previously engulfed Yi Luo began to dissipate slightly. The advanced technique manual, 18 Palms of the Dragon-Subduing, originally known as 28 Palms of the Dragon-Subduing, was later simplified by Xiao Feng, who distilled the essence of his brother, Su Zhu's Xinxia sect martial arts, Tianshan 6 Yang Palms, into this formidable technique, which has been passed down through generations by the leader of the Beggars sect. The user requirements are Strength 300, Internal Energy 100. Upon meticulously reviewing the description of the 18 Palms of the Dragon-Subduing and then examining his own attributes, Yi Luo realized that his strength and energy had only recently surpassed 100, leaving him significantly short of the required power. What the hell am I doing? Yi Luo felt a surge of frustration. After finally acquiring an advanced manual, He found himself unable to learn it due to the daunting strength requirement of 300 points. He understood that it would be some time before he could even consider mastering it. At that moment, Yi Luo finally had the opportunity to inspect the other items obtained from the 10 consecutive draws, 2 elementary martial arts manuals and 1 elementary technique manual, which were relatively decent gains. As for the life potions and chi restoration pills, they served as healing items in the game, but possessed remarkable effects in reality, capable of treating injuries and replenishing internal energy. As for the remaining food and equipment, Yi Luo could hardly muster the energy to complain. While the food was acceptable, providing some energy in emergencies, the white equipment held little value for him, akin to the stones lining the roadside. After organizing his gains, he promptly learned the 3 elementary manuals. Throughout the remainder of the voyage, aside from cultivating his new skills, Yi Luo found solace in tormenting the pirates to alleviate his mood. Admiral Tina, thank you for your care during this time. I shall take my leave now. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Yi Luo specifically sought out Tina as he disembarked. Although there had been some discord, he recognized that the matter was not truly her fault. Tina merely nodded gently, said nothing, and departed. Yi Luo, I have heard that you have garnered quite a bit of merit during this voyage. Perhaps in a few days, you shall receive your promotion notification. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Yi Luo first reported to his superior, Major Branyu. It seemed that the latter was already aware of Yi Luo's performance. Thank you, sir. Do I still need to participate in training today? Yi Luo smiled, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. No need. Having completed the maritime mission, you may rest in the dormitory for 3 days as per customary practice. Resume training thereafter, Branyu replied, perpetually engrossed in the paperwork on his desk. Yi Luo seemed to notice that he was never absent during working hours. 3 days later, when Yi Luo commenced his training, Major Branyu presented him with a promotion order, elevating him 3 ranks to corporal. Yi Luo was now officially considered a non-commissioned officer, and his accommodation was reassigned to a modest single room. This promotion to corporal was significantly aided by Colonel Tina. Although we all recognize your formidable capabilities, the Navy places great emphasis on contributions, so take your time. I believe ascending to the rank of general should pose no challenge for you in the future. Branyu remarked with a smile as he handed the new appointment to Yi Luo. Yes, thank you, Major. Yi Luo saluted and departed directly to the supply office to collect his corporal uniform. In addition to his promotion, he accrued considerable merit from the recent mission, which could be exchanged for commendable rewards at the supply office, including the possibility of sea stone and devil fruits. However, given Yi Luo's current merits, he would likely only be able to exchange them for slightly superior weaponry. In the days that followed, aside from his training, Yi Luo proactively sought challenges with naval officers. During periods without maritime missions, he either practiced or challenged the officers, gradually gaining recognition at the naval headquarters. Hey kid, it seems you've been faring quite well at the naval headquarters. One morning, as Yi Luo was practicing his purple mist divine skill, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Old man Carp? What brings you here? Yi Luo felt little resentment towards Carp's previous neglect after bringing him to the naval headquarters, believing that one must rely on oneself. I came to see if your skills have progressed. Carp, who had initially worn a smile, abruptly attacked Yi Luo. What the? Yi Luo swiftly activated his agility, barely evading Carp's onslaught through the circulation of his inner energy. Ah, not bad, little one. It seems I must be more serious now. Carp, taken aback by Yi Luo's evasion, chuckled lightly and removed his justice cloak. 10 minutes later, Carp departed with a hearty laugh. What on earth is wrong with that old man? He just came to give me a beating? Lying on the ground, immobilized. Yi Luo was beset by a multitude of questions. From that day forth, Carp would periodically seek out Yi Luo. Initially, their encounters were merely one-sided sparring sessions, but gradually, Carp began to impart combat techniques to Yi Luo. Even a fool would recognize that Carp was teaching him. Thus, Yi Luo, while learning from Carp, seized the opportunity to inquire about certain doubts he had regarding his training. Eventually, Carp personally devised a training plan for Yi Luo, leading to a remarkable enhancement of his abilities. 2 years later, at the Navy Headquarters Supply Department, the officer in charge was counting the inventory while instructing a nearby sailor. Go and inform Colonel Yi Luo that the sea stone he requested has arrived. Yes, sir. It seems that the colonel intends to convert the warship's prison into one made of sea stone, doesn't it? I heard that during his last voyage, he captured a devil fruit user and brought him back submerged in seawater. Some said it was inhumane, which is why the colonel's request was specially approved. The sailor inquired after saluting. The officer shot him a glance and replied quietly, "Stop prying into matters that don't concern you. Just get to work." At last, the moment had come. Luo awoke from his training upon receiving the notification from the supply department, stretching lazily and smiling. "Colonel, the sea stone you required has arrived. Do you need assistance with the installation?" A messenger from the supply department addressed Luo with respect. "Thank you. I've grown rather lazy lately due to the absence of sea missions. Please load the items directly onto my ship." Luo replied with a nod and a smile. "Understood. I shall take my leave now." The messenger saluted and departed from Luo's modest abode. Luo's residence had transformed into a quaint little courtyard, a result of contributions he had exchanged. "Hey, Luo, it's already noon. Why haven't you started cooking?" Carp bellowed as he jovially entered from outside. Ever since Luo acquired this small place and began cooking for himself, Carp had taken to visiting precisely at mealtime, claiming that Luo's solitary dining was too lonely. So he came to keep him company. All right, I'm on it." Luo sighed, exasperated by Carp's shamelessness, which exemplified the remarkable tenacity of their family lineage. Reminiscent of Luffy from the anime. "So, what do you think, Little Leaf? How did I do with the introduction to that lovely lady?" Carp inquired with a mischievous grin as he followed Luo into the kitchen. "How dare you even ask? I nearly got beaten to a pulp, you know?" Luo's expression darkened as he retorted unhappily. This unreliable old man, feeling guilty for mooching meals from Luo daily, had deceived him into thinking he was introducing a beautiful, kind, and powerful girlfriend. The first introduction was to the formidable Admiral Tina, the very officer from Luo's inaugural voyage. She was indeed beautiful, but who in the Navy was unaware of the connection between Tina and Smoker? Although the two are not together at present, Luo would never covet another's affection. Thus, the old man, reflecting on his past mistakes, introduced Luo to another woman for the second time. Though Luo had never met this woman before, a mere self-introduction sent him fleeing in terror. Tao Ji Yuan, currently a rear admiral at the Navy headquarters. Yes, you read that correctly. She is the future candidate for Admiral of the Navy, holding the same rank as Carp. She is also the sister of the Chief of Staff, Crane, though not by blood, but rather as sisters in spirit. Based on Luo's conjecture, it seems Carp had not shown up for meals recently, likely having received a stern reprimand from Crane. As she is contemporaneous with Carp and the current fleet Admiral Sengoku, her involvement would undoubtedly compel Carp to bow to her authority. Haha. Am I not merely acknowledging Ji Yuan's impressive capabilities and beauty? Carp feigned concern for Luo's well-being. Indeed, she is formidable, at present. I would not stand a chance against her. Luo rolled his eyes in response. Moreover, both women are revered figures within the Navy headquarters. Should Luo dare to act out of line, he would not need to contend with them directly. He would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by their admirers. Not to mention, Chibuta Kaiji, a fellow rear admiral, is one of Ji Yuan's suitors. Given Luo's current abilities, facing Kaiji would likely result in a swift defeat. Despite Luo frequently undertaking missions over the past 2 years and capturing numerous bounty pirates, the demands of the marketplace have drained his resources considerably. By the way, has Fleet Admiral Sengoku approved my application to be stationed in the Grand Line? Also, could you refrain from picking your nose in the kitchen while cooking? Luo cast a disdainful glance at Carp, who was engaged in the unsightly habit. Huh? You submitted another application? Carp, taken aback, asked with a serious expression. Yes. I strongly suspect that you have been speaking ill of me to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, which is why my application was denied, leaving me stuck here cooking for you. So, a few days ago, I discreetly approached the Admiral and submitted my application myself. Luo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Carp, whose flustered demeanor betrayed him. What? It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I had no idea. Carp protested vehemently, though his expression revealed the truth. Were it not for Luo's inability to best Carp, he would certainly have delivered a well-deserved beating to the shameless old man. Young man, do not be so impulsive. What is so appealing about being stationed out there? It is far better to remain at headquarters and enjoy a leisurely life. Carp casually flicked away the remnants from his nose, adopting a tone of concern for Luo's welfare. Upon witnessing Carp's actions, Luo felt 2 lines of anger cross his forehead as he suppressed his fury and addressed Carp. Leave the kitchen at once, before I am compelled to expel you. Alas, the youth of today truly lack respect for their elders. Carp shook his head, exuding an air of someone who had been wronged, and departed the kitchen. In truth, over the past 2 years, Luo's training at the Navy headquarters had greatly benefited from Carp's assistance. His physical prowess had advanced significantly, a stark contrast to his previous self. Although Carp had never demanded Yuluo to address him as master, in his heart, Yuluo had long recognized Carp as such. Why is it yet again stir-fried diced chicken and mapo tofu? What happened to that sauerkraut fish you made last time? Such dishes are far more suitable for someone of my age, Carp remarked, eyeing the food Yuluo had brought forth, while simultaneously indulging and criticizing the selection. Could you perhaps pause your chopsticks while making such statements? Your argument lacks any persuasive power. Yuluo, carrying the third dish, gazed at Carp, whose mouth was already glistening with grease, feeling utterly bereft of the strength to retort. Ah ha ha. You would be wasting your talents if you did not pursue a career as a chef. These dishes are truly delightful. After Sengoku sampled them, he has been unable to forget them, yet his pride prevents him from returning for another meal. Carp laughed heartily, taking a sip of the drink Yuluo had offered. Your Excellency, the Marshal, serves as a model for the entire military, and thus is quite different from you. After 2 years at the Navy headquarters, Yuluo's perspective on Sengoku and the Navy had transformed entirely from his initial impressions. Throughout these 2 years, Yuluo encountered failures during missions. There was even a time when his superior perished at the hands of pirates. Were it not for timely rescue and the awakening of his armament haki at the last moment, Yuluo would have met his demise then. Gradually, Yuluo began to comprehend the significance of the Navy in this world, as well as the reasons behind Carp's aversion to the celestial dragons. His refusal to ascend to the rank of admiral while remaining in the Navy. He understood why so many righteous naval officers chose to stay in the Navy even after uncovering the world government's hidden secrets. For in this world, the Navy is indispensable. Anime often presents events from Luffy's perspective, leading many to side with the pirates. However, this is the realm of reality. Yuluo believed it more fitting to refer to individuals like Luffy and Ace as adventurers rather than pirates. Pirates are akin to brigands who disregard others for their own gain, much like Doflamingo and Crocodile. In a few days, I will commence my leave. Would you care to accompany me back to the East Blue? You hail from there as well, do you not? Carp inquired casually after taking a sip of his drink. Really? You're heading back to the East Blue? Yuluo asked as he placed the final dish of sauerkraut fish on the table. Knowing Carp's fondness for the dish, Yuluo had naturally prepared it in advance. Although Garp sometimes appears somewhat unreliable in his actions, it is undeniable that over the past 2 years, all of Yuluo's physical training has been personally imparted by Garp. Thus, the respect that Yuluo harbors for Garp has always been deeply rooted within him. Indeed, the little grandson at home has reached the age to set sail, which stirs a sense of concern, prompting a desire to return and check on him. Garp acknowledged with a nod. Are you referring to Luffy? He has indeed reached the age to embark on his journey, Yuluo remarked with a hint of nostalgia. When the Navy's invitation for Ace to join the 7 warlords of the sea fell through, and subsequently, when Ace became the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Yuluo realized that Luffy's departure was not far off. Precisely, I cannot allow him to venture out as a pirate any longer. Had it not been for Shanks enticing the young Luffy back in the day, he would never have clamored to become the Pirate King. Garp's tone grew serious as he mentioned Shanks, his presence inadvertently revealing a palpable intensity. Yuluo chuckled softly, refilling the empty cup of Carp with wine. He was no longer the inexperienced lad who had just set sail. He remained unfazed by Carp's imposing presence. In that case, allow me to accompany you. I too wish to meet the young Luffy, whom you incessantly talk about. After all, I suppose I can consider myself one of his older brothers now. Yuluo smiled as he poured himself a generous cup of wine. Ha. Carp laughed heartily, drinking the wine Yuluo had poured, and then quietly picked up his chopsticks to savor the dishes, tacitly acknowledging Yuluo's claim of being Luffy's brother. As Yuluo observed, Carp was likely reminded of Ace. Recently, during a mission, Yuluo encountered Ace. Although their allegiances diverged, Yuluo harbored his own sense of justice and aspirations. Thus, their interaction resembled a reunion of old friends, filled with amiable conversation and camaraderie. However, Yuluo was on a mission at the time, and their cordial gathering did not go unnoticed by numerous Navy personnel. Upon returning to headquarters, Sengoku specifically summoned Yuluo for an inquiry. Yuluo did not conceal anything, recounting his encounter with Ace after setting sail and how he arrived at the Navy headquarters. Subsequently, Sengoku merely gestured for him to leave, cautioning him against any further associations with pirates. Yuluo was aware that the warring states had long since discerned the relationship between Ace and Carp, though whether they had uncovered Ace's true identity remained a matter of speculation. After finishing their meal, Carp briefly discussed the departure time with Yi Luo before taking his leave. Yi Luo, come out quickly. Having tidied up, Yi Luo had barely settled in when he heard the call from outside. What is going on? Didn't we agree on everything today? He scratched his head and stepped out of the small courtyard. Have you finished lunch? How about joining me for some training this afternoon? Do not decline. I only sought you out after seeing Vice Admiral Carp leave. A woman, possessing an alluring figure. A sword elegantly hung at her waist, and a spider tattoo adorning her thigh, cheerfully addressed Yi Luo. Yi Luo felt a twinge of dental discomfort. Aware that the other party had anticipated every possible scenario, even concocting reasons for his refusal. Sister, you make it exceedingly difficult for me. Yi Luo lamented with a pained expression. Although Yi Luo and Shurian had crossed paths due to Carp's antics, Yi Luo's reputation within the Navy preceded him. And Shurian had certainly heard of it. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to meet him. Rest assured, it is merely a straightforward training session. Nothing untoward will occur. Shurian said, adjusting the cambira at her waist. Indeed, the one seeking out Yi Luo was none other than the esteemed Peach Rabbit Shurian. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shrugged his shoulders, realizing that Ji Yuan was feigning ignorance, and thus chose to remain silent. Each time Ji Yuan sought him for training, the following day, Jia Ji would invariably come to challenge him. This occurrence was not unprecedented, and Yi Luo found it hard to believe that Ji Yuan was unaware. Oh, let's go. We should finish your training early. I have yet to complete my own cultivation for today, Yi Luo remarked, his enthusiasm waning. Unable to best Ji Yuan, he found no opportunity to gain experience from their battles, leaving him devoid of interest. In the afternoon, after concluding his training with Ji Yuan, Yi Luo returned home and accessed the system, his gaze falling upon the mere 9,000 diamonds within. This realization brought him a pang of distress. Over the past 2 years, apart from the initial 10 consecutive draws that yielded the advanced skill manual, the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, his relentless quest for missions had only amassed enough diamonds for 4 additional 10 draws, yet he had not acquired anything of merit. Ultimately, he was forced to halt the consecutive draws and focus on elevating his 3 fundamental skills to their advanced maximum level, which consumed a staggering 16,000 diamonds. Consequently, his diamond reserves had yet to surpass 100,000, rendering the advanced manuals and unparalleled martial arts in the shop mere fantasies beyond his reach. Regarding his level, he found himself stagnated at level 19, indicating that he had yet to complete the 3rd phase of the main quest. Nonetheless, he had fully mastered the advanced foundational skills. Should the 3rd phase reward him with advanced foundational skill books, he would suffer a considerable loss. However, thanks to Carp, Yi Luo had proficiently mastered the 6 styles, and both the armament and observation haki had successfully awakened. Yet, he had not awakened the Conqueror's haki, uncertain whether it was due to insufficient talent or some other reason. He remained indifferent, believing that such matters should be left to fate and not forced. Moreover, as his life points increased, the food items and potions in the shop that restored stamina and vitality, such as chicken legs and life potions, began to reveal their value beyond the confines of the game's design. Theoretically, as long as his opponent could not eliminate him in one blow, he could continuously recover stamina and health through these restorative items, becoming an indomitable force. However, after further testing against Carp, he discovered that this notion was merely a whimsical fantasy. After consecutive consumption, even stamina-restoring food like chicken legs would necessitate a consumption interval, akin to a cooldown period in the game, during which he could not utilize similar food or potions. Despite not achieving invincibility, his true strength surged considerably, especially in terms of body refinement, agility, and mastery of skill manuals, as if he had activated a cheat, thereby effectively doubling his training duration. The next morning, Jiaji arrived as anticipated. I must ask, my dear brother, are you not weary? It's always the same. First, I have to deal with that sister, and then I must contend with you, Yi Luo remarked, a look of exasperation adorning his face as he regarded the grinning Jiaji. Humph, am I to be shameless? Even if it's just for pride, I must certainly seek you out. Without a hint of concern, Jiaji retorted, Face? Do you still care for Face? Just count how many times you've been rejected by Sister Guillaume. In a fit of exasperation, Yi Luo replied directly. Typically, he would not speak so bluntly. After all, Jiaji was a major general of the headquarters, and his prowess was widely acknowledged. It felt rather ungracious to bring up such a sensitive topic, and Yi Luo immediately regretted his words. Damn it, I knew you all looked down on me behind my back. Jiaji's anger flared. Come on, if I truly held you in disdain, Would I even bother saying this to you? Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively, kicking a barrel of liquor at Jiaji's feet. Jiaji paused, then chuckled helplessly, saying, "Well, I suppose I'll feign anger to compel you to fight with all your might. In a few days, I'll be heading back to the East Sea with the old man, and when I return, we can spar seriously." Yi Luo laughed, taking a hearty swig of the drink. Over the past 2 years at the Navy headquarters, while he may not have acquired many skills, he had certainly developed a penchant for drinking reminiscent of characters from anime. All right. I look forward to our duel. Although you always pretend to be at a disadvantage, I can sense that you're not giving it your all, Jiaji remarked softly, taking a sip of his drink. As the leaves fall silently, it is not due to his lack of effort. Rather, the mastery of the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms is an arduous endeavor, with an astonishing depletion of internal energy. To this day, he has only managed to execute the first 5 palms. By the time he reaches the 6th, his internal strength is nearly exhausted. This is attributed to his practice of the Zixia divine skill. Had he relied solely on the basic mental techniques, even the first 3 palms would have posed a significant challenge. Aside from the moment he barely managed to unleash the 6th palm while testing the energy replenishing pills with Carp, he has never employed it in actual combat. After dismissing the extra personnel, Yi Luo ventured out once more, intending to engage the colonels, brigadiers, and major generals at the headquarters one last time before his departure. As for the lieutenant generals, he felt uncertain about his chances of victory and thus excluded them from his routine experience-gathering pursuits. He also refrained from confronting any officers below the rank of colonel. Not only was the experience minimal, but it would also tarnish his reputation. What merit is there in bullying one's subordinates? A few days later, when Yi Luo boarded Carp's ship and set sail for the East Sea, the colonels, brigadiers, and major generals left behind at the naval headquarters erupted in cheers, heading to the tavern in town to celebrate. After enduring Yi Luo's relentless training sessions every few days, their experience had become rather unpleasant. Hence, the most delighted among them were those who accompanied Carp on this voyage. Before long, Carp's vessel arrived at the doldrums. The Navy's warships, equipped with sea prism stone beneath their hulls, could safely navigate through this windless zone. Thus, the journey from the naval headquarters to the 4 seas always traversed this area. In the blink of an eye, over 2 years had passed since he first journeyed through the doldrums to reach the naval headquarters. Standing on the deck, Yi Luo gazed at the tranquil waters of the doldrums, lost in reflection. The aloof swordsman beside him cast a brief glance at Yi Luo but chose to remain silent. Yi Luo smiled. He recalled that he was no match for this individual back in the day, yet now, the tables had turned completely. "Old man, upon reaching the East Sea, I shall first visit Rog Town, and then I must return to my hometown. Will you head straight back to Windmill Town? Where shall we convene?" Yi Luo inquired of Carp, who was indulging in a donut in the cabin. It struck Yi Luo as rather absurd. The old man seemed intent on challenging some record for donut consumption. Did such a record truly exist in this world? It seemed more likely that the old man had concocted it himself. Then I shall return to Windmill Town first and remain there until the end of the holiday. You can come find me in Windmill Town when the time comes. Carp yawned, speaking in a lethargic manner. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo pursed his lips. Despite having existed in this world for quite some time, he recalled that Garp had not encountered Luffy on this occasion. "Very well. If I cannot find you in Windmill Town, let us rendezvous in Log Town. Do not forget." Yi Luo nodded, dismissing Garp. For this old man was notoriously unreliable with such mundane matters. He made this statement in front of the aloof swordsman, hoping to prompt Garp's memory later. The journey through the calm belt was uneventful, and the Doghead ship soon emerged in the East Sea. Midway, they encountered a merchant vessel bound for Log Town. After exchanging pleasantries with Garp, Yi Luo decided to board the merchant ship for the remainder of the journey, while Garp's Doghead ship made its way directly to Windmill Town. "Admiral, we have approximately 1 more day until we reach Log Town," the merchant captain said with a hint of servility. "Such slow progress?" Yi Luo frowned in response. The naval warships, in terms of mobility and firepower, far surpassed any ordinary pirate vessel, let alone a small merchant ship. "I apologize. We are laden with a considerable amount of cargo, which hinders our speed." The captain spoke with some concern, fearing Yi Luo's dissatisfaction could spell disaster for them. "No matter. It allows me to enjoy the scenery along the way. By the way, how's the security in the East Sea these days? Is Logtown still as it once was?" Thankfully, with no pressing issues, Yi Luo engaged in conversation with the captain. "Although the East Sea is often deemed the weakest sea, our security is the best among the 4 seas. Even the number of pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million is scarce. under the governance of Captain Smoker. Lowtown has become even safer and more peaceful. The captain smiled, sharing pleasant tidings with Yi Luo. After a while, noticing Yi Luo's waning interest in conversations, the perceptive captain discreetly took his leave. Let us see, there's Buggy the Clown, Don Krieg, and the pirate Admiral Creek, along with the supposedly deceased Kuro. I believe they are the only ones with bounties over 10 million in the East Sea, Yi Luo mused while stroking his chin. Yi Luo was no longer the same person he once was. Such a bounty now scarcely warranted scouring the East Sea. He intended to visit Lowtown to catch up with Smoker before returning to his hometown. As a colonel in the Navy headquarters, establishing a base there to better protect the villagers was certainly feasible. Should he encounter these pirates on his return journey, he would not mind taking action. Especially since even Buggy had a bounty of 1,500,000 berries. A day later, Yi Luo stood before the gates of the Lowtown Navy base, filled with overwhelming sentiment. Hello, may I inquire about your business at the Navy base? After standing there for some time, Yi Luo finally attracted attention, and the voice sounded familiar. Oh, it's Sergeant Tashiji. Yi Luo turned to see Tashiji, adorned with her signature Shigure sword. Do you know me? Tashiji, as oblivious as ever, displayed her endearing navet. Is it truly so disheartening that you do not recognize an old friend? I hope Smoker remembers me. Yi Luo chuckled softly, shaking her head. You know her. And you also know Colonel Smoker? Daski's confusion deepened, for she had no recollection of Yi Luo. This was perhaps due to the significant transformation Yi Luo had undergone during her 2 years of training at the Navy headquarters, both in stature and demeanor. Colonel Yi Luo has come to pay a visit to Colonel Smoker. I kindly request Sergeant Dasky to guide me. Yi Luo presented her credentials with a smile. Greetings, sir. Upon seeing the identification, Dasky momentarily froze before promptly saluting and offering her greetings, though the fruits she had just purchased tumbled from her hands, scattering across the ground. As leaves fell upon his dark hair, one could only imagine the thoughts that might cross Smoker's mind upon witnessing such a sight. Surely he would believe that his charming subordinate was being bullied. What are you up to? A deep male voice resonated from behind Yi Luo. Just from the tone, Yi Luo was acutely aware that his own ill-fated words had indeed come to fruition. Ah, Smoker. It's been quite some time. Yi Luo feigned nonchalance as he turned to greet him. Are you not abusing your rank as a colonel to torment my subordinate? Smoker inquired, regarding Yi Luo with a skeptical gaze. Oh, come now. How could I? Sergeant Tashiji is simply delightful. Yi Luo chuckled heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Yet, I have heard from Tina that ever since your promotion to colonel, you have taken to boasting before her quite frequently, Smoker remarked, leisurely puffing on his cigar. As Yi Luo's expression shifted, he realized that Dasky regarded him with a different gaze, as if questioning. So this is the kind of person you are? Yasmork. Are you truly here to stand up for Tina? Furthermore, do I appear to be such a lecherous individual? Yi Luo declared with an air of righteous indignation. The performance of Yi Luo remains commendable, at least, the gaze of Dasky towards him has begun to waver. Don't you think so? Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, regarded Yi Luo with an expression that suggested he found him to be just that kind of person. Am I? You are not? I am. You are not. The two engaged in a silent contest of wills at the entrance of the naval base, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, Dasky, who had picked up some fruit, could no longer tolerate their childish rivalry and interrupted their standoff. How about a duel? Let us see if your 2 years at headquarters have been worth it, Smoker declared, unable to withstand Yi Luo's provocation. Sure. I was just thinking of testing whether you have improved since 2 years ago, Yi Luo retorted defiantly, though both held equivalent ranks. The system seemed to determine experience based on strength, and as a Logia user, Smoker was likely to possess considerable experience. At that moment, the Marines from the Rogetown Naval Base gathered to witness the spectacle. On one side stood their commanding officer, the White Hunter Smoker, a wielder of the smoke fruit. And on the other, the unknown prowess of Colonel Yi Luo from the naval headquarters. Despite Yi Luo's origins at headquarters, as Smoker's subordinate, the Marines understood the formidable nature of Logia users, especially since Smoker had yet to encounter a worthy adversary in the East Blue. Don't say I'm not granting you any favors. I'll let you have 3 moves, Yi Luo boasted to Smoker. Let us see if you can back that up. Though Smoker spoke with bravado, Yi Luo had already demonstrated the ability to attack Logia entities 2 years prior. And after 2 years of training, he had likely mastered it. With a swift motion, Smoker unleashed a plume of smoke from his back to accelerate towards Yi Luo. Armed with his hockey-coated sea prism stone weapon, He had requested this armament following his battle with Ace. Such tricks 1T work on me. Yuluo's arm transformed into a dark hue, embodying the power of Haki. Indeed, you have mastered that ability. Smoker narrowed his eyes, acknowledging the development. Of course. As a colonel of the headquarters, it would be strange not to master such abilities, wouldn't it, Colonel Smoker? Yi Luo deliberately provoked him, knowing that Smoker had yet to master Haki. With a fierce resolve, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke, charging towards Yi Luo in an attempt to ensnare him. Mere child's play. As the leaves fell, internal energy flowed within, and the technique of soaring above the grass was activated. Seamlessly combined with the grand and sweeping movements of the Luohan fist, compelling Smoker's physical form to manifest. Smoker, you rely too heavily on your devil fruit abilities. While your martial arts are commendable, they pale in comparison to my prowess. With the system notification indicating the acquisition of experience. The sparring match between Yi Luo and Smoker came to an end. There are rumors that you possess a technique capable of unleashing a dragon's form. Why did you not employ it? Smoker inquired, his expression darkened. Despite his recent defeat, the fact that his opponent had not even exerted their full strength left him somewhat unsettled. That technique demands excessive energy, and I have yet to master it fully. We were merely sparring, not engaged in a life-and-death battle. Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. The explanation of Leaf's actions brought a noticeable change to Smoker's demeanor. However, he remained unaware that Leaf had already fully mastered the first 5 techniques of the Dragon-Subduing 18 palms. He refrained from employing them simply because it was unnecessary. Did you not return with Vice Admiral Garp? What brings you alone to Loketown? After their sparring session, despite feeling embarrassed in front of his subordinates, Smoker nonetheless hosted Leaf, leading him to the base's dining hall for lunch. My hometown is also in the East Sea. This time, I returned with the old man, intending to visit. By the way, there's something I would like to request of you. I hope to establish a naval outpost in my hometown. It doesn't need to be a full base. Just a simple outpost will suffice. Leaf remarked while savoring his meal. That's a trivial matter. Smoker nodded in agreement. By the way, I also need to borrow a ship. I arrived on a merchant vessel, so I currently have no means to return. Leaf patted his satisfied belly and raised his wine glass. Certainly. When do you plan to set sail? Smoker appeared somewhat anxious. Well, I originally intended to depart tomorrow, but now that you mention it, I think I shall extend my stay for a few more days. Is that an unwelcome notion? Leaf chuckled mischievously. He was aware that he had just defeated Smoker, which made their current interaction a bit awkward for Smoker. However, Leaf relished this playful discomfort. During his time at the headquarters, everyone had grown accustomed to his challenges, and it had been a while since he had seen such a reaction from Smoker. A few days later, on a bright morning, Leaf boarded the military ship that Smoker had lent him, with the crew of sailors and marines already fully equipped, as it was typically Smoker's vessel. Sergeant Ishiji, do you think Smoker is still preoccupied with being bested by me during our match? Leaf inquired from the deck, addressing the somewhat flustered Tashiji. This was particularly notable since Smoker had not even come to see him off that morning, instead sending Tashiji as a mere formality. That shouldn't be the case. Vice Admiral Smoker must be busy with official duties. Tashiji replied, though even she seemed to doubt her own words. Very well, I shall return the ship upon my return. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shrugged and commanded the warship to set sail. Standing at the port, Dasky exhaled only after watching the ship depart. She was acutely aware that Colonel Smoker was indeed quite concerned about the competition that had transpired that day. Originally, both she and Smoker had been part of the Navy headquarters, but due to certain circumstances, Smoker had self-assigned himself to the East Blue. The resources and conditions here were undeniably inferior to those at the headquarters. Thus, 2 years ago, he had the upper hand over Yi Luo. But now Yi Luo could easily defeat him, which surely stirred feelings of discontent within Smoker. Moreover, it seemed that in recent days, Yi Luo had been deliberately lingering around Smoker, exacerbating his agitation. If Yi Luo did not leave soon, Dasky feared that Smoker might take drastic measures. After embarking, Yi Luo rested in the ship's cabin. Given the vessel's speed, he anticipated arriving at his hometown by the following afternoon. This was no longer the time of his initial venture at sea, drifting aimlessly in a small wooden boat. Upon reaching the port of his hometown the next afternoon, Yi Luo was taken aback. The port, evidently ravaged by cannon fire, and the absence of any signs of human life conveyed through his observation Haki, left him momentarily stunned. He sent a message to Smoker, inquiring about the situation on this small island, then commanded his crew, "The rest of you, disembark." Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a grave tone. "I," replied the only officer aboard the warship, Sergeant Wu, saluting. Anyone returning to their hometown and witnessing such devastation would surely be disheartened. Thus, Sergeant Wu refrained from speaking further and promptly contacted the Navy base in Rogue Town using the ship's transponder snail. Indeed, it was a tragic scene. As Yuluo walked through the once vibrant town, now reduced to ruins, he spoke with an expressionless countenance. In merely 2 years, this peaceful and harmonious town has been transformed into this desolation. As the leaves fell, Yuluo walked while surveying the situation around him. It appeared that they had encountered pirates. During his missions in the Grand Line, he had witnessed many places like this. But this time it was his hometown that had suffered. "Report, sir. Colonel Smoker has made contact." A panting communications officer rushed to Yuluo's side and exclaimed, "Speak quickly. Who has committed such heinous acts?" Yuluo inquired, suppressing his anger. "It is the Creek pirates, though I am uncertain of the reasons. I received news of the attack on that small island just as I took over the affairs of Rogue Town. By the time I arrived with my men, the situation was already dire." Smoker's voice resonated through the transponder snail. "Ah, the Creek pirates? Very well. Smoker, I notice there are not many corpses on the island. What of the villagers?" Yuluo asked, a sardonic smile on his face as he gazed at the desolate town. "Some of the villagers were slain by the Creek pirates, but the majority managed to take refuge in the caves. I have arranged for them to begin anew on a nearby island," Smoker replied calmly. "I see. Thank you, Smoker." Yuluo's simmering anger began to subside. "I am not doing this for you. As a Navy officer, it is my duty." Smoker's voice came through firmly, clearly unimpressed by Yuluo's gratitude. "Even so, I still wish to express my thanks. But is there truly no naval division nearby? Why must you, the commander of Rogue Town, come to their rescue personally? If the nearby division had mobilized immediately, the island would not have fallen so easily." Yuluo pressed with a smile, his tone pointed. Smoker fell silent, offering no response. "I understand," Yuluo said with a smile as he ended the call. On the other end, Smoker, staring at the disconnected transponder snail, roared in frustration. "That bastard had the audacity to hang up on me. What does he know? The division commander was not even at the base. He was out patrolling. Would he truly believe such a coincidence?" Meanwhile, after hanging up, Yuluo turned to the sergeant beside him and inquired, "Where is the nearest division? Which division is it? Who is the highest-ranking officer?" "Report, sir. The nearest division is the 16th Division, under the command of Captain Mouse." The sergeant hesitated before responding directly. "The 16th Division? Captain Mouse? That name sounds familiar." Yuluo murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As the leaves fell, Yuluo closed his eyes. He was no longer the same person who had first arrived in this world. He had now perused the entire map of the East Sea. His hometown, a quaint village nestled close to the Red Earth continent, was but a small island. Thus, it was only natural that he had drifted towards Rogue Town. In reality, just beyond his hometown lay Cocoa Village, a significantly larger expanse of land in the East Sea. Home to over 20 settlements, all under the dominion of the Fishmen and the Fearsome Dragon. Cocoa Village, where Nami resided, was merely one of these towns. "Let us proceed directly to the 16th Division," Yuluo declared, opening his eyes with resolve. He had already devised a plan to deal with the cowardly and avaricious Colonel Mouse. Initially, he had pondered which division possessed the audacity to turn a blind eye to the pirates, compelling Smoker to dispatch troops from the distant Rogue Town for assistance. To his surprise, it was merely this greedy and timid colonel, which made matters significantly more manageable. Yes, the warship hastened its pace, heading straight for the 16th Division. Meanwhile, as Yuluo made his way to the 16th Division, Carp had also set sail, having realized upon reaching Windmill Town that Luffy had already ventured out to sea. After being reprimanded by the town mayor for forgetting his grandson's birthday, Carp hastily departed in an attempt to catch up with Luffy. At that moment, Luffy had already landed in Shell's Town alongside Kobe, where he encountered his first companion, the pirate hunter Zaro. The two wreaked havoc at the Navy base in Shell's Town, defeating the corrupt Colonel Monka, known as the Axe Hand. Speaking of Monka, he had once been a passionate young naval officer, but when confronted by the cunning crocodile, his entire fleet was annihilated, leaving Monka with a shattered jaw. Crocodile's subordinate, Sango, had hypnotized him, leading him to believe he had captured Crocodile himself. He handed over the impersonated Kuro to the Navy, thereby ascending to the rank of second lieutenant in the 153rd Division. However, the influence of Zhang Yao's hypnosis altered his character. From that point onward, he became exceedingly arrogant, proclaiming that those in positions of power were the greatest individuals in the world. Consequently, he sought every possible means to ascend to the rank of colonel, thus becoming the de facto ruler of both the 153rd Division and the town of Shells. After Luffy defeated Monka, he deliberately pretended to be unfamiliar with Kobe, who aspired to become a Navy officer, in order to avoid any association with him, even going so far as to feign a rift. Meanwhile, Kobe, along with Monka's son Balumabur, remained behind to serve as a jack-of-all-trades at the naval base. The following day, Carp, pursuing Luffy, also landed in Shell's town, receiving a request from Logue Town to bring the axe-wielding Monka for just judgment. On the same day, the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the legendary Marine Monkey D. Carp, solidified Monka's infamous title of Axe God. Of course, this was merely a jest among Earth's sea enthusiasts. To test Kobe and Balumabur, Carp intentionally allowed Monka to strike him. Had the pirates of the Grand Line and even the New World learned of this, they might have genuinely revered Monka as the Axe God. For the moniker of Iron Fist, Carp was not earned lightly. With Kobe and Balumabur aboard the Doghead warship, they set sail directly for Logue Town. As Carp was aware that Luffy would inevitably pass through, planning to ensnare him there. Meanwhile, Luffy encountered the thief Nami, known for pilfering from pirates, through the jester Buggy. After dealing with Buggy, the group encountered the clever Kuro, who had faked his death and escaped, in Usopp's hometown. Following a skirmish, they recruited Usopp onto their ship. Shortly after setting sail, they encountered Zoro's younger comrades, the pirate hunter Johnny and Joseph, whom Luffy and the others rescued from scurvy. Ultimately, following their advice, the group altered their course towards the floating restaurant Baratai. Upon reaching the 16th Division, the Yellow found no trace of Colonel Mouse. According to reports from the Navy personnel at the 16th Division, he had gone out on patrol, with his exact location unknown and requiring contact via a transponder snail. In order to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, Iluo did not exhibit any overt intentions. Nor did he instruct the Navy of the 16th Division to contact the Rat, as he was uncertain whether these naval officers were also in collusion with the Rat. After returning to the warship, Iluo pondered for a moment before reaching out to Smoker. Since Colonel Rat was nowhere to be found, it would be prudent to seek out the Krieg pirates instead. The Krieg pirates, you say? It is rumored that they set sail for the Grand Line just a few days prior. Thus, if one wishes to pursue them, one must head to the Grand Line. Iluo, where are you now? At that moment, Colonel Rat, the commander of the 16th Division, was patrolling elsewhere and was not present at the base to provide immediate assistance. On the other end of the transponder snail, Smoker spoke in a low voice, expressing his concern that Iluo might cause trouble for the 16th Division. If he were to attack the base, it would be no different than declaring war on the Navy. Iluo pondered for a moment, refraining from answering Smoker, and instead asked, "Are you familiar with that renowned maritime restaurant in the East Sea? The maritime restaurant? Baratai? What brings this up?" Smoker inquired, intrigued. As the highest-ranking Navy officer in the East Sea, he had indeed visited Baratai. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have readily provided an answer, but given the current situations, he wondered why Iluo was not seeking the Krieg pirates or Colonel Mouse, but instead inquiring about a restaurant. "Just tell me," Iluo urged with unusual impatience. Though he was aware that Krieg would encounter Hawkeye in the Grand Line and subsequently return to the East Sea in disgrace, he could not ascertain the timing. He needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, Krieg's remnants would fall victim to Hawkeye, and with the troublemaker Luffy involved, finding Krieg would become increasingly difficult. "Ask the sergeant on your ship. He has been there and knows the coordinates," Smoker suggested after a moment's thought, realizing it was unwise to offend Iluo at this juncture. "Let us depart for Baratai." Iluo decisively ended the call and turned to the sergeant beside him. "Understood, sir." The sergeant saluted and promptly directed the warship toward Baratai. Smoker, having been abruptly disconnected, felt his anger flare once more. That scoundrel, hanging up on me again. I must call the 16th Division to inform them to prepare. After contacting the 16th Division and learning that Iluo had just left their vicinity without causing any disturbances, Smoker felt a measure of relief. However, unease lingered in his mind, prompting him to reach out to Vice Admiral Garp. Meanwhile, at Baratai, the owner, engrossed in a book on the upper floor, sensed an unsettling feeling of anxiety. What could be the cause of this disquieting sensation? Red-footed Zeph gazed out of the window at the sky, muttering to himself. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a cannonball hurtled towards him. Although Zeph reacted swiftly, he was nonetheless injured. The chaos had erupted from a conflict between Luffy and Lieutenant Hapu of the Navy, resulting in cannon fire being redirected into Zeph's room. Shortly thereafter, the waitstaff of the floating restaurant seized Luffy, but while dining, Hapu clashed with the chef, Sanji. Amidst the negotiations between Luffy and Zeph, Sanji dealt a punishing blow to Hapu, who was subsequently captured by the pirate, Gin, yet managed to escape. However, weakened by hunger, Gin was swiftly defeated by the chef, Patty. Unable to bear the sight of a starving individual, Sanji discreetly provided Gin with a bowl of rice and a small boat. This act did not go unnoticed by Luffy, who fervently invited Sanji to join his crew. Alas, fate had other plans. Gin, who owed his life to Sanji, turned out to be a subordinate of the infamous Krieg pirates. Shortly after entering the Grand Line, their fleet encountered the formidable Mihawk, leading to an inevitable disaster. The beleaguered Krieg pirates sought refuge in the East Blue, and upon Gin's return, he resolved to procure food from Baratai, unaware that Krieg had no intention of paying for it. After consuming the food prepared by Sanji, Krieg's demeanor shifted, as he not only demanded more sustenance but also plotted to seize Baratai itself. Ultimately, Zeph emerged, only to be recognized by Krieg as the notorious red-legged Zeph, a pirate who had also traversed the Grand Line. Upon learning of Zeph's identity, Krieg immediately demanded the navigational logs from their past voyages. Negotiations faltered, and as Krieg distributed food among his men, Gin recounted their harrowing experience in the Grand Line, a fleet of 50 ships annihilated by a single man wielding a sword. Luffy and his companions were astonished, while both Zeph and Zoro speculated that the man in question was none other than Mihawk. On the other hand, the members of the Krieg pirates regained their strength with the food, while the chefs of Baratai vowed to defend their establishment at all costs, leading to an imminent clash. However, just as the battle was about to commence, Krieg's flagship was cleaved in two by a single stroke. As Mihawk revealed himself, Zoro trembled with excitement. His quest at sea was to find the man known as the world's strongest swordsman. Why do you persistently follow us? What grudge do we hold against you? One of Krieg's men, unnerved by Mihawk's presence, questioned defiantly. To pass the time, Mihawk replied, his expression one of utter boredom. Are you free now? Then let us duel. Zoro trembled with excitement as he addressed Mihawk. Weakling, as a swordsman, can you not perceive the vast chasm that separates us? Or are you simply ignorant? Mihawk glanced at Zoro and replied nonchalantly, it is a promise. No matter what, I shall become the world's strongest swordsman. And defeating you will serve as the finest testament to that. Zoro slowly unsheathed his 3 swords. Mihawk chuckled, removing a necklace from his chest, a crucifix that was also a small dagger, and remarked, even if you are a somewhat renowned swordsman from the East Blue, that sea is known as the weakest of all. Besides, I am not the kind of foolish beast that uses all its strength to catch a mere rabbit. So let us make do with this. Insulting others should have its limits. Don't wait until death to regret it. An enraged Zoro charged at Mihawk. The duel was decidedly one-sided. Even with all his might, Zoro could not land a single blow on Hawkeye. Why not evade? Do you wish to have your heart pierced by my blade? Mihawk's dagger penetrated Zoro's body as he inquired. I don't know. I just feel that I cannot retreat. If I do, everything I have fought for will be lost. Zoro spat blood as he spoke. Indeed, that signifies defeat. Mihawk replied. Heh, then I certainly cannot retreat. Zoro replied with a peculiar smile. Even if it means death? Mihawk asked solemnly. Death would be preferable. Zoro responded without hesitation. Such unwavering resolve, Mihawk thought to himself, retracting the dagger and drawing the black blade from his back. Boy, state your name. This marked Mihawk's acknowledgement of Zoro's strength, and he decided to use the world's strongest black blade to help Zoro grasp the reality of the world. As the final clash concluded, aside from the sword Wado Ikamanji in his mouth, the other 2 swords shattered completely, and Zoro stood upright, sheathing his blade. What are you doing? Mihawk inquired, puzzled. Zoro smiled and replied, the wound on my back is the disgrace of a swordsman. Excellent. Mihawk exclaimed, delivering a cut from Zoro's left shoulder to his right abdomen. The bounty hunter duo immediately rushed to assist Zoro, while Luffy charged directly at Mihawk. Oh, a friend of the young swordsman? Do you also wish to comprehend the world? Mihawk regarded Luffy with curiosity. Your worldview is not something you can teach. A naval officer, draped in a justice cloak, appeared on the remains of the Krieg pirate ship, speaking with a calm demeanor. The Navy? Mihawk inquired, intrigued by the newcomer. Brother. At that moment, Zoro was hoisted onto a small boat by the bounty hunter duo, and Usopp was administering urgent care to him. Despite Luffy's curiosity about the unexpected naval presence, he was relieved to see that Zoro was still alive, as Mihawk had informed him moments earlier. At last, I've caught up. The Krieg pirate crew, you truly are a challenge to locate. Perched atop the sails is, of course, Yi Luo. And who might you be? Krieg pondered whether he was simply cursed, as it seemed these enigmatic figures continually sought him out to cause trouble. Matters concerning you insignificant scoundrels shall be addressed later. However, regarding the warlord Mihawk, though your status as a pirate has waned, I still advise you to refrain from engaging him, despite the knowledge that Mihawk had not laid a finger on Luffy. Luo remained somewhat apprehensive as he spoke to the Hawkeyes. Oh, as far as I am aware, he is a pirate, is he not? Since when did the Navy begin offering protection to pirates? Mihawk chuckled softly, remarking, although Luo holds the rank of colonel, he is not yet prepared to face the formidable Hawkeyes Mihawk. While he may be a pirate, he is my brother, and I shall not permit you to harm him. Luo gradually approached Luffy, shielding him behind his own form, and declared. The words spoken by Luo left everyone, including Luffy, utterly astonished. A naval colonel, and yet he aspires to be a pirate? The gazes directed at Luffy were peculiar. Huh, my brother? Who are you? Luffy asked, his face a mask of confusion. Cough. Cough. Luffy, can you hear me? Zoro, awakening from his stupor, grasped his sword, Wad Ikamanji, and called out to the sky. Is that you, Zoro? Are you all right? I can hear you. Luffy's attention was instantly captured by Zoro. Did I worry you? If I cannot even become the world's greatest swordsman, it would surely complicate things for you, wouldn't it? Zoro coughed up blood as he spoke, while the bounty hunter duo nearby wept openly, urging him to cease his words. I will never lose. Until I defeat him and become the great swordsman, I refuse to accept defeat. Do you have any objections? Pirate King. Zoro gasped, expelling all his words in one breath. None at all. Luffy replied with a grin. Quite the team. Mihawk chuckled lightly, turning to depart. Hey, Hawkeye, aren't you here to claim my head? The head of the East Blue's overlord? Suddenly, Krieg appeared behind Mihawk, brandishing a pistol. You? Sorry. I have no interest. Today has been rather enjoyable, but I must return to rest. You might want to consider how to deal with the Navy over there. Mihawk glanced at Luo, chuckled softly, and boarded his small boat. Navy? It was only after Mihawk's reminder that everyone recalled the presence of a Navy officer. By the way, who exactly are you? Luffy curiously inquired of Luo. Colonel of the Marine Headquarters, Purple Dragon, Luo. Luo smiled as he introduced himself. His purple mist technique had grown considerably powerful, causing a violet glow to emanate from his face when he channeled his inner strength, combined with the inherent effects of his dragon descending 18 palms, which earned him such a title. You are the recently rising genius of the Marine Headquarters, regarded as the most likely of the younger generation to ascend to the rank of Admiral, Colonel Purple Dragon? Mihawk, now aboard a ship, turned with mild curiosity upon hearing Luo's introduction. Indeed, and I oppose the warlord system. Luo stared unflinchingly at Mihawk. The warlords? They are of little consequence to me. Mihawk chuckled lightly as he sailed away. Once he departed, Luo's tense nerves began to relax. He was by no means a match for Mihawk. Why do you say you are my brother? I don't seem to recognize you, Luffy asked, picking his nose. His expression calm. Suppressing the urge to kick this rascal, Luo smiled and replied, I have shared a cup of brotherhood with Ace. He told me he has a brother. Furthermore, I am a disciple of your grandfather. Ace? Have you met Ace? How is he doing now? Upon hearing Ace's name, Luffy instantly became excited, completely disregarding Garp. Luo nodded with a smile and said, he is doing quite well now. You should encounter him when you venture into the New World. We can discuss our conversation later. For now, I must first address the immediate trash. After speaking, Luo turned to Creek and softly inquired, Pirate Captain Creek? Do you remember the bloodbath you unleashed on Filey Island 2 years ago? Filey Island? Which one are you referring to? I have ravaged so many islands that I can hardly recall. Creek chuckled, seemingly dismissive of Luo. Ah, Filey Island? That was a peaceful and serene place. However, 2 years ago, a band of pirate deserters landed there. Most importantly, that is my hometown, Luo declared as he approached Creek. Oh, so it is that dilapidated island? There was hardly anything of value, which is why I easily wiped them all out. Creek appeared to remember, recalling a battle from 2 years prior when many of his men fled. He subsequently hunted them down one by one, eliminating them all. Yet, when a dozen deserters escaped to a small island, they were surprisingly defeated by the island's inhabitants. Enraged, Creek ordered the massacre of the entire town. Even if they were deserters, they belonged to my Creek pirates and were not to be trifled with by mere civilians. However, it seemed the island's residents were few in number and lacked ample resources, so they did not linger long, departing after wreaking havoc on the town. As the leaves fell, Luo let out a sigh. It turned out that the adversary had not spared the villagers who had concealed themselves. Rather, they had simply gone unnoticed. The villagers remaining in the town must have resolved to face death, determined to prevent the others from perishing at the hands of the pirates. Jafu aboard the bluefin tuna shook his head upon witnessing this and retreated to the cabin, leaving the gathered chefs in a state of perplexity. "Old man, where are you going?" Sanji inquired in astonishment. "Let us go. Did you not hear what the man with the hawk eyes said? The Navy, renowned even in the Grand Line and the New World, is not something a so-called East Blue overlord like Creek can contend with," Jafu replied, not looking back as he made his way to the cabin. "Is it truly that formidable?" The chefs exchanged incredulous glances towards Yi Luo, but at that moment, he had already seized Creek, who resembled a lifeless dog in his grip. When Sanji and the others turned back, they were met with the sight of Yi Luo holding Creek aloft, akin to a dead dog. "What just transpired?" Sanji asked, his mouth agape, while a disbelieving Luffy exclaimed, "How did Creek end up like this in the blink of an eye?" Sanji found it hard to comprehend. "Let go of our captain, you bastard." The demon, Akin, along with the second squad leader, Tiding Ba, charged towards Yi Luo in an attempt to rescue Creek. Blockhead. Bang. The leaves fell without evasion, and the dual limbs of the specter Akin struck leaf fall, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. "Is this a monster?" Sanji gazed at Leaf Fall, who had withstood Akin's full force blow as if nothing had happened, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Aha, are you merely tickling me?" Triple thrust. Yi Luo let out a cold laugh, grasping Kellic in one hand while employing his finger gun technique with the other. The specter known as Jean and the formidable Iron Walba fell without resistance, rendered powerless in battle. Filthy pirates, prepare to face the judgment of justice. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo employed the moonwalk technique, propelling himself skyward while clutching Cleek. With a swift kick, he unleashed the Gale Dragon Slash. A powerful strike was executed, sending the remnants of Cleek's flagship plummeting to the ocean's depths. Is this the might of the Grand Line? It is no wonder that the Cleek pirates could not endure even a week before they crumbled. The chefs at Bartai stood agape, astonished by the vanishing wreckage before them. At that moment, a naval warship was hastily approaching from the distance across the sea. "Luffy, did you not set sail to become a pirate? Why are you dressed like a restaurant waiter?" Yi Luo descended from the sky, still holding Cleek, and inquired of the bewildered Luffy. That well. I accidentally caused some damage to this restaurant, so I'm working here to make amends. I had intended to defeat those pirates as compensation, but that is no longer possible," Luffy replied, his expression one of dejection. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo felt a sense of exasperation. Indeed, it became evident that this fellow was no genuine pirate. During his time with the Navy, he had yet to hear of a pirate causing damage and then staying behind to work off the debt. At least Ace, Luffy's brother, had never been known to pay for his meals. My sincerest apologies. I must personally capture this rascal. However, I can assist you with your compensation, provided you refrain from declaring yourself a pirate, or else I shall find myself in quite the predicament." Yi Luo pointed towards the distant warship and addressed Luffy. "Is that true? Are you really going to help me with the compensation? That's so cool." Luffy, only catching the first part of the conversation, excitedly removed his work clothes, brimming with enthusiasm as he spoke. "Who is the owner here? I shall take responsibility for my brother's debts," Yi Luo inquired with a smile, directing his question towards the chefs at Baratai. "No need for that, Navy officer. You have already rendered us a great service. Please, come in and dine with us." Zeph emerged with a smile, clearly having gone inside to cook personally. "The owner does seem familiar," Yi Luo mused, stroking his chin while scrutinizing Zeph. He whispered, causing the chefs at Baratai to grow increasingly anxious. They had already learned from Krieg that their boss was once a notorious pirate who had traversed the Grand Line. If this formidable Navy officer recognized him, they would have no means to resist. Perhaps I have merely seen you somewhere before. It matters not. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your care of my brother," Yi Luo said, gently patting Luffy's head while bowing respectfully to Zeph. As Yi Luo's words relieved the chefs with a quiet sigh, Jafu remained remarkably composed. Once Yi Luo escorted Luffy into the restaurant, the chefs and waitstaff commenced the task of tidying up the disordered establishment. "By the way, Luffy, where are your companions?" Yi Luo inquired, noticing the absence of the injured Zoro and Usopp among others. They have gone in search of my other companion," Luffy replied nonchalantly to Yi Luo. Yi fell into a gentle smile, nodding as she spoke. "I see. So where will you go next?" "Me? Naturally, I must seek out my companions," Luffy replied with a grin, taking a seat at the dining table, ready to begin the meal. As the leaves fell gently, Yuluo was about to say something when Sanji arrived, carrying food and red wine, serving them to Yuluo and Luffy. Once Sanji departed, Yuluo, while savoring the delectable dishes, addressed Luffy. By the way, Luffy, you must be aware that your grandfather has returned to Windmill Village in search of you. However, seeing you here, I presume you haven't encountered him yet? The renowned Baratai restaurant indeed lived up to its reputation, with the food being remarkably delightful and the chosen red wine complementing it splendidly. Grandfather? Luffy, with his mouth full, stared at Yuluo in astonishment. Before hastily swallowing all the food in one go, he nervously scanned the surroundings and inquired, "My grandfather is here? Where is he?" Sanji, who had stepped away, stood nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. He recalled Yuluo mentioning that he was a disciple of Luffy's grandfather, and if a disciple was so formidable, then surely the master must be invincible. Observing Luffy, who bore a striking resemblance to Ace, Yuluo couldn't help but wonder just how much they feared the old man. Casting a glance at Sanji, Yuluo had refrained from continuing the conversation with Luffy not out of fear of being overheard, but rather out of respect for Sanji's work. Pausing until he had finished serving, "Rest assured, for the time being, he won't catch up with you, but who knows what the future holds," Yuluo remarked, wiping his mouth with a nearby napkin after finishing his meal. Seeing this, Luffy finally relaxed. At that moment, a contingent of Navy soldiers entered, approaching Yuluo and saluting him. "First, take Creek aboard and secure him," Yuluo instructed the Navy. Observing the large number of soldiers, Luffy continued to eat as if nothing were amiss, which eased Yuluo's mind. He would be quite embarrassed if Luffy caused a commotion. "By the way, Luffy, do you still have a ship? Wasn't yours stolen? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Yuluo extended an invitation with a smile. "Huh? But I'm a pirate, right? Riding on a Navy ship seems inappropriate," Luffy replied without hesitation. "Fool. The people before you are the Navy." "The Navy? You dare to openly declare yourself a pirate?" Sanji, lurking nearby, silently berated Luffy. It was evident that this troublemaker had either not heard or simply disregarded what Yuluo had previously said. As the leaves fell, Yuluo wore a look of exasperation. "Are you afraid that others might not recognize you as pirates?" he remarked, his patience waning. "Never mind. I have matters to attend to, Luffy. This is my life paper. Keep it with you." Casting a glance at the astonished naval officers behind him, Yuluo produced a piece of life paper, tore off a small fragment, and handed it to Luffy while explaining its significance. Once he observed Luffy solemnly placing the life paper into his straw hat, Yuluo smiled, waved goodbye, and settled the bill for their meal, along with the compensation for the damage caused at Baratai, before departing with the naval officers. Although the establishment had not demanded recompense, as a righteous naval officer, Yuluo felt compelled to pay for everything. "Colonel, where are we headed now?" the sergeant inquired upon seeing Yuluo. "Let us proceed to Kokoyashi village. There is a pest awaiting my attention," Yuluo replied with a smile. Encountering the living Luffy today brought immense joy to Yuluo, who had once been an admirer of the series in a past life. However, he refrained from capturing him or altering his aspirations, for many of Yuluo's plans still relied on Luffy's penchant for chaos. After the departure of Leaf, Luffy once again invited Sanji aboard, and after a heartfelt farewell with Zeph, Sanji set sail with Luffy. The two of them navigated Zeph's small boat, heading towards Koko Village. Upon Leaf's arrival at Koko Village, he instructed the warship to anchor a bit farther away, while he utilized the moonwalk to ascend directly onto the island. He recalled that at this time, Captain Mouse had likely gone to visit Nami, stealing the hard-earned 100 million berries she had saved, and injuring her sister Nojiko in the process. Thus, he planned to deal with Captain Mouse first, regarding the 20 million bounty on the dragon. He intended to assess the situation later, especially after recently acquiring Creek S1, 700 diamonds, which had now exceeded 10,000. Observing the inverted houses around him, Leaf let out a sigh. If it were not for the fact that the dragon was an adversary favored by Luffy, he would have confronted him directly, as Leaf held a particular disdain for those who preyed upon the common folk. As for Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, Leaf did not believe that the whale-shark fishman would protect the dragon upon learning of his misdeeds. If he did, Leaf would not hesitate to engage him in battle. Upon disembarking at Koko Village, Leaf surveyed his surroundings before making his way towards Back Sand Town, recalling that the orange grove lay between Koko Village and Back Sand Town. To avoid missing it, he kept close to the coastline, as it appeared that Nami had left Luffy and the other ship anchored near the shore close to the orange grove. When Leaf reached the location, he suddenly turned his gaze towards another area. This was the dragon's domain, the headquarters where the fishmen typically resided. However, he noticed activity on the water's surface. To confirm, he utilized the moonwalk to ascend and witnessed a naval ship being sunk. It bore the flag of the 77th Division. Had they sent someone to negotiate with the dragon, similar to Captain Mouse? Or had the negotiations failed due to exorbitant demands? Leaf pondered thoughtfully. He did not believe the Navy had come to eradicate the dragon, as the highest bounty pirate in the East Blue, with the shadow of the warlord Jinbei behind him. The Navy would generally avoid provoking him unless the dragon's actions were exceedingly egregious. At this moment, in the waters outside the Dragon-S domain, the 77th Division's ship was sunk by the fishmen, with most returning to the Dragon-S territory to celebrate their victory. You've worked hard. The dragon, seated in the main position, did not partake in the fray, sending only 3 of his officers to dispatch the 77th Division's warship to the depths. To Leif's surprise, the Navy had indeed come to challenge the dragon, even deploying the commander of the 77th Division, Rear Admiral Pudding Pudding, only to meet complete annihilation before even breaching the gates of the Dragon-S domain. Haha, this sea area is well known to us. As long as we have the nautical charts drawn by Nami, we are an invincible force. The octopus, Xiaoba, chuckled and remarked. Are you not the one who promised Nami that as long as she possesses 100 million berries, you would grant her freedom and return her village? The long-mouthed fishman, a Jew, addressed the evil dragon. Indeed, I shall adhere to my financial commitments with unwavering resolve. The evil dragon smirked, his words laden with ambiguity. However, just as Yuluo was preparing to descend, he unexpectedly encountered Luffy and his companions on the road leading from Shasha Town to the evil dragon's domain. How did he arrive here before me? Yuluo pondered, his memory of the earlier events somewhat hazy. He only recalled that Luffy aided Nami in defeating the evil dragon. After which she boarded the ship. Perhaps I should proceed to the orange grove first, even if I do not encounter the rat here. He will inevitably emerge to put a bounty on Luffy. Yuluo mused, smiling at the thought. It seemed that Luffy's first bounty was indeed crafted after a report to headquarters by Colonel Rat, personally overseen by his former superior, Lieutenant Brano. Soon, upon arriving at the orange grove, Yuluo spotted a blue-haired beauty adorned with tattoos, plucking oranges from the trees. Are the oranges for sale? They appear quite delectable. Yuluo approached her, greeting her softly. Noki Gao was momentarily taken aback by Yuluo's unexpected presence in the grove, inquiring, Are you a foreigner? What is happening today? So many people have suddenly appeared. Indeed, before arriving, Yuluo had intentionally changed out of his naval uniform, now appearing merely as a somewhat handsome young man. Is there a problem? Are the oranges not for sale? Yuluo asked, furrowing his brow. If you wish to eat, help yourself to a few. Though I am unsure how you arrived here, I advise you to leave this island as soon as possible. Noki Gao replied quietly. Ah, I truly appreciate it. But I am not accustomed to taking from others without offering something in return. If there is any way I can assist you, please do not hesitate to ask. Yuluo said with a gentle smile. No need for that. Your prompt departure after you finish picking oranges would be the greatest assistance you could provide. Noki Gao turned her back to Yuluo, her tone now colder, as she seemed to sense his ulterior motives. As the leaves fell, Yuluo shrugged and made his way to the orange grove, casually selecting a few appealing oranges before returning to the front of Nuo Chigao, leisurely savoring his fruit. Having enjoyed the oranges, shouldn't you be on your way? Nuo Chigao inquired coldly, observing Yuluo's apparent lack of intention to depart. Surely you don't consider me a villain? If that were the case, you should have chosen to flee or yield at the first opportunity. Yuluo chuckled, finding a spot to sit down nonchalantly. Who exactly are you? What brings you here? Nuo Chigao asked, eyeing Yuluo warily. Well, I am a Navy officer. Though my visit to this island is for personal matters. I happened to pass through here and found myself rather fatigued, so I thought I might rest a while. The oranges here are quite delightful. Yuluo peeled the second orange and began to indulge in it. Navy officer? Nuo Chigao was taken aback, surprised by Yuluo's identity. Then, seemingly recalling something, he asked, Are you from the Navy ship we saw earlier? The children in the town sent out a distress signal. And I didn't expect you to actually arrive. However, now that your forces have been decimated, you must have realized the peril of this place. Nuo Chigao's words left Yuluo momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. Initially, he had assumed that a corrupt navy had come to negotiate with the vile dragon. But it turned out that these were indeed righteous Navy officers. Had he known, he might have rushed to save some of them. Alas, it was too late for such thoughts now. Just as Yuluo was about to respond, a stick was pressed against the back of his head. Accompanied by a female voice, Who are you? What are you doing here? Nami, wait. This is a Navy officer. Nuo Chigao urgently interrupted Nami. Huh, a Navy officer? Where is your naval uniform? A Navy officer cannot venture into battle without their proper attire. Nami remained on high alert, her gaze fixed on Luo as she interrogated him. I assure you, I am indeed a Navy officer. However, I am here for personal reasons, and thus am not wearing my Navy uniform. Luo replied lazily, shrugging. It was evident that both knew Achigao, who had previously shown trust, and Nami now regarded him with suspicion, their watchful eyes fixed on his every movement. Very well, if you do not believe me. May I take my leave? Luo stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants with a smile. The two remained silent, merely observing him. State your purpose, and I shall allow your departure. Nami finally spoke after a pause. All right. Who can resist you, little Nami? Luo turned back to glance at the resolute Nami, saying with a hint of resignation, I came seeking Colonel Mouse. I heard he has connections with the vile dragon, so I thought I might try my luck in locating him. We have some personal grievances, hence my choice to forego the Navy uniform. Colonel Mouse? Nami furrowed her brow in inquiry. Having spent considerable time in the dragon's territory without encountering any Navy officers, she directly responded, your information seems mistaken. No Navy has ever ventured here. Even if they did, they would end up like those we just encountered, unable to return. Ah, I see now. After some contemplation, I ponder whether it is time to take action against the wicked dragon, for he has long been a tyrant in the East Sea. Even Jinbei should not permit such indulgence towards the fishmen. Luo mused, stroking his chin. Nami was taken aback. The name Jinbei sounded vaguely familiar, as she recalled overhearing conversations among the dragon's crew. Do you possess the strength to defeat the dragon? He is of the Fishman tribe. Nami inquired, her surprise evident. Why? Do you intend to alert the dragon? You appear to be one of their subordinates, Luo remarked with a smile, pointing to the tattoo on Nami's arm. No, I am not. Nami instinctively covered the tattoo, but before she could elaborate, Nokigo stepped forward. He sensed that this self-proclaimed Navy man might become their savior, and any misunderstanding regarding Nami would be unfortunate. Ah, never mind. This is indeed troublesome. Thank you for the oranges, but I shall take my leave now, Luo said, rubbing his temples in frustration before turning to depart. Wait, Nokigo called out, immediately pursuing Luo. Nami intended to follow, but upon touching the tattoo on her arm, she halted and turned back towards the wooden house. Nokigo chased after Luo, only to find that he had vanished without a trace, prompting him to return to the small house in the orange grove. There, he discovered Nami asleep at the table, beside her the gloves from her earlier injury. After some contemplation, Nokigo decided to leave once more, knowing that Nami's concerns were tied to Luffy and the others, and he intended to persuade them to depart. Shortly after Nokigo left, Nami awoke from her slumber, preparing to step outside when the town's guard, a Jin, and a contingent of Navy personnel appeared. Squeak, squeak. I am Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division of the Navy. Are you the criminal known as Nami? The leading officer inquired with a smile. Oh, the Navy? A criminal? I am indeed a pirate, and hence a criminal, but I am also a subordinate of the dragon. As a colonel, I trust you comprehend the implications of that. Nami replied with a surprised yet amused expression, the name Colonel Mouse ringing a bell. A pirate? Squeak, squeak. We have not received any intelligence regarding pirates in this area. Rather, we have heard of a thief. Even if you pilfer treasures from pirates, a criminal remains a criminal, and stolen goods are considered contraband. Thus, it is our duty as the Navy to reclaim them. Colonel Mouse declared with an air of certainty. What did you say? Is this truly the Navy's duty? Nami could scarcely believe the absurdity of his words. Search the premises. The Navy officers disregarded Nami's protests and proceeded to invade the house. How dare you? Who gave you permission to enter? Halt this at once. Is this the proper conduct of the Navy? Do you not have more pressing matters to attend to, such as eradicating pirate crews? Nami brandished a wooden stick, toppling several Navy soldiers who sought to invade the house. Ignore her. Do not engage with her. Continue searching. Colonel Mouse chuckled, observing Nami's fury as though she were a mere jester. Colonel, there seems to be an issue with this area, reported a Marine. Dig it up for me. Colonel Mouse instructed, a gleam of delight illuminating his face. You scoundrels, keep your filthy hands off Aunt Belmere South Orange Grove. Nami retaliated, swiftly incapacitating a few soldiers near the orchard. Yet, the Navy persisted with their search, seemingly aware of the considerable wealth Nami had concealed. Is this how you treat a young girl? Nami exclaimed. The money I took was to redeem our village. Finally, the guard, a Jien, could no longer remain silent and bellowed. What? A Jien? You already know? The Navy displayed little reaction, while Nami appeared momentarily taken aback. You fools. How could we not know such an obvious matter? We learned the truth from Nojiko long ago, the guard Aegean whispered, adjusting his cap. Indeed. Since your navy cannot protect us, depart from here. Nojiko, having rushed over after informing the Straw Hat crew of the situation, also spoke up. Do you think you're being too naive? 100 million berries are not as easy to find as an orange. Anyone who dares to obstruct, aside from Nami, shall be shot on the spot. Colonel Mouse declared with a triumphant grin, commanding his men. At this, Nami felt a shiver run through her, exchanging glances with Nojiko. She recalled the stranger who had previously appeared, claiming to be from the Navy. He had mentioned Colonel Mouse's collusion with the dragon, indicating that he had come to confront the colonel, yet she had inadvertently driven him away. Do not touch those treasures. Just as Nami was lost in thought, the Navy finally unearthed her hidden riches. Nojiko attempted to intervene, but was shot by the Marines. Nojiko, Aegean and Nami rushed forward to assess Nojiko's injury. Considering you are a thieving pirate, I shall overlook your crime of theft, but we shall confiscate these stolen goods. Colonel Mouse declared condescendingly to Nami, who was crouched beside Nojiko. You bastard. It's the dragon. It's him. He never intended to honor the agreement. He sent you here, didn't he? Nami shot a glare of hatred at Colonel Mouse. What are you talking about? Who is the dragon? I don't know him at all, Colonel Mouse exclaimed, instinctively avoiding Nami's gaze. At that moment, Nami was consumed by a tumult of anger and guilt. If she had not chased away that Navy soldier earlier, perhaps he would have resolved the matter with Colonel Mouse by now. For reasons unknown, Nami felt that the man from before possessed the capability to address this situation. The dragon! The dragon! The dragon! Upon hearing the commotion, the villagers rushed over, inquiring about the unfolding events. A doctor was summoned to tend to Naka's wounds, while Nami was solely intent on confronting the malevolent dragon for answers. Ah, Nami, is there anything I can assist you with? Luffy, who was out for a leisurely stroll, joyfully approached her. What are you still doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave? You should just get lost. Nami's anger was ignited by Luffy's presence. She seized his collar and shouted vehemently before pushing him away and charging towards the dragon's territory. Pouting in confusion, Luffy muttered to himself, "What s with her? I was just saying hello." Meanwhile, at the port of Hosha Town, Iluo was overjoyed to discover the warship of the 16th Division and promptly boarded, eager to lie in wait for an opportunity. Shortly thereafter, Colonel Mouse returned with a squad of sailors, merrily discussing the day's bounties with his subordinates. Hee. I can't stop laughing. We managed to gather 300 berries. And this 30 is mine. Colonel Mouse's irritating voice reached Yi Luo's ears. But Colonel, this money is stained with blood and dirt. It's all tattered, a sailor reported while inspecting the haul. Fool, money is money, Colonel Mouse retorted. It seems it has indeed been snatched away. Seated in the ship's cabin, Yi Luo spoke to himself, surrounded by bound sailors. However, Colonel Mouse, counting the money on deck, failed to notice anything unusual about the warship. Where are the men? Colonel, the soldiers we left behind are missing. A sailor finally observed that something seemed amiss with the day's military vessel. Are you looking for them? Yi Luo casually emerged from the cabin, momentarily taken aback by the question, then opened the door to reveal the restrained sailors within. Who are you? Colonel Mouse asked, startled as he gazed at Yi Luo. Greedy wretch, I have come to deliver justice upon you, Yi Luo proclaimed dramatically. Justice? I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division. We, the Navy, are. But before he could finish, Yi Luo struck him with a punch, sending him sprawling. Do not tarnish the Navy with your filth. I am Colonel Yi Luo. You conspired with the pirate dragon, oppressing the surrounding villagers. Now, I am here to arrest you. Do you have anything to say? Yi Luo said disdainfully, observing the bloodied Colonel Mouse on the ground. Colonel? You claim that as if it were true. Shoot him. Colonel Mouse, his eyes filled with malice, commanded. This is my identification. What? Have you all, Navy, colluded with the mice? Yi Luo displayed his naval credentials to the bewildered sailors. Do not listen to his nonsense. As long as we eliminate him and pin the blame on the dragon, we can continue our duties as the Navy. Colonel Mouse sneered insidiously. The Navy soldiers hesitated for a moment, then raised their guns toward Yi Luo. I have given you an opportunity. This is your own choice. Yi Luo sighed, initially believing that not all the soldiers of the 16th Division had succumbed to the same corruption as Mouse. It seemed, however, that at least those accompanying Mouse on the sea had been tainted by greed. Fire! Colonel Mouse, sensing an ominous premonition, shouted loudly. Stand ready. Come forth and clean this up. Within 3 minutes, Yi Luo found himself amidst a throng of soldiers from the 16th Division, contacting a warship anchored nearby via a snail phone. Colonel, all personnel from the 16th Division have been detained, and we have gathered sufficient evidence. Sergeant Smoker saluted Yi Luo. Do not touch that 93 million berries. It is the blood and tears of the villagers of Cocoa Village. Return it to them. Leave a few to guard the ship. And the rest come with me. There is no longer any need for the dragon's domain to exist. Yi Luo rose and gazed toward the chaotic entrance of Cocoa Village, speaking softly. Understood. The Navy soldiers replied in unison. At that moment, within the dragon's domain, Nami hurried back, having understood through her conversation with the dragon. Yet, fear gripped her heart. She worried that the villagers might recklessly rush to their demise. Although we have made a pact that as long as Nami has not given up, none of us may yield today. Those vile scoundrels have so shamelessly toyed with her kindness, and we cannot forgive them. Is there any dissent? Guard Jian shouted to the gathered villagers at the entrance. How could there be? Let us go. How can we continue to endure their tyranny? The entire village was prepared for battle, ready to protect their beloved Nami from further harm. The villagers roared in anger, as if such outbursts could release the pent-up frustration within them. Everyone, please wait just a moment longer. I will try once more, this time. I have experience on my side. Nami smiled to mask her inner turmoil as she addressed the villagers. Nami, dear Nami. The villagers looked at her with complex emotions, tears gradually blurring their vision. They understood her intent, but that's enough. You have borne the weight of our entire village's lives and fought valiantly until now. You have endured much. For you, joining them must be more painful than carving flesh from your own body. Just leave the village. Jian stepped in front of Nami, gently stroking her head as he spoke softly. What? Mr. Jian, but Nami still wants to say. However, the injured Noki from behind chuckled. You not only harbor ill intentions, but also possess dreams. Go fulfill them. Please, do not say that. I can no longer bear to see anyone else suffer at their hands. With tears streaming down her face, Nami struggled out of Jian's embrace, brandishing a dagger and shouting at the villagers. I know. Jian stepped forward, seizing Nami's dagger, causing blood to flow instantly and startling Nami. It's futile, Nami. Our resolve is unwavering. The villagers chuckled at her. Nami, step aside. Everyone, let's move out. Even if victory eludes us, we must show them our indomitable spirit. Jian, armed and resolute, moved past the nearly dazed Nami. Oh, let them witness the consequences of bullying our little Nami. The villagers roared in fervor. Seated on the ground, Nami attempted to deter the villagers, clutching her dagger. Catching sight of the tattoo on her arm, marking her allegiance to the Dragon Gang, fury surged within her. She plunged the dagger toward her arm, but just as the blade pierced her skin, someone grasped her hand. Why haven't you left yet? Didn't I tell you? This has nothing to do with you. Go. Just go. At that moment, Nami resembled a solitary wounded creature, desperately trying to hide her pain, tending to her wounds in solitude. However, Luffy's arrival seemed to unearth her concealed vulnerabilities, invoking panic and fear within her. As she wished to shield this fragile side from view, Luffy stood quietly behind Nami, remaining still until she regained her composure. Luffy, please help me. Memories of their joyful adventures together flooded her mind. Despite her desire to protect Luffy from the turmoil, the villagers' actions left her feeling powerless. Luffy removed his treasured straw hat and placed it gently on Nami's head, then bellowed with conviction, of course. Nami grasped the hat, recalling Luffy's words that it was his most cherished possession, her emotions surging in a tumult of feelings. Let us go. Luffy advanced fiercely toward the domain of the Dragon Gang, and the Straw Hat crew rose in unison, following behind him. Nami's tears cascaded once again like a breached dam. He is already taking on the role of captain. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Luo appeared behind Nami. Observing Luffy's determined march while draping a cloak of justice over her shoulders, smiling as he spoke. Is that you? Nami gasped, turning to see Yi Luo clad in navy attire. I heard a little cat had lost something, so I brought it back for her. Look, I'm a navy officer. Yi Luo tossed a chest containing Nami's treasures toward her, proudly displaying his naval uniform. What is this? Nami stared at the recovered chest, bewildered by the situation. Isn't this your lost treasure? I got it straight from the rat. I didn't touch it. Don't think about inflating the price. Yi Luo's expression darkened as he considered Nami's character. Nami, incredulous, glared at Yi Luo and, in a fit of rage, stood up, clutching his collar, demanding, Why didn't you show up sooner? At this juncture, what difference does it make if you return the treasure to me? Why do you not venture forth to vanquish the malevolent dragon? Are you not a naval force? Do you not embody justice? The falling leaves halted the advancing naval soldiers, allowing Nami to grasp the collar of one and unleash the fury that simmered within her. Ah, indeed, we, the Navy, have erred. However, little Nami, you must comprehend that in this world, there are many who endure far greater sorrows and injustices. At least you are alive, whereas countless others struggle merely to survive. We, too, are not omnipotent. We are but ordinary individuals motivated by a sense of justice. Leaf recalled the ordinary people tormented by pirates along the Grand Line, momentarily feeling despondent. The naval officers behind him stood in disciplined formation, their pride seemingly diminished, having witnessed the tragedy in Kokasia village firsthand. And what now? Are you not the Navy? Go seize the dragon, Nami shouted in frustration. Fear not, your villagers shall come to no harm. The dragon will no longer appear before you. Leaf reassured her with a smile. If you doubt my words, let us venture forth together. He led Nami and the naval officers toward the dragon's domain. Upon their arrival, they encountered villagers observing from the entrance, while the Straw Hat crew engaged in battle with the dragon's subordinates. Navy, what brings you here? The villagers, spotting Nami among the naval officers, quickly drew her behind them, their trust in the Navy severely shaken. What is happening? Where is Luffy? Inside the dragon's territory, Zoro was locked in combat with Octopus Kappa, while Sanji grappled with the fishmen skilled in karate, but Luffy was conspicuously absent, as were Aiken and Nokigo. The villagers exchanged glances with Leaf and quietly explained to Nami that Luffy, in his clumsiness, had gotten his foot stuck in a rock and was cast into the depths of the sea by the dragon, while Aiken and Nokigo had plunged into the ocean to aid him. As the leaves fell, Luo smiled, remarking on the unexpectedly fierce battle. Only a troublemaker like Monkey D. Luffy could provoke such chaos. A mere ordinary person would have perished countless times under similar circumstances. Surround this area and allow not a single fishman to escape. Additionally, command the naval vessels to converge here. Luo instructed the naval officers behind him. Yes, Colonel. The communications officer saluted and promptly initiated contact with the ships, while the remaining Navy dispersed to encircle the domain of the dragon. The villagers, uncertain of the Navy's intentions, split their focus between the ongoing battle and the naval maneuvers, growing increasingly anxious as they observed the Navy's actions. What are they planning? Inquired the doctor of Cocoa Village, tugging at Nami's sleeve. If the Navy dares to assist the dragon, we shall stop them at all costs, declared the villagers with resolute expressions. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the dragon's faction, and any intervention from the Navy would spell disaster for them. There is no need for concern. He is not a villain, Nami reassured the villagers, casting a glance at Luo. Ah, how ironic that the Navy, typically regarded as protectors, is perceived as foes here. It seems time for me to alter the villagers' perception of the Navy. Luo chuckled softly as he stepped further into the dragon's domain. Both factions engaged and battle paused at the mention of the Navy. However, Sanji recognized Luo and understood he was not there to confront them, while the dragon, having long been in collusion with the Navy, assumed they had come to negotiate favors. Navy, what brings you here at this moment? The dragon questioned, eyeing Luo warily. On the other side, Sanji gestured to Zoro to refrain from provoking Luo. TSK, you fishmen, instead of remaining on Fishman Island, dare to come to the East Blue and flaunt your power. Should I call you ambitious or simply clever? Luo remarked with a smile, gazing at the dragon. Who are you? The dragon's expression shifted, realizing that someone who knew of Fishman Island could not possibly be an ordinary Navy officer from the East Blue. This is Colonel Luo, esteemed colonel of the Navy headquarters. A naval officer behind him boldly declared. Luo nodded in satisfaction, feeling that introducing oneself repeatedly lacked a certain elegance. However, now that the responsibility had shifted to another, the act of self-introduction had indeed transformed into something far more grandiose. The Navy headquarters? Who would have thought that I, the fearsome dragon, could attract the attention of a major from such esteemed ranks? Upon hearing this, the dragon erupted into hearty laughter. Do not misunderstand. My presence here is not for you. Where is Luffy? Luo chuckled and then inquired of Sanji. He has been submerged beneath the waters. Sanji pointed at the dragon and gestured toward the pool, which connected to the sea. Luo, feeling a slight headache, touched his head and addressed Sanji. Could I trouble you to go down and rescue him? Sanji nodded and immediately leaped into the water. The karate fishman beside him was about to follow when Luo turned to him, saying, You would do well to remain still. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. The karate fishman glanced at the dragon, awaiting his command. Just a bunch of lowly beings, and you truly intend to oppose me? The dragon glared at Yiluo, his mood shifting ominously. Lowly beings? Huh, are you attempting to amuse me before fleeing? Yiluo responded with a hearty laugh. As a fishman, especially one who once belonged to the Sun Pirates, you dare to call humans lowly? What then of those fishmen enslaved by humans in the New World? Are they mere slaves or food? While I firmly believe all races should stand equal in this world, it is a harsh reality that fishmen must hide in those seas, lest they be treated as slaves, is it not? Yiluo's laughter echoed, followed by his words. What? Such powerful fishmen reduced to slavery? The villagers outside the gate were astounded. Zoro merely scoffed, indifferent to the concept of race. What intrigued him was the apparent strength of this naval officer named Yiluo. You impertinent fool. Our fishmen are the chosen ones. You humans rely solely on your numbers. The dragon was thoroughly enraged, opening his massive shark-like jaws to bite at Yiluo. Foolish creature. Yiluo's arm transformed into a dark hue as he struck towards the dragon's mouth. With a resounding crash, the dragon's proud teeth shattered under Yiluo's punch, sending him flying once more. Quite impressive. Everyone was taken aback by Yiluo's display of strength. It was exceedingly violent. However, the villagers outside were filled with excitement, for they finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for victory. At that moment, Sanji emerged from the depths with Luffy in tow. Where's that bastard shark? I want to punch him. Luffy immediately began searching for the dragon upon surfacing. Hey, Luffy. Good to see you again. Yiluo greeted him with a smile. Is it Yiluo or Leaf? Luffy squinted, finally recognizing Yiluo and grinning back at him. As the leaves fell, they adorned his head with a cascade of black strands. This fellow proved to be even less reliable than he. It was Yiluo, as in leaf, and Luo, as in to fall. Alas, what a painful blow. The malevolent dragon, sent flying by Yiluo's strike, emerged from the rubble, addressing him with ire. Ah, it's you. Just watch as I send you flying. Upon seeing the dragon, Luffy's spirits soared. Disregarding Yiluo, he bellowed at the beast. Hee. Look at these lowly creatures. I shall vanquish you all. The dragon's teeth, shattered moments ago by Yiluo, began to regenerate as it fixated on him, declaring, Is that so? You don't even qualify to warm me up. With a smile, Yiluo readied himself to confront the dragon. Wait, he is mine, Luffy interjected, his expression turning serious. Very well, but after you defeat him, I must be the one to capture him. Yiluo shrugged, nodding nonchalantly. After Yiluo expressed his intention to withdraw, Luffy and the dragon engaged in battle once more. Meanwhile, the octopus Xiaoba and Zoro were equally unwilling to back down, fighting fiercely in their own corner, while Sanji clashed with the fishermen skilled in karate in another area. Are Luffy and the others all right? Nami inquired with concern. He's merely an ordinary fishman. If he cannot even overcome this challenge, he should reconsider his aspirations of piracy and return to the Navy with me, where I can ensure his safety. Yiluo replied with a smile, while watching the fight beside Nami. Is that you? At that moment, no Kigo and a Jin approached, having just pulled Luffy's head above water to prevent him from drowning. Indeed. Look, this time I'm donning a Navy uniform. Yiluo humorously boasted to no Kigo. The Navy? What brings you here? A Jin questioned, eyeing Yiluo with suspicion. You explain it. I've no desire to repeat myself. Yiluo's demeanor shifted as he addressed a Jin, turning to Nami beside him. Soon, Nami clarified the situation to no Kigo and a Jin, who then offered a somewhat apologetic response to Yiluo. My apologies, Lieutenant Colonel, we misunderstood. No worries. See, the victor will soon be determined, Yiluo remarked, pointing to Zoro and Sanji, who had each dispatched their opponents. What about Luffy? Is he all right? Nami asked anxiously, observing Luffy being overwhelmed by the dragon. Rest assured. While I am unaware of his exact strength, he will undoubtedly prevail against the dragon, Yiluo reassured her with a smile. Indeed. The battle concluded with Luffy's hard-fought victory over the dragon, as Luffy delivered the final blow, shattering the dragon's domain and proclaimed loudly, Nami, you are my companion. Yiluo realized that the matter had reached its resolution. That evening, during the celebratory feast, everyone jubilantly reveled in their newfound freedom. Oh, getting another tattoo? Yiluo inquired playfully, observing the doctor of Kokoasia village transforming the dragon tattoo on Nami's arm into a charming orange windmill. Isn't it inappropriate to spy on a lady getting a tattoo? Though I wouldn't mind if you were willing to part with a few berries, Nami teased, sticking out her tongue at Yiluo. Ah, you remain unchanged. Your spirited demeanor is delightful. I've come to bid farewell. Luo replied with a grin. So soon? Why not wait until dawn to depart? Nami asked in surprise. Although Luffy ultimately saved Kokoasia village, she recognized that had it not been for Luffy, Luo might have eradicated the dragon upon landing on the island. She had come to understand the relationship between Luffy and Luo and suspected that Luo had deliberately left the dragon for Luffy. After all, Luffy was now a pirate. It was already commendable that she did not apprehend him, and accompanying him on his voyage might invite unwelcome gossip. With a shrug of his shoulders, he smiled and remarked, "Is that so?" Nami gazed outside at the navy reveling joyfully alongside Luffy and the others, taken aback by the unexpected harmony. Of course, otherwise it would be. "What is your dream?" As Luo began to articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Nami. "Dreams?" Luo paused, gazing at Nami, who was intently focused on him. With a gentle smile, he replied, "You might not believe my dream." "Why?" This time, it was Nami who appeared puzzled. "Luffy, why don't you share your dream?" Instead of responding to Nami, Luo turned to Luffy, who had just approached. "I aspire to become the Pirate King," Luffy declared earnestly, clutching two large meat skewers, his belly round and satisfied. "Well, to become the Pirate King, you must first find a woman worthy of that title." Luo recalled the famous Pirate King meme from his past life. "So, what kind of person do you believe can earn the title of Pirate King?" Naturally, Luo refrained from revealing his true thoughts and continued to smile as he inquired. "Definitely the freest person," Luffy answered without hesitation. "Haha, I knew it. The freest person, indeed. However, if you wish to roam freely across those vast seas, your current strength is insufficient." Luo laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "I'll definitely become stronger in the future," Luffy exclaimed childishly, sticking out his tongue at Luo. "And what about Nami's dream?" Luo turned to Nami once more. "I want to create a world map," Nami replied, her eyes sparkling with ambition. "Haha. Then you're in the right company with the Pirate King, aren't you?" Luo teased. "And you, the world's greatest swordsman?" He accepted the drink Zoro offered and inquired with a grin. "And what is your dream? To become a Marine Admiral?" Zoro, his body once again wrapped in bandages, approached with a large barrel of alcohol. "An admiral? That is not a worthy aspiration for a dream." Luo shook his head after taking a sip of his drink. "Then do you wish to eradicate all pirates in the world?" Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, joined the conversation. "That's rather unrealistic. Pirates cannot simply be wiped out." Luo glanced at Zoro, who was arguing with the doctor, and shook his head, taking another sip. That guy, despite being injured, still dared to drink in front of the doctor, surely tempting fate. "You are the strangest Marine I have ever encountered." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, staring at Luo. "Is that so? Yet, I have a vivid recollection of your eyebrows. Where have I seen them before? The North Sea? Or perhaps elsewhere?" "Ah, I can't quite recall." Luo winked playfully at Sanji. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Luo's words, Sanji fell silent, no longer speaking. "What's wrong? Do you wish to hear my tale of defeating a fishman pirate crew member?" Usopp, sounding somewhat intoxicated, began to recount his story. Quite the amusing fellow. Unbeknownst to him, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had gathered around Luo. "As for my dream, the aspiration is to create a world where everyone is equal, where the Navy can genuinely serve as a guardian for all, rather than being met with disdain in certain regions." Luo cast a glance at the pirates who chased their dreams and spoke the words hidden deep within his heart. "Oh, how magnificent!" Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Though Luo's words may seem somewhat audacious, achieving such a feat appears more challenging than eradicating all pirates. After all, to ensure equality and for the Navy to protect everyone, the seas must be devoid of pirates. Nevertheless, both Luffy and Nami believe in Luo's dream. "I'm starting to like you, Luo. Come aboard my ship," Luffy declared earnestly. "Fool, even if I were to join your crew, how would you accommodate me? Until you surpassed your grandfather's strength, it would be wise to refrain from such proposals." Luo chuckled. "Oh, is that so? Then never mind." Luffy pondered for a moment and decisively relinquished the idea. This only piqued the curiosity of his companions regarding the identity of Luffy's grandfather, and why Luffy appeared so fearful at the mere mention of him. "Luffy, since you defeated the evil dragon this time, I will spare you. However, should we meet again, I will not hold back, so be cautious." After a casual exchange of words, Luo rose to take his leave once Nami's tattoo was complete. "Why?" Luffy queried, puzzled. "It is my principle. At sea, any pirate I capture, provided they have not oppressed the common folk, engaged in arbitrary robbery, or wantonly slaughtered the innocent, may be released if they defeat a pirate crew guilty of any of these transgressions. Yi Luo explained with a smile. And how will you ensure they truly fulfill this condition? Sanji inquired, his brow furrowed. Not every pirate crew captured by Yi Luo is engaged in attacking other pirates. He observed. Pirates who have not oppressed civilians, who have not wantonly killed the innocent, and who have not robbed commoners. I believe they will honor their word. Yi Luo chuckled as he turned to leave, leaving behind the Straw Hat crew deep in thought, while Luffy, completely oblivious, continued his assault on food. I have a feeling we shall meet again one day, Zoro murmured as he gazed at the departing naval ship. You're not a woman. What intuition do you possess? Sanji retorted, exasperated by Zoro's demeanor. Their quarrel quickly escalated into a physical confrontation, a familiar occurrence that the rest of the crew had grown accustomed to. After parting ways with Luffy, Yi Luo made his way to Logtown. Once he entrusted the Evil Dragon and the 16 division members to Smoker, he set out once more. This time, he did not board a naval vessel, but rather a small triangular sailboat, embarking with Creek and Captain Mouse. This should be the place. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo consulted the compass, gazing at the small island ahead, confirming his observations. The compass, a reliable instrument across the seas, proved somewhat unfamiliar to him in the Grand Line. Where navigators relied on the record and permanent pointers, it seemed that this place was thriving. Upon disembarking on the island, Yi Luo swiftly made his way to the town, where he discovered a naval communication point. However, he did not recognize many familiar faces, encountering instead a host of unfamiliar youths. As for Creek and Colonel Mouse, Yi Luo had bound and incapacitated them, leaving them in the ship's cabin. Boss, please bring me some of your signature dishes along with some wine. Yi Luo casually entered a restaurant and addressed the waiter. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The waiter promptly approached, relaying Yi Luo's request to the kitchen. It seems your business is not particularly thriving, Yi Luo remarked, observing the empty establishment. Indeed, it's not doing well. At this hour, it's not typically a dining time, so there aren't many patrons. Moreover, there are seldom outsiders like you visiting the town, so most residents prefer dining at home, the waiter replied with a smile. Then why not open up some trade routes? Yi Luo inquired with curiosity. If customers seek information, why not visit the tavern? It's bustling there. You might just find the news you seek. The waiter chuckled, offering a non-committal answer to Yi Luo's question. Yi Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response from the waiter. Soon, as the dishes were served, he began to eat, refraining from further inquiries. However, when he prepared to settle the bill and depart, he noticed several naval officers outside, engaged in conversation with the waiter. What could this mean? It appeared he was being perceived as a rather peculiar individual. With a furrowed brow, Yi Luo rose and walked towards the door. Wait a moment, who are you? What brings you to this island? The leading naval officer inquired. Is this some sort of secret base? Are travelers prohibited from disembarking? Yi Luo tilted his head and asked the officer. This is not a secret base, but we suspect you might be a pirate, so please provide proof of your identity. For certain reasons, this island is not welcoming to pirates. Although the Navy did not elaborate extensively, they nonetheless offered Yi Luo a clarification. Yi Luo nodded, acknowledging the Navy's actions, and remarked, My hometown was ravaged by pirates. I heard from the Navy in Rog Town that the remaining residents were relocated here, so I specifically came to take a look. And where might your former hometown be located? The Navy officer inquired, taken aback. On Philly Island. Yi Luo replied with a smile. Though it may not be widely known, I trust you are familiar with it. He surmised the reason for the Navy's inquiry. The island was likely inhabited by villagers who had endured similar fates as his own, thus making them particularly sensitive to outsiders. Philly Island. The server appeared bewildered, then dashed into the restaurant. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man followed him out. Are you Yi Luo? The man scrutinized Yi Luo for a moment before uncertainly calling out. Uncle Jim, you haven't changed a bit. Yi Luo greeted him with a smile. Yi Luo, is it really you, my boy? It has been ages. How did you find your way here? Uncle Jim laughed heartily. This restaurant owner was the first person Yi Luo had met upon his arrival in this world. And he was also the one who purchased Yi Luo's fish after each catch. I returned to the East China Sea recently and thought to visit home. I inquired with the Navy in Rog Town and learned that you all were here. Yi Luo replied cheerfully. Uncle Jim's expression shifted from joy to a hint of somberness. But after a moment, he embraced Yi Luo and said, if everyone knew you were back, they would surely be delighted. Come, step inside. Xiao Kuei. Hurry and inform everyone that Yi Luo is in my restaurant. Let them all come. The server, Xiao Kuei, nodded enthusiastically and rushed towards the town center. While the Navy personnel exchanged glances, preparing to depart. Excuse me, Gentlemen of the Navy, my ship is anchored at the nearby reef, and I have brought gifts aboard. Might I trouble you to retrieve them for me? Yi Luo suddenly turned back to the departing Navy officers. The leading officer frowned but nodded in agreement, asking, "Where is it located?" "My vessel is a small triangular sailboat, and the items are in the cabin." "I appreciate your assistance," Yi Luo said, displaying his credentials as a Navy colonel for their perusal. The officers were momentarily taken aback, then promptly saluted, replying, "Yes, sir." "What is this?" Uncle Jim scratched his head in curiosity. After leaving the town, I joined the Navy and recently completed my training at the headquarters. I returned to see everyone, but..." Yi Luo waved the colonel's certificate and tucked it away, noting that this was not a moment for boasting. "Come, take a seat. I will prepare some food. When everyone arrives, we can share stories about the past 2 years." Uncle Jim said warmly. "Uncle, please sit down. There's no need to fuss. Besides, I already had a meal earlier. Will we be able to see the town mayor this time?" As Yi Luo grasped the departing Uncle Jim, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Sensing the rigidity in Uncle Jim's body, Yi Luo understood that it was unlikely he would see the old town mayor again. What truly transpired back then? Could you enlighten me? Yi Luo inquired in a low voice. "Alas, the past is behind us. Why dwell on it?" Uncle Jim replied with an awkward smile. "Why not share it? He has the right to be informed, does he not?" A woman interjected coldly. Behind her, many familiar faces of Yi Luo emerged. "And you are?" Yi Luo asked, gazing at the hostile young woman before him. "She is the granddaughter of the old town mayor, having lived in Roger Town with her parents. After the calamity struck the town, she has often come to visit us," Uncle Jim explained. "I see. It seems I bear some responsibility for the pillaging of the island by Crick all those years ago." Yi Luo nodded, acknowledging the weight of the past. "Little Leaf, please do not speak that way," a kind-hearted woman urged gently. And I understand. Had I not slain the pirates who once ruled the island, perhaps Crick would not have retaliated, leading to the destruction of our homeland," Yi Luo lamented, his gaze lowered in sorrow. "Little Leaf, do not be so hard on yourself. Even if that event had not occurred, given the nature of Crick's pirate crew, our town would have likely faced a similar fate," Uncle Jim comforted, patting Yi Luo on the shoulder. "Moreover, we discovered a cave near your cabin, which enabled us to survive. However, it is somewhat embarrassing for me to mention that even such a robust man as myself was included on the protection list," Uncle Jim continued. "Originally, aside from the elders, the strong men and youths of the town were prepared to venture out to safeguard the women and children. Yet, the old town mayor refused, stating that the reconstruction of our homeland required their strength, and that the task of dying should be left to the older folk. Fortunately, Crick had not conducted a thorough search, and the knowledgeable pirate deserters had been vanquished by Yi Luo beforehand, allowing them to escape by mere chance." As the townsfolk reminisced with Yi Luo, the granddaughter of the village chief stood silently to the side, unable to forgive him, even though she recognized that such matters could not be solely attributed to Yi Luo. "Commander, we have brought the ones you requested." At that moment, several naval officers escorted Crick and Colonel Mouse into the restaurant. The Leaves gently nodded and inquired, "Is there a place here to honor our compatriots?" The naval officer replied, "Esteemed sir, the heart of the town serves as the memorial site. This small island shelters those who have survived the ravages of pirates. Therefore, a grand memorial has been deliberately constructed at the town's center for the villagers to pay their respects." As the Leaves fluttered to the ground, Yi Luo nodded in approval, believing that Smog had executed this task exceptionally well, far surpassing the mere capture of a few pirates. A large group escorted Yi Luo to the heart of the town, where 5 modest huts stood erected, each symbolizing a small island that had been ravaged. Uncle Jim guided Yi Luo to the second hut. Upon entering, he beheld dozens of tiny gravestones, each inscribed with the names of those who had passed away, with the gravestone closest to the entrance belonging to the late town mayor. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo knelt down and softly addressed the late mayor. "Had it not been for your assistance back in those days, I would have perished from starvation on that small island. I never imagined that my blunder would lead to your untimely demise. If only time could rewind to 2 years ago, even if you had expelled me, I would not have departed." With this heartfelt memory, Yi Luo's respect for the old mayor was genuine, which fueled his anger upon learning that the island had been ravaged. "However, I have captured the culprits. Today, I shall offer their heads as tribute to you. Bring them forth." As Yi Luo rose, he commanded the navy outside. At that moment, the mayor's granddaughter stood closest to Yi Luo, aside from Gomu. She was taken aback by his tone and emotion as she glanced at the 2 individuals being escorted in by the navy. "Kneel," Yi Luo coldly instructed the pair. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse immediately dropped to his knees before the gravestone, having been thoroughly frightened to the point of weakness. Your Excellency, I am innocent, Colonel Mouse stammered, tears and snot flowing as he pleaded with Yi Luo. Humph, ignorant fool. I am the sovereign of the East Sea. You expect me to kneel? You must be dreaming. Creek stood defiantly before the gravestone, his chest puffed out, showing no intention of submission. Slap, slap, you scoundrel. In a swift motion, Yi Luo raised both feet and shattered the leg bone of the towering Click. The formidable Click collapsed immediately, writhing on the ground in agony. Humph. I thought you were tougher than that. If you have the guts, don't scream. Yi Luo remarked disdainfully, curling his lip. Meanwhile, the villagers nearby could not help but flinch at the sight, although they were unaware of the identities of these two individuals. The brutality exhibited by Yi Luo left them trembling with fear. He is Click, the notorious captain of the East Sea pirate crew, a figure of dread, the mayor's granddaughter. Having previously seen the bounty notice and recalling Click's words, instantly recognized the moaning figure on the ground as the infamous pirate Click, with a bounty of 17 million. Yi Luo nodded at her, and then turned to the villagers, declaring, This scoundrel is the root of your suffering, Pirate Creek. I have apprehended him, and the headquarters has sanctioned his execution, which I shall personally carry out. With that, Yi Luo drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Creek. Now, let your blood serve as an offering to the late town mayor. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had I captured you on the Grand Line, your death would have been a far more arduous affair. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Creek burst into laughter, declaring, Ha ha, you insignificant insects cannot. But before he could finish, Yi Luo's blade descended swiftly, severing Creek's head, which soared into the air, blood splattering onto the nearby gravestone. The sight was so shocking that the nearby Captain Mouse was paralyzed with fear, losing control of his bladder. Initially, the villagers were apprehensive, but upon learning of Creek's identity, their fear dissipated, replaced by righteous anger. This man was none other than Captain Mouse of the 16th Division, the closest naval unit to Philly Town. When the pirates attacked the island, he fled in terror. Thus, I have brought him here for judgment. What shall we do with him? Yi Luo calmly directed his bloodied sword at Mouse. In contrast to the villagers' fury, the mayor's granddaughter voiced her concern, but he is a naval officer. Is it truly wise to enact vigilante justice? Indeed, Yi Luo, do you not claim to be part of the Navy now? Will your actions not have consequences? After all, Creek lies dead here. Perhaps we should let this naval officer go, Uncle Gum added, filled with apprehension. Precisely. I am a naval colonel. You cannot treat me this way. I was genuinely out on patrol that day, not fleeing. Captain Mouse seemed to grasp at a lifeline, wailing loudly. Humph. Do you think I would wrongfully accuse you? I have reported your collusion with pirates to headquarters. You are now dishonorably discharged from the Navy, and your subordinates have already confessed. Before Creek's crew even reached Philly Island, you had already spotted them. Yet, due to your cowardice, you took all the naval vessels under the pretense of patrolling, but in reality, you fled. Had you chosen to defend the island, Smoker would have arrived in time, and no one would have had to sacrifice themselves. This is all you're doing. Yi Luo seethed, glaring at Mouse. Upon hearing this, the villagers fell silent, save for the mayor's granddaughter, who opened her mouth as if to speak. Fear not. I am a major from the naval headquarters. Even if I must sacrifice my rank, I shall avenge the mayor. If I cannot protect even you, my kin, how can I safeguard the greater populace? How can the justice of the Navy be upheld? Yi Luo turned, casting a glance at the mayor's granddaughter, and spoke loudly. Rest assured, Little Leaf, we understand your intentions. However, this naval colonel should be left to the Navy to handle. After all, this is a matter for the Navy. And even if he has transgressed their codes, it should be dealt with accordingly. Uncle Jim let out a sigh and remarked. Although the villagers felt somewhat reluctant, they all nodded in agreement, expressing their consent. Yi Luo smiled broadly and nodded, saying, Very well, since it is so. With a swift motion, he severed the neck of Colonel Mouse before the astonished eyes of all present, blood once more splattering onto the gravestone. Little Yi, what have you done? Uncle Gamu exclaimed in shock. Uncle, I have already stated that the authority has been entrusted to me to handle this matter, and thus he met his deserved fate. Yi Luo replied solemnly. Subsequently, the small town, resembling a refuge, held a grand memorial ceremony. At that moment, Yi Luo learned that among the 5 ravaged towns, 3 had fallen victim to the deeds of the Crick pirate crew, prompting a collective remembrance event among the townsfolk. After spending a few days with everyone and sharing his experiences at the Navy headquarters, Yi Luo smiled as he departed from the small island, which he now considered his new home. As the famous saying goes, a place is only home when it is where one belongs. This town, named Flametown, symbolizes a place of rebirth through fire, and it has bestowed upon Yi Luo a quaint little courtyard, his new abode. At that moment, Yi Luo began to understand why Admiral Karp took leave every year to return to the East Blue. He too resolved to make the journey back annually whenever circumstances allowed. Upon arriving in Logtown, Smoker delivered shocking news. Admiral Karp had sailed back to the Navy headquarters through the comm belt. That old coot must have forgotten all about me. How on earth am I supposed to return now, you bastard? Yi Luo cursed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Karp, sailing through the comm belt, tightened his clothing and muttered to himself, "H has taken its toll. My body is not what it used to be." Kobe and Balumeb, accompanying Karp back to headquarters, observed the robust admiral and found it hard to believe he was any less capable than before. Beside Karp, the aloof swordsman swallowed his words about Yi Luo being left behind, realizing that after passing Logtown, turning back would be inconvenient. He decided to disregard it, knowing that with Yi Luo's abilities, he would surely find his way back to headquarters. What should I do now? How about you lend me a warship so I can return to headquarters? Yi Luo glanced at Smoker's ship, knowing it had come from the base and could traverse the comm belt. Don't even think about it. Although you've captured quite a few pirates in the East Blue, the higher-ups are still displeased with the situation in the 16th Division. If you return now, you're bound to face their wrath. Admiral Karp might merely be trying to protect you. Smoker replied, taking a puff of his cigar. Nonsense. That old man has definitely forgotten me. He was busy challenging himself to eat donuts when he left, and now he's probably napping. Yi Luo shouted in frustration. Well, I can't help you there. Perhaps you could take the reverse mountain to the Grand Line, and then head back to headquarters from there? If that's the case, I could even gift you the triangular sailboat I borrowed from you. Smoker said with a mischievous grin. Don't even think about it. That would take forever. And with so many pirates along the way, what if I get defeated? Yi Luo remarked, stroking his chin as he pondered the possibility. He had long considered the idea of venturing to the first half of the Grand Line, where the pirates were numerous but not particularly formidable, unlike the New World, which was teeming with monsters. It would be the perfect opportunity to replenish his dwindling supply of diamonds. Now he had a valid excuse. It wasn't that he didn't want to return, but rather that Karp had left him behind, making it impossible to go back. As long as you reach the Grand Line, any division should be able to send you back, right? Or do you simply wish to stay here, as if this is where you belong? That would be fine too. I could use a deputy. Smog exhaled a smoke ring, reflecting his delightful mood. However, at that moment, Yi Luo was entirely preoccupied with counting his diamonds and contemplating the potential of a recent idea. His current diamond count stood at 13,490, comprised of the original 9,000 he had remaining, plus 1,700 diamonds earned from defeating Crick, and an additional 2,790 diamonds awarded when he vanquished Colonel Mouse. It took him a while to recall why Colonel Mouse was valued at 2,790 diamonds until he remembered that the Colonel had embezzled 93 million berries from Nami, claiming he could keep 30, which amounted to 27.9 million berries. Although Yi Luo had returned this money to Nami, and she subsequently distributed it among the villagers of Kokoshiya, the system still granted him the diamonds upon defeating Colonel Mouse. What should he purchase? As Yi Luo perused the marketplace, he exited Smog's office, completely oblivious to Smog's earlier words. This scoundrel, daring to ignore me so brazenly, will come to regret it. I have reclaimed that triangular sailboat, and not a single plank will I relinquish. If you wish to return to headquarters, swim back, you insolent fool. Smog stared in astonishment at Yi Luo, who muttered to himself while departing. Moments later, the naval officers training outside were startled by their superior's furious roar. Ah! The advanced techniques are prohibitively expensive, and the basic ones fail to pique my interest. Cursed pay-to-win games. Upon returning to his inn, Yi Luo reluctantly closed the marketplace. He did not reside within the naval base, but chose to stay at a hotel for greater convenience. The techniques available in the marketplace were exorbitant, far beyond his means, while the affordable options held no allure for him. As for the 10 consecutive draws, he was nearly resigned to despair. Furthermore, he assessed the resources he currently lacked. Although it appeared that he primarily required Ulinix for training, possessing skill points would significantly expedite his progress in either the Purple Mist Divine Art or the Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms. However, as a precaution, he retained 5 unused skill points, which was also a reason why his Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms remained at the first level. In terms of attribute points, he was severely deficient. Over the past 2 years, he had primarily focused on strength training to utilize the dragon-subduing 18 palms, prioritizing attribute points for strength, which resulted in his internal energy lagging behind. He even struggled to maintain his daily practice of the dragon-subduing 18 palms, as it was exceedingly taxing on his energy. At present, speed and agility had become his weaknesses, but fortunately, the Navy's 6 styles provided some relief, with shave and moonwalk alleviating his immediate concerns. Suppressing the temptation for 10 consecutive draws, Yi Luo resolved to level up to 20, thereby completing the 3rd main quest, which might prompt the system to evolve. After all, wasn't it during that time that the lottery and 10 consecutive draws were introduced? After resting for a few days in Rog Town, Yi Luo prepared to embark on the Grand Line, a place teeming with pirates whose powers, while not extraordinary, could provide him with ample experience and an opportunity to amass some diamond capital. Have you made up your mind? Are you still planning to traverse the Grand Line? Smoker, who had been summoned by Yi Luo, inquired while sipping a glass of beer. Indeed, it's better than returning to listen to those fellows ramble on. I might as well venture onto the Grand Line and capture a few pirates to silence them. Yi Luo shrugged and drained his drink in one go. Suit yourself. I reckon I shall return soon as well. With several major pirates eliminated, lingering here seems futile. Smoker lit 2 cigars, placing them in his mouth simultaneously, and remarked, "Oh, isn't there a pirate from the East Blue whose bounty surpasses the previous ones?" Yi Luo asked with a smile. "Isn't that your doing?" Smoker glanced at Yi Luo and then slammed a bounty notice featuring Luffy onto the table. This notice had been transmitted from headquarters a few days prior, resembling the photo he recalled, yet it was not Captain Mouse but rather Yi Luo who was reported. This left Smoker somewhat perplexed, based on his subordinates' reports. It appeared that this monkey D, Luffy, had a special connection with Yi Luo, and he could not fathom why Yi Luo would report to headquarters, as Smoker did not perceive him as a rigid Navy officer. "Come now, don't be upset," he asked, heading to the Grand Line. "And soon there won't be any pirates worth over 10 million in the East Blue." Yi Luo shrugged once more. Moreover, with this bounty notice, Luffy's name had spread across the seas. Although it had not stirred significant waves, to the discerning, it represented the greatest upheaval. On a small island in the New World, a group of pirates gazed in astonishment at Mihawk. "What brings you here?" they asked. "Quiet down. I am not here for you. Where is your captain?" Mihawk surveyed the surroundings, seemingly unable to locate the person he sought. "Captain! Captain!" one pirate shouted as he dashed deeper into the island. A group of individuals, either lying or leaning against the ground, suddenly turned their expressions dark. "Ah, it's Mihawk. A rare visitor. However, I'm not in the best of states right now. Are you here to challenge me to a duel?" A red-haired man, with 3 scars across his right eye, leaned against the ground. The shadow of a large tree obscured much of his face, lending him a somewhat somber appearance. "Humph, are you still talking about dueling with me, you one-armed man?" Mihawk scoffed. "However, during my recent outing, I stumbled upon a rather intriguing group of pirates, and it reminded me of a certain amusing little rascal you mentioned from a quaint village." As he spoke, Mihawk produced a bounty notice. The other officers gasped in surprise at the notice. "Have you come?" The red-haired pirate grinned widely, responding to Mihawk's inquiry. "Luffy is none other than the esteemed captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks. Luffy has resolutely confirmed his aspiration to become a leader among pirates in the East Blue. In the village of Fusha, the place of Luffy's birth, a commotion arises. What is all this noise about? Is there anything to celebrate with a villain emerging from our village?" In the tavern run by Luffy's sister, villagers are reveling in the excitement brought about by Luffy's bounty. "Look how joyfully Luffy smiles," Luffy's sister remarked to the old village chief while holding up the bounty notice. "Humph, a pirate is still a pirate." The old chief grumbled as he sat down, visibly displeased. "But this is the child's dream," Luffy's sister replied with a smile. "Is it a dream or destiny?" The old chief murmured softly as he raised his cup, though no one in the raucous tavern heard him. Meanwhile, in Logue Town, Smoker and Yero were enjoying drinks in a tavern when Tashigi entered, whispering something in Smoker's ear. Smoker glanced at Yero, seemingly contemplating how to approach him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm not interested in men," Yero declared, sipping his drink and pouting. "As if he's so intriguing." Smoker's frustration grew, evidenced by the 2 new marks on his forehead, but recalling Tashigi's earlier words, he reined in his agitation. "You drink here by yourself. The triangular sailboat is at the harbor. Leave whenever you wish. I have official matters to attend to." With that, Smoker tossed a pile of belly on the table and departed with Tashigi. "I'll see what you're up to." Yero downed his drink in one go. tossed some belly to the bartender, and muttered to himself, "All right, just a little curiosity couldn't escape the allure of the truth." As for eavesdropping onto Shiji's conversation, he would never stoop to such disrespect. If she wished to keep her words private, he would honor that. However, if he happened to uncover the truth through his own prowess, that was another matter entirely. Not long after Smoker and the others left, Yero followed suit, using his observation haki to keep track of them without fear of losing their trail. Gradually, Yero realized they had arrived at the execution platform, which was now surrounded by numerous Marines. This caught Yero off guard, for on the platform, Luffy was being held captive by the clown buggy, seemingly on the verge of execution. Below the platform, aside from the throngs of citizens watching, Buggy's crew and another pirate crew were fiercely trying to rescue Luffy, who was being defended by Zoro and Sanji. "Major, shall we engage now?" one Marine asked Smoker. "Fool, why rush? Let these pirates tear each other apart. When have you ever seen me allow pirates to leave this town?" Smoker retorted disdainfully, cigar in mouth. Just then, Luffy on the execution platform suddenly shouted, "I am the man who will become the Pirate King." However, the jester Buggy, who had subdued him, laughed maniacally and exclaimed, "Ha! You all just watch. This man is doomed. All troops, prepare." Smoker, hidden on the second floor, raised his hand, seemingly using Luffy's impending execution as a signal. Only Yiluo noticed the shift in the weather, as dark clouds began to gather ominously above the gallows. "Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, I'm sorry. I'm going to die," Luffy suddenly proclaimed with a smile. "Idiot! Don't say foolish things," Sanji shouted in anger. "He is actually laughing?" Smoker was taken aback, reminded of the time he witnessed the execution of the Pirate King Gold. "Roger, did you not notice? The training of haki must be prioritized." Yiluo had maximized his observation haki, yet still failed to detect the figure he sought. With a deafening crack, a massive bolt of lightning struck the gallows, igniting it in flames. At that moment, heavy rain began to pour, and Luffy, retrieving his straw hat, laughed, "Yaha, I'm alive. What a stroke of luck." "Do you believe in gods?" Sanji asked Zoro, bewildered. "What are you wasting time for? We need to escape quickly. I sense a great upheaval is about to unfold." Zoro coolly replied as he sheathed his three swords. The pirates, including Alrita, stared in disbelief at Luffy, unharmed, and at Buggy, who had been struck by lightning and was now charred black. "Colonel, should we mobilize now?" A Navy officer inquired again of Smoker. He actually laughed. "Where are they running to?" Smoker muttered to himself before asking a Navy soldier. "It's the western port. The advance team has already moved out." The soldier responded, "First, we must address the situation here. There are too many civilians." Though Smoker yearned to capture Luffy, he decided to apprehend Buggy and the others first. Observing the chaos in the square, "Leave this to me." Yiluo emerged from an unknown location, smiling at Smoker. "Das Bones, let us go catch that straw hat kid." Smoker, with a cigarette in his mouth, mounted his steed, a smoke-powered motorcycle named Byroya. Yiluo smiled, knowing that Luffy was certainly out of reach. However, Buggy and the pirate who had consumed the slippery fruit could indeed provide him with some diamonds. Shave, 6-joint finger gun. Although Yiluo was not a user of Logia-type abilities, his speed in capturing these minor henchmen could not compare to Smoker's. Yet, with the combination of his internal energy and agility, the power of the Navy's 6 powers was beyond what Buggy and Alrita could withstand at that moment. Truly, the colonel had swiftly quelled the unrest. After all the pirates were subdued by Yiluo, the Navy tied them up with ropes. "Keep an eye on them. I will assist Smoker." With a flash, Yiluo dashed towards the west, executing the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 powers. Colonel Yiluo is incredibly impressive. The Navy personnel gazed in admiration as they watched him depart. Smoker. By the time Yiluo arrived, Smoker had already subdued Luffy. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, so swiftly that even Yiluo had not noticed how it had materialized. Storm. With a wave of that figure's hand, a powerful tempest erupted, dispersing Smoker's smoke and propelling Luffy towards his companions. "Ha ha ha, go ahead. If that is your way of doing things," the shadow laughed heartily. "Dragon, why are you helping that kid?" Smoker asked, unwilling to accept the situation. It was clear that he recognized the identity of the shadow. What reason could there be to stop a man from setting sail? The man known as Dragon replied, gazing in Luffy's direction. "Indeed. But is it really wise for you to reveal yourself like this?" Yiluo approached Smoker, fixing his gaze upon the figure. He recognized who it was, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey-D. Dragon, known as the world's most wanted man, and also Luffy's father. Oh, do you wish to apprehend me? You may give it a try, young Navy. Dragon turned to face Iluo, though his entire figure was shrouded in a cloak. Iluo caught a glimpse of Dragon's face, half covered in tattoos. Smoker, I want to fight with all my might. Assist me in the aftermath, Iluo said. His eyes locked onto Dragon. If you die at his hands, I won't have the ability to save you. Smoker replied gravely. Dragons descend 18 palms, the wrath of the dragon. Iluo wasted no time. He steadied himself, channeling his internal energy, and unleashed the first palm of the dragon's descend 18 palms. Oh, an intriguing technique. Dragon observed the golden dragon-shaped energy blast emanating from Iluo's hand, surprisingly intrigued. Dragons descend 18 palms. The dragon soars in the sky. Before the dragon could execute its first strike, Iluo unleashed his second blow. The 18 palms of the dragon-subduing technique embodies a martial art of unparalleled vigor, each move executed with utmost force, cascading in relentless waves until the opponent is overwhelmed by this formidable technique. However, this art demands a significant expenditure of internal energy, rendering Iluo incapable of fully manifesting its essence at present. Mastery of this technique requires one to achieve a state of effortless control, where energy flows freely, neither exhausted nor constrained. At the pinnacle of practice, one's strength fluctuates unpredictably, alternating between formidable and gentle, merging rigidity with suppleness, allowing for seamless transitions between light and heavy, hard and soft, as dictated by one's will. This is the hallmark of true mastery. The Dragon Claw Fist. The dragon, concealed beneath its cloak, did not retreat. Rather, it charged directly towards Iluo, intent on meeting the 18 palms of the dragon subduing head-on. Boom. As the falling leaves of the dragon subduing 18 palms clashed with the dragon's technique, a tremendous explosion ensued. What is that? The Straw Hat crew, in their haste to flee, seemed to have noticed the commotion behind them. Forget about that. Luffy, hurry, get on board. Nami, already aboard the ship, observed clearly that a Navy officer was engaged in combat with a mysterious figure. Yet, her concern was solely for their own safety. They were already in peril, and any assistance in fending off the Navy was welcomed. The dragon subduing 18 palms. The dragon appears in the fields. Iluo did not relent. The overwhelming force of the clash had drawn blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the dragon's claw. The dragon's hand transformed, resembling a three-fingered appendage, striking at Iluo with a dragon-shaped energy that shattered his own force effortlessly. The dragon subduing 18 palms. The dragon soars to land, gritting his teeth. Iluo unleashed his fourth move, though his internal energy was nearly depleted. Even the restorative powers of the Zixia divine skill could not keep pace with the consumption of the dragon subduing 18 palms. Dragon Hook Claw. Iluo observed that the dragon's arm had changed color, indicating the use of haki. With a resounding impact, the dragon's claw met Iluo's fourth palm. But his energy barely endured for 5 seconds before being dispersed by the dragon. Pooh! Iluo coughed up blood. Smoker attempted to catch him, but the rain in the sky interfered with his powers. The raindrops scattered his smoke, and in that fleeting moment, he could only watch as Iluo was struck into the sea by the dragon. Hey, Luffy, I sense that your brother? Nami, with keen eyes, spotted the Navy officer being struck down by his opponent, plunging into the ocean, directly in their direction. What should we do? Should we save him? Zoro turned to Luffy. Yes. Luffy nodded resolutely. Setting aside the bond Iluo shared with Ace, they could not abandon someone who had helped them on numerous occasions. But Luffy, the storm is too fierce right now. Even if we go down, we might not be able to save him. We could endanger ourselves too, Usopp said, his voice tinged with fear. I'll go down. Luffy is a devil fruit user. It won't help him, Sanji declared, removing his shoes and loosening his tie. Wait. Sanji, Usopp is right. The storm is too strong. You must tie a rope around your waist, Nami insisted, grabbing Sanji. Nami-san, I knew you cared about me the most, Sanji exclaimed, transforming into a soft-bodied creature, circling around Nami. Unable to tolerate any longer, Usopp swiftly procured a long rope, tying one end around Sanji's waist and handing the other to Zoro. Sanji, I'm counting on you, Luffy said earnestly. Sanji nodded and plunged into the sea. Look, what's that? Suddenly, Usopp seemed to have discovered something, shouting loudly. That's a lighthouse, the guiding light into the Grand Line, Nami exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. At that moment, Zoro, gripping the rope, suddenly sensed a pull from it, as if it had reached its limit, yet Sanji appeared to be advancing. After a brief interval, the tension eased, and Zoro understood that Sanji must have untied the rope. What happened? The others gathered around, inquiring. Zoro retracted the rope and calmly replied, "It seems the cook has released the rope. He likely discovered the other party." Indeed, shortly thereafter, Sanji emerged from the waves, seemingly cradling someone under his arm. "Sanji, grab hold of me," Luffy exclaimed, extending his arm towards Sanji. After considerable effort, they finally managed to pull Sanji and the unconscious Yi-Luo aboard. "He should be fine. He merely fainted." Nami assessed Yi-Luo's injuries and informed Luffy. The group hurriedly carried Yi-Luo into the cabin, allowing him to rest. Once they concluded their tasks, Sanji brought over a large wooden barrel and cheerfully proposed, "Let us hold a ceremony to celebrate our journey towards the legendary sea, all blue." Sanji was the first to place his foot on the barrel, declaring, "My goal is to become the Pirate King." Luffy followed suit. "The world's greatest swordsman." Zoro coolly added his foot atop the barrel. "I aim to draw the world map." Nami chimed in with a beaming smile. I aspire to be a brave warrior of the sea." Usopp trembled as he imitated the others. "Let us set sail towards the Grand Line." The crew shouted in unison. After completing their ceremony, the Straw Hat Pirates entered the cabin to check on Yi-Luo's condition, while Nami appeared to be contemplating how to navigate into the Grand Line. "It seems the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain." Nami articulated her thoughts. "What? A mountain? How do we get through?" The others stared in bewilderment. "According to the sea chart, there is a canal at Reverse Mountain." Nami pointed diligently at the map. "Nonsense. Even if there is a canal, we can't climb a mountain," Usopp protested. "But the map shows it clearly." Nami insisted, pointing at the chart. "This is troublesome. Can't we just bypass the entrance?" Zoro remarked, clearly annoyed. "You are mistaken." Luffy reproached Zoro with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, there is a significant reason." Nami felt a sense of relief that Luffy was being serious for once. "Entering through the entrance truly feels exhilarating," Luffy said, looking dazed. "That's not the reason." Nami angrily punched Luffy, finding his seriousness utterly foolish. However, amidst their quarrel, Usopp glanced outside the cabin and exclaimed, "Huh? Why has the wind stopped?" "It was just a violent storm." "Indeed, the weather seems quite pleasant now." Sanji nodded, observing the outside. "Could it be? Have we entered a windless zone?" Nami turned around in astonishment, observing the calmness outside, and exclaimed, "The doldrums? What is that?" As Luffy stepped out of the cabin, he curiously inquired. "Look, it's still pouring over there. Yet here, it's so serene. It's quite peculiar," Sanji remarked, standing on the deck, gazing at the other side. "Hey, you lot. Do you still have time to chat? Hurry up and stow the sails, then row us into the storm." Nami shouted angrily at them. "Why venture into the storm? Isn't it lovely here?" Usopp complained. Nevertheless, witnessing Nami's impending fury, they all sprang into action. "What a troublesome crew. What sort of ship have I boarded?" Nami lamented helplessly, eyeing the sluggish group. "Wow, what a rare fine day." A certain oblivious swordsman sauntered out of the cabin, stretching lazily. Nami's expression darkened as she bellowed. "Don't you realize our ship is drifting south? Row back immediately." "Oh, doesn't this mean we're entering the Grand Line?" Zoro, typically directionally challenged, finally grasped the situation. "If it were that simple, everyone would do it. The Grand Line is sandwiched between two narrow sea areas, which is exactly where we are. This is the doldrums," Nami succinctly explained. "Just a lack of wind. So what? We can still row through." Zoro questioned, perplexed. "That's because..." Nami's words were abruptly cut short as the entire ship suddenly jolted, as if it had been thrust skyward by an unseen force. All eyes widened in horror at the enormous sea creature that had appeared before them, their faces paling in terror. Indeed, the doldrums are the nesting grounds for sea kings, and giant ones at that. Nami clung to the mast, fainting in despair. By the ship's side, Usopp had already lost consciousness, while Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy stood stiffly, clutching paddles. "Listen, once that monster sinks back into the sea, we'll row with all our might towards the storm," Zoro said, gripping the paddle, barely daring to breathe. "Understood." This time, no one questioned or opposed. However, their ship just happened to be positioned next to the enormous Sea King's nostrils, and with a single sneeze, they were propelled away. Fortunately, the direction was towards the storm, and upon hitting the water, they quickly paddled back into the tempest. By the time they returned to the storm area, everyone collapsed in exhaustion. Usopp was still unconscious, having fallen overboard during their flight. If it hadn't been for Luffy's timely outstretched arm, he would have been devoured. We're finally back. What a relief. Even the fearless Luffy, who was typically undaunted by any challenges, felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon returning to the Tempest. Do you understand why everyone must enter now? Nami asked weakly while reclining on the deck. I get it, Zoro replied with a distinct lack of sincerity. You understand? Nami seemed to have an epiphany and hurried back to the cabin to scrutinize the nautical charts, subsequently informing everyone of her deduction. The entrance to Reverse Mountain is the canal, but entering it would spell doom for the ship and its crew. Yes, I understand. It is the unbelievable mountain, Luffy exclaimed, feigning comprehension, which prompted Nami to abandon her attempt to explain further. In any case, everyone, follow my lead. Do not forget who the navigator of this vessel is, Nami proclaimed with confidence. Oh, Nami-san, you are simply magnificent. A certain chef was instantly captivated, transforming into a soft-bodied creature swirling around Nami, leading one to suspect that his eyebrows had been curled in the same manner. Look, that is the unbelievable mountain. It is truly vast. Luffy stood at the bow, gazing at the red soil continent obscured by clouds, utterly astonished. After much effort, the Mary finally brought the Straw Hat crew into Reverse Mountain. As they observed the ascending currents, Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. However, as they reached the summit, the currents began to descend. Though not perilous for them, it was undeniably exhilarating. Nami-san, there is a mountain ahead, Sanji shouted from the high mast, pointing to the large shadow that loomed before them. That is impossible. Beyond Reverse Mountain, there should be a vast ocean, Nami exclaimed in disbelief. It's a whale. Usopp, donning his glasses, stuttered. What? Such a massive whale. Luffy peered ahead with keen interest. Bullhar. At that moment, the roar of the whale echoed, sending everyone into a panic. This is not the time for this. We need to come up with a plan, or we will collide. The rudder was broken and could not be turned. What do we do? What do we do? We're doomed. Chaos erupted aboard the ship as Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro rushed to the broken rudder, attempting to maneuver it to change the ship's course. However, their efforts seemed futile. Luffy clapped his hands and had a sudden inspiration, hurriedly racing towards the cannon. Boom. The others were astonished. They had not anticipated Luffy would consider using the cannon's recoil to steer the ship. However, attacking such a colossal creature seemed little different from colliding with it. With a thud, the ship halted, but the ram at the bow was still broken upon impact, leaving Luffy infuriated at the sight. Quickly, escape. Zoro gazed into the eyes of the whale, which seemed oblivious to their presence. Perhaps its massive size rendered such minor assaults insignificant, akin to the annoyance of a mosquito. Regardless, we must hasten our escape before it becomes aware of us. Nami and the others discovered a glimmer of hope, cautiously yet swiftly paddling with their oars. Just as the boat passed beneath the whale's eye, it let out a thunderous roar, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble as if on the verge of rupture. Even the leaves in the cabin stirred, seemingly responding to the whale's bellow. What have you done to my special seat? Luffy exclaimed from the bow, extending his arm to strike the whale's eye. You fool! You idiot! We're doomed. The others watched tearfully as Luffy attacked the whale, their hearts sinking with despair. Sure enough, the vulnerable spot had been struck. Although it did not inflict any harm, the whale's eye turned downward to observe them. Run! It has noticed us. In contrast, Luffy defiantly shouted at the whale. Bring it on, you bastard! Shut your mouth! The others yelled, delivering a swift kick to Luffy that finally silenced him. However, the whale opened its mouth wide and engulfed their small vessel, with only Luffy managing to escape by climbing through a gap atop the whale's head, propelled by his stretched arm. What do you think, everyone? I believe we've been swallowed by the whale, Sanji remarked, drawing on his cigarette. After being drawn into the whale, they found themselves tumbling and eventually arriving at a tranquil stretch of ocean. What do I think? This feels like a dream, Zoro replied softly, gazing at the quaint wooden cabin ahead, the sky, and the seagulls. This place bore no distinction from the sea outside. Had they not been acutely aware of being consumed by the whale, they would have assumed they were merely in a typical maritime zone. After their adventurous ordeal, Sanji and the others finally encountered the inhabitant of this realm, an elderly man adorned with flowers atop his head, who emerged from the cabin to assist them in dealing with the octopus king that had sprung from the depths. Is that a flower? No, it's a person, Sanji observed intently as the old man stepped out. However, the elder paid them no mind. Once he had dealt with the octopus king, he took a newspaper and settled into a recliner outside the cabin, showing no inclination to engage with Sanji and the others. Hey, at least say something, Sanji shouted, frustrated by the old man's dismissive demeanor. If you want to fight, we have cannons. Usopp chimed in, trembling. You might want to reconsider. It could be fatal. The old man remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at them. Oh, who do you think will die? Sanji inquired with raised eyebrows, intrigued. I will. The old man replied without hesitation. Are you referring to yourself? Sanji roared in frustration, feeling as if he had exerted all his strength only to strike against Cotton, his heart brimming with displeasure. Enough of the anger, old man. Please enlighten us about your identity and the whereabouts of this place. Zoro, maintaining a calm demeanor, intervened and smiled at the elderly man. When inquiring about others, one must first introduce oneself, such as the essence of politeness, is it not? The old man regarded Zoro with a piercing gaze. Indeed, my apologies. I am Crocus, the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. I am 71 years of age. AB blood type and a Gemini. Before Zoro could conclude his introduction, the old man abruptly began to self-introduce, infuriating Zoro to the point where he nearly unsheathed his sword. Gradually, however, Sanji and the others came to realize their location. They were indeed within the belly of a whale. Usopp even discerned that the sky above them was merely painted, rather than its true form. Yet soon, the tranquil surface of the sea began to quiver once more. According to the old man's account, the whale, named Laboon, had resumed its violent assault on the Red Line. After this revelation, he plunged into what resembled the acidic waters of the whale's stomach, swimming towards a large door. At that moment, Luffy, along with Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, found themselves falling into the acidic ocean as well. Ultimately, Sanji rescued Luffy and the others, while the old man administered a tranquilizer to the whale. However, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday sought to draw the whale's attention, leading to a chaotic series of events. Crocus then shared the reason behind the whale's relentless assaults on the Red Line and guided them through a passage he had created, allowing them to escape from Laboon's belly and resurface in the open sea. Upon their emergence, they discarded the captured villains, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, overboard, allowing them to drift away. Upon reaching the lighthouse, Crocus imparted a brief account of the perils of the Grand Line. Upon learning that Luffy and his companions had entered the Grand Line without even possessing a log pose or any preparations, he was filled with a mixture of admiration and mockery for their reckless endeavor. After hearing Labu's tale, Luffy recklessly challenged Labu to a duel, causing trepidation among the other members. However, when Luffy drew the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates upon Labu's head, it signified that their pact had been established, and Labu would no longer attempt to strike the red earth with his head. Once the confrontation concluded, the crew finally relaxed, with Sanji even beginning to prepare a meal using the exquisite ingredient, giant elephant tuna, procured from Logue Town. As they dined, they listened to Kuroka's impart foundational knowledge about the Grand Line, entirely oblivious to the patient lying in the cabin. In the end, Luffy and his companions, armed with the record pointer given by Kuroka's, returned to invite Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday to join them, officially embarking on their adventure along the Grand Line. Yet, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line nearly drove Nami to madness. One moment it was sunny, and the next, a heavy snowfall commenced, followed by a tempest. After this tumultuous experience, everyone, except for the sleeping Zoro on deck and the fallen leaves in the cabin, was utterly exhausted. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, your name seems somewhat familiar, Zoro remarked, sitting before the two unexpected guests as he rubbed his chin. However, after Nami violently subdued Zoro, the pirate ship finally arrived at Whiskey Peak, an island adorned with gigantic cacti. Thank you for bringing us back. We shall take our leave here. Upon seeing the island, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday leaped into the sea, swimming away. Luffy and the others paid little heed to them, instead filled with curiosity about the first island they would land upon. Yet, as their ship docked at the harbor, they were met with a warm welcome from the townsfolk. Beneath this facade of hospitality, however, lay a sinister plot. These individuals were members of Baroque Works, under the command of Crocodile, all bounty hunters specialized in hunting pirates. The daytime facade of welcoming Luffy and his crew was merely a ruse to facilitate their demise under the cover of night, a scheme that Zoro saw through. My comrades are weary. If you wish to play, why not let me entertain you? Zoro said with a light chuckle, perched upon the rooftop, addressing the bounty hunters preparing to ambush them. How did you figure it out, you bastard? Growled a burly man with curly hair. I recall some time ago, an organization called Baroque approached me to join their ranks, which I declined. Their members seemed to use peculiar names like yours as code names, so I found it odd upon encountering those two. Zoro pointed at Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. To know of our organization makes it all the more imperative that we eliminate you. Kill him. The curly-haired Akaram shouted at Zaro. Heh, about 100 of you. Is it? Just the right number for a little fun. Zaro began to feel a surge of excitement. However, amidst their battle, several henchmen from the Baroque works boarded the Mary, curious to see if these pirates possessed any treasure, given that their captain had a bounty of 30 million, which suggested they were not impoverished. Yet, upon entering the cabin and discovering an injured individual lying there, they were taken aback. What the hell? It's just a wounded man. You startled me. One of the henchmen exclaimed as he stepped closer. Hurry up and finish him off. Then let us search for the treasure. Another henchman urged impatiently. Just as he was about to strike, he noticed the injured man had opened his eyes. You nearly scared me to death. I could have made your demise easier. But since you're awake now, don't blame me. Startled by Yi Luo's sudden awakening, the henchman, flustered and enraged, brandished his knife and lunged at Yi Luo. Is it really appropriate to treat me this way right after waking up? Yi Luo sat up, grasping the henchman's sword, and yawned nonchalantly. He had actually regained consciousness when the ship arrived at Whiskey Peak, but due to the severity of his injuries, he had been using his internal energy to heal. Despite the fierce appearance of his battle with Dragon, Yi Luo knew that Dragon had not exerted his full strength. His unconsciousness was primarily due to the depletion of his energy rather than severe injuries. Ah, this place looks somewhat familiar, even in his weakened state. Yi Luo effortlessly dealt with the two henchmen. Isn't this the Mary? It seems Luffy rescued me. So this must be Whiskey Peak? That rascal. How could he pass Twin Cape without letting the doctor examine me? I should have awakened much sooner. Yi Luo murmured to himself while gazing at the town from the deck. Meanwhile, Nami, stealthily pilfering the bounty hunter's treasure, crossed paths with Zaro, who was engaged in combat. I can't believe you didn't fall for it either. Zaro remarked in surprise at Nami. How could there be a town that welcomes pirates? I don't believe it. Nami scoffed. All right, let us wrap this up quickly. I need to get some sleep. Zaro glanced at the bounty hunters, at least half of whom were down, and chuckled. Do what you need to. I'll go seek their treasure. Nami waved her hand and departed from a nearby small house. Moments later, she returned along the same path and called out to Zaro. Hey, don't you think we've forgotten something? Forgotten? What is that? Zaro asked, puzzled. Never mind, let us prioritize finding the treasure. Just remember to be quick about it. After Nami spoke, she vanished without a trace. They seemed to have forgotten about the injured Yi Luo, still lying in the cabin. This woman truly was a mystery. Zoro slowly unsheathed his 3 swords and resumed the battle. Moments later, Luffy, awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself, sat up and discovered the kind-hearted citizens outside. Felled by Zoro's hand. Upon learning the truth, Luffy was filled with rage. He could not allow his comrades to act in such a manner. How could they harm those who kindly offered them food simply because it did not suit their taste? Luffy was determined to seek justice for these individuals. Meanwhile, having just defeated all the bounty hunters, Zoro sat there, drinking, when he suddenly sensed something unusual. Over by the port, a woman with an umbrella and a man with an explosive hairstyle and sunglasses appeared. It was Mr. Five and his partner, Ms. Valentine-The. Are you making a mockery of us? Mr. Five asked disdainfully, eyeing the injured Akalam, who was struggling. What? Are you here to witness our downfall? Akalam raised his head to look at the two. Ha ha ha, we're here, of course, because of our mission. Ms. Valentine-The replied with a hearty laugh. Are you here to assist us? That swordsman is incredibly formidable. Mr. Nine also struggled to sit up. Do you think we are just here for trivial matters? Mr. Five arrogantly remarked, we are here because we have a special task. Certain individuals from some kingdoms have infiltrated our organization. Akalam lowered his head. Realizing that his expression must have turned quite grim, they had been exposed. Oh, I nearly forgot about Luffy. On the rooftop, Zoro, observing the standoff between the two groups, took another sip of his drink and muttered softly. So, the fugitive, the missing princess of Alabasta. Mr. Five tilted his head, gazing at the increasingly flustered Princess Vivi. You scoundrel, I won't allow you to harm her even a hair on her head. Die. Akalam rose from the ground and launched an attack at Mr. Five. Boom. Mr. Five was engulfed in an explosion. Please, you must escape. Quickly. Akalam shouted to Vivi. Akalam called out worriedly to Vivi, who showed no signs of fleeing. It's useless. Ha ha ha. Ms. Valentine-The suddenly appeared from the air, kicking aside the bindings in Vivi's hair. As Vivi was assaulted, Akalam was also sent flying. Vivi immediately turned to see Mr. Five emerge unscathed from the fiery explosion, continuing, the fugitives are the captain of the royal guards of Alabasta, Akalam, and Princess Nefertari Vivi. In the name of the owner of Baroque Works, I will eliminate you both. What? You are the princess? Mr. Nine exclaimed in astonishment at his partner. Do not underestimate us. With a fixed gaze on Mr. Five, Wei Wei realized her escape was unlikely. Though the circumstances were unclear, she urged herself to move quickly. Our partnership over these many months is no mere illusion. Mr. Nine positioned himself before Wei Wei, his face smeared with blood, declaring, Mr. Nine. Wei Wei gasped in surprise. She had not anticipated Mr. Nine would come to her aid. Farewell, you must flee. The indomitable spirit of hot-blooded number 9. Mr. Nine curled himself into a ball and rolled toward Mr. Five. Such frivolous loyalty only invites peril. Mr. Five, with a disdainful flick, extracted a lump of nasal mucus and launched it at Mr. Nine. Boom. The mucus erupted, sending Mr. Nine crashing to the ground. Yet it granted Wei Wei the opportunity to mount her caraduc and escape. Goodness, that mucus is truly terrifying, exclaimed Zoro, taken aback by the unexpected explosion. Please, I beseech you, save our princess. At some point, the gravely injured Ikelim had found Zoro. Could you let go? Please don't hold on to me. Zoro replied, exasperated. As Ikelim clung to his leg, uttering peculiar phrases. I implore you, if you can escort the princess to the distant Alabasta, a considerable reward awaits you. Ikelim continued to grasp Zoro's leg as if it were a lifeline. Now you pique my interest. How about 1,000,000,000 berries? Before Zoro could respond, Nami suddenly appeared, as if drawn by the scent of gold. 1,000,000,000 berries? Ikelim gasped. Even in their desert nation of Alabasta, such an amount was formidable. Indeed, with that wealth, your princess's life would be secure. You have witnessed his strength. Nami pointed at Zoro, addressing Ikelim. But, I am merely the captain of the guard. I lack the authority to negotiate such vast sums. Perhaps you could rescue the princess first and then discuss it with her? Ikelim suggested, visibly torn. Hey, don't involve me in your negotiations. Zoro retorted, displeased. What are you saying? My funds are mine, yet my contract is surely a collective matter. What is wrong with that? Nami winked mischievously at Zoro. What kind of logic is that? Zoro would not acquiesce. Gentlemen, while you engage in conversation, the princess may very well be in grave danger. Can we not save her first and then discuss? Ikelim implored, his anxiety palpable. Onward, Zoro. Nami pointed towards Wei Wei's fleeing figure. I refuse to return. I detest being commanded. Zoro declined. Is that so? Then do you not owe me a debt? Nami narrowed her eyes, fixating on Zoro. When have I ever owed you money? Zoro asked, astonished. Back in Rogue Town, when you lacked funds to purchase a sword. Did you not borrow 100,000 berries from me? We had an agreement that when you return it, you must repay thrice. Nami declared. But the sword was a gift from the captain. I didn't spend any money on it. I could return it today, can't I? Zoro replied, exasperated. Of course not. I never imagined you would be a man incapable of keeping his promises. Nami said, disappointment etched on her face as she gazed at Zoro. His expression darkened. While he understood Nami's intentions, he felt powerless and set off to rescue Princess Vivi. You'll get what's coming to you. Zoro cursed Nami as he ran. Indeed. I shall descend into hell. Nami responded with a light-hearted laugh. Meanwhile, Akaram observed in astonishment, seemingly uncovering a peculiar secret about this strange pirate crew. Perhaps the strongest among them was the seemingly harmless girl before him. When Zoro finally found Vivi, he encountered the elite agent Barak, who was also pursuing her. After rescuing her, he coincidentally met Luffy, who was searching for them. Hey Luffy, are you here to help? But they are merely two insignificant foes. Your assistance isn't required. Or have you borrowed money from Nami as well? Zoro asked with a smile. Zoro, I will never forgive you. Let's settle this once and for all. Luffy shouted fiercely. Huh? Zoro looked bewildered. You were the one who attacked the villagers, weren't you? They were the ones who provided us with delicious food. You mercilessly slaughtered them all. I cannot forgive such ingratitude. I will send you flying. Luffy yelled with rage. Not only was Zoro bewildered, but even Princess Vivi looked exasperated and remarked. He truly is a dim-witted fellow. Is he really fit to be captain? Listen, Luffy, let me explain. Those people were, but before Zoro could finish, Luffy's attack came crashing down. Zoro dodged a few times, realizing that Luffy was serious, and his own temper began to flare. The elite agent duo, previously stalled by Zoro, seized the opportunity as they witnessed the brawl between Luffy and Zoro and made a beeline for Vivi, intent on eliminating her first. Enough already, you fools, Zoro shouted, kicking Luffy away, who collided with the approaching agents, sending all three tumbling into the ruins. It seems I must deal with you two troublesome nuisances first. Mr. Five groaned as he rose from the ground, glancing at the still lying Luffy. Ha ha ha, very well. If that is your wish, I shall not oppose it. Miss Valentine. Wielding an umbrella, launched knives above Zoro, she possessed the power of the heavy light fruit, enabling her to control her body's weight. Mr. Samurai, get out of the way. Vivi urgently warned, noticing Ms. Valentine's approach. This is not the time for evasion. Zoro gazed intently in the direction where Luffy had been sent flying, observing as Luffy triumphantly lifted the unconscious Mr. Five. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, after carelessly whipping up a meal from the available ingredients, Yi Luo noticed a remarkable improvement in his physical condition. It suddenly dawned on him that he possessed potions in his backpack capable of restoring both stamina and vitality. Having refrained from utilizing such external aids in previous battles, Yi Luo had never resorted to these remedies. However, in the aftermath of injury, they proved to be a prudent choice. After consuming a vial of vitality potion, along with 2 chicken legs and a serving of fried rice, he felt his life force and energy significantly revitalized, though his internal energy still remained depleted. Yet, Yi Luo had no intention of resorting to pills for recovery, as restoring internal energy also required diligent practice. The most effective training occurs when one exhausts their internal energy before engaging in further cultivation. It was time to check on our beloved princess. Having satisfied his hunger, Yi Luo disembarked and set forth towards the island. He chuckled to himself, pondering a contest to determine whether the swordsman or the martial artist held greater strength. When Yi Luo discovered Luffy and Zoro, the two were engaged in a duel. However, upon noticing Nami approaching, Yi Luo decided to refrain from advancing any further, for that young girl possessed the uncanny ability to captivate the entire crew. If memory serves, Robin also made her entrance around this time, did she not? Seeing that matters here were under control, Yi Luo turned his gaze toward the coastline. So, this implies that due to internal strife, you find yourselves lacking funds, correct? After Nami had settled the dispute between Luffy and Zoro, the group found a place to sit and converse. Wei Wei shared her story with them, leading Nami to swiftly deduce that Wei Wei's quest for a princess did not afford her the means to pay the exorbitant sum of 1 billion berries. Who is the leader of your Baroque works? Luffy inquired with curiosity. I cannot disclose that. It's the one matter I must keep from you. If I were to reveal it, you would be in danger. Wei Wei hastily waved her hands, insisting, we aren't particularly interested in hearing it. Someone capable of usurping an entire nation must be extraordinarily formidable. Nami remarked, shaking her head with a smile. Indeed, while you are strong, you are certainly not a match for Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Wei Wei nodded solemnly. After a brief silence, Zoro quipped, Isn't that basically revealing it? It's all right. No one here knows about this. I shall not speak of it again. So you may pretend you did not hear. Wei Wei stammered, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Nami, who had just moments ago felt as though she might faint, was instantly revitalized. However, before she could speak, the sound of flapping wings caught her attention. What are that bird and otter doing? Nami asked curiously, pointing to an otter perched upon a vulture. That is an ill omen, raised by our boss, specifically for delivering messages. Wei Wei replied, taken aback. What? So, they will report what just transpired to your boss, correct? Nami was on the verge of losing her composure, lamenting why she had to encounter such a situation. She had completely forgotten that it was he who had threatened Zoro to rescue Wei Wei in the first place. I'm so sorry. It was truly an inadvertent slip of the tongue. Wei Wei continued to apologize profusely. Never mind, I shall take my leave. Although this time was brief. I appreciate your care, but we must part ways now. Nami began walking alone towards the port. Where are you going, Nami? Luffy asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Let us make our escape while they remain unaware of our appearances. Nami spoke without turning her head. As soon as her words fell, the previously departed bald eagle and otter returned, hovering over Nami as she sketched on a piece of paper. Once they completed their work, they showed it to her, which only deepened the frown on her face as she walked back. The paper in the otter's hands depicted a portrait of the 3 of them. Now there was no escape. It was truly a wretched fate. Just as they set foot in the Grand Line, they had already drawn the ire of the 7 warlords of the sea. Nami hid in a corner, weeping alone. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro were animatedly discussing what kind of person the sand crocodile might be. On the other side, Yi Luo soared above the coastline using his moonwalk, soon locating his target, a colossal turtle upon which a tall woman was seated. Hello, beautiful. What brings you here alone at this late hour? Luo gradually descended onto the turtle, greeting her with a smile. Robin, wearing a hat, turned to look at Luo and replied with a smile, "So, you've boarded someone else's vessel. What is your intention?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to see what makes you so special that Vice Admiral Saul would sacrifice his life for you," Luo stated, fixing his gaze upon Robin. At the mention of Saul's name, Robin's body trembled slightly. However, seeing that Luo made no aggressive moves, she refrained from striking, though she began to gather energy behind her. "Who are you?" Robin inquired, her eyes locked onto Luo. "Oh, I'm just a wounded soul rescued by a band of intriguing pirates. I happened to find you here, so I thought I'd drop by for a chat." Luo waved his hand, signaling Robin to remain at ease. "Just a chat?" Robin asked incredulously. "Indeed. Seeing that you are unharmed brings me relief. For this world cannot afford to lose you." Luo chuckled softly. "What is your purpose?" Robin felt an enigmatic aura emanating from Luo, making him difficult to read. "Do not worry. My purpose is merely to say hello. Time is of the essence, so I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again." With that, Luo leaped into the air and departed. Moonwalk? Conqueror? Robin's eyes narrowed as she observed the technique Luo employed. Meanwhile, at the coastline, as they bid farewell to Icarium, Luffy continued to express his amusement at Icarium's antics when suddenly, the ship Icarium was erupted in an explosion, turning the surrounding waters into a sea of flames. The expressions of those on the shore darkened, and Luffy clenched his fists in anger, declaring, "Very well. I shall remember this. Luffy, wake the other two. We must leave now. The pursuers may have already arrived." Zoro said, his expression serious. "Quickly, let us go. If we are discovered, all will be for naught." Nami noticed that Wei Wei stood there motionless, so she approached her and spoke. However, upon seeing Wei Wei, who stood there biting her lip in silence, Nami's heart ached. She recognized the strength of the child. "It's all right. Luffy and the others are incredibly strong. We will ensure you reach Alabasta safely. They liberated the entire East Blue with just 4 people. The warlords of the sea are hardly their match." Nami embraced Wei Wei, comforting her tenderly. After a flurry of activity, Luffy and his crew finally set sail smoothly. The boisterous Usopp and Sanji, having received a concise explanation from Nami, lay quietly on the deck. "Be careful while sailing. Don't crash into the rocks, especially since we just escaped from our pursuers." At that moment, Robin, whom Luo had encountered earlier, appeared on the Mary, greeting Luffy and the others while perched on the railing. "Who are you?" Everyone, except Wei Wei, asked in astonishment. "Why are you here?" "Mr. Sunday." Wei Wei glared at Robin with a troubled expression. "I just met Mr. 8 over there," Robin replied, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. "So, Ikarim is being targeted by you." Wei Wei's gaze was intense. "Who is he? What is with the code name? What number is her partner?" Nami inquired curiously. "He is our boss's partner, Mr. Zero, and in truth, only she knows who our boss really is." Wei Wei's eyes remained fixed on Robin. "To be precise, I intentionally had you follow me to uncover his identity," Robin said with a smile. "What? So, you're a good person after all?" Luffy pouted in dissatisfaction. "I know. You also informed the boss that we have discovered his identity, right?" Wei Wei shouted vehemently. "Huh? So you're still a bad person?" Luffy casually assessed Robin's character. "What is your true intention?" Wei Wei yelled angrily at Robin, momentarily catching her off guard, as she had recently posed a similar question to another. Shaking her head, Robin used her ability to throw Usopp and Sanji, who had just awakened, and aimed their weapons at her, away. "Please don't point such dangerous things at me." "Oh, so you are a beautiful lady." Sanji, now seeing Robin face to face, was instantly captivated. Had he known she was a woman earlier, he certainly wouldn't have aimed a weapon at her. "Don't worry. I haven't received orders to eliminate you. It seems you are rather unfortunate to have stumbled upon a princess being hunted by Baroque works," Robin said with a smile. "Is that so? I don't feel particularly unfortunate. Perhaps it's Baroque works that has attracted the wrath of Crocodile." As the cabin door opened, a familiar figure emerged before Luffy and the others. "Luo," they exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the figure stepping out was none other than Luo, back in the cabin. "Hello. Beautiful, it's nice to see you again." Luo first greeted Robin before turning to Luffy, saying, "I never expected to be saved by you." "What would you call this?" Luffy waved his hand dismissively, thinking Luo was expressing gratitude. Luo chuckled softly, approaching and tapping his head lightly, shaking his head as he said, "I am not thanking you. You have caused me significant trouble." "What do you mean? I saved you. Yet I am the one causing trouble?" Luffy retorted, visibly displeased. "Is it because of Crocodile?" Nami pondered for a moment before inquiring. She assumed that Luffy had provoked Crocodile. And as a member of the Navy, Luo was naturally in a precarious position against the warlords of the sea. The sand crocodile is merely a minor issue. The real problem lies with your father. You must understand that my prolonged absence could lead the headquarters to presume I have perished, and they will hold him accountable for it, Luo said, pointing at Luffy, his expression tinged with exasperation. He had initially hoped to find an opportunity to connect with Dragon in Logue Town, as his plans required substantial assistance from the Revolutionary Army. But it seemed he would have to seek another chance. Everyone was taken aback. How did this matter intertwine with Luffy's father? My father? What has happened to him? Do I even have a father? Luffy asked, curiosity etched on his face. What? You have never met him? Luo exclaimed, shaking his head with a bemused smile. In contrast, Sanji, Nami, and the others regarded Luffy with contemplative expressions. If Luffy's family shared his temperament, it was indeed plausible that they could allow a child to grow up without ever meeting his father. The one who confronted me in Logue Town and inflicted injury upon me was your father. He came to send you off to sea. Otherwise, do you think it would have been so easy for you to escape from Smoker? Luo remarked, chuckling as he observed Luffy's bewilderment. Is that so? Luffy asked in astonishment. Never mind. What has passed is past, and there is no point in dwelling on it. However, it appears your crew has gained quite a few members. Luo inquired, having procured a stool from somewhere and seated himself. Oh, right. At that moment, everyone recalled there was still an enemy aboard, and they turned their gazes toward Robin. Ah, so you were Luo, the renowned genius of the Navy headquarters? I did not expect you to be defeated in the East Blue. Now you are here nursing your wounds on a pirate ship. If the Navy learns of this, you might find yourself in quite the predicament, Robin remarked with a smile. Having learned of Luo's identity, she felt a bit more at ease. So, what brings you to Luffy? As you can see, I was saved by him, so do not harbor any ill intentions. Luo replied with a smile directed at Robin. Since you are aboard their ship, I suppose there is no need for me to intervene. However, this is a permanent log post for Alabasta, Robin said, tossing a recording compass to Luffy before returning to her turtle mount. What is this? Luffy asked curiously as he held the permanent log post. You must be aware that the islands in the Grand Line are interconnected by magnetic forces, right? Therefore, navigating the Grand Line necessitates a log pose. The one you hold is a permanent log pose, which will always point to a specific island. Luo explained, smiling. Ah, I see. Luffy nodded and then crushed the permanent log pose without hesitation. What are you doing? Nami exclaimed, nearly losing her composure. After all the effort to obtain a permanent log pose, this fool had shattered it. I am the captain of this ship. I decide how we navigate. Luffy retorted with a fierce determination. However, what awaited him was Nami's beloved fist. You didn't have to break the pointer. This thing must be quite expensive. Is this the illustrious princess of Alabasta? Luo stood and bowed to the princess, who was known as Vivi. Vivi nodded, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. I am indeed. She was quite intrigued, sensing a favorable connection between this Navy officer and Luffy's crew. If they could secure assistance from the Navy, Alabasta's plight might improve considerably. By the way, Luo, Vivi's country is currently facing a rebellion. Could you possibly lend her your aid? Nami interjected, seemingly troubled by the situation. This presents quite a dilemma. Firstly, Crocodile is one of the Shichibukai. While I personally oppose the system of the Shichibukai as a Navy officer, I lack both the authority and the position to take action against him. Moreover, without evidence, I cannot simply act on your word to eliminate a Shichibukai. Luo replied after considering Nami's words. I see. Both Nami and Vivi responded, a hint of disappointment in their voices. However, you need not worry. Aside from Crocodile, his subordinates are not openly operating under his identity at present. Thus, I can deal with those minor threats to buy you some time. Additionally, I will head to Alabasta to ensure the Navy there assist your royal family in quelling the rebellion, but I can only provide support to you, Vivi, not to you. Luffy. Luo smiled and continued. Hee, that's perfectly fine. I don't need any help. As long as you can assist Vivi, that's all that matters. Luffy chuckled cheerfully. Very well. I have already overstayed my welcome on your ship. Please let me off at a nearby island shortly. I need to contact headquarters. Otherwise, the blame for the assassination of the division commander will fall on your father. Luo laughed, addressing Luffy. Ah, Luo, are you leaving already? Nami said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. What a formidable ally. To leave without having done anything was truly a loss. Nami's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. As the leaves fluttered gently, Yi Luo remarked, "Your next destination should be the small garden. I am not suited for that place. It harbors two troublesome individuals whom I cannot resist drawing my attention to. Therefore, it is best that I refrain from going." "The small garden, you say?" My anticipation grows ever stronger, Luffy replied with a cheerful grin. Upon reaching a nearby deserted island, Yi Luo bid farewell to Luffy and the others, crafting a modest raft from the island's trees to head towards the nearest naval base. His decision to part ways with Luffy stemmed partly from a desire not to disrupt Luffy's growth, and partly from the necessity of reporting back to headquarters. Otherwise, he might be misclassified as a missing person, which would be quite troublesome. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku inquired of the Naval Communications Officer, "Is there still no word from Colonel Yi Luo?" "Report, Admiral. We have yet to receive any news regarding Colonel Yi Luo. Colonel Smoker has been searching the surrounding waters for several days." The officer responded with a salute. Sengoku shot a fierce glare at Carp, blaming the old man for leaving Yi Luo alone in the East Blue, where he encountered Carp's son, a man known for showing no mercy to the Navy. "Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Fret not. Little Yi is not one to perish easily," Carp replied nonchalantly. Days later, Yi Luo finally located a naval base and established contact with headquarters. Since he was already in the Grand Line, Admiral Sengoku decided to assign Yi Luo to continue patrolling the first half of the Grand Line before returning to the Navy's headquarters. As for his ship and subordinates, Sengoku had already dispatched them to the base where Yi Luo was stationed to retrieve him. Thus, during the remaining time, Yi Luo dedicated himself to training at the naval base. Following his battle with Dragon, he realized many deficiencies in his capabilities, particularly his endurance, against an evenly matched adversary. If he could not defeat them with his dragon-subduing 18 palms, he would inevitably face defeat. At this stage, the dragon-subduing 18 palms did not suffice as his trump card. While the technique was formidable, it was hindered by numerous limitations, with insufficient inner strength being his most pressing issue. However, the Zixia divine art had already reached the intermediate level of secret techniques, and obtaining a higher-level tome was beyond his reach. The good news was that he was nearing the experience required for an upgrade. Were it not for his prior promise to Wei Wei to assist her in Alabasta, he would undoubtedly be out at sea, hunting down pirates. "Colonel," a female officer approached Yi Luo's training area, saluting before excitedly exclaiming, "Is that you, Lena? You've arrived so quickly." Yi Luo opened his eyes, awakening from his meditation. The woman known as Lena, his aide, was an orphan he had rescued during a mission. With nowhere to go, he brought her back to headquarters, only to discover upon their return that Lena possessed extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Consequently, Yi Luo entrusted Shi Yuan, the finest swordsman he had encountered in the Navy, to mentor Lena. "Colonel, everyone has been quite worried about you. Upon learning you were safe, they rushed here with utmost urgency," Lena exclaimed with a touch of excitement. "Calm down. I'm not so easily dispatched." Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. While still at the base, Lena had heard that due to Carp abandoning Yi Luo in the East Sea, he encountered the revolutionary dragon. After their battle, Yi Luo's fate remained uncertain, which led the young girl to cast disapproving glances at Carp. "Let us go. It's time to stretch our legs," Yi Luo declared as he rose and made his way towards the door. Lena promptly followed, assisting him in donning the uniform of a naval colonel. Upon reaching the port, Yi Luo beheld his ship, the Huaxia, docked and awaiting him, with all the sailors aboard gazing at him with palpable excitement. Let us set sail. It's time for our journey," Yi Luo proclaimed from the prow of the ship. The Huaxia had been crafted using the majority of Yi Luo's hard-earned merits. Its bow sculpted in the likeness of a dragoness head, a far cry from the simplistic dragon form of Shanks' Red Force. Instead, it was intricately carved based on the image of the dragon-subduing palm technique, exuding an air of formidable majesty. Meanwhile, aboard the Mary, Luffy and his crew were en route to the next island. However, Nami, having seen the news of the rebellion in Alabasta, discreetly concealed the newspaper, fearing that if Mikey saw it, she would only grow more anxious. Yet, fate had other plans. After a grueling battle in the little garden, Nami's clothing was damaged by flames, leaving her vulnerable to the island's mosquitoes. The result was a relentless fever that now plagued her. The illness of a navigator aboard a ship was undeniably a devastating blow. Will Nami survive? "Mikey, what do you think?" Sanji asked, tears streaming down his face in distress. Though it was merely a fever, the cause remained unclear, and such conditions could indeed be life-threatening. "Is there anyone aboard who possesses medical knowledge?" Mikey knelt beside Nami's bed, caring for her while posing the question. Luffy and Usopp pointed at Nami, indicating that she was the only one on the ship with any semblance of medical expertise. It's fine. Just eat more meat, right, Sanji? Luffy said cheerfully. I always put great care into the meals for Nami and Mikey, selecting the freshest ingredients and pairings. As for the near-expired or rotten food, that's for you all. Sanji calmly stated a fact. Usopp was on the verge of a meltdown, exclaiming that this perverse chef had gone too far, but nearby, Luffy, oblivious, remarked, well, it still tastes good. However, food can only serve a regulatory purpose. It cannot substitute for medicine, nor can it cure all ailments. Sanji looked at the suffering Nami with concern and said, the temperature has risen to 40 degrees again. Gently. He took out the thermometer from Nami's side and exclaimed in surprise. Surely there must be doctors in Alabasta? If we head directly there, we should be fine. How long until we reach Alabasta? Luffy proposed. I don't know, but it will take at least a week. Mikey replied with a serious demeanor. Is it truly agonizing to have such an illness? Luffy asked, somewhat perplexed. Sanji and Usopp tilted their heads in unison and replied, we have no idea. Neither of us has experienced it. Mikey was nearly at his wit's end. What manner of people are they? If Nami continues to suffer from this high fever, a temperature of 40 degrees could very well claim her life. Mikey expressed his concerns. What? Is Nami going to die? Nami, please don't leave us, wailed the trio, including Carry the Duck, as they panicked and dashed about the room. Be quiet. Nami needs her rest right now. Mikey shouted at them in frustration. Nami requires a doctor. We must seek one immediately, Luffy urged anxiously. Mikey, I have a newspaper in my compartment. Could you fetch it for me? Nami struggled to sit up and said, Nami, are you feeling better? So soon? Luffy and the others asked with delight upon seeing her upright. How could this be? Meanwhile, Mikey, holding the newspaper, appeared increasingly grim. This is a newspaper from 3 days ago, meaning the riots in Alabasta have officially begun. I'm sorry. I hid it earlier to spare you the worry. Nami said with difficulty. Things look quite serious. Luffy remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he listened to Mikey's explanation of the news. As long as you understand, Luffy. We need to hurry to Alabasta, so please do not fret over me. Nami insisted as she struggled to rise. But you don't look well, Nami. You need a doctor. Usopp advised. I'll be fine. I appreciate your concern, but I know my own body. Nami smiled and walked toward the door. Upon stepping outside, she glanced at Zoro, who was exercising by the ship's railing, and said, Why are you out here? Aren't you supposed to be resting? Oh, the ship has veered off course. How did you not notice? Nami merely glanced once and realized the ship had indeed strayed from its path. The ship has been moving straight ahead. You should return to your bed. Zoro frowned. I simply cannot leave this to you. That is why I came out. It's truly frustrating. Wait, the air smells different, Nami said, holding her forehead while checking the weather. Nothing seems amiss. The weather is clear. Zoro glanced around and noted that the weather was clear, presenting no apparent issues. Set course south, full sail. And adjust the sails to catch the wind on the port side. Nami promptly issued her command. Everyone, including Zoro, sprang into action, their mouths still questioning the reason. Yet when Nami commanded, they invariably obeyed her. Luffy approached Nami, gently touching her forehead, only to recoil with a startled exclamation. Nami, your forehead is burning. We should dock and find a doctor. Stop your chatter. This is merely my normal body temperature. We have a wind coming in, so hurry and assist. Nami replied, breathing heavily. At that moment, Vivi emerged from the cabin, seemingly eager to speak, and all eyes turned to her. You have already allowed me to board your ship, and I should not make any unreasonable demands. However, my country is facing an unprecedented crisis, and I must return to Alabasta as swiftly as possible. There can be no hesitation. Vivi addressed everyone from the doorway of the cabin. Of course, did we not promise you? Nami responded with a smile, while the others remained silent. Since everyone agrees, let us swiftly find an island with a doctor, Vivi said with a smile. We must heal Nami quickly, and then set sail for Alabasta. That is the fastest course for this ship, is it not? Indeed, there is no faster route. Luffy beamed. Are you truly unconcerned? As a princess, should you not worry more about your million subjects? Usopp feigned seriousness. Yes, that is why we must ensure Nami recovers quickly, Vivi replied with a smile. Well said, Vivi. I have a newfound respect for you, Sanji remarked, holding a cigarette, for once not transforming into a soft-bodied creature. Zoro cast a sidelong glance at Vivi and muttered, What composure. Meanwhile, as Nami faced her predicament, Yero had already set sail towards Alabasta. Sir, aren't we heading directly to Alabasta? Lena inquired, perplexed by the ship's course. It's too early for that, so let us first find some appetizers. By the way, Lena, have you improved your swordsmanship? Yero lifted his cup and took a hearty swig. Rest assured, sir, I have been diligently practicing, though I may not compare to you. I have put in great effort, Lena replied, saluting promptly. No need for such formality. Let us see if there are any pirates on the next island, after all. This is the Grand Line, where pirates abound. Only through real combat can one truly hone their skills. Yero chuckled. Yes, sir. Lena responded eagerly. Soon, the ship, Yuluo, arrived at a small island, which was not part of the route chosen by Luffy. Thus, Yuluo harbored no reservations and directly disembarked at the island's tavern. At the port, he spotted at least 3 pirate ships, making the tavern the most expedient place to seek them out. The Navy? What brings them here? A pirate seated in the corner of the bar remarked curiously. Well, I trust everyone is aware of my identity, so all but the pirates may take their leave. Yuluo stated with a grin as he settled at the bar and ordered a glass of whiskey. The tavern owner chuckled wryly. Delivering the whiskey, Yuluo requested before discreetly retreating. Pirate Phyllis, where do you think you're going? At that moment, Lena intercepted a pirate attempting to seize the opportunity to flee. Pirates without bounties could escape without consequence, but those with a price on their heads were another matter entirely. Lena was keenly aware that Yuluo specifically targeted such pirates. Navy, we haven't provoked you, have we? Don't overstep your bounds. The pirate, referred to as Phyllis by Lena, glared at her. Lion Phyllis, bounty of 21 million. Lena declared directly. Well then, the remaining ones are all foes. Will you unite? Or do you plan to flee when I strike? Yuluo inquired with a smile after finishing his drink and rising to his feet. Colonel Purple Dragon, Yuluo. I didn't expect to encounter such a figure. It seems we are to join forces today. A group of pirates in the corner stood up, speaking in hushed tones. Balloon Pirate Crew, Captain Balloon Greases, bounty of 43 million. My lord has caught a big fish. Lena exclaimed with delight as she recognized the pirates emerging from the shadows. Oh, well, it seems there is no other way. Another pirate crew stepped out from the shadows. Bounty of 40 million, Viper Calypso. Lena narrowed her eyes, focusing on the speaker. Though this individual's bounty did not surpass Grease's, the threat they posed was far greater in her estimation. Leave the bounties to me. The rest is yours. Soldiers, retreat and surround this place. Do not engage in our battle. Yuluo remarked with a satisfied smile. In this modest tavern on a small island, he was poised to acquire 10 for 100 diamonds, coupled with the 15 for 190 diamonds he already possessed. He was on the verge of surpassing 20,000 points. Indeed, during his time in Log Town, he had captured the Clown Buggy and the Slippery Fruit User, netting 500 and 500 diamonds respectively, which accounted for his current total of 15 for 190 diamonds. My lord, the port of Alabasta is just ahead. Lena gazed at the nautical chart in her hands and inquired of Yuluo. Since that day, they had plundered 2 more islands, yielding a commendable bounty. Yuluo's experience had reached 98, and he was poised for an upgrade within the next couple of days. Let us proceed. Prepare for landing. Yuluo pondered briefly before speaking. Yes, my lord. Lena saluted and then instructed the sailors to head straight for the port city of Canola in Alabasta. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions were drawing near to Alabasta, and Wei Wei's heart was filled with anxiety. Do not fret, Wei Wei, all will be well. Nami, who had been healed by Kureha, comforted Wei Wei while holding her close. I just haven't figured out what to do yet. Wei Wei sighed, turning to see an astonishing sight upon the sea. What is that? She exclaimed. It looks like cotton candy. Luffy was nearly drooling with anticipation. A few days prior, he, Usopp, Kara the Duck, and the newly joined ship's doctor, Tony Chopper, had pilfered Sanji's food. They had no choice but to spend their days fishing, using Karu as bait. It's nothing to worry about. That's merely water vapor caused by an underwater volcano, Nami observed. Soon, the Mary sailed past. But on Luffy and Usopp's fishing lines, they caught something peculiar. Wow, we've caught a crossdresser. Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. The individual holding Karu seemed equally startled, only to fall into the ocean, but was swiftly rescued by Luffy and the others. My sincerest apologies. It appears I've been saved by unfamiliar pirates. The crossdresser, adorned in a swan costume, said politely. You can't swim? Usopp asked curiously. Indeed, I cannot. I consumed a devil fruit, which rendered me unable to swim. The crossdresser replied candidly. Devil fruit? What abilities do you possess? Usopp inquired further. Well, since we find ourselves in such tedium, allow me to demonstrate my powers. The crossdresser then began his performance. He was a user of the mimic fruit, capable of transforming into an exact replica of anyone he touched with his right hand. Simply by then touching his own face with his left hand, transcending species and gender alike, he could morph into a reindeer identical to Chopper, or even a woman resembling Nami, with the same physique. Moreover, he possessed a memory function. Anyone he had touched could be mimicked. Consequently, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp quickly befriended the crossdresser. However, it was not long before his ship arrived to retrieve him. And as he departed, his crew referred to him as Mr. 2. I believe I just saw him transform into my father's face. They must have some ulterior motive. After Mr. 2 departed, a wave of nostalgia washed over him as he dejectedly remarked. Ultimately, the Straw Hat crew convened and marked an X on their left arms, subsequently binding them with bandages. However, prior to their disembarkation, a large crowd gathered in a restaurant in the port city of Oilseed Flour, Alabasta. It was rumored that someone had suddenly perished while dining. What? Could it be food poisoning? Is there something amiss with the owner's dishes? Who knows? Yet the proprietor has been in business for a considerable time without any such incidents reported. Just as Yi Luo, who had accompanied Lena, entered, an ominous feeling enveloped him. As expected, upon entering, he beheld a man with a white beard tattoo, slumped over the food, appearing lifeless. Sir, Lena naturally noticed that tattoo. What a scoundrel. Yi Luo fumed as he approached, delivering a swift slap to the man's back. Huh? What is happening? Ah, I must have dozed off. Ace reemerged from the pile of food, casually wiping his face on the skirt of a lady nearby. Boss, why are there so many people here? Ace inquired, bewildered. The owner twitched his lips, reluctant to divulge that the crowd had gathered under the misconception that Ace had passed away. Ace, you rascal. How did you escape again? Yi Luo lamented, standing behind Ace with a hint of exasperation. Oh, Yi Luo. It's been ages. What brings you to Alabasta? Ace greeted him with enthusiasm. Are you here to capture Blackbeard? Yi Luo suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting. Indeed, you've caught on, huh? Ace shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't I mention Blackbeard's affairs? As Yi Luo's words hung in the air, a familiar voice erupted with the sound of a rocket launcher, abruptly colliding with his back and sending both him and Ace hurtling through the air. Ah, you little rascal, Luffy. Today, I shall act in the name of justice and bring you, the troublemaker, to account. Emerging from the rubble, Yi Luo understood precisely what had transpired. This fate should have befallen Smoker. However, due to his own circumstances, Smoker had delayed in pursuing Luffy, resulting in his recent entry into the Grand Line. Boss. I'm hungry. Food. Luffy exclaimed from his seat, calling out to the proprietor. I advise you to make a swift escape. Although the food was quickly served. The boss stammered nervously. Why is that? Luffy queried, munching on his meal. Did you see that gaping hole? The boss pointed to a nearby opening. Is this your restaurant's decor? It's rather peculiar. Luffy nodded while continuing to eat. Did you do this? Other patrons and the owner chimed in simultaneously with their complaints. Did I? When did I do that? Luffy replied, bewildered. When you came in just now, didn't you feel as though you had collided with something? The owner wiped the sweat from his brow and asked. As Luffy pondered while eating, he seemed to recall indeed bumping into something. The owner gestured toward Luffy's back, indicating a furious Reina, who was seething with rage. What a joke. Which impertinent fool are you? Not far off, Ace had just landed beside them, grumbling as he walked. However, Reina had already drawn her blade, and sensed that her respected superior had been ambushed and sent flying by a pirate who was now shamelessly indulging in a meal. Pirate Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 30 million berries. In the name of the Navy, yes, Major, I shall bring you to justice. Reina declared, brandishing her weapon, startling Luffy as he was eating. Navy? Major? Luffy recalled the proprietor mentioning that he had just knocked down a colonel. The colonel, Yi Luo, and that smoker from Rogue Town were indeed colonels. Dodging Reina's strike, Luffy promptly stuffed all the food into his mouth. Thank you for the meal, he said. Covering his mouth with his hand, bowed to the owner, and fled. Reina would not allow him to escape, chasing after Luffy. Ace, who had just entered, saw Luffy's retreating figure and followed suit without hesitation. Is he really dining and dashing? The owner watched the unfolding drama, left dumbfounded. Boss. What about the pirate who just sent me flying? As the leaves began to fall, not only had Luffy and Ace vanished, but even Lena was nowhere to be found. They had fled. The owner, momentarily taken aback, remarked, that naval officer, they were your friends. Perhaps you should take care of the bill for these ruffians. I shall not spare them. How dare they dine and dash in a civilian establishment? Leal roared in anger, pursuing them swiftly. The proprietor blinked, observing Leal's rapidly disappearing figure, and suddenly felt the profound malice of the world directed at him. Those scoundrels, if I catch them, I will ensure they pay dearly. Leal felt a flush of embarrassment. Since becoming a naval officer and setting his ambitions, he had never experienced such disgrace. Typically, when accompanied by Lena, he carried no money as she handled the payments, leaving him utterly broke and resorting to this humiliating escape. However, after running a few paces, Leal paused, contemplating that he possessed a considerable sum of money within his system, convertible into berries. This was all Ace and Luffy's fault. Associating with them had surely diminished my intellect. With a sigh, Leal decided against continuing the chase. Ace was aware of Lena, and thus would not harm her. As for Luffy, the current Luffy and Lena were of equal measure, providing him little cause for concern. Gather all nearby naval officers and block that pirate, Lena shouted upon spotting patrolling Navy personnel. The officers, momentarily stunned, quickly recognized Lena as uniform and began to rally, pursuing after Luffy. Damn it, Lena, that is my brother. Ace hurriedly followed Lena, knowing she was allied with Leal and refraining from confronting her directly. At the harbor, Lena finally caught up to Luffy, where Zoro and the others were also present, allowing her to surround them with the Navy. You truly have a knack for trouble. How is it that a simple outing has drawn the entire city's Navy? Nami chastised Luffy loudly. It wasn't my intention. I merely went to eat at a restaurant. Luffy protested, feeling wronged. We must devise a plan to break through. The Navy is increasing in numbers, Sanji remarked, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. No worries, we'll escape to the ship directly. We only came here for supplies. Soon we'll board and navigate the inner river to reach the desert. Mikey, fully aware of the situation, smiled confidently. All right, we will hold off the Navy. You all get on the ship first, Zoro declared, drawing his weapon. Phoenix Slash. Lena, in pursuit, unleashed a strike towards Luffy. A swordsman? Zoro was taken aback. It was his first encounter with a swordsman of similar caliber. Solar flare. Suddenly, a flame erupted, colliding with the slash and neutralizing it. Lena, hold your fire for now. Ace appeared in front of Luffy and the others, shielding them from the attack. Who is this guy? Zoro inquired, somewhat displeased. He had intended to engage with the female Navy officer but was interrupted by Ace. Ace, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, failing to respond to Zoro's question. Luffy, you truly haven't changed at all, Ace remarked with a smile as he turned to face Luffy. Poor Gas-D. Ace, you had better step aside, otherwise I won't hesitate to attack you as well. Lena glared at Luffy and addressed Ace. Lena, this is a misunderstanding. He is my brother, Luffy. Luo knows him too. Ace quickly waved his hands, wanting to clarify. He was aware of the little girl's formidable connections within Navy headquarters and wished to avoid the fate of his father, constantly pursued by the old man Garp across the seas. According to Luo, this little girl was even more popular at Navy headquarters than he was. Not only did Garp have a fondness for her, but her mentor was Gion, which endeared her to Tsuru as well. Most astonishingly, she had won the affection of all three admirals, which baffled Luo. It is essential to note that today's admirals are not the easiest to approach. First, there is Akiji, who appears lethargic yet adheres to a strict personal code. He would not utter a word to anyone he found unpalatable. Then there is Kizaru, who may speak casually but can be merciless in combat. Luo had sparred with him and nearly faced severe consequences, and no one truly knows what occupies his mind. Lastly, there is Akainu, the one Luo most wishes to avoid, a staunch adherent of justice. Such a person is not to be trifled with. For instance, when an average person commits a wrongdoing, they may experience feelings of fear or guilt, but Akainu does not. He believes that his actions are justified and that any adverse outcomes result from others misinterpreting his sense of justice. Thus, Luo has always maintained a respectful distance from these three. However, Lena is different. For reasons unknown, all three seem to dote on her, with even Kizaru willing to spar with her. It is known that no one at Navy headquarters can persuade the laid-back Kizaru to engage in training, and those who attempt often find themselves severely beaten, much like Luo, and subsequently taken away by the medical team. Therefore, it is understandable that Ace does not wish to provoke an explosive situation. You harmed an adult, Lena insisted stubbornly. It was a misunderstanding, Ace replied helplessly, for he too was one of the victims. He cast a resentful glance at Luffy. The others were left bewildered. seemingly unclear about how Luffy had embroiled himself with Luo, leading to this encounter with the Navy. Me? I have never even seen Luo. How could it possibly be my fault? Luffy protested loudly, feeling wronged. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Ace was present at the scene. Do you still wish to argue? Damn pirate. Lena, incensed by Luffy's actions, prepared to launch another attack. Ace, aware that Luo was absent and that any explanation would be futile, urged Luffy and the others to depart, vowing to hold his ground. Luffy, is it truly all right for us to leave like this? Your brother seems to harbor a deep apprehension towards that Navy officer, Zoro inquired as he dashed towards the Mary. Earlier, Luffy had clarified his connection to Ace, leading everyone to understand that Ace was indeed Luffy's brother and that Luo shared a close bond with Ace. Having seemingly partaken in brotherhood rites, thus regarding Luffy as a younger sibling as well. Rest assured, Ace is exceptionally formidable, Luffy declared with unwavering confidence in Ace. After a strenuous escape to the side of the Mary, Mikey discreetly entrusted a letter to Karoo, instructing it to traverse the desert alone to deliver the message to the king, which outlined Crocodile's sinister plot in clear terms. Though Ace is powerful, I too have grown considerably. Should we duel again, I would not be defeated, Luffy proclaimed, leaning against the ship's railing, laughing heartily as he boasted. Who do you claim you would not lose to? Ace suddenly leaped onto the Mary and questioned Luffy. Ace, Luffy exclaimed joyfully. My thoughtless younger brother has caused everyone a great deal of trouble. Thank you all. Ace greeted Luffy's companions first, his politeness somewhat atypical for a brother of Luffy's nature. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, bowing in response. Ace, what brings you here? Luffy asked curiously. Did you not receive the letter I sent you? Ah, never mind. It wasn't of great importance, Ace replied, scratching his head. I happened to be in the vicinity and learned you were around, so I thought I would pay a visit. How about joining our Whitebeard pirates? Of course, your companions are welcome too. Absolutely not, Luffy replied without hesitation. Haha, I anticipated such a response. Please, do not take it to heart. Consider it as though I never spoke. Ace chuckled. Whitebeard? So the tattoo on your back is indeed genuine? Usopp exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. It is my pride. I shall assist him in becoming the Pirate King. Not you, Luffy, Ace declared with a grin. That is fine. We can settle it in a match when the time comes. Luffy replied nonchalantly. Ace smiled, choosing to remain silent. Come inside. I have prepared some tea, Sanji announced as he brought forth the refreshments for Ace. No need for formality, it's not a matter of great consequence. The Navy has already retreated, so there is no cause for concern, Ace said, squatting at the ship's railing with a smile. By the way, speaking of the Navy, what is the story with Luo? He mentioned having shared brotherhood with you. Luffy asked curiously. The other crew members leaned in, intrigued by the notion of a pirate forming a bond with the Navy. He was quite the fascinating individual. When I first set sail, I encountered him. At that time, he was not yet a naval officer but a bounty hunter, seemingly filled with an immense zeal for pursuing fugitives. Ace reflected for a moment and recounted. Later, that fellow made a pact with my grandfather, vowing to capture me. Grandfather? Luffy replied, astonished. Indeed. So in Lobetown, he orchestrated a scheme involving Smoker and inadvertently succeeded in capturing me. However, we had spent a delightful period together, and he was reluctant to hand me over to my grandfather. Yet, due to his unwavering commitment to their agreement, he ultimately surrendered me. But then, he rescued me from my grandfather's clutches, sustaining severe injuries in the process, after which I heard he was taken back to headquarters. Ace chuckled. Luffy, your grandfather is in the Navy? Nami finally interjected, piecing together some clues. Yes. Luffy nodded affirmatively. The others were left speechless. How could it be that their grandfather served in the Navy while both grandsons became pirates? Recently, he had honed his skills at headquarters and set sail to apprehend pirates. His remarkable abilities soon brought him to prominence. Later, we crossed paths in the New World, engaged in extensive conversations, and ultimately shared a drink to commemorate our bond. He is a man of great vision and formidable strength, Ace remarked with admiration. When he first heard about Luo's plans and dreams, he was initially bewildered, but he eventually became captivated by the grand scope of the vision. Although he now doubts Luo's chances of success, he still harbors a hope that one day, Luo will achieve his aspirations. I see. Luffy feigned understanding, nodding his head. Well then, take this, Ace said, handing his life paper to Luffy. Life paper? Luffy exclaimed, bewildered. You actually know about it? This time, Ace was taken aback. Although it is not an advanced item, It is exclusive to the New World, and Luffy, who had never ventured there, should have been unfamiliar with it. Yiluo gave me one too and explained how to use it. Luffy replied, grinning widely. I have a foolish younger brother, and as an older brother, I worry about him. You all can't do anything about him, right? Nevertheless, I must entrust him to you. Ace smiled as he greeted Luffy's companions before leaping back onto his small vessel. Are you not going to stay a little longer? Luffy implored. No, I have matters to attend to. I am in pursuit of a most wanted criminal, formerly a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. He escaped after murdering a comrade, and as his captain, I must bring him to justice. Otherwise, there will be no turning back for me. The next time we meet, it will be at the pinnacle of piracy, Luffy. Ace explained with a smile. Haha, I will be there in no time. Luffy confidently replied. Is that a lie? My brother is surprisingly composed? That seems utterly unlike him. Nami gazed skeptically at Ace and remarked, I thought he would be an even more foolish fellow than Luffy. Usopp, too, expressed his disbelief, stating, This sea truly is remarkable. Anything can happen. Sanji nodded, as if gaining some understanding of the ocean. Although they had encountered Yiluo, the connection between Yiluo and Luffy was not one of blood, so it was reasonable for them to appear more composed. However, Ace was different. They believed him to be Luffy's blood-related brother, which elicited their surprise. The departing Ace found his path obstructed by 5 pirate ships from the Baroque works, eager to claim the bounty on his head, as they were bounty hunters by nature. Unfortunately for them, Ace dispatched all 5 ships with a single move. You bastard. Why did you steal my experience points? Came Yiluo's voice, startling Ace. Yet, upon recalling Yiluo's intentions, Ace did not linger and promptly fled. Observing Ace's escape, Yiluo felt a twinge of helplessness. On the sea, Ace's small flame propelled him forward at an incredible speed, leaving Yiluo unable to catch up. At that moment, he longed for the advanced techniques available in the store. Did you meet Ace? Yiluo inquired of Luffy upon reaching the Mary. Yes, why? Luffy responded. Upon learning of Ace and Yiluo's connection, Luffy felt a greater sense of camaraderie with Yiluo. Do you know where he is headed? Yiluo pressed, gritting his teeth. No. Luffy shook his head. His brother mentioned that one of his subordinates made a mistake, so he went to chase after him. Sanji interjected. Yes. That seems to be what he said. Luffy nodded, appearing as if he had just recalled something. Did he not mention a specific location? Yiluo asked anxiously. No. Is that all? Even Luffy, despite his usual naivety, sensed something was amiss. You fool, why didn't you stop him? Blackbeard is not someone to be trifled with. Yiluo scolded, tapping Luffy on the head. Oh, it's fine. Ace is quite strong. He just took out 5 pirate ships with a single punch. Luffy replied with a silly grin. Well, what if I told you that Ace could be in grave danger? Yiluo countered. Would you still think so? Do you realize who they are? Blackbeard is a veteran from Whitebeard's crew, and Luffy, your strength is still too weak. Yiluo, for once, spoke sternly. Luffy's expression grew serious as he adjusted his hat and declared, I will surpass all of you. You fool, is that the crux of the matter? Forget it. I initially intended to lend you a helping hand, but now Ace's situation is more urgent. Therefore, I've sent my lieutenant to assist you. You've encountered that female lieutenant at the port. Her name is Lena, and her strength is quite average, so do not hold too much hope for her. I must go after Ace, or he will be in great trouble. After speaking with Luffy, Yiluo departed using the moonwalk technique. Do you think our strength is truly that weak? After the leaves fell, Luffy asked in a somber tone. For this was the second time Yiluo had remarked on his inadequate strength. Sanji and Zoro remained silent. Sanji, hailing from the prestigious Vinsmoke family of the North Sea, had indeed encountered formidable foes, while Zoro, having clashed with Mihawk, understood the vast chasm that existed between them and the world. Do not be disheartened, Luffy. You are younger than them. In 2 years, I am confident you will not lag behind. After all, you aspire to be the Pirate King. Nami encouraged Luffy. I find Luffy to be remarkably strong, exclaimed Chopper, the ship's doctor, with a hint of admiration in his voice. Suddenly, Luffy felt an intense anticipation for Crocodile, thinking to himself that it would be intriguing to test his own capabilities against him. His eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the rain-soaked horizon. After departing from the Going Merry, Yiluo first sought out Lena, requesting her assistance to help Luffy quell the rebellion in Alabasta. Following this, he set off alone. Though Lena was somewhat reluctant, she was willing to comply with Yiluo's orders, especially since protecting the Alabasta Kingdom was also a duty of their navy. Thus, she headed directly to the capital of Alabasta with her naval crew. Yi Luo, having left on his own, did not immediately pursue Ace, knowing that they would reunite eventually. Instead, he made his way to the Spider CAF, the gathering point of the Baroque Works elite agents, intending to acquire the final bits of experience he needed. Moreover, it seemed that some of those high-ranking agents had bounties on their heads, and he had no qualms about earning some rewards. However, before he could reach the Spider CAF, he encountered several pirates along the way. After dispatching them effortlessly, he unexpectedly leveled up, prompting him to forego his original destination and instead seek a nearby inn to assess his gains. Congratulations, host. Level up achieved. You have gained 5 freedom attribute points and 1 skill point. This was the unchanging notification after every upgrade. Following this was the reward for completing the main quest. Congratulations. Host. Main quest completed. You have earned 1,000 experience points, 1,000 diamonds, 500 000 currency, and 1 beginner S manual. To his surprise, instead of receiving an advanced basic skill, he had jumped a tier entirely, receiving a beginner's manual instead. Was this due to all 3 of his basic skills reaching maximum level? Or was it simply the way it was meant to be? As Yi Luo gazed upon the rewards, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, although the elementary manual had ceased to be of significant assistance to him, he deemed it unwise to refuse a gift freely offered. Upon utilizing the basic manual, he acquired the fundamental skill manual, 100 battles, the spear's verdict. What? It is indeed a spear technique? Does this imply I am to wield a spear as my weapon in the future? Yi Luo scratched his head, uncertain of which weapon to ultimately choose. Yet he concluded that there was no harm in learning it first. Curious about any changes in the marketplace, Yi Luo pondered and promptly accessed the shop. He was met with a completely transformed marketplace, and after scratching his head in confusion, he realized that while the items for sale remained the same and the prices unchanged, the aesthetic of the shop had undergone a significant alteration. The previous single draw option was no longer available. Instead, there were only 10 consecutive draws and a newly opened lottery house. Additionally, 2 new features had been introduced: manual advancement and manual interchange. The newly unveiled feature in Yi Luo allows for an advanced exchange of skill manuals. 10 beginner manuals can be exchanged for 1 random intermediate manual, while 10 intermediate manuals yield 1 advanced manual, and 10 advanced manuals can be traded for a unique mastery manual. Additionally, the exchange system permits players to spend diamonds to randomly swap unwanted manuals. It costs 5,000 diamonds for a swap within the same category and 10,000 diamonds for a swap across different categories. Yi Luo calculated that purchasing 10 manuals would be significantly cheaper than advancing to a single higher-level manual. However, considering that tasks sometimes reward manuals, this feature possesses its own merit. For instance, the recent marksmanship manual, if he had not learned it himself, could have been retained for use when advancing to a mid-level manual. After reviewing the new features, Yi Luo reopened the newly launched lottery house, only to find it largely unchanged from before, save for the categorization of each lottery type. If Yi Luo wished to draw a manual, he could simply select the manual roulette, ensuring he would only receive manuals without any other items appearing. However, within the various roulettes, both the manual and treasure roulettes required 10,000 diamonds for a single draw, leaving Yi Luo uncertain about what he might obtain. While other roulettes were somewhat less costly, he found himself lacking in need, as he was not genuinely engaged in gameplay. Thus, many items seemed superfluous to him. Should he purchase an item or try his luck at the roulette? Yi Luo gazed at his diamonds, which had amassed to over 30,000, all acquired from previously sweeping the pirates. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he had 120,000 to directly buy the advanced manual. He had long coveted a particular agility manual, the one straw crossing the river by the Zen master, classified as an advanced agility manual, valued at 120,000 diamonds. Yet, upon seeing the new roulette, Yi Luo found himself unable to resist the temptation to draw once. Just once, he thought, drawing one from both the manual and treasure categories. After all, it would only cost 20,000 diamonds. Worst case scenario, he could always seek trouble with Crocodile. He remembered that after losing his Shichibukai status, Crocodile's bounty had been reinstated at over 80 million, which was roughly equivalent to the cost of a single draw. Yi Luo thoughtfully stroked his chin and ultimately resolved to proceed with the extraction. After bathing and changing, he first opened the secret tome for extraction. You have utilized 10,000 diamonds, granting you an opportunity for a secret tome extraction. You have engaged in the extraction and acquired the intermediate movement technique secret tome. Stepping on snow without a trace. Yi Luo was taken aback. He had unexpectedly received a mid-level martial arts manual. What did this imply? Was he being advised against purchasing a higher-grade one? Should he merely make do with this intermediate version for the time being? Hesitation clouded Yi Luo's mind as he pondered whether to store this manual for future advancement or to utilize it immediately. It appeared that fortune had not favored him today. Should he even proceed with the extraction of this treasure? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he ultimately resolved to draw from it. For he remained unaware of the full extent of treasures that awaited him. After one extraction, he would have a clearer understanding. You have utilized 10,000 diamonds to gain an opportunity for treasure extraction. You have engaged in the treasure draw and received 1 vial of Xianbing Bihua wine. As Yi Luo gazed in astonishment, he was taken aback to discover that Jianima had actually procured a flask of wine. Indeed, it was a flask. Observing the exquisite Xianbing Bihua wine, which emerged from the depths of his backpack, Yi Luo stroked his chin. The bottle itself was quite aesthetically pleasing. Adorned in a hue reminiscent of jade green, intricately engraved with representations of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. However, considering Yi Luo's current tolerance for alcohol, he feared that a single sip would suffice. Yet, he refrained from hastily consuming it. Instead, he scrutinized the Xianbing Bihua wine more closely after stowing it away. The description read, Xianbing Bihua wine, crafted from Jiujiu pills and fire elixirs. Each sip requires the infusion of internal energy to enhance one's own cultivation. To his utter disbelief, it was indeed a treasure that augmented internal energy. Yi Luo's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined it once more. It was authentic. A genuine enhancement of internal energy, a rarity not found within the marketplace. Truly, life is a gamble. One must take risks to reap rewards. With excitement bubbling within him, Yi Luo eagerly retrieved the Xianbing Bihua wine and could hardly contain himself as he took a sip. What a splendid wine! It entered his mouth with an exquisite sweetness. Reminiscent of the spirits from his previous life, yet devoid of the harshness typically associated with such beverages. The experience was delightful. As the wine coursed through his body, his internal energy ignited as if engulfed in flames. Promptly, Yi Luo recalled the instructions and began to refine the energy within. After some time, he reopened his eyes, gazing at the Xianbing Bihua wine with renewed fervor. Just that single sip equated to several days of arduous training. Alas, this flask was rather meager, and he feared the enhancement of internal energy would be limited. Nevertheless, knowing that treasures could be acquired through such means rendered the experience worthwhile. Struggling to suppress the urge to consume the remaining wine in one go, Yi Luo hesitated, contemplating the 11,549 diamonds still at his disposal. He yearned to draw another treasure. If the treasure wheel contained items unattainable in the marketplace, then spinning this wheel would undoubtedly be the most advantageous course of action. Why not? It was merely diamonds. Small investments yield no returns. One must be bold to reap greater rewards. He resolved to clear out all the bounty hunters from the Baroque studio without hesitation. Please, grant me another treasure that enhances internal energy. Yi Luo nearly found himself beseeching the heavens. Upon utilizing the treasure draw, he obtained a dragon blood pearl. A dragon blood pearl? What an impressive title. However, it seemed unlikely to be an item that enhanced internal energy. Yi Luo hastily opened his backpack for a closer look. The description read, Dragon blood pearl, a variant of dragon pearls, effects unknown, can be refined within the body. To discover that its effects were unknown left Yi Luo astonished as he scrutinized the system's description. Yi Luo retrieved the blood dragon pearl from his backpack. Observing the crimson orb that emanated a faint glow, far less grandiose than he had envisioned. How was he to integrate this object into his body? Should he consume it directly? Yi Luo found himself in a quandary, but recalling that novels often depicted the use of blood to bind treasures to their owners, he pricked his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall upon it. The blood dragon pearl glimmered momentarily, absorbing the blood before returning to its previous state. Was he truly meant to ingest it? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Luo took a dagger and made a small incision on his left arm, cautiously bringing the blood dragon pearl closer to the wound. He intended to test whether the pearl could continuously draw his blood. If so, would it not be tantamount to inviting his own demise? To his astonishment, as the pearl neared the cut, it seamlessly merged into his body. By the heavens! Yi Luo exclaimed, hastily inspecting his physique. Ultimately, he discovered the blood dragon pearl nestled beside his heart, seemingly not siphoning his blood. Otherwise, he would have been drained to a husk. Was this object a mere filter, or did it possess a different purpose altogether? After observing for some time, Yi Luo noted that the blood flowing from his heart was directed toward the blood dragon pearl, passing through it before circulating throughout his body and returning to the heart, creating an infinite loop. He pondered, clenching his fist and sensing an increase in his physical strength. He promptly accessed his character attributes and confirmed that both his power and speed had indeed augmented significantly. It appeared that this entity was consistently filtering his blood, enhancing his capabilities. Yi Luo squinted, scrutinizing his attributes. Although there were no drastic changes, he felt a subtle strengthening within his body. Let me test my inner strength. After a prolonged observation, he was convinced that this object would not harm him. He then directed his internal energy toward the blood dragon pearl. But it seemed indifferent to his inner strength, showing no response. He dared not provoke it too much. Should it explode, he would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Today's harvest is quite rewarding. It seems time to seek trouble with the bounty hunters. Yi Luo stretched lazily and mused to himself. However, just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly froze. The cut on his arm, which he had clearly inflicted moments ago, had vanished, leaving only a faint white mark. What incredible recovery speed was this? Could it be the influence of the blood dragon pearl? Once more, Yi Luo grasped the dagger and inflicted another cut upon his arm. Blood trickled forth, albeit at a much slower rate than usual, and after only a brief flow, it ceased. Wiping away the blood, he watched in amazement as the wound gradually healed. At last, he had acquired a physique that rivaled those fantastical beings from the realms of anime. Truly, this treasure was remarkable. Yi Luo erupted into a fit of ecstatic laughter. Whether at the naval headquarters or during the pursuit of pirates, he had observed that the inhabitants of this world possessed an almost grotesque capacity for recovery. Take Zaro, for instance. After sustaining a grievous wound from Mihawk, he merely bandaged himself and was ready to fight again in Cocoa Village. Were Yi Luo in his place? Without adequate medical attention, he would surely meet his demise. This was a significant flaw in his capabilities. As the old man Carp would say, his physical conditioning was insufficient, and he needed to continue fortifying his body. Having expended 20,000 diamonds, he had acquired the mystical ice blue fire wine to enhance his internal energy and the blood dragon pearl to strengthen his physique. What more could one desire? That night, Yi Luo remained awake, first practicing the intermediate agility technique, snow trackless steps, before transforming an entire jug of ice blue fire wine into his internal power. He then refilled a jade wine vessel, devoid of the internal energy enhancement effect, yet it exuded an air of sophistication, serving as a splendid accessory for impressing others. At dawn the following day, Yi Luo set forth once more, altering his course towards Rainy Land. He could not recall if the remaining members of the Baroque works had bounties, but one individual undoubtedly did, Nico Robin. Yi Luo remembered her initial bounty of 79 million. Thus, he directed his attention squarely towards Robin. Having previously tested the system, he knew that once he captured a bounty criminal, the system would grant the reward only once, regardless of whether he chose to kill or spare them afterward. However, just as Yi Luo stepped into Rainy Land, the long-forgotten system notification chimed. Side quest: capture the pirate crocodile. Reward: 10,000 diamonds, 10,000 experience points, 1,000,000 currency, and a chance to spin the random wheel. After spending so long at headquarters, he had nearly forgotten the sound of the quest notifications. Yi Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the largest casino in Rainy Land, which served as Crocodile's stronghold. Yet, Yi Luo did not intend to pursue the sand crocodile just yet. The task specified capturing the pirate crocodile, and at present, he was still one of the 7 warlords. Not part of the pirate ranks, but rather an ally of the navy. Thus, Yi Luo could not guarantee that defeating Crocodile would yield both the quest reward and the original bounty. If he acted impulsively and only earned experience points without the diamonds, it would be quite embarrassing. Therefore, his objective remained unchanged. He was still focused on Robin. Upon arriving at the casino in Rainy Land, Yi Luo exchanged some berries for chips and began to play casually. Even without resorting to cheating, with his current hearing and memory, it would be challenging for him to lose. Consequently, Yi Luo's chips quickly multiplied, attracting the attention of the casino staff. Sir, the outside is merely a game of small stakes. Would you like to venture into the VIP area? It is more befitting of your status and prowess. A beautiful attendant swiftly approached Yi Luo, smiling as she inquired, May I meet your boss? I wish to engage in some fun. As the leaves fall. Yi Luo smiled gently and spoke. The beautiful attendant was taken aback. It was rare for guests to seek out the owner of the casino for a game. It is well known that even in the outer area, They employ subtle cheating strategies, albeit with restraint. Once inside, regardless of how much one wins, the casino invariably ensures that the winnings are relinquished. It is even more futile to play against the owner, as defeat is assured. I apologize, but I cannot provide an answer at this moment. I must consult the owner. The beautiful attendant soon regained her composure and replied with a smile. Are you curious to see if I possess the qualification, or are you concerned that I may lack the capability? Yiluo chuckled, rising to gesture invitingly for the attendant to lead the way. Neither. It is simply that our owner is often away from the establishment, which prevents me from providing an immediate response to our guests. The beautiful attendant replied, covering her mouth with a playful laugh. Before long, the two arrived at a room marked VIP. Please take a moment to rest. I shall inquire with the owner to see if he is available to engage in a game with you. The beautiful attendant said with a bow before departing through the door. Inside the room, aside from Yiluo, several tables were occupied by other patrons. Upon noticing Yiluo's entrance, they merely glanced in his direction before returning to their gambling endeavors, clearly indifferent to his presence. Unperturbed by the falling leaves, Yiluo casually sauntered over to the sofa and settled down. Shortly thereafter, a male attendant presented him with a glass of red wine and inquired about his needs. Yiluo shook his head and asked, "What kinds of games are offered here?" The attendant replied, "Here, chips can be exchanged starting from 100,000 Bailey. Over there is the poker area, where the rules can be negotiated among the guests, allowing for a variety of preferences. This area is designated for dice games, primarily involving guessing the high or low, which lacks significant variation. Finally, this section accommodates other gaming devices. If a guest is interested, they may explore and inform the attendant, who will inquire in the lounge if there are others with similar interests." After a respectful bow, the male attendant continued his introduction. "Indeed, this is the largest casino in the Rain District, and its scale is remarkable." Yiluo nodded and rose to approach the dice area. He possessed the ability to discern the numbers on the dice through sound. Although the casino employed methods of cheating, Yiluo was not there to win. He merely wished to meet Robin. After a while, Yiluo placed his chips on the lower area once more, smiling at the dealer. The other gamblers followed suit, placing their bets alongside him. As for meeting Robin, Yiluo, indifferent to winning or losing, could only declare how delightful it was. With his inner strength, cheating in the casino was exceedingly simple for Yiluo. However, at the outset, he had no intention of cheating, thus his bets were rather casual. Yet after winning a few times by sheer luck, the dealer began to target him, which irked Yiluo. "Are you aiming to target me? Very well. I shall play along." Consequently, utilizing his inner strength, Yiluo swiftly amassed his chips to the millions. The dealer had already changed several times, yet they could not thwart Yiluo. The crux was that they were entirely oblivious to how he achieved his wins. The dice belonged to them, and their mechanisms had been inspected, yet the results were consistently inaccurate. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to roll?" Yiluo inquired with a smile, observing the dealer who was incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. "Yes, roll quickly. Hurry up." "Ha. This young man is truly on a lucky streak today, unstoppable." "Indeed. Thanks to this young man's fortune, I have made a small profit as well." The surrounding gamblers erupted in laughter. "Who would have thought you possessed gambling skills?" Just as the dealer prepared to unveil the dice, Robin's voice resonated from behind Yiluo. "Just playing for fun, a mere interest, not my main pursuit." "Is your boss here?" Yiluo chuckled, watching as the dealer revealed the dice results. "I am the manager here." Robin smiled faintly, taking the place vacated by the previous dealer. "In that case, please convert these into cash. I shall wager all of it on low." Yiluo handed over his chips to the beautiful attendant beside him, grinning as he spoke. Robin nodded at the attendant and casually shook the dice, asking, "Is there anyone else wishing to place a bet?" The surrounding gamblers cast glances at one another, and eventually, the majority chose to follow Yiluo in placing their bets. Only a few, sensing the situation was amiss, left with their winnings. Once all bets were placed, Robin smiled as she unveiled the dice, proclaiming, "It appears that I am the victor this time." Although the onlookers were discontented upon witnessing a high roll, and some began to blame Yiluo, he remained unfazed and instead rose to follow Robin. As for the remaining gamblers who harbored doubts about him or the casino, Yiluo paid them no heed. "May I inquire what brings a naval officer like you to this establishment?" Robin asked, narrowing her eyes within the VIP room of the casino. "Naturally. I am here to apprehend pirates," Yiluo replied with a smile. "Pirates? My employer is no pirate." Robin chuckled in response. "Indeed. Which is precisely why I have come to capture you." As soon as Yiluo's words fell, he charged towards Robin. though her combat prowess was not formidable. Her flower fruit could pose complications, thus he decided to strike first, as she retreated while attempting to counterattack in a bid to buy herself time. Robin was acutely aware that Crocodile was watching. With a resounding thud, a single punch sent Robin flying, and the two arms that had just materialized on her body dissipated instantly. "Nico Robin, the Devil's Child, I hereby place you under arrest," Yuluo declared, looking down at her sprawled amidst the rubble. "Naval officer, it seems you have overstepped your bounds. This is my domain." As Yuluo's words echoed, a mass of sand suddenly materialized before him, morphing slowly into the form of Crocodile. "Sand Crocodile, I advise you not to meddle. She is not someone you can control," Yuluo remarked, casting a glance at Crocodile without acknowledging him further, as he prepared to take the injured Robin away. "Have you misunderstood something? It is you who are causing me trouble now." Crocodile transformed into yellow sand, obstructing Yuluo's path. "Be gone. I have no desire to converse with you at the moment. Do you truly believe you have the opportunity to engage me in idle chatter?" The growth of his strength had imbued Yuluo with newfound confidence. The earlier encounter with Robin served as a prime example. Even his recently acquired skill, Silent Snow, surpassed his previous agility by several tiers, not to mention the enhancements to his energy and physique. "Is that so? Navy, you have successfully provoked my ire, and for that, you shall pay." Before Crocodile could finish his sentence, Yuluo struck him with a punch that obliterated his head. Despite utilizing some inner strength, he found it peculiar that he could not grasp Crocodile's corporeal form. "Is this a power akin to hockey? Is this your source of confidence?" Crocodile, now reformed, gazed at Yuluo and inquired. "I see, you truly are swift on your feet." Before the leaves fell upon him, he had already elementalized his head, which is why it appeared that he was impervious to attack. However, Yuluo understood that Crocodile did not possess the advanced observation haki. His earlier evasion might have been mere coincidence, or perhaps his attack was preemptively detected, considering that Yuluo's previous strike was but an unrefined blow. "It seems your boss holds you in high regard. I had no intention of clashing with him, as he is still one of the 7 warlords, allies of the Navy. Yet, since he seeks his own demise, I cannot be held accountable. You shall have to wait here," Yuluo remarked with a smile as he released Robin. Though he had bested her, the system had not notified him of any experience or diamonds gained, thus he had no intention of letting her go just yet. Crocodile, the formidable Sandman, was not one to sit idly by, so upon Yuluo's release of Robin, he launched his counterattack. "What an intriguing individual. I suppose I shall indulge you." Yuluo smiled faintly, his fist transforming in color as he leaped, evading Crocodile's crescent-shaped slash. Armament haki. Crocodile's gaze sharpened. As a Logia type, he was indeed deemed invincible in the Grand Line, especially in his desert domain. Yet the only ability that could counter him was haki. He had initially assumed Yuluo's haki was unrefined, but he was taken aback by the display before him. Moonwalk. Bang. After executing a mid-air turn with Moonwalk, Yuluo landed a punch on the still-dazed Crocodile, sending him flying several meters. "It appears you are a concealed talent. No wonder you dared to wreak havoc in my territory. However, relying solely on armament haki, you lack the necessary strength." Crocodile rose from the ground after rolling a few times, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A small sand tornado formed in his hand, which he hurled at Yuluo. Such a futile technique should not be unleashed to embarrass oneself. Yuluo activated his stealthy footwork, evading the sand tornado effortlessly. "Is that so? Then allow me to present this. Erosion cycle." Just before Yuluo could close the distance, Crocodile's right hand touched the ground as he called out. Instantly, the surroundings, including buildings, began to turn to desert sand, prompting Yuluo to frown as he observed Robin retreating. He swiftly moved to lift Robin and took to the air with Moonwalk. "Today, you are fortunate. However, such luck will not always be yours." Yuluo shattered the rooftop and departed with Robin. Watching Yuluo's retreat, Crocodile chose not to pursue but instead retrieved a special Den Mushi, seemingly contacting someone. After leaving the casino, Yuluo released Robin, stating, "I cannot let you go just yet, so you will have to accompany me for a while longer." Though Robin was uncertain of Yuluo's intentions, she had no choice but to follow in his wake. "Navy officer, what exactly is your objective?" After departing from the rain-soaked grounds, Robin seemed to experience a slight easing of her spirits as she inquired, "You need not concern yourself with my intentions. Simply know that you shall be free to leave shortly." Yuluo shook his head and replied, "Just moments ago, upon exiting the confines of the rain-soaked domain, he finally received a notification from the system, bestowing upon him 7,900 diamonds and 2 000 experience points. Although this experience did not quite align with Robin's bounty, Luo understood that it reflected Robin's relative strength. After all, Robin's bounty was not solely derived from her prowess but also stemmed from her ability to decipher ancient texts. Initially, Luo had envisioned that this was not the opportune moment to confront any member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Each of them represented a promising asset, and their bounties would only increase with time. The prospect of defeating them later would yield greater rewards. However, the appearance of the treasure wheel ignited a sense of impatience within Luo, compelling him to take action against Robin. Rest assured, by dawn you shall be free to depart. Should Crocodile inquire, simply state that you received a call and were subsequently released, he declared. Having acquired 900 diamonds, Luo had no genuine intention of detaining Robin, as her skills would likely prove beneficial to him in the future. Why? Robin furrowed her brow and questioned. Do not ask too many questions. Knowing too much may not bode well for you. Furthermore, Crocodile is not a worthy ally. Depart from him at your earliest convenience. Your companions await you, Luo responded before taking his leave. Now that he had taken action against Robin, he harbored no intentions of sparing the remaining high-ranking agents. Yet, as Luo exited, a colossal tortoise, bearing a cart, was making its way toward the rain-soaked grounds, less than a day's journey away. Princess Vivi guided Luffy and his companions to the oasis city of Yuba, yet the once thriving oasis now lay desolate and barren. The rebels were nowhere to be found. They had relocated to a nearby oasis city, Katariyah, close to the rapeseed fields. By nightfall, the elite agents of Baroque Works had finally arrived at the Rain-Base Casino, where they encountered their boss, Crocodile. Despite the earlier chaos caused by the falling leaves, the casino appeared unchanged, and Robin had also returned. Although Crocodile harbored some suspicion towards her, their relationship had always been one of mutual exploitation rather than trust. Upon learning that Robin had received a call from the falling leaves, Crocodile chose not to press the matter further. He had initially called her, but did not genuinely believe she could be rescued, had it not been for the imminent arrival of the elite agents. He would not have allowed the falling leaves to depart so freely. To his surprise, Robin had indeed returned, but he had intended to use her, rendering her thoughts on the matter inconsequential. Soon, Crocodile briefed the elite agents on a military operation dubbed Paradise. Although they were astonished by Crocodile's identity and the enormity of the coup plan, they were not novices and thus agreed to execute the plan. However, the unexpected arrival of Mr. 3, the Candleman, incited Crocodile's wrath. He drained Mr. 3 of his strength and cast him into the crocodile box, simultaneously issuing a death warrant against Luffy and his entourage. Additionally, the appearance of the falling leaves raised Crocodile's suspicions. After all, the Navy's presence posed a significant threat. Nonetheless, his public persona afforded him some convenience, allowing him to temporarily dismiss concerns over direct naval intervention. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, having rested for the night, found themselves embroiled in an internal dispute. Vivi expressed her desire to journey to Katariyah to persuade the rebels, while Luffy pointedly identified the central issue at hand, Crocodile. After much heated discussion, they ultimately resolved to abandon the return path and advance towards Rain-Base. In the capital of Alabasta, the king received a letter from Karu the Duck. Upon learning the truth, he dispatched the deputy of the Royal Guard, an animal-type Zoan fruit user with falcon-like abilities named Bell, to scout Rain-Base. He intended to amass forces for an assault on the city. Meanwhile, Falling Leaves, who had set out from Rain-Base in search of the elite agents, found herself lost in the desert. Lacking experience in traversing such terrain, she began to feel a headache coming on. If only she had stayed in Rain-Base to wait for those individuals instead of foolishly rushing to the capital. She regretted not slapping herself in frustration. Having already captured Robin, she could have simply asked her for a map or for assistance from a steed familiar with the area. It would be beneficial to inquire with her about the gathering of elite agents, as this would simplify the search considerably. Moreover, the emergence of the treasure wheel has thwarted my original plans to pursue Ace, and I am currently unaware of the whereabouts of my naval subordinates. At this moment, Luo is overwhelmed with frustration. What is that? Just as Luo began to feel agitated, he suddenly noticed something. Water. I am dying of thirst. Miwei, how much longer until we arrive? The ever-enthusiastic Luffy, using a branch as a makeshift cane, inquired while panting. Miwei, trailing behind Luffy, lifted the cloth covering her hair to glance around, responding, not much farther. We have at most half a day's journey left. Is this all we've covered? Zoro, dragging a small raft, looked up at the sun and exclaimed. On the raft lay Chopper, his fur almost suffocating him in the heat. "Oh, it seems you are in need of water? Do you require my assistance?" Indeed, the figures Yi Luo had seen earlier were none other than Luffy and his crew. "Yi Luo," the Straw Hat crew exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. "Haha, what a fortuitous encounter. Where are you headed?" Yi Luo asked with a smile, tossing them a container of water from his shoulder. As Luffy drank, he mumbled something incomprehensible. "Speak clearly." Yi Luo's expression darkened. "We're preparing to go to Rain Base." Miwei replied somberly. She refrained from seizing the water, as growing up in the desert had equipped her to endure such thirst. The only ones scrambling for water were Luffy, Usopp, and a camel. "To Rain Base? Are you planning to hunt sand alligators?" Yi Luo pondered for a moment before asking. Zoro glanced at Yi Luo and remarked, "It seems you know quite a bit. I possess more knowledge than you might presume. However, I believe you are not yet a match for the sand alligators, nonetheless. It might be worthwhile to give it a try." Yi Luo chuckled. "I will definitely defeat him." Luffy, still preoccupied with the water, retorted in mild indignation. Reflecting on his return to Rain Base, Yi Luo marveled at how he had become lost in the desert after such a short distance. Grateful for the encounter with Luffy and his companions. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. "Brother Yi Luo, where are you headed?" Nami inquired sweetly. "Me? I am bound for the capital of Alabasta." Yi Luo responded candidly. However, as he answered, he instinctively took a step back, knowing Nami's character. Her polite demeanor often signaled a forthcoming scheme. Is Ace over there?" Before Nami could respond, Luffy blurted out, obliviously, "No. I've lost track of him and can no longer find him. Let us head to the capital and hope for some luck." Yi Luo shrugged in reply. "I see. Since Brother Yi Luo has no pressing matters at the moment, why not enjoy some time in Rain Base?" As Nami exchanged glances with her comrades, she inquired, "Shall we play?" Yellowwa paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that her suggestion stemmed from his earlier assertion that they could not defeat Crocodile, indicating her desire for a contingency plan. Aside from Nami, the other members remained silent. Either they, like Luffy, were oblivious to the implications, or, having grasped the situation, Sanji and Zoro were resolute in their belief that they could hold their own against any adversary, just as Nami, exasperated by their reactions, prepared to transform. Yellowwa interjected with a question. "By the way, where is the subordinate I instructed to assist you?" "I don't know," came the reply from Wei Wei. "We previously decided to seek out the rebel army, so we headed to Yuba, but the rebels have long since relocated to Katoria." "Are you implying that my subordinate may have gone to the nearest oasis city, Katoria?" Yellowwa pondered aloud, stroking his chin. A plan began to form in his mind. He could directly contact headquarters to report Crocodile's activities in the area. It was highly likely that they would order him to apprehend the sand crocodile and eliminate his status as a warlord of the sea. This would not only allow for a legitimate intervention in the Alabasta incident, but also expedite the completion of his own mission. He was well aware that the royal family of Alabasta was far more complex than they appeared. Within the kingdom, there were two historical texts, one chronicling the infamous Ship of Evil, and the other detailing the enigmatic Blank Century. Perhaps I should kidnap Robin instead? After all, her influence on the ensuing Alabasta narrative seems negligible. Yellowwa mused to himself. Meanwhile, Nami and the others discreetly turned away, quietly plotting how to ensnare Yellowwa into assisting them against Crocodile. "I will head to the naval base to contact the Navy. I won't leave today. So if you need anything, come find me, provided, of course, that Luffy isn't afraid of being captured by me." Yellowwa chuckled, disregarding the astonished expressions of the Straw Hat crew as he made his way to the rainy naval communication point. Through the Navy in that area, Yellowwa successfully reached Lena, who had indeed arrived in Katoria and encountered the rebel forces. However, the rebels were distrustful of the Navy, leading to a near conflict between Lena and them. Ultimately, the Navy had no choice but to withdraw, awaiting Princess Wei Wei's arrival. Upon receiving Yellowwa's message, Lena promptly contacted headquarters to report the situation. Soon after, a response from headquarters was received, instructing Yi Luo to gather evidence against Crocodile and, if necessary, to arrest him to prevent his treachery from succeeding. Additionally, it was imperative to capture Robin, who was located in Alabasta. Previously, the world government had assumed that the rebels in Alabasta were merely a disorganized insurgency, without delving deeper into the matter. However, after Yi Luo apprehended Robin, Crocodile lodged a complaint with the Navy against him, which raised suspicions. Once Yi Luo's report reached headquarters, they quickly speculated about Crocodile's intentions and commanded Yi Luo to thwart him. Yi Luo surmised that members of the CP organization were likely infiltrating Alabasta, aligning their goals with those of Crocodile. It was possible they had previously struck a deal with the Nefertari royal family of Alabasta, refraining from any actions until now. But with an opportunity at hand, they would undoubtedly seize it. He vaguely recalled that Luffy had once fallen into the underground chamber containing the hidden historical text, which could serve as a means to lure Robin out. However, he was unaware of its exact location. Moreover, he had heard that this narrative was an original creation for the TV adaptation, not present in the original manga, leaving its existence uncertain. He contacted Lena, requesting her to mobilize all nearby Navy forces to rendezvous in the capital of Alabasta before proceeding towards the casino. Luffy was likely causing a commotion inside by now. Indeed, upon his arrival at the casino, Yiluo found the ground strewn with members of Baroque works, and the central bridge had collapsed. After pondering for a moment, he decided against entering, recalling that the structure appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet, upon catching a fleeting glimpse of Sanji within, a spark of realization ignited, prompting him to follow Sanji inside. Upon reaching the underground passage, a key fell from above, landing at Yi Luo's feet. Could this be the key to the colossal sea prism stone cage? Glancing down at Luffy and others confined within, Yi Luo realized he was on the verge of acquiring an unexpected boon. Someone dares to ambush me? Yi Luo emerged, brandishing the key, addressing the standoff between Mr. 3 and Sanji. Seeing the key in Yi Luo's possession, Luffy and the others erupted in excitement. Who threw this? Yi Luo inquired, scratching his head. It was him. Everyone pointed at the candle-wielding Mr. 3. Kid, where did you come from? Mr. 3 began, but before he could finish, he collapsed, as Yi Luo swiftly approached the cage, unlocking the door with the key. That was quick. Both Sanji, standing beside Mr. 3, and Zoro, inside the cage, remarked in unison. I told you. You are no match for Crocodile. Yi Luo chuckled as he freed Luffy and the others. But now is not the time for such discussions. That sand crocodile shall be dealt with by my own hands. Luffy, in a fit of rage, burst forth from his cage and unleashed his fury upon the banana crocodile. Princess Vivi, witnessing this spectacle, was reduced to tears, having narrowly escaped the clutches of a banana crocodile moments earlier. I am taking this pirate with me. The situation here is collapsing. We must flee at once. Yet, before she could finish her sentence regarding Mr. 3, the glass above shattered, and a torrent of seawater surged in, engulfing everyone in its powerful grasp. As the leaves fell, taking advantage of the moment, they stealthily descended to the water's depths. With a gentle touch, the colossal sea stone prison vanished from sight, and then, accompanied by the nearly lifeless Mr. 3, they swam back to the surface. You finally made it, Leaf-Fall. We were beginning to think you would drown. Nami exclaimed, her hand resting on her chest, as she beheld Leaf-Fall emerging with Mr. 3. As the leaves fell in a moment of silence, just as I was about to speak, Chopper arrived riding a colossal moving crab. They intended to pursue Crocodile. How does this seafood taste? I inquired, gazing at the enormous crab before me, a hint of temptation in my voice. Simply boil it vigorously, then we'll enjoy it. Sanji replied, taking a puff from his cigarette. Is this also edible? Luffy asked, nearly drooling. The moving crab, suppressing its desire to flee, only retreated a few steps under Chopper's reassurance, which was quite commendable for its kind. Please refrain from such terrifying talk. We still need it to take us to Alabasta. Nami scolded Luffy and Sanji with a punch, though she dared not lay a hand on me. You all go ahead. I'll deal with this fellow and catch up with you. Feel free to use your complimentary transport, I declared, hoisting Mr. 3. Without further ado, Luffy and the others climbed aboard the moving crab, which then galloped off, while I headed towards the naval base, tossing Mr. 3 to the Navy to ensure he was taken to the Canola Flower Port, where my ship awaited. Gazing at the sea stone prison occupying nearly half of my backpack, I couldn't help but chuckle with pride. It had taken considerable effort and merit to have a sea stone prison installed on my ship initially. With this addition, I could accommodate even more capable bounty criminals. It is well known that the bounties on devil fruit users are seldom low. For instance, Mr. 3 had just contributed 200 points of diamonds to my collection, a significant reason for my decision to accompany Sanji. I had merely approached this endeavor with a trial-and-error mindset, never anticipating that I would actually seize Crocodile's sea stone prison and earn 200 diamonds in the process, with my diamond total now exceeding 10,000. I contemplated indulging in a treasure draw. However, recalling the sacred nature of such an event, I dismissed the thought. As I made my way towards Luffy and the others, I chanced upon the duel between Crocodile and Luffy. Yet, it seemed Luffy had no intention of involving me. After exchanging a few words, I chose to disregard their conflict and pursued Robin instead. "Hey, beautiful, could I catch a ride?" I inquired as I landed on the large turtle vehicle Robin was aboard, where she was sipping tea and engrossed in a book. "I fear we may not be heading in the same direction," Robin replied calmly, showing no surprise at my arrival. "Is that so? However, I have a free piece of information for you. If that is the case, should you choose not to accompany me?" "I shall have nothing more to say," I shrugged. Robin closed her book, shifted her posture, and sipped her tea while regarding me, silently inviting me to continue. I asked Luffy. When they traveled from Yuba to Rain Base, they accidentally fell into a cave where a massive square stone tablet bore inscriptions in an unfamiliar language. As the leaves fell, Luo smiled and remarked. Indeed, Robin's expression changed abruptly as she inquired about the specific location. "You are aware that relying on one's memory to recall coordinates after flying along is akin to chasing a mirage. Thus, should we test our fortune?" Luo shook his head and replied. Taking a deep breath, Robin poured a cup of tea for Luo before commanding the great tortoise to change course, heading directly towards the position of Yuba. Upon their return to the site of Luffy's battle with Crocodile, they found the confrontation had concluded. Luffy lay buried, save for his head protruding from the sandy surface. "What do you deframed individuals truly desire?" Robin dismounted from the tortoise carriage, approached Luffy, and not only rescued him but also retrieved his hat. "Thank you," Luffy murmured softly. "What have you done to Princess Vivi? I have come to understand your abilities. This time, I shall not be so easily defeated." A man clad in a white robe and wielding a long sword slowly advanced towards Robin. "I did not expect you to awaken so swiftly. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. This child is the pirate who escorted your princess all the way here, and I now entrust him to you." With that, Robin returned to the tortoise carriage and departed. "Why did you save him?" Luo softly asked. "Did you not say the information was obtained from him? Consider it a favor returned. Besides, even if I had not intervened, would you not have rescued him as well?" Robin replied with a smile. Luo smiled knowingly, then lifted the teacup to take a sip. An hour later, a large tortoise dozed in the desert, while Robin and Luo had vanished from sight. "Have you found the answer you seek?" Luo inquired with a smile, addressing Robin, who was engrossed in the serious interpretation of world history. "Isn't your navy rather opposed to people understanding this part of history?" Robin replied without turning his head. "You are mistaken. That is the world government, not the navy." Luo responded with gravity. "Is there a distinction?" Robin glanced back at Luo with a hint of mockery. "Indeed, there is an absolute distinction." Luo squinted, asserting his point. Robin, somewhat taken aback, looked at Luo and then chuckled, saying, "Let us depart. This place holds no answers for me." As the leaves gently fell, Luo returned to the great tortoise vehicle with Robin. "Aren't you curious about what is inscribed above?" Robin inquired with a light laugh as the tortoise set off once more. "History signifies the past, and since it has become history, it holds no significance for me. What I seek is the future," Luo proclaimed, taking a swig from his flask that he retrieved from his backpack. Robin, unfazed by Luo's sudden conjuring of objects, found himself intrigued by the flask in Luo's hand. "This is a relic from my homeland, now a rarity, hence I cherish it dearly." Luo offered the flask to Robin with a smile, aware of his curiosity. "I am a historian, and this item is undoubtedly not produced in the East Sea," Robin stated with certainty after merely a glance. "I never claimed my homeland was the East Sea. My true homeland is now lost to me, so I regard that place as my home." There was a hint of melancholy in Luo's voice as he broached the subject. Robin smiled faintly, glancing at the clock within the vehicle, and softly remarked, "The plans over there must have commenced by now." At the entrance of Albanam, the capital of Alabastan, the rebel forces were poised for action. Their leader, Kusha, rode at the forefront on a camel, leading the attack towards the southern gate. Meanwhile, Sanji and his companions, disguised, were facilitating the escape of Baroque's elite agents, providing a fleeting opportunity for Wei Wei and the rebels to meet. Unfortunately, their efforts were thwarted by a concealed artilleryman from the royal army, who prematurely fired a cannonball. Though it missed Wei Wei, the cloud of dust it raised obscured her from Kusha's view. After the main force passed, Wei Wei crawled out from beneath her protector, Karoo Duck, to find him gravely injured and unrecognizable. Fighting back tears, she resolutely declared, "Thank you, Karoo. I will never give up, for on that ship, I learned the importance of perseverance." Exhausted and wounded, Karoo Duck managed to bring Wei Wei to the city, only to be pursued by Mr. Two. Fortunately, Sanji arrived just in time to intercept Mr. Two, allowing Wei Wei to escape unscathed. Are you truly Princess Wei Wei? Deputy Captain Jaka of the Royal Guard asked, astonished at her presence. Indeed, it is imperative to detonate this palace. My father once said that the essence of a nation lies in its people. If the people perish, the kingdom ceases to exist. Only by destroying this palace can we halt the chaos, granting me the opportunity to explain. Wei Wei stated with calm determination. Please abandon this foolish notion, Princess Wei Wei. The king is absent. Otherwise, he would not condone your reckless actions. Jaka replied, maintaining his composure. Lord Jaka, do not misjudge the situation. Wei Wei insisted with gravity. At that moment, her commanding presence caught Jaka off guard, prompting him to recall the king's words. Slowly, he knelt on one knee and said, I shall heed your command, Your Highness. It seems we have indeed arrived a bit too late. Yellow-eyed, frowning at the capital that had transformed into a battlefield, spoke as he arrived in Albana alongside Robin. So what will you do now? Perhaps having gained a more favorable perspective on Yellow-Eyed, Robin's demeanor softened considerably. I must contact the Navy. Such chaotic combat cannot continue, for it is ultimately the innocent civilians who suffer. Yellow-Eyed replied softly. In that case, I shall take my leave. Robin smiled gently, mounting his great tortoise and departing directly. The fallen leaves mark the assembly point for the Navy, where Lena has long awaited his arrival. Report, sir. The entire Navy of Alabasta has gathered. Please give your orders. Upon seeing Yi Luo, Lena promptly approached and saluted. Although this represents the entirety of our Navy, our numbers pale in comparison to those engaged in battle within the capital. Our sole objective is to tend to the wounded and restrain them to prevent further conflict. The rest shall be entrusted to me. Yi Luo declared as he found the assembled Navy outside the western gate. Understood. The Navy responded in unison. Moreover, you must take care to protect yourselves. Lena will accompany you. As Yi Luo donned the naval attire handed to him by Lena, he made his way towards Albana. Within the palace, as Mikasa and Gaka stood atop, preparing explosives, a bloodied soldier rushed in, reporting, Sir, there is trouble in the palace. Before Mikasa and Gaka could react, a voice, familiar to Princess Vivi, rang out. Do not act recklessly. Ms. Wednesday, after all, this place is about to become my home. Crocodile. Princess Vivi immediately turned toward the source of the voice, spotting Crocodile, who held the gravely injured king. A sardonic smile etched upon his face. Are you the sand crocodile? Crocodile? I advise you to release the king. Gaka said sternly, hand resting on his sword at his waist. Gwahaha. What right do you have to speak to me so? Merely because you possess a zoan-type devil fruit? Crocodile retorted, regarding Gaka with amusement. Sand Crocodile? Where is Mr. Luffy? Why are you here? Mikasa questioned Crocodile, her suspicions rising, yet still struggling to believe. He's dead. Crocodile replied nonchalantly. Impossible. Mr. Luffy could not possibly be dead. I refuse to believe it. Princess Vivi shouted in anger. The outside world is temporarily barred from entry, as I have prevented them. At that moment, Robin emerged, addressing Crocodile. Where have you been? Why are you slower than I? Crocodile glanced at Robin, softly inquiring. I ask you again, what has happened to Mr. Luffy? Princess Vivi demanded, her fury unabated. Enough. He is but a minor character, unworthy of concern. Regardless, this kingdom will fall alongside you too, and as for that band of pirates, they shall not witness the final outcome. But before that, where is the king, the underworld king? Crocodile ignored Princess Vivi and directed his question at the king. The king, astonished by the inquiries of Princess Vivi and Gaka, could not fathom how Crocodile knew that name. You must be aware of it, right? The underworld king, dubbed the world's most fearsome weapon, capable of obliterating an entire island with a single cannonball. My objective is within reach. Once I attain it, I shall establish the mightiest military empire, exclaimed Crocodile with palpable excitement. How is that possible? Does our kingdom truly possess such weaponry? Princess Vivi expressed her disbelief. Beside her, Gaka, more acquainted with the king, observed the subtle shift in the king's demeanor, surmising that this information must have been passed down along with the throne. I am unaware of the source of your information, but I genuinely do not know. The king replied to Crocodile, feigning calmness. Is that so? I have specially devised a bomb powerful enough to obliterate 5 kilometers, intended to assist you in quelling the insurrection. In half an hour, it shall descend upon the heart of Albana. With a resounding roar, the entire Albana will transform into a different landscape, Crocodile declared, a smile gracing his lips. Madman! You lunatic! Why would you do such a thing? How have we offended you? Princess Vivi shouted at Crocodile. Yet, Crocodile paid her no heed, fixating instead on the king. Now, can you reveal to me the whereabouts of the historical text? After a moment of silence, King Nefertari Cobra responded, if I guide you there. Will you spare my people? Certainly, for my aim is not truly to seize your kingdom. Crocodile nodded in reply. Very well. I shall lead you. King Cobra seemed resigned as he spoke to Crocodile. I apologize, Your Majesty, Princess. Gawker exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. He transformed into his beastly form, glaring at Crocodile as he growled. Hold on, Lord Gaka. Princess Vivi intervened, unwilling to let Gaka rush to his demise. It was evident that Crocodile was not an opponent Gaka could triumph over. Lord Gaka, let us handle this. At that moment, the palace gates were finally breached, and the elite guard's razor claw unit arrived. Shall I engage? Robin was prepared for battle, but Crocodile halted her. Wait, something seems amiss with those four. As their superior, Gaka quickly detected the anomaly in his comrade's behavior. I regret to say this, but even if this man is one of the 7 warlords, should he be the instigator of this uprising, we will ensure he feels the suffering and wrath of this kingdom. The 4 warriors declared, rushing towards Crocodile with extraordinary speed. Fools! They have consumed the elixir of might, a substance that drains one's vitality. They have mere minutes left to live. Gaka observed his subordinates with a mixture of anger at their recklessness and frustration at his own powerlessness. Ha! A bunch of feeble trash. The elemental Crocodile was far beyond their capacity to defeat. Not even a single blow was struck against him. Gaka gazed upon his fallen elite subordinates, murmuring to himself, Ha ha ha, what a truly fascinating kingdom. Come, let us escort our esteemed king to uncover the annals of history. Crocodile appeared beside Robin, chuckling as he spoke. You scoundrel, halt. Gaka, now transformed, surged forward with astonishing speed, charging straight at Crocodile. Lord Gaka. Princess Vivi attempted to intercept him, but alas, Gaka's velocity was unmatched. Gaka, lend me your aid, do not throw your life away. The king implored with all his might. Do you also wish to present yourself for another? Crocodile inquired softly, blocking Gaka's strike. I merely wish for you to comprehend the fury of this kingdom, even if it costs me my life. Gaka exerted himself once more, delivering a devastating blow that shattered half of Crocodile's skull. Regrettably, Crocodile, the user of the sand fruit, remained unfazed in the absence of Haki, rendering Gaka no match for him. In a mere instant, Crocodile's left hook pierced through Gaka's body. The sound of camera shutters echoed as everyone turned to witness the scene. Well, now that we have evidence, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sand Crocodile, I, in the name of the Navy, formally notify you that your crime of stealing from the kingdom of Alabasta through the Baroque works has been exposed, and thus, your title as one of the 7 warlords is hereby revoked. Yi Luo declared sternly, holding a photo-taking snail. Yi Luo, Princess Vivi exclaimed with excitement. Navy, it's you again. Crocodile frowned at Yi Luo. Now, King Nefertari Cobra, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yi Luo, Colonel of the Navy Headquarters. Yi Luo bowed to King Cobra, who was restrained by Robin and prepared for relocation. Yi Luo, he killed Mr. Luffy. The Sand Crocodile murdered Mr. Luffy. Vivi cried, tears welling in her eyes as she rushed to Yi Luo's side, finally breaking down. Fear not, Luffy is not so easily vanquished. Yi Luo comforted her, gently patting her head. This princess is always so endearing. Had circumstances permitted, he would have undoubtedly eliminated Crocodile himself. Phew, thankfully he is not beyond saving. Yi Luo approached Gaka and administered a portion of his life-restoring elixir. What? Mr. Yi Luo, Gaka. Vivi hurriedly knelt beside Gaka, anxiously inquiring. You help him to rest. I shall take care of matters here. Yi Luo nodded toward Princess Vivi. King Cobra, although I acted without your consent, I have ordered the Navy to intervene comprehensively in the war. Rest assured, I have only tasked the Navy with rescue efforts, without engaging in combat. After assisting Vivi in relocating Gaka, Yi Luo addressed the kingdom of Nefertari Cobra. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. King Nefertari Cobra expressed his gratitude. What is happening? Why is a king, notorious for his heinous deeds, subjected to such torment? Why do the elite guards of the king lie here? Suddenly, a young man with a scar across one eye entered the palace, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. Kosha, he exclaimed with a flicker of joy, calling out, Mimi, what is going on? Tell me. The young man named Kosha shouted in anger. Isn't it obvious? You are the leader of the rebel army, aren't you? I heard you had a conflict with my beloved subordinates. Yi Luo glanced at this young man, who had grown up alongside Mimi, a youth who, like his father, was supposed to support the king. Ha ha ha. I never expected the leaders of several factions to gather here. Crocodile, unfazed by the revelation, laughed heartily. Everything happening in Kosha Kingdom is. Princess Vivi, with tears in her eyes, glared at Crocodile, filled with hatred. Indeed, you think the king is responsible for these actions, but it has all been me. I sincerely thank you for your cooperation these past 2 years, Mr. Kosha. Crocodile laughed boisterously. Don't listen to him. Kosha, you must immediately evacuate everyone from Alabasta. This place will be destroyed in less than 30 minutes. Hurry. Even saving one more person is better than none. King Cobra coughed up blood as he shouted at Kosha. Kosha was taken aback, then immediately prepared to turn and leave. Now that he realized the king was still the same, he would naturally execute his command without hesitation. Wait, Kosha. Princess Mimi dashed forward to block him, glancing at the smiling crocodile. We can't reveal the truth now. If everyone learns the reality, it will only lead to greater chaos. What we must do is stop the fighting to arrange things better. Such a calm judgment. I am impressed, Ms. Wednesday. Crocodile smiled slightly, saying, however, you may not have the opportunity. After speaking, Crocodile transformed into his elemental form and charged towards Princess Vivi and Kosha. I say, have you forgotten something? Uluo appeared before Princess Vivi, delivering a punch to Crocodile's face, sending him flying. This stunned not only Princess Mimi and Kosha, but also the injured king and the recently awakened Jiaka. Navy, are you seeking death? Crocodile rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, and spoke furiously. If it weren't for wanting Luffy to see the difference, do you think you would have the chance to chatter before me? As the leaves fell, Uluo clenched his fist, disdain etched across his face. The sand crocodile, lacking even a semblance of majesty, was clearly a task deliberately sacrificed by the manga author to favor the protagonist. Thus, Uluo had no intention of intervening himself. This was an opportune moment for Luffy to gain experience. Once Luffy's bounty increased, he would seek an opportunity to spar with him, reaping a wealth of diamonds in the process. At that point, acquiring a high-level secret manual would be within reach. Very well, leader of the rebel army. Since you are now aware of the truth, I entrust you with the task of negotiating a ceasefire between both parties. I shall handle matters here. Uluo remarked with a smile. Kosha glanced at Princess Vivi, who nodded slightly, prompting him to sprint towards the palace exit. Shave. Finger pistol. Uluo wasted no words as he charged directly at Crocodile. If he were to eliminate him before Luffy arrived, it would simply be a stroke of bad luck. Boom. Nico Robin, please escort the king away. I will resolve the situation here and meet you shortly. Crocodile, bloodied and somewhat disheveled, stated. Robin smiled, swiftly taking King Cobra away. Just as Princess Vivi prepared to intervene, she was met with Robin's attack. Had it not been for Uluo's timely rescue, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness, inadvertently granting Crocodile a moment to breathe. I'm sorry for being so useless. Princess Vivi bit her lip, addressing Uluo. Foolish girl. Fulfilling your role as a princess and serving your people is your greatest contribution. Leave the fighting to us professionals. Uluo gently ruffled Princess Vivi's hair, smiling reassuringly. In his attempt to rescue her, he had sustained a wound on his arm from Crocodile's hook, aware that it was laced with poison. Thus he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Wahaha. Navy, my hook is not so easily caught. It carries a lethal toxin. Crocodile laughed as he spoke to Uluo. Humph, such trivial skills. It is a waste of a title to have you as a warlord of the sea. Uluo pressed on his arm several times, controlling the flow of blood, and then began to purify the poison with his internal energy. Just as Crocodile prepared to launch another attack, a voice echoed from the horizon. Mr. Luffy? Princess Vivi exclaimed in delight, rising to her feet as she gazed at Luffy, seated atop the falcon-shaped ship in the sky, calling out loudly. Huh, you didn't die? Truly a resilient little insect, but I have no time to play with you. Farewell. Crocodile smirked slightly before leaping out of the palace, his form dissolving into sand as he flew away. As Uluo was about to rise and give chase, Luffy leapt down from Bell's side, exclaiming loudly, Mimi, leave Crocodile to me. You must go and quell the rebel army. It was only then that Princess Mimi glanced outside, realizing that the war, which had been momentarily halted by Kosha, had inexplicably reignited. This fellow is blatantly disregarding me. Uluo furrowed his brow, expressing his frustration. Mr. Navy, I beseech you for assistance. Princess Mimi approached Uluo, articulating her plea. Uluo glanced at the direction in which Crocodile had fled, sighed, and spoke. Your Highness, it is not that our navy is unwilling to assist, but we are simply short-staffed. Even with our navy alone, we cannot halt the war. I implore you, Navy gentlemen, to provide aid. Princess Wei Wei stubbornly replied, I understand. I will first seek out my subordinates and instruct them to temporarily heed the commands of the Nefertari royal family. Yi Luo, somewhat helpless, nodded and utilized the moonwalk to search for Reina. Upon exiting the palace, he noticed an entire house had collapsed in another direction. Indeed, it is you. Spotting Mr. One, Das Bones, lying on the ground, Yi Luo seized him and continued his search for Reina. Shortly thereafter, he found Reina, who had already established a rescue point. He tossed Mr. One in front of her and declared, Reina, all Navy personnel are to temporarily follow the orders of the Nefertari royal family and assist as much as possible. I shall retrieve the senior agents of Baroque Works. Remember, do not let them escape. Yes, my lord. Reina responded with a bow. After Yi Luo apprehended several defeated senior agents, the system rewarded him with the corresponding bounty in diamonds. Now, should he pursue Crocodile or search for the bomb? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to seek out Crocodile first, for Wei Wei would ultimately need the bomb to avert the war. Thus, upon reaching the underground passage, he found Crocodile and Luffy locked in fierce combat, with Robin collapsed nearby. Shave. Yi Luo, disregarding Luffy, directly engaged his opponent. Yi Luo, he is mine. Luffy shouted in protest. Leave this to me. You take the king and Robin and depart. Wei Wei requires your assistance. The bomb is within the clock tower. Yi Luo, fearing Wei Wei might struggle to locate the bomb, informed Luffy directly. Luffy paused, glanced at Crocodile, and then rushed to the king, lifting him and Robin to make their escape. Did I not instruct you to leave? Crocodile, bloodied and furious, glared at Luffy and growled. Your opponent is now me. Dragons Descend, the Wrath of the Dragon. With a sequence of 3 Dragons Descend techniques unleashed, a massive dragon head formed, transforming into a colossal dragon that surged towards Crocodile. Desert Sword. Erosion Cycle. Desert Tornado. Crocodile was not one to surrender easily, retaliating fiercely against Yi Luo. Luffy, carrying both individuals, emerged from the underground just as he sensed a surge of energy erupting behind him. Turning back, he witnessed a gigantic golden dragon colliding with the enormous tornado of sand. When calm returned, Luffy stood astonished, gazing at the underground tomb that had been breached by the clash of their techniques. Why are you still here? The leaves fell as the naval uniform worn by Yi Luo became tattered, his hands stained with blood, yet he carried the unconscious Crocodile. Is he dead? Luffy asked in astonishment. No, is it so easy for the 7 warlords to perish? He's merely unconscious. Yi Luo shook his head and said, Hand the king over to me. You assist Wei Wei. I shall take his majesty to the medical facility established by the Navy. Luffy nodded, shouldering the unconscious Robin and departing. I truly appreciate your help, Navy. Kabura expressed his gratitude while being carried on Yi Luo's back. It is but a duty. Yi Luo replied with a smile. Before long, Yi Luo arrived at the rescue point, where he noticed the enormous bomb launched from the bell tower. What is that? Nearby Navy personnel glanced up, spotting the massive bomb in the sky. Sir, Lena rushed to Yi Luo's side. Was it still not stopped? We had already struck Crocodile. King Kabura sighed, closing his eyes. No, it is not over yet. Yi Luo murmured. What? Kabura, astonished, opened his eyes and inquired. The bomb is ascending. Yi Luo squinted. Why? Kabura asked, bewildered. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo leaped into the air, employing the moon step technique to ascend a considerable height before descending. Addressing King Kabura, he exclaimed, You possess some commendable subordinates. I witnessed that large bird clad in a white robe, ascending while carrying a bomb. Bell? King Kabura gasped in astonishment. A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering the dust above Albana. The figure seated in the bell tower, previously shouting something, momentarily lost focus before summoning all her strength to proclaim, Please, cease fire. The war has ended. Please, cease fire. The war has ended. Her voice echoed repeatedly, seemingly tireless. Suddenly, a youth wearing a straw hat appeared beside her, joining in her cries. Below the bell tower, the comrades of the straw hat began to imitate Princess Wei Wei's calls, amplifying their voices in unison. Following a brief moment of deafness caused by the colossal explosion, the people gradually began to hear Princess Wei Wei's voice and started to lower their weapons. As the dust settled, a light rain began to fall from the sky, and even the remaining combatants from both the rebel and revolutionary factions slowly began to comprehend the situation. The fervor of the crowd seemed to wane. King's army, lay down your arms. Jaka, dragging his injured body, supported the king as he emerged from the naval rescue point, shouting loudly, Lord Jaka, Your Majesty? The soldiers of the king's army gazed at the two in astonishment. Rebels, lay down your arms. Eichel, supporting Kusha while cradling a child, similarly emerged to shout. Captain Eichel, Leader Kusha? The rebels were equally taken aback. Subsequently, Kusha and the child in Eichelem's arms recounted the events they had witnessed, prompting a wave of regret among the crowd. Regret was only natural, and sorrow was inevitable. We have lost so much, yet gained nothing in return. The king stepped forward slowly, stating, however, this signifies progress. The war has transpired and concluded. No one can erase the past, but what is of greater importance is how we continue to live after the war. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The rebels dropped their weapons, overcome with tears, while those from the king's army also relinquished their arms, discreetly wiping their eyes. O people of Alabaston, we must unite and rebuild our homeland. Kabira proclaimed, disregarding the others as he shouted aloud. Long live His Majesty. Long live Alabaston. The citizens of Alabaston collectively raised their voices, marking the conclusion of the war that had ravaged the desert nation at long last. So, my lord, did you report the situation truthfully to headquarters? In the palace, Kabira arranged resting quarters for Yi Luo, Lina, and others. Indeed, such a significant matter cannot be concealed. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo nodded and spoke. However, the situation has been handled quite well by the adults, successfully thwarting Crocodile's scheme. Lina inquired with confusion. That is the matter at hand. It no longer pertains to me. Let everyone take a moment to recuperate before we set sail, Yi Luo declared, plopping down onto the sofa with a smile. Are we not going to apprehend the Straw Hat crew? Lina hesitated before asking. Now is not the opportune moment, and indeed, we owe them our gratitude for their assistance. Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. Understood, sir. Following the events, Lina's perception of the Straw Hat crew had significantly improved. At least, they were not the malevolent pirates she had imagined. Report. At that moment, a naval officer entered, exclaiming, What is it? Yi Luo looked up and inquired. Colonel, the warship dispatched by headquarters has arrived at the port. Should we proceed? The soldier responded loudly. They arrived surprisingly swiftly. Very well. Relay the message. Today's leave is over. Gather all the bounty hunters. We shall depart for the port tomorrow. Yi Luo rose and declared. Lina quickly draped the cloak of justice over Yi Luo's shoulders and followed him out the door. Lina, you will head to the naval contact point. After assembling the soldiers, wait for me at the southern gate tomorrow morning. Yi Luo instructed as he made his way towards the palace hall. Lina paused momentarily but then saluted and replied, Yes, sir. Before long, Yi Luo found King Cobra, and the two engaged in discussions in the study throughout the day. Meanwhile, during the battle with Crocodile, Luffy had also been poisoned. Coupled with his exhaustion, he eventually succumbed to unconsciousness, despite Yi Luo's timely intervention after Luffy had aided Princess Vivi. Zoro, have you been training again? Chopper, the ship's doctor, exclaimed upon seeing Zoro enter. Don't worry, it's my body. I know how to train. Zoro waved his hand dismissively. I meant for you to refrain from training. Chopper nearly exploded with frustration. Ah, that was a splendid sleep. At that moment, Luffy happened to awaken. Oh, Luffy, you're awake. The Straw Hat crew exclaimed joyfully upon seeing their captain regain consciousness. What? I was unconscious for 3 days? Did I miss 15 meals? Luffy shouted in astonishment upon learning of his fainting spell. To think it was Tina who came. When Yi Luo and his troops arrived at the port city, he was greeted by Colonel Tina from the naval headquarters. Tina is here to congratulate you. Not only have you successfully eliminated a warlord of the sea, but you've also been promoted. Everything has gone exceedingly well for you, Tina remarked with a smile. Oh, are those old geezers doubting my actions? Rest assured. My report is thoroughly detailed and does not deceive them. I can only attribute it to good fortune. Yi Luo chuckled, sinking into the lounge chair beside Tina. As a pioneer in the Navy headquarters opposing the Shichibukai system, Yi Luo's stance on the matter is conspicuously evident. Thus, he refrained from reporting the situation regarding Crocodile earlier, for lack of a sufficient justification could result in his recall by the headquarters and the appointment of another to oversee the affairs here. However, with Crocodile dispatching senior agents, the course of events was essentially set, particularly with Robin's presence. Neither the world government nor the Navy would remain passive. This is your promotion letter. Tina should now address you as Commodore. Tina casually tossed the appointment letter from the headquarters to Yi Luo, took a puff from her cigarette, and smiled. Well, since you are here, I will entrust the matters of Alabasta to you. I need to return to headquarters. Yi Luo rose and made his way directly to the cabin. My apologies, Colonel Tina. Lena said somewhat sheepishly to Tina. Tina understood but was quite frustrated. After all, it was she who had taken this fellow on his first voyage for a mission. Now he had surpassed her. Tina gazed at Iluo's retreating figure and calmly remarked before turning to Lena with a smile, "By the way, congratulations are in order for you as well, Major Lena." "Thank you, Colonel Tina. This time, I hardly contributed. As the Commodore said, this operation was primarily led by those pirates." Lena replied with a salute. "I truly wish to transfer you from that rascal Iluo to my command, but I fear he would not let you go, and you wouldn't want that either." Tina chuckled as she discarded her finished cigarette. "Colonel, you jest." Lena replied with composure. "Well then, I shall take my leave. You all may set sail." Tina waved at Lena after seeing all the prisoners aboard before returning to her own warship. Back in the cabin, Iluo was organizing the gains from the Alabasta incident. He had amassed a total of 27,500 diamonds, in addition to the 1,549 diamonds that remained unspent, bringing his total to 39,049 diamonds. Among these, Nico Robin had contributed 7,900 diamonds, while Mr. 2 Bon Clay, the mimic fruit user, and Mr. 3 Galdino, the candle fruit user, each contributed 3,200 diamonds. The quick slicing fruit user, Mr. 1 Das Bones, contributed 5,100 diamonds, along with Crocodile's 8,100 diamonds and the 10,000 diamonds awarded upon mission completion, totaling the 27,500 diamonds. To save or to continue spending? Iluo found himself in a quandary. With the senior agents of Baroque Works and Crocodile all aboard his vessel, he needed to escort them to impel down. Thus, he contemplated returning to headquarters, indicating that for the foreseeable future, he would not be accruing any diamonds. "Oh well, I shall decide upon my return. My strength has increased considerably this time and requires proper consolidation." Iluo stroked his chin in contemplation. A few days later, he returned to the naval headquarters through the Gate of Justice. "Well, look at you. After some time apart, you've risen to the rank of Rear Admiral?" At the port, Iluo unexpectedly encountered the rather lewd Gaki. "What brings you here? Are you setting sail?" Iluo inquired with a hint of surprise. "The Marshal wishes to see you. I happen to be wandering around here, so I thought I'd deliver the message." Gaki shrugged in response. Iluo was bemused that a Vice Admiral was tasked with conveying a message to a Rear Admiral. Nevertheless, he instructed all the soldiers to take a rest before following Gaki towards the Marshal's office. "Sir, I shall return home to tidy up my room," Lena said, bowing to Gaki before addressing Iluo. As the leaves gently fell, Iluo nodded and waved at Reina, indicating that she should handle the situation herself. "I truly envy you," Jiaji remarked. "You're still unmarried. Could it be that Reina is a bit too demanding?" Iluo was rendered speechless. He lived alone. Reina did not share his accommodation but resided in a separate room, a privilege granted by headquarters to female officers. Moreover, Reina had recently been promoted alongside Iluo, attaining the rank of lieutenant commander. Before long, Iluo and Jiaji arrived at the office of Admiral Sengoku. The venerable carp sat leisurely, sipping tea and enjoying rice crackers. Across from him sat a kindly elderly woman. Yet Iluo was keenly aware that anyone who underestimated her would find themselves in dire straits. For she was none other than the renowned Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff, Tsuru. "Admiral Sengoku, Teacher Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru." Iluo greeted them respectfully. "Back already? I thought you might have been lost out there." Carp exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, you are not so easily dispatched." This elicited a strong urge in Iluo to retaliate with a kick to Carp's face. "Teacher, I was indeed nearly defeated by Dragon, but I was rescued by pirates. It wasn't until I reached Whiskey Peak that I regained my senses. Hence I did not apprehend that band of pirates," Iluo replied with a sense of resignation. "Was it the Straw Hat crew from East Blue that came to your aid?" Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired with a smile. Iluo had no intention of concealing the truth. So she nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed, it was they. It was there that I encountered Princess Vivia of Alabasta and learned of Crocodile's scheme. Thus, you took advantage of the situation, relying on the Straw Hat crew to launch an assault against Crocodile. You even turned a blind eye to the war in Alabasta in your quest to overthrow him, did you not? I believe that with your capabilities, you had ample time to address this matter as soon as you became aware of it. Yet, instead, you chose to incite the chaos behind those pirates. All in the pursuit of eliminating Crocodile, did you not?" Sengoku adjusted his glasses and remarked. Iluo was momentarily taken aback. Although he was aware that his actions would invite suspicion, he did not anticipate that upon his return, the fleet Admiral Sengoku would so astutely discern his intentions. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, a portion of Yi Luo's motivation stemmed from the matter of the diamond. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact that a missing member would have on the 7 warlords of the sea? A balance of power? We are currently preparing to advance into the New World, and the 7 warlords are an indispensable asset. Noticing Yi Luo's silence, Sengoku spoke with gravity. However, I do not believe that those 7 would genuinely stand by the Navy's side, Yi Luo replied in a low voice. Sengoku found himself at a loss for words after being countered by Yi Luo. Enough, Sengoku. The child has only just returned from a mission. So do not be so stern, said Vice Admiral Tsuru, attempting to lighten the mood. Moreover, he is merely a sand alligator. Since he dares to set his sights on Alabasta, the world government will undoubtedly not let him off easily. What about Nico Robin? Don't tell me she escaped? With your strength, there was no chance of her getting away. Sengoku sighed with relief before continuing his inquiry. She was pierced through the body by crocodile, and I did not intervene. However, it appears that she was ultimately taken away by that group of pirates. I am uncertain if she can be rescued. Yi Luo responded calmly. What? You? Yi Luo. This was intentional. Sengoku was genuinely angered this time. Startled, Kaji, who was about to sit beside Garp, involuntarily trembled, eliciting hearty laughter from Garp. The serious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Garp's laughter, prompting Sengoku to call out to Garp in annoyance. Ah, my apologies. Please, continue. Garp waved his hand dismissively. Despite Garp's light-hearted words, the serious atmosphere had been disrupted, and Sengoku found it difficult to continue his admonishment of Yi Luo. He could only say, this time, I had originally intended to temper your promotion. An early elevation to rank may not bode well for you. You have only been with the Navy for a brief 2 years. Though you have captured numerous pirates and demonstrated considerable strength, I hope you do not hold it against me. The Admiral jokes. I understand your intentions. I can resign if necessary. Yi Luo shook his head and replied. No need for that. However, during this period, you shall remain at headquarters to further hone your skills. The New World is paramount. As a rising star in the Navy, I hold great expectations for you. Do not be like certain individuals who neglect their training and simply drift through the days. Sengoku glanced at Kaji and Garp, expressing his exasperation. Kaji wore an innocent expression, feeling unfortunate for being conscripted and now facing an undeserved backlash. He resolved to keep his distance from Yi Luo in the future, as he seemed to be a harbinger of misfortune. Upon exiting Sengoku's office, Yi Luo immediately sought out Garp to request a sparring session. Oh, it seems you have made significant gains during this time. However, you should seek him out. The old man is past his prime and not suited for combat. Garp pointed to Kaji with a grin. As Yi Luo gazed at Jiajing, the latter shook his head fervently, exclaiming, engaging with this fellow is rather pointless. He only has those 3 moves. Once he exhausts them, he lacks the strength to continue. It's simply not worth it. Very well, I shall seek out Sister Guion for a spar. Yi Luo retorted with a smirk. Jiajing's lips twitched as he resignedly replied. Let me make it clear. I will not be a mere punching bag. I shall unleash my full strength. And if you cannot withstand it and fail to execute your techniques, I shall not indulge you further. Fear not, I assure you. There will be a delightful surprise for you this time. Yi Luo nodded, smiling as they conversed while making their way to the outdoor training ground, as the indoor space was too confined for their practice. As for the old man Garp, he declared that despite his age, he was still keen to observe the spectacle. In the Marineford office, after Yi Luo and the others had departed, Sengoku turned to the still-present Crane and inquired, what are your thoughts on that young man? In terms of potential, Garp's judgment is seldom erroneous. Crane chuckled in response. You know that is not what I meant. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and stated. Crane sighed and looked out the window, saying, his proposals are exceedingly alluring, and many in the Navy have been swayed by his ideals. Yet, you and I both understand the challenges that lie ahead. There are already differing opinions within our ranks, and now another voice has emerged. Ultimately, it will depend on how far he can progress, will it not? Sengoku fell silent for a moment before asking, are you suggesting we continue to allow this? What other choice do we have? Do you support Akainu's concepts? For now, we must adhere to this course. As long as he does not engage in actions that threaten the Navy, we cannot act against him. Perhaps he might truly succeed? Crane softly questioned. Crane, have you not ever entertained such fantasies? Sengoku asked, his tone incredulous. Do you truly think so? Sengoku gazed incredulously at the composed Vice Admiral Crane, unable to fathom her perspective. Crane shook her head and replied, the lad's ideals are commendable, yet we both know the likelihood of success is exceedingly slim. I am merely indulging in fantasy, I do not genuinely align myself with him. Sengoku exhaled deeply, realizing that if even his closest allies were swayed, he would need to reconsider his stance towards Yi Luo. At the training ground, Yi Luo's attire was already tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, Jiajing was not in a much better state. His left arm unnaturally twisted, clearly dislocated, and his clothes bore multiple tears. You truly have taken me by surprise. But the rapid enhancement of your physical prowess is quite astonishing. Jiajing gritted his teeth and remarked, Alas, I still cannot match you. I have exhausted my internal energy. Yi Luo replied with a rueful smile. Jiajing exhaled, resetting his dislocated arm, and said, Even without your so-called internal energy, your current physical capabilities are not to be underestimated. Ha ha ha, little Yi, have you consumed some extraordinary substance? You've suddenly become so formidable. Carp, who was spectating, inquired with a jovial grin. Yi Luo pouted slightly and said, Teacher, I am a normal human and have not consumed a devil fruit. In truth, it was not only Carp who harbored doubts. Even Akaji questioned whether Yi Luo had ingested a particularly potent Zoan-type devil fruit, as the enhancement of his physical abilities was astonishing. Although Yi Luo's speed and energy had indeed increased significantly, the most substantial gain was the improvement in his physical prowess, especially considering he possessed the Blood Dragon Pearl. Their sparring session came to an end. Yi Luo merely intended to test his strength and had no desire to compete with Akaji. Based on the recent exchange, Yi Luo estimated that he had attained the strength of a regular vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, yet he was still quite distant from the elite vice admirals, let alone seasoned figures like Carp and Saru. Teacher, with my current abilities, do I stand a chance of escaping from an admiral? Upon returning to his residence, he found that Lena had already tidied up his standalone villa. What are you pondering? With your current strength, you have no hope against an admiral. Whether you could escape depends entirely on their mood. Carp remarked with a dismissive pout. Then I humbly ask for your guidance in the time ahead. Yi Luo replied with a nod. I cannot teach you that peculiar inner strength of yours. But your recent growth in physical capabilities indeed allows for enhanced training in martial arts. Previously, I refrained from intensifying your training due to your frail constitution. But now that you have bolstered your physique, you can advance further in hockey, martial arts, or the Navy's 6 styles. Carp nodded earnestly. Yes, teacher. Yi Luo responded with a nod. After Carp departed, Yi Luo took a shower and changed into his pajamas before accessing the system. Besides capturing Crocodile for experience diamonds, he had one opportunity for a random draw that he had yet to utilize. Thus, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to take advantage of it. You have used a random draw and obtained an equipment draw 1. You have used the equipment draw and received soft-soled boots 1. As Yi Luo gazed at the shoes nestled within his backpack, curiosity piqued, and he resolved to equip them. Initially, he possessed a novice outfit and weaponry, later acquiring a plain white long sword. However, Yi Luo had always preferred to confront foes unarmed, seldom utilizing weapons. Moreover, the novice attire utterly contradicted his aesthetic sensibilities, leading him to cast it deep into the recesses of his backpack. Soft-soled boots, green the most ubiquitous footwear in the realm, celebrated for their comfort due to the soft sole. Speed 5. Upon donning the soft-soled boots, Yi Luo felt pleasantly surprised, especially with the added attribute of 5 to speed, prompting him to retain them. Yet, just as he prepared to close the equipment interface, he noticed a crimson object emanating from his character's dantian. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it to be Blood Dragon Pearl, red treasure, originally a Dragon Clan's treasured orb. It has since mutated into a Blood Dragon Pearl, currently in a sealed state. Vitality 200, recovery speed 10. In addition to the displayed attributes, for more remained obscured with question marks, clearly indicating the seal referenced in the description. So, this is the case. No wonder I feel my physical prowess has surged so immensely. It must be the increase in recovery. Yet, how does one break this seal? Must it be through dragon's blood? Yi Luo mused aloud, stroking his chin. Presently, he possessed no leads on unsealing the Blood Dragon Pearl, and dragon's blood was the only avenue that came to mind. Alas, this world likely no longer harbored the existence of great dragons. However, it seemed that the 4 Emperors Kaido possessed the ability of a dragon-type devil fruit. Would his blood suffice to break the seal? Upon glimpsing the Blood Dragon Pearl, Yi Luo felt an irresistible urge to spin the treasure wheel, yet a glance at his remaining 30,000 diamonds compelled him to exercise restraint. Days later, under the rigorous training of Carp, Yi Luo fully grasped the transformations brought forth by his enhanced recovery abilities, thoroughly excavating his body's potential. Even the newly acquired skill, Silent Snow saw a significant uptick in experience points, though the daunting requirement of 7,000 proficiency points for its first level discouraged any thoughts of upgrading it. A staggering bounty of 100 million. It appears a new pirate star has emerged. One day, while dining in the cafeteria, Iluo overheard the surrounding navy engage in lively discussion. Finishing his meal, he approached and beheld a captain holding a wanted poster of Luffy. Straw Hat Kid. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, bounty of 100 million berries, dead or alive. Remarkable, his bounty has escalated rapidly. The next encounter will undoubtedly incite a desire to claim the prize. Iluo chuckled to himself. Ah, it's Major Purple Dragon. The Navy captain, clutching the wanted notice, immediately rose to greet Iluo. No worries, I'm merely observing. Pay me no mind. Iluo smiled and waved dismissively. Understood. Recently, a new pirate has emerged, making his way from the East Blue into the Grand Line. He has vanquished the East Blue's formidable ruler, Admiral Krieg, as well as the Fishman Dragon. Upon arriving in the Grand Line, he stirred considerable unrest in the desert kingdom of Arabasta, prompting the headquarters to place a bounty of 100 million on his head. Noticing Iluo's interest in Luffy, the lieutenant promptly shared all he knew about the situation with him. Arabasta? Why does mentioning this place evoke a sense of something forgotten? Iluo mused, stroking his chin, feeling an unsettling reminder of an overlooked matter. Oh no, Ace. At that moment, a flash of realization struck him. He had completely forgotten about Ace. Should he encounter Blackbeard again, Ace's capture would inevitably lead to the impending war at Marineford. That troublesome rascal should be handed over to me if captured. With urgency, Iluo hastily exited the mess hall. He needed to contact Lena immediately and set sail to search for Ace. Wait, what significant occasion is today? He pondered as he arrived at the port, noticing a bustling atmosphere as if welcoming someone important. Thus, he inquired of the responsible Navy personnel. Report, Brigadier General Zilong. Today marks the day the Navy summons the 7 warlords. The Navy officer replied. Oh, I see. Which individuals have arrived thus far? Iluo nodded, inquiring further. He recalled that Blackbeard had dispatched his subordinates, aiming for a position among the 7 warlords. Report, sir, as of now. Only the Heavenly Knight Scythe, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma have arrived. The Navy officer saluted and responded. As the leaves fluttered down, it seemed that even the man known as Hawkeye had arrived, yet it was of little concern to Iluo. For the meeting was convened in the sacred land of Mariehua, a place he had no desire to visit. Instead, he summoned Lena and the soldiers, preparing to set sail in search of Ace. Master, where shall we head now? Lena inquired once the Huaxia ship was at sea. First, we shall go to Jaya. I recall that Blackbeard had made an appearance there. Additionally, seek information regarding either Blackbeard or Ace, or even Straw Hat Luffy would suffice. Iluo was uncertain of Luffy's current whereabouts, yet he remembered that prior to Luffy's journey to Skypiea, he had encountered Blackbeard in Jaya, which subsequently led to the meeting of Blackbeard and Ace. Now that he had a subordinate who was vying for the position of Warlord of the Sea, it was evident that they had intentions to strike back at Ace. Therefore, Iluo knew he must act swiftly to thwart Blackbeard's plans. Yes, master, Lena replied, bowing deeply yet hesitating to depart, as if she wished to voice something further to Iluo. If there is something on your mind, do not hesitate to speak. Iluo reclined in his chair and prompted her. Master, is it truly wise for us to depart in this manner? Did not Admiral Sengoku express a desire for you to remain at headquarters for a while? Lena pondered before stating her concern directly. Iluo sighed, stating, there is no other option. I initially planned to stay for a while, but if we neglect this matter, it could lead to severe consequences. Lena nodded in silence, fully aware that Iluo seldom elaborated on his decisions. So far, he had never miscalculated life, which led many in the Navy to regard him as a strategist of great intellect. Days later, holding Ace's life paper, Iluo pursued its direction. Yet no trace of Ace was discovered. What if Ace had indeed fallen into Blackbeard's clutches? What could be done then? Perhaps he could persuade the old man to become a pirate? With his own presence alongside Luffy and Whitebeard, they could potentially save Ace. Iluo stroked his chin, contemplating the possible developments ahead. However, the old man would likely refuse. After a lifetime of capturing pirates, it would seem rather peculiar for him to suddenly become one. What if he convinced the old man to join the Revolutionary Army instead? As Iluo's thoughts wandered through these possibilities, he gazed up at the azure sky. Report. Major, pirates sighted ahead. It's the Kid Pirates. Suddenly, the lookout announced, interrupting Iluo's musings. The Kid Pirates? That name rings a bell. Yi Luo frowned. Sir, the Kid Pirates hail from the South Blue and have a notorious reputation for their brutal deeds. Their captain, Eustace Kidd, has a bounty exceeding 100 million. While his combat captain, Killer, boasts a bounty surpassing 30 million. Lena reported. Oh, a worthy target indeed. Let us close in. At that moment, Yi Luo recalled that they were the very pirates who had gained the title of supernovas alongside Luffy, and were the only new pirates at Sabaody Archipelago with a bounty surpassing Luffy's. Kidd was reportedly a user of the magnet fruit. Meanwhile, the Kid Pirates had also spotted Yi Luo's warship. However, for Kidd, who had just entered the first half of the Grand Line, encountering the Navy was not a cause for fear. Captain, they seem to have noticed us. Should we flee? The fighter, Heat, inquired. Flee? Why would we run? It's merely a single warship. If they dare approach, we'll sink it. Kidd retorted dismissively. Kidd, that's likely the Navy's Rear Admiral, Purple Dragon Yi Luo. It would be wise for us to steer clear. Killer advised. Is he the so-called pirate nemesis, the Navy supernova? Kidd's demeanor grew serious. For though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. Indeed, he captured Crocodile, one of the former warlords of the sea, in Alabasta, which led to his promotion to Rear Admiral, Killer affirmed. With an impatient expression, Kidd finally conceded. What a bother. We've encountered a formidable opponent. Very well. It's not the right time to clash with the Navy. Let us retreat. Sir, it appears they are preparing to flee. The movements of Kidd's crew naturally caught Yi Luo's attention. Flee? I have yet to encounter a pirate ship swifter than a warship. Let us board and sink them first. Yi Luo chuckled, remarking. In terms of both speed and firepower, the Navy undeniably holds the upper hand against the pirates. Not to mention Yi Luo's vessel, the Huaxia. However, when considering individual prowess, the pirates are undoubtedly more formidable. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Yi Luo's Huaxia caught up with the Kid Pirates, bringing them within firing range. Sir, shall we commence bombardment? A Navy soldier inquired. Since Yi Luo favored personally apprehending bounties, he often forbade direct cannon fire in situations where the enemy's personnel were unknown. As per usual, I will go first. You focus on firing. After all, I am not a devil fruit user, so there is no need to fear collateral damage. Reina, you will oversee command while I am away. Yi Luo smiled as he rose and made his way to the deck. Sir, why put yourself in danger? It would be wiser to bombard them first. Then strike once they are in the water or we are close. Reina clearly disapproved of Yi Luo's approach. However, Yi Luo disregarded her concerns, leaping into the air and employing moonwalk to soar towards the Kid Pirates. Captain, someone is flying from the warship. Upon seeing Yi Luo approach, Kidd exclaimed in alarm. Their ship was still in the early part of the Grand Line, so they had not encountered the 6 styles mastered by naval officers. Witnessing Yi Luo seemingly walking through the air startled them. Who was Eustace Kidd? As Yi Luo hovered above the Kid Pirates, he called down. I am Eustace Kidd. The Navy should not be so arrogant. Kidd glared at Yi Luo, his expression dark. Ah, what a perilous pirate. It seems your journey must come to an end here. Yi Luo smiled slightly, diving towards Kidd. Bang! Just before Yi Luo could reach Kidd, a warrior adorned with a blue and white striped mask featuring several small holes, wielding a spinning scythe, struck Yi Luo's arm, halting his advance. Armament hockey? Both Kidd and Killer exclaimed simultaneously. Impressive recognition. Yi Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated his adversary would identify hockey at this moment, especially as Luffy, the protagonist, would still be unaware of its existence were it not for his own circumstances. Before Yi Luo could make another move, a grotesque figure resembling a zombie, with its mouth sewn shut and blue-purple thorn patterns across its body, unleashed a torrent of flames at him. Oh my! What a remarkable assortment of characters you have aboard your ship. Is this a circus performance? As the flames waned, Yi Luo emerged from another corner, smiling. Damn it. Let us go. Kidd glared at Yi Luo, gesturing with his right hand as countless metallic objects, swords, and blades flew toward him, coalescing into a massive metallic arm that lunged at Yi Luo. Leaves fall silently upon the snow, their descent as light as the skillful movement of a master. With the Rohan fist poised, Yi Luo advanced resolutely towards Kidd. Boom, boom, boom. The former echoed the clash between Yi Luo and Kidd, while the latter signified the Navy's cannonballs striking the pirate ship. It appears you cannot escape. Yi Luo smiled faintly. He had maintained an undeniable advantage during their earlier confrontation. Though a throng of minions continued to impede him, Yi Luo remained convinced that amidst the vast ocean, Kidd had little chance of fleeing. Kidd, this is not the time for recklessness. We must retreat. Kira urgently grasped Kid, who had just been repelled by Yi Luo. Damn it. Next time, I will not let him off easily, Kid declared, plotting to escape with his loyal crew aboard a small boat. However, Yi Luo had no intention of allowing their escape. Standing upon the sinking pirate vessel, he gently smiled and proclaimed, first form of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the dragon's wrath. A colossal dragon's head surged towards the small boat, obliterating it and ensuring Kid's escape was thwarted. They survived? Yi Luo, returning to the naval ship, frowned as he had yet to receive a system notification indicating he had acquired diamonds. What troubles you, my lord? Lena inquired, approaching him. Oh, nothing much. It seems those pirates managed to slip away. Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Shall we continue searching this sea? Lena queried, her brow furrowed. In this vast ocean? She doubted the adversaries could evade their pursuit. Although she was unaware of how Yi Luo had concluded that they had not perished, she surmised that for Eustace Kid, a man of formidable abilities, to survive such a situation would indeed suggest that fate had spared him. Let us prioritize the search for Ace, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, after departing from the naval headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally learned of the news following the meeting. Kapu, can you not assist me? Why can't you manage your own disciple? Sengoku lamented to Carp, who was busily munching on senbei. Haha. Sengoku, fret not. That lad has been rapidly increasing in strength. He has likely gone out to seek opponents after resting for a few days. Carp responded with indifference. Fine, I shall refrain from admonishing you. If that boy returns with more trouble, you shall clean up his mess, Sengoku said, somewhat exasperated. Yet, upon concluding his statement, he noticed that his old friend Carp had already fallen asleep. Whether Carp had heard his words remained a mystery only Carp could unveil. Carp, you old rascal. You've dozed off again, Sengoku exclaimed, placing a hand on his forehead, feeling disheartened. With a pop, a bubble on Carp's nose burst due to Sengoku's voice, jolting him awake. Bewildered, he glanced at Sengoku and replied, my apologies. I inadvertently fell asleep. At my age, it happens. But as Sengoku exhaled deeply, urging himself to remain calm. To divert the conversation, he inquired of Carp, how are the two youngsters you brought back from the East Blue faring? I hear your aide is personally instructing them. Back when you brought Yi Luo, you paid them no mind. Do you think their potential surpasses that of Yi Luo? Oh, those two youngsters? They cannot compare to Yi Luo. Even without my guidance, little Yi would not fall short of remarkable achievements. However, the future of these two remains uncertain. Though they are indeed rare talents, Carp replied with a smile. Carp always exhibited ample patience and understanding towards the youth, particularly those in the Navy who held a fervent admiration for justice. Have you informed little Yi that she has two new junior disciples? As her elder brother, you must take care of them on the seas, Sengoku said with a chuckle. Carp's smile abruptly faltered as he realized he had completely forgotten about this matter. Ahaha, I eagerly await the day Yi Luo returns to headquarters, Sengoku exclaimed, finally gaining the upper hand in their banter, laughing heartily. It was not that Yi Luo would oppose Carp taking on disciples. Rather, Carp had simply neglected to inform her. Clearly, Yi Luo would perceive this as Carp fearing her jealousy, leading to a misunderstanding. Ultimately, it would not result in any serious consequences. But Yi Luo would undoubtedly seek out Carp to lament her plight and perhaps gain some advantages. Both Carp and Sengoku were fully aware of this. Is this Kaya? I see the vexatious insignia. Upon the arrival of Yi Luo's warship near Kaya, he transferred to a small wooden boat, bringing Lena with him to the island. Is that not the emblem of Don Quixote da Flamingo's family? When did he develop an interest in the first half of the Grand Line? Lena inquired curiously, gazing at the circular smiling face insignia hanging in the tavern. Forget it. He is not our target. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Once I have the opportunity, I will seek him out in Dressrosa, Yi Luo replied with a dismissive gesture. My lord, we have already apprehended one of the 7 warlords. If we pursue Don Quixote da Flamingo, the marshal will indeed be furious, Lena said calmly. Yi Luo scratched his head in frustration and remarked, well, being within the system is indeed troublesome. The two meandered around the island and learned that the notorious Blackbeard's pirates had indeed made an appearance here, and that the Straw Hat Luffy had also been present at that time. He had even conversed with Wembla Roland's descendant, Wembla Kulike, who resided on the opposite side of the island, regarding the topic of the fabled Golden Country. At that moment, however, everyone had dismissed it as mere jest and had not taken it seriously. Yet after Luffy triumphed over Bellamy the Hyena, who had a bounty of 55 million, no one had heard of Luffy since. My lord, Should we seek out that descendant of Roland? Lena inquired, her brow furrowed. She was well aware of the tales surrounding the great talker and believed that the notion of the Golden Country was merely a whimsical fabrication. Shall we meet him? Why not? But Lena, the Golden Country truly exists. Yi Luo discerned Lena's disdain for Roland and chuckled. My lord, what are you saying? The Golden Country exists? Lena asked in astonishment. Do you wish to know? Come, let us meet this great adventurer's descendant, and the truth shall be revealed. Yi Luo said with a smile. Lena, though puzzled, followed closely behind Yi Luo to a half-constructed house on the other side of the island. Is this the place? But why does this house appear so peculiar? Lena remarked, gazing at the mansion-like entrance in surprise. Excuse me, is Mr. Wimbla Kalike at home? Yi Luo called softly from the doorway. Creaking, the door swung open, revealing a burly man with a bandaged torso, a chestnut hairstyle, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, who inquired, Who are you? We are the Navy. Here to inquire about some matters. Lena introduced herself, but Yi Luo clearly noticed a flicker of unease on Kalike's face. What do you wish to inquire about? Kalike asked, attempting to feign calmness as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Rest assured, we are not here to apprehend the Monkey Mountain United Army. Yi Luo replied with a smile. He was aware that Kalike commanded a crew comprising a monkey and an orangutan, two pirate factions that were more appropriately described as salvage crews. In fact, Yi Luo was uncertain if they even had bounties, hence he was unconcerned by this. And what do you wish to ask? Kalike inquired, somewhat awkwardly. You are familiar with the great talker Wimbla Roland, are you not? Yi Luo asked with a grin. Kalike paused, clearly knowing of this figure, yet unsure why the Navy was inquiring about him. I have heard that Roland's descendants, in order to redeem the shame of being the great talker, have spent generations searching near Gaia for the Golden Country. Is that correct, Mr. Wimbla Kalike? Yi Luo inquired with a smile. Lena, standing nearby, was perplexed by her master's intentions and wondered why such a topic was being brought up in front of others. Are you here solely to mock me? Kalike asked calmly, taking a puff of smoke. I apologize, but your answer is incorrect. On the contrary, I am here to share a tale with you. Yi Luo replied, settling into a more comfortable position. Over 4 centuries ago, an adventurer and botanist named Rolando arrived in Gaia. When he was once again summoned to accompany the king to Gaia, he discovered that the fabled land of gold, Shandora, had vanished. As a result, the king imprisoned him for treason and ordered his execution. Yi Luo recounted the storyline he was aware of, leaving both Lena and Kalike in a state of astonishment. Although it bore some resemblance to the tales of the boastful adventurer, Yi Luo's narrative was more vivid, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. This suggested that Rolando had not lied. Rather, there must be some underlying reason for the disappearance of the Golden Country. Kalike, trembling with excitement, inquired eagerly. Do not rush. Yi Luo replied with a smile, I have another tale to share. In the past, the valiant warrior Karl Guerra, due to a misunderstanding with Rolando, failed to bid farewell to his dearest friend, leaving behind a lifelong regret. Thus, every day they would toll the golden bell to inform their friend Rolando that even to this day, the Sandians are striving to ring the golden bell, even if they may no longer remember the reason behind it. Ah, so does that mean Sandora truly ascended to the heavens? Kalike asked, biting his lip, a mixture of laughter and tears in his voice. Weren't you also doubtful? And hasn't someone already ascended to confirm it for you? I believe that one day, the lights of Sandora shall be rekindled, and the world will ultimately restore the glory that rightfully belongs to the great explorer Wimbla Rolando. Yi Luo rose, glanced at the back of Kalike's abode, and departed with a smile. After Yi Luo's departure, from the place he had just observed, an ape and a gorilla emerged, both already in tears, but had refrained from showing themselves due to Yi Luo's presence. Sir, were your words truly sincere? Is the boastful adventurer Wimbla Rolando truly that magnificent? Lena asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Whether he is truly magnificent, I cannot say, but the Golden Country, Sandora, undeniably exists. For many have unraveled the secret of the golden right eye. Yi Luo replied with a grin. The entire geography of Gaia resembles a skull on the map. Yet it conspicuously lacks the right eye, which is actually the location of Sandora, washed away into the White Sea. We must systematically eliminate the bounty criminals in the town and then set forth. Since we've come this far, it would be troublesome if we are unable to locate Blackbeard. Yi Luo gazed towards the horizon, sensing that he was unable to alter the storyline. Something invisible seemed to guide the narrative back onto its rightful path. Days later, after scouring the nearby islands, Yi Luo ultimately relinquished the search for Blackbeard. Meanwhile, signs suggested a potential encounter between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks in the New World, causing a wave of tension among the Navy. Let us proceed to the New World and seek out Whitebeard, Luo resolved, determined to tackle the matter on his own terms. Sir, are we truly going to find Whitebeard? Lena questioned, doubting her ears. The foremost of the four emperors, Whitebeard, was not something their vessel could withstand. Fear not. Follow my instructions. As the leaves fell, Luo instructed the warship to change its course towards the Sabaody archipelago, the sole link between the New World and the Grand Line, thus rendering it the most expedient route. You shall first seek out a craftsman to coat the ship, while I attend to some matters. I will join you shortly after visiting Fishman Island, Luo commanded the soldiers aboard. My lord, where are we headed now? Lena inquired, trailing closely behind him. We are to meet the legendary figure, Luo replied with a subtle smile. Lena blinked in curiosity, but Luo did not elaborate, only deepening her intrigue, especially after recently re-establishing her acquaintance with the grand storyteller, Wembla Rolando. She was eager to discover whom they were to meet this time. However, in Luo's mind, had it not been for his desire to encounter the Dark King, Rayleigh, he would have certainly refrained from setting foot on Sabaody archipelago. The thought of encountering the accursed celestial dragons made him uncertain of his ability to restrain his impulses. Before long, the duo arrived at their destinations, the shady establishment known as Aunt Sia's bar. My lord, who are the individuals within? Lena could no longer contain her curiosity and voiced her question. Luo did not respond but instead smiled and approached the door to knock. Please come in. A woman's voice called from within, prompting Luo to usher Lena inside. What would you like to drink, young man? Asked a slender middle-aged woman with a smile. Just plain water, please. The items here are rather pricey, and I can't afford anything extravagant. Luo replied with a grin. Following Luo's cue, Lena sat down on the sofa. Oh, you seem rather unfamiliar, Aunt Sia remarked with a chuckle as she brought over 2 glasses of water. I am here to meet Mr. Rayleigh, hoping to learn about hockey from him, Luo stated directly without further ado. Aunt Sia regarded Luo with an expression akin to that of a fool, and after confirming that he was indeed serious, she lit a cigarette and inquired, Do you understand what you are saying? Of course. Luo nodded, responding, This should be the place where Aunt Sia sells information, right? You and the Pirate King Rayleigh are in hiding here, and we in the Navy have not caused you much disturbance. Pirate King Rayleigh? Upon hearing Luo's words, Lena could not help but exclaim, If it truly is that Pirate King Rayleigh, he is indeed a legendary figure. So, young man, are you here on behalf of the Navy? Aunt Sia exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling as she asked. As the leaves fell, Luo shook his head and expressed, No, I merely represent myself. A soft chuckle escaped Aunt Sia's lips as her mind swiftly contemplated Luo's intentions for arriving. Ultimately, Lena is my trusted confidant. Thus, I shall not obfuscate things with Aunt Sia. My purpose here is quite straightforward. Firstly, to ascertain whether I can capture the attention of the Underworld King. If I can learn a few techniques from Mr. Rayleigh, it would be a delightful bonus. Secondly, I seek to uncover means to connect with the Revolutionary Army. And lastly, I wish to discern the current whereabouts of Whitebeard. After sipping some plain water, Luo calmly stated, Setting aside other matters, the first point is rather intriguing. My partner happens to be a pirate. Would he dare to teach you, and would you dare to learn? Furthermore, your minnow, Carp, is not any less formidable than my partner. Aunt Sia chuckled lightly and remarked, I do not perceive you as mere pirates, in my view. The title of adventurer suits you better. As for the era of great pirates initiated by Mr. Roger, how can I say? Until it reaches that extent, I cannot declare with certainty whether his actions are right or wrong. Luo put down his cup, speaking with gravity. Aunt Sia was taken aback, not expecting Luo to articulate such sentiments. Upon reflection, she blurted out, Is this the rationale behind your past decisions to capture certain pirates and then release them? Indeed. As long as they do not engage in plunder, commit unjust killings, or oppress the weak, even if they fly the pirate flag, they are, in essence, adventurers. I am a member of the Navy. I hold a sense of justice within me. My duty is to safeguard the peace of the seas and the safety of ordinary civilians, not to act as the lapdog of certain individuals. Luo pondered for a moment and nodded in affirmation. Young man, it seems you are destined to become a pirate sooner or later. Aunt Sia laughed lightly, addressing Luo. Aside from your primary objective, I am afraid I cannot assist you with the other two. However, if you wish to contact Whitebeard, it is quite simple. You merely need to find any island protected by a Whitebeard pirate crew in the New World, and you will be able to connect with Whitebeard through the inhabitants there. As for the Revolutionary Army, I truly cannot be of assistance." As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo had already devised a plan. Seeking out Whitebeard in the New World would be relatively straightforward. However, whether the latter would be willing to meet him remained uncertain, considering Yi Luo's mere rank of Rear Admiral. On the Revolutionary Army's side, Yi Luo had also formulated a strategy if he could not find anyone. He would venture to impel down, where the king of the prisoners was an officer of the Revolutionary Army, thus ensuring a connection to Dragon would be possible. "My old man has been gone for several days now and has yet to return. So the matter you wish to inquire about will likely require a personal visit to him. I cannot make decisions on his behalf." Aunt Xia extinguished her cigarette and said to Yi Luo, "That is indeed unfortunate. This island ranks among my least favorite, and I confess to feeling a bit apprehensive wandering about. It is regrettable not to have encountered Mr. Rayleigh today, should he return. I kindly ask Aunt Xia to speak favorably of me. Perhaps on my next visit, I might have the opportunity to receive Mr. Rayleigh's guidance." Yi Luo nodded and stood to depart. Suddenly, a cheerful voice resonated from outside. "Ha, young man, were you not here to find me?" Leaving without seeing the main event. The wooden door swung open, and both Yi Luo and Lena turned to see a middle-aged man with long, curly hair, a silver beard, glasses, and a prominent scar running down his right eye entering the room. "Silver's Rayleigh?" Yi Luo murmured softly. "Ah ha ha, young man, were you not looking for me?" Rayleigh chuckled as he plopped down on a chair and took a hearty swig of his drink. "Indeed, my mentor once referred to you as a legendary figure, and I hold great admiration for you. Your mastery of the 3 types of hockey is formidable, and thus, I have taken the liberty of coming here in hopes that you might impart some wisdom." Yi Luo bowed respectfully and spoke earnestly. "Pfft. That old rascal Carp would never speak of me so flattering. Back in the day, we were relentlessly pursued by him, enduring quite the harrowing experience." Rayleigh laughed heartily. "So, as a member of the Navy, are you truly unafraid of the repercussions that might arise should I choose to mentor you?" The leaves fall gently, and Yi Luo remarked, "I fear not. I possess my own ambitions. Ascending to the pinnacle of the Navy would certainly facilitate my endeavors, yet it is not the sole path. As long as I can vanquish all my adversaries, they will inevitably submit to my plans." Rayleigh shook his head and replied, "Young one, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Even I would not dare to claim invincibility. Thus, I fear I am unable to guide you." "Then might I have the honor of sparring with you, Mr. Rayleigh?" Yi Luo inquired, determination igniting a fierce flame in his eyes. Very well, very well. I suppose I cannot let you leave empty-handed, lest that old rascal Carp come seeking trouble with me next time." Rayleigh responded with an air of resignation, rising and nodding in agreement. Soon, the two arrived at an open space. "Mr. Rayleigh, I am attacking," Yi Luo declared, and before his words had fully resonated, he appeared before Rayleigh, launching a kick aimed directly at his head. Quite impressive speed. Rayleigh effortlessly dodged. Yi Luo remained silent, fully engrossed in his offensive maneuvers, while Rayleigh merely evaded, refraining from any counterattacks. After a series of futile assaults, Yi Luo paused to exhale, narrowing his gaze, as if his entire demeanor transformed, altering the rhythm of his attacks. A closer inspection of Yi Luo's steps would reveal a stark contrast to the initial straightforward pursuit of speed. Intriguing, though Rayleigh maintained an air of ease. He could no longer completely evade Yi Luo's strikes, occasionally employing his body to block the attacks, yet his hand remained steadfastly resting on the hilt of his sword. "Sir, be cautious. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique." After Yi Luo's leg sweep was thwarted by Rayleigh, he propelled himself into the air, executing a certain gesture as his internal energy surged within him. Rayleigh squinted, observing Yi Luo aloft with a smile, yet remained silent. The first form of the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, the dragon soars with remorse. A colossal dragon head of energy materialized, hurtling toward Rayleigh below. What an intriguing manifestation of energy release. It does not appear to stem from a devil fruit's power. Rayleigh mused softly, his hand, still resting on the sword, flicked gently, drawing the blade from its sheath. The immense dragon head of energy was cleaved in two. The Yi Luo positioned behind the dragon head was compelled to halt his subsequent technique and deftly evaded Rayleigh's strike using the moonstep. Boom. As Yi Luo slightly tilted his head, he beheld the enormous bubble tree behind him cleaved in two. The second move of the dragon subduing 18 palms, flying dragon in the sky. Li Lei chose not to pursue Yi Luo, who had descended to the ground, thus granting Yi Luo an opportunity to counterattack. The third move, dragon appearing in the field. With two consecutive strikes unleashed, Yi Luo dared not be careless. He fervently channeled the energy within him while keenly observing Lei Li's movements. Noticing Yi Luo's successive attacks, Lei Li's expression became more serious. However, rather than continuing with slashing strikes, he transformed his entire arm into a shadowy hue, seemingly intent on personally testing the might of Yi Luo's dragon-subduing 18 palms. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between Lei Li and the dragon-shaped energy resulted in a series of explosions, yet Yi Luo remained vigilant, continuing to execute the fourth move, the Great Migration to the Land. Indeed, as soon as Yi Luo unleashed this technique, Lei Li emerged from the cloud of smoke, seemingly unscathed, provoking a profound sense of defeat within Yi Luo. After executing this fourth move, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he summoned all his remaining strength at the moment of contact between Lei Li and the dragon-shaped energy. Delivering his final strike, the fifth move, the hidden dragon does not stir. Boom. At an unknown moment, the previously dispersed Lei Li had appeared before Yi Luo. Just as the hidden dragon does not stir was executed, Lei Li engaged Yi Luo in a direct fistfight. Boom. Boom. Sir, Lina exclaimed, watching Yi Luo plummet like a severed kite, rushing forward immediately. Why strike so heavily at a mere child? And Xia reproached Lei Li, who had appeared beside her. Her impression of Yi Luo was favorable. He did not resemble an ordinary Navy officer. This was why she had previously remarked that Yi Luo would inevitably become a pirate. For throughout history, those Navy officers who harbored ideals and a sense of justice often found that ascending to higher ranks revealed truths that either led them to complicity or forced them to depart. This child's last move posed a threat to me, which is why I responded as I did. If I had not intervened, I would have been the one injured. At my age, with my old bones and weary limbs, it is better that he bears the injury. Lei Li laughed heartily, and Xia regarded him with some astonishment. She was well aware of Lei Li's formidable strength, but how could such a young boy pose a threat to him? It seemed implausible. He is a fine prospect. That old kook carp has stumbled upon a treasure. In a few years, he may indeed be able to spar with me, Lei Li stated with a smile, having noticed Aunt Xia's surprise, thus offering an explanation. The fact that Yi Luo can unleash moves that pose a threat to him does not imply that he has reached the same level as his opponent. It merely indicates that his final strike possesses sufficient energy intensity to injure Rayleigh. However, Rayleigh is no fool. How could he possibly stand there and allow Yi Luo to attack? Thus, he ultimately stated that Yi Luo would require several years of rigorous training to genuinely compete with him. Lieutenant Lina, what is happening? As Lina finished bandaging the injured Yi Luo, the Navy personnel, sensing the overwhelming explosion, hurried to the scene. Nothing serious, medics. Come over and take a look at the Commodore, then we shall return to the ship. Lina glanced at the spot where Aunt Xia and Rayleigh had stood, now devoid of any presence, and decided against lingering, intending to escort Yi Luo away directly. Cough cough, rest assured, I am fine. Has the ship's hull been reinforced? Yi Luo, having risen from the ground after being sent flying by Rayleigh, coughed a few times and inquired. Report, it has been completed and we are ready to set sail at any moment, replied a Navy soldier. Sir, should we not rest for 2 days before departing? Lina asked with a note of concern. No need, I am merely fatigued. Besides, you are aboard the ship, are you not? I will recover swiftly, if we delay. The news of my encounter with the Dark King Rayleigh will soon reach headquarters, and I certainly do not wish to be apprehended by the fleet admiral. Yi Luo shook his head and declared, though he felt somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained significant injuries. Should headquarters learn of his clash with Rayleigh, Admiral Sengoku would not easily let him off the hook. Thus, it was prudent to leave promptly. Soon after returning to the Huaxia, Yi Luo set sail immediately towards Fishman Island, the territory of Whitebeard. It was reasonable to believe that he could make contact with Whitebeard through Fishman Island. As a warship, the Huaxia was equipped with numerous sea prism stones, allowing it to navigate the depths without drawing undue attention from the sea kings or other large marine creatures. And Yi Luo safely arrived at the ocean floor's Fishman Island. Sir, shall we proceed directly into the harbor? Lina asked. Noticing that the warship had docked and was surrounded by numerous pirate ships, Yi Luo shook his head and said, do not resort to violence here. Both the Whitebeard and the fishmen deserve our respect. He understood Lina's intentions, knowing that he had never let a bounty hunter escape. Observing the numerous achievements gathered here, he naturally assumed he would not let them slip away. Indeed, this is not a place where your navy can act recklessly. As Yi Luo's words faded, a distinctly whale shark-like fishman spoke from below the warship. Is that you, Jibei? Yi Luo exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the voice. Indeed, it is I, Pray tell, what brings the Navy to this place? The whale shark fisherman, referred to as Jinbei, inquired calmly. Lena curiously glanced over, observing this fisherman known as Jinbei, who was quite stout, with eyebrows and sideburns reminiscent of a tempest, sporting a top-knot hairstyle, a coarse black beard adorning his chin, and a scar shaped like a lightning bolt by his left eye, along with two prominent teeth protruding from his jaw. Would you believe I am merely passing through? Yi Luo shrugged in response. Jinbei furrowed his brow, aware of Yi Luo. He had received news even before the Huaxia had reached Fishman Island. Thus, he was already informed about Yi Luo. Jinbei surmised that Yi Luo's presence was a warning from the Navy, likely due to his absence from the recent Shichibukai summit. If you cannot clarify your intentions, I shall not permit you to enter the island, Jinbei stated calmly, and members of the Sun Pirates emerged from the surroundings, causing a wave of tension among the naval crew aboard the ship. It is well understood that engaging fishermen in combat at sea is exceedingly disadvantageous for humans, particularly in such deep waters, where it is akin to courting death. As Yi Luo was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. After a few moments, he exhaled deeply and said, "Allow me to meet His Majesty Neptune. There are matters I wish to discuss with him. I can go alone, surely. You are not afraid of me in such numbers." Jinbei regarded Yi Luo with a curious gaze, sensing that this was not his initial intention, which had evidently shifted for reasons unknown. Unbeknownst to Jinbei, Yi Luo was troubled, for he had just received a task from the system, prompting his change of heart. "Please wait a moment. I must consult with His Majesty," Jinbei said after some contemplation. He summoned a fishman and conveyed his instructions, after which the fishman swiftly departed towards the Dragon Palace. "By the way, Jinbei, I heard from Ace that you share a close relationship with him. Do you know his whereabouts?" "I have been searching for him for quite some time without success," Yi Luo inquired, seeking to alleviate his boredom during the wait. "Ace? What do you need him for?" Jinbei responded cautiously. "Has he not mentioned that I am his brother?" Yi Luo replied with a light chuckle. "Brother?" Jinbei exclaimed in surprise, taken aback. Even the members of the Sun Pirates nearby were startled. At present, Fishman Island remained under the protection of Whitebeard, and as the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Ace was well known among them. Indeed, I am quite concerned for him. I had previously warned him that Blackbeard Teach is an exceedingly dangerous individual, urging him to exercise caution. However, he did not heed my advice. Now, Teach has slain the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, and acquired the coveted dark fruit, making him all the more formidable. Yi Luo spoke gravely. Ace's insistence on pursuing Teach despite my warnings fills me with great unease regarding his safety. Jinbei gazed thoughtfully at Yi Luo, uncertain of the veracity of his claims. "Aren't you a member of the Navy? How could you possibly be Ace's brother?" Jinbei inquired with care. "Are you truly unaware of who Ace's grandfather is?" Yi Luo responded, somewhat astonished. "Who is it?" Jinbei asked, momentarily taken aback. Yi Luo lightly tapped his own head and said, "Forget it. Such matters are not suitable for discussion here. When you have the chance to meet Ace, you may inquire with him directly." The words of Yi Luo unexpectedly began to instill a measure of belief in Jinbei. Although Yi Luo was a member of the Navy, his reputation had always been commendable, which gradually eased Jinbei's suspicions. "All I know is that Ace set sail from our father's ship in pursuit of Blackbeard's whereabouts, but I am uncertain of his exact location," he remarked. "I encountered him previously in Alabasta, but due to Luffy's interference, he managed to slip away. Later, I traveled to Sabaody Archipelago, where I found traces of Blackbeard's presence, yet Ace's whereabouts remained elusive." Yi Luo subtly disregarded the fact that he had forgotten about Ace and spoke softly. "Luffy? Is he Ace's younger brother? I often hear him mention that name." Jinbei chuckled, a smile spreading across his face. "Indeed, he is quite an unconventional character, and he certainly knows how to stir up trouble," Yi Luo responded, a hint of exasperation in his tone. In a mere span of moments, Yi Luo not only grew quite familiar with Jinbei, but the perspective of the Sun Pirates towards him also improved significantly. "Let us proceed. His Majesty has granted permission, but only you may go alone." After signaling to his fellow fishmen, Jinbei waved farewell to Yi Luo. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo instructed Reina to ensure the Navy was properly restrained and to keep watch over the warships before heading to the underwater Dragon Palace with Jinbei. "Jinbei, I must trouble you with one more task. Please assign a few capable subordinates to remain here. After all, we are the Navy, and not all merfolk welcome humans." Yi Luo whispered to Jinbei as they turned a corner. After a moment's contemplation, Jinbei nodded and signaled to First Mate Aladdin, quietly relaying his instructions. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, Yi Luo finally encountered the king of the fisherman tribe, Neptune, the sea god. This imposing figure, crowned and adorned with a luxuriant mane of fiery orange hair and a matching beard, bore tattoos resembling flames on his arms and was cloaked in a thick coat of body hair. He was indeed the renowned King Neptune, the great knight of the sea. "The navy, state your purpose," Neptune said, his demeanor grave and his tone deep. "Greetings, your majesty. First and foremost, I wish to clarify my stance. I am not here on behalf of the navy today, but solely as an individual," Yi Luo stated after bowing respectfully. Neptune exchanged glances with his ministers and Jinbei before responding. "What is it that you wish to discuss? This matter is of great significance, one that could potentially impact the future of the merfolk. Thus, I can only disclose it to you alone. Of course, if you are wary of my intentions, you may keep Jinbei here. With him present, he can thwart any ill designs I might harbor," Yi Luo replied calmly. "Impudent. Could your intentions be so nefarious that you dare not reveal them to others? What if you seek to harm His Majesty?" The fisherman ministers protested vehemently. However, Yi Luo paid them no heed, his gaze firmly fixed on King Neptune. Neptune shared a brief glance with Jinbei, preparing to speak, when suddenly a voice emerged from behind Yi Luo. "I believe we should be entitled to remain, shouldn't we?" As the leaves fell, Yi Luo turned back to discover the three brothers of the Neptune from the Dragon Palace. "The eldest prince, Sharkstar, may remain. But as for the second and third princes, after listening to my words, you may consider whether or not to inform them. However, I believe that the fewer individuals privy to such matters, the safer it is." After contemplating for a moment, Yi Luo spoke. He recalled that while these three princes might not possess formidable combat skills, they were indeed quite amiable. "Very well, aside from Sharkstar and Jinbei, everyone else may leave for now." Neptune nodded in agreement to Yi Luo's request. Once the others had departed, Yi Luo slowly began, saying, "Your Majesty Neptune, may I first inquire whether the merfolk have any aspirations to live freely upon the sea's surface?" As the words fell from Yi Luo's lips, the eyes of Neptune and his companions widened in astonishment. Though the merfolk thrived in the depths of the ocean, they still yearned for the life beneath the sun. And his queen had made the ultimate sacrifice for that very dream. "Yi Luo, do you comprehend the weight of your words?" Neptune remained silent, and it was Jinbei who spoke up instead. Yi Luo smiled gently and said, "Very well, if you prefer not to disclose that information, let us proceed to more pressing matters. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Luo, and I am a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters." With a smile, Yi Luo continued, "My mentor is Vice Admiral Monkey-D. Garp, a renowned hero of the Navy." Neptune and Jinbei exchanged glances. Perplexed by Yi Luo's statement, they wondered if he was boasting about his status, which seemed rather trivial. Prince Sharkstar, however, furrowed his brow, holding a particular disdain for such humans. "I previously mentioned to Jinbei that I am Ace's brother. I did not deceive you. We have shared a brotherhood over a cup of wine, and furthermore, Ace's younger brother is named Luffy, as you are already aware. But do you comprehend the connection among us?" Yi Luo continued, disregarding their silence. Neptune and his companions remained mute, understanding that Yi Luo had more to reveal. "Luffy's full name is Monkey-D. Luffy, while Ace's full name is Porgas-D. Ace. Jinbei, have you discerned anything?" Yi Luo inquired with a smile, directing his gaze toward Jinbei. "D." Both Jinbei and Neptune exclaimed in unison. Only Prince Sharkstar looked on in mild astonishment, evidently unfamiliar with the significance of the D. "Indeed, they are all part of the D lineage. Luffy's grandfather, who is also my mentor. Ace's surname follows his mother's line because his father's name must not be revealed to the world," Yi Luo stated solemnly. "Ace's younger brother is, astonishingly, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp?" Jinbei exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "Ah, but are we not discussing Ace? Why are you fixating on Luffy?" Yi Luo replied, his expression bemused. "My apologies, please continue. Yet, since Ace is Luffy's older brother, does that not make him also the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp?" Jinbei asked with a hint of embarrassment. The leaves trembled as they fell, and he said, "No, Ace was entrusted to Master Garp by his father from a young age. Emotionally speaking, the master has always regarded him as a grandson. In his childhood, he and Luffy, along with another boy named Sabo, had shared a bond of brotherhood over a drink. So, who exactly is Ace's father?" Neptune seized upon the crux of the matter and inquired. As the leaves fell, Yellowwa cast a glance of appreciation, acknowledging the art of conversation. Unlike Jinbei, that rotund blue figure, who lacked any conversational finesse, even in banter, "Gold, Roger," Yellowwa stated calmly. Neptune and his companions widened their eyes, mouths agape, staring at Yellowwa in astonishment. "Yellowwa, are you perhaps mistaken?" Jinbei stammered. "Ah. So you now comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Yellowwa exhaled, speaking with an air of urgency. "Gravity? What gravity?" Though taken aback, Jinbei reasoned that the matter was likely not widely known. As long as it remains undiscovered, there should be no issue. Besides, Ace is currently aboard our father's ship. No one will pay him any heed. Despite his surprise, Jinbei waved dismissively. "Fool! Are all of you merfolk so devoid of critical thinking?" Yellowwa exclaimed, exasperated. Only to quickly recover and bow to King Neptune. "I apologize. I was a bit hasty and meant no offense." Then elucidate the severity of the matter. Prince Shark stared intently at Yellowwa, inquiring. Yellowwa's words had indeed unsettled him, yet he remained oblivious to the extent of the situation. Although Ace's identity was undeniably extraordinary, it hardly seemed to warrant the level of concern Yellowwa suggested, particularly in relation to Fishman Island. "Blackbeard, are you familiar with this individual?" Yellowwa sighed, posing the question. Jinbei regarded Yellowwa with surprise. This was the second time he had heard mention of that name in a short span. "I previously warned Ace that Teach is no ordinary man. You are aware of Shanks, the red-haired one, yes? I believe he understands my wariness of Teach," Yellowwa continued. "With Crocodile stripped of his warlord title, there is now a vacancy among the warlords. The government convened the remaining warlords to discuss this matter, and Teach dispatched his subordinates to express his desire for that position. And what of it? Ace once declined the warlord summons." Jinbei shook his head. "Alas. Does Blackbeard believe the government will simply acquiesce to his demands? Certainly not. Thus, Teach must present something to satisfy the government or demonstrate his strength. Do you grasp the implications now?" Yellowwa sighed. Neptune and Prince Shark remained somewhat perplexed, yet Jinbei fell into contemplation, beginning to grasp Yellowwa's reasoning. "Are you suggesting that Teach has designs on Ace? But he should be unaware of Ace's true identity," Jinbei queried, bewildered. Yellowwa nodded and remarked, "He may indeed be unaware. However, that does not deter him from contemplating a scheme against Ace. The captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division presents an irresistible allure to the government and the Navy alike. I believe they would not hesitate to trade on the name of a warlord of the sea." Yet, Jinbei sought to counter this assertion, albeit at a loss for words. "Surely, Ace cannot be so easily captured by Blackbeard?" Neptune finally grasped the crux of the matter and posed the question directly. Jinbei also came to a realization and stated, "While I concede that Teach possesses some degree of strength, the prospect of him capturing my younger brother Ace seems implausible. Are you familiar with the dark fruit? That is the very fruit that Teach seized, and do you truly comprehend the extent of Teach's power? He is the one who has even wounded red-haired Shanks. He cannot simply be the ordinary figure you perceive." Yellowwa shook his head in response. Neptune and the others exchanged glances, beginning to find some credence in Yellowwa's words. "Although our father shares a good rapport with Ace, it must be said bluntly, what does this have to do with us on Fishman Island? Surely, the situation cannot be dire enough to warrant the destruction of our island. Can it?" Prince Sharkstar inquired, furrowing his brow. Yellowwa turned to Jinbei and chuckled lightly, saying, "It's quite simple. Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. Suppose Ace were to be captured by Teach and handed over to the Marines. The Marines would undoubtedly execute Ace publicly, using his fate as a warning to all pirates. How then would events unfold? Brother Jinbei, can you foresee the consequences? If such a scenario were to transpire, it would spell trouble. For our father would not sit idly by. A confrontation between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates would be inevitable." Jinbei expressed his concerns. "Indeed, once the Marines obtain Ace, they will prepare in secrecy, announcing their plans only after ensuring everything is in place. This not only lures Whitebeard into a confrontation but could also serve to undermine the Whitebeard pirates, acting as a springboard for their advance into the New World. And what of Fishman Island, sheltered under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates? Do you truly believe it would remain unscathed?" Yellowwa analyzed. Neptune glanced at Jinbei. Though he found Yellowwa's words somewhat exaggerated, he was eager to hear Jinbei's thoughts. However, upon seeing Jinbei's troubled expression, Neptune inquired, "Jinbei, could things truly escalate to such a degree? Indeed, if Ace were truly captured, our father would not remain a passive observer. However, engaging a fully prepared Marine force would indeed place the Whitebeard pirates at a disadvantage," Jinbei admitted hesitantly. "Moreover, Whitebeard has aged. Although he remains formidable, he is no longer the invincible force he once was, correct?" Yellowwa completed Jinbei's unspoken thoughts. Jinbei cast a pained glance at Yellowwa. He wished to refute this assertion, yet he understood that Yi Luo spoke the truth. A heavy silence enveloped the gathering. After a moment, Yi Luo continued, "Moreover, I suspect that Whitebeard is aware of Ace's true identity." HM? Jinbei and the others looked at Yi Luo in confusion. "Never mind, that matter is of little consequence. The pressing issue is to locate Ace before he encounters Blackbeard. It would be best to persuade Ace to retreat, and if that proves impossible, we must at least have a stalwart ally like Jinbei present, just in case. My own circumstances are rather unique, preventing me from offering full support to Ace. Which is why I have come to Fishman Island," Yi Luo stated earnestly. "Regardless of the outcome, though your intentions do not center on aiding Fishman Island. We shall remember this favor." Neptune nodded in acknowledgement. "I extend my gratitude to you once more, Yi Luo. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Additionally, concerning Ace, I will send out inquiries. Once I gather information, I will personally go to accompany Ace." Jinbei also nodded, signifying his acceptance of Yi Luo. "Please inform me as soon as you hear news of Ace. I have matters I wish to discuss with him. Also, regarding Ace's lineage, it would be wise to keep this information confidential. The more who know, the greater the risk." Yi Luo replied with a nod. "Very well. Might I inquire if you have any further matters to address?" Neptune nodded and inquired, "Indeed, I have two purposes for coming here. One is to ascertain the current whereabouts of Whitebeard. It is essential that I communicate this matter with him thoroughly, just in case. The other matter can only be disclosed to your majesty in private." Yi Luo responded with a nod. After a moment of hesitation, Jinbei revealed Whitebeard's ship's location to Yi Luo, not believing that Yi Luo could pose any trouble for the old man, even though he was a disciple of Garp. Upon finishing his words, Jinbei exchanged a glance with Prince Sharkstar and rose to depart. After the recent events, they had developed a fundamental trust in Yi Luo. Half a day later, Yi Luo emerged from Dragon Palace, his face alight with excitement, and returned to the Weijia ship. Then set sail towards the sea where Whitebeard was located, following the coordinates provided by Jinbei. "Jinbei, what are your thoughts on this young man?" Neptune inquired privately after Yi Luo's departure. "An intriguing young man. He possesses vision and his strength should not be underestimated." "Why do you ask, your majesty?" Jinbei turned to question. "He shared with me his ideals and his vision for Fishman Island," Neptune said softly, gazing at the distant sea. "His ideals?" Jinbei expressed surprise, not expecting Yi Luo to discuss such matters with King Neptune. Neptune nodded and replied, "Indeed, a beautiful, great, and distant dream, so distant that I doubt he can ever realize it." Jinbei fell into silence, wanting to inquire further but hesitant to be too forward, thus opting for silence. "Let us see. Regardless, even if he cannot achieve it, there is no loss for our Fishman race." Neptune seemed to reassure himself, smiling as he spoke. "Does your majesty hope for his success?" Jinbei asked. "Yes, his dream is magnificent, unprecedented in its scope." Neptune nodded in agreement. Jinbei grew increasingly curious, but understood that King Neptune would not divulge more at this moment. Otherwise, he would have shared it earlier. "Lina, take down the Navy flag." Upon re-emerging on the surface, Yi Luo's warship had entered the New World. "Why, my lord?" Lina asked, somewhat bewildered. "While I would like to capture more pirates, such actions would not aid our mission. I fear we may be forced to retreat before even encountering Whitebeard, should we attract the wrong attention." Yi Luo shook his head in response. Lina expressed her astonishment. "But my lord, we are the Navy." "Indeed, we are, but the New World belongs to the four emperors. Onward." Yi Luo smiled and shook his head. Although Lina was somewhat reluctant, she complied with Yi Luo's arrangements and stowed away the naval flags and insignias from the sails. A few days later, Lina, despite her unwillingness to admit it, could not help but admire Yi Luo's foresight. Along their journey, they had encountered no fewer than 10 pirate crews, including a run-in with one of the four emperors, the Big Mom pirate crew. Although it was merely a supply ship sent by them, it forced them to alter their course and take a detour, leaving Lina, who had always held the Navy's justice close to her heart, feeling quite defeated. "Rest assured, I shall eradicate all these pirates in due time," Yi Luo reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Yes, my lord," Lina replied earnestly. Over the past few days, Yi Luo had noticed that she had been training even more diligently than usual, which was a pleasant surprise. "Report, my lord. We are very close to our target sea area and are expected to arrive by this afternoon." A naval soldier came to deliver the news shortly after. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo signaled for the warship to advance, observing the fervent enthusiasm for cultivation aboard. He believed that although many doubted his capabilities at present, Once he possessed the strength to effect change in the world, numerous individuals would rally behind him. This was evident from the attitudes of King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta and King Neptune of the Fishman tribe. In recent days, Yiluo had been keenly observing. Despite the New World being dubbed the graveyard of pirates, he discovered that the common folk here lived better than in other regions, particularly on the small islands bearing the flags of the four emperors. This conviction further solidified his resolve to end the chaotic pirate era and usher in a new epoch, one that would be his own. Sir, look. What is that? Just as the warship approached its target area, a naval officer suddenly noticed something unusual in the sky and exclaimed in astonishment. Yiluo, reclining on a deck chair, removed his sunglasses and turned his gaze upward, where he observed clouds that appeared to have been cleaved apart. It seems we have arrived at a fortuitous moment. Move closer, Yiluo commanded. However, as they neared the area, they were intercepted by numerous pirate ships. This is not a place for the Navy. Leave. A pirate captain shouted in Yiluo's direction. It seems our timing is impeccable. That must be the flagship of Whitebeard and Shanks, Yiluo remarked, directing his attention to the heart of the pirate domain, where a colossal whale ship and a dragon-headed vessel floated in the ocean, the cleaved clouds looming above them. Sir, should we leave now? After all, 2 of the 4 emperors are gathered here, Lina inquired, taken aback. She had assumed Yiluo merely sought an audience with Whitebeard, not anticipating the convergence of 2 emperors. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, what? Could you repeat that? Sengoku questioned, incredulous at the news just relayed to him. Report, sir. In the waters where Whitebeard and Shanks are meeting, the ship of Rear Admiral Purple Dragon has appeared, although he does not fly the Navy flag. I can assure you, it is unmistakable. The Navy officer monitoring the encounter between Whitebeard and Shanks reported via Den Mushi. That scoundrel. First, he illegally traverses Fishman Island to reach the New World, and now he dares to venture there? Has he considered the repercussions of inciting the wrath of 2 of the 4 emperors? Sengoku seethed, crushing the Den Mushi's transmitter, causing it to enter sleep mode. On the other side, Yiluo stood in confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates. Go inform Whitebeard. I have news regarding Ace to share with him. Whether he chooses to see me is his prerogative. If he declines, I shall depart at once. Yiluo stood at the bow of the ship, addressing the pirates across from him. The pirates exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Sending a messenger seemed to tarnish the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. Someone go inform father. As for this Navy man, I shall keep watch over him, declared a stout, short figure with upright hair and the number 8 tattooed on the left side of his neck, clad in a blue-sleeved white shirt. It is Captain Samuel of the 8th Division, exclaimed the surrounding pirates in astonishment, recognizing the newcomer. Yiluo cast a glance at the captain of the 8th Division, known as Namur, and smiled softly, yet chose to remain silent. The news from Jinbei had already arrived. But whether or not the old man was willing to meet you remains uncertain, Namur whispered to Yiluo. It's quite all right. I have faith that Whitebeard will see me. Yiluo responded with a gentle smile. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, a message arrived from the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship. Even though he was currently in discussions with Shanks, he consented to Yiluo's request for a meeting due to the significance of Ace, albeit with the stipulation that Yiluo would go alone. Lina, I shall return shortly. Please wait for me here. Yiluo instructed the Lina who stood behind him. My lord, I insist on accompanying you. Lina replied, a hint of urgency in her voice. As the leaves fell, Yiluo shook his head and swiftly employed the moonwalk to board the ship of that individual, Namor. Only then did he and Namor take a small boat to the Pequod. Old man, I have brought the person. Upon ascending the Pequod, the captain of the 8th crew, Namor, addressed the colossal figure on the deck. La. Young lad, I hear you possess news of my ace? Whitebeard chuckled as he spoke, though he did not cast a glance at Yiluo. Indeed, I wish for you to summon Ace back. Blackbeard Teach is not a foe he can triumph over, Yiluo declared, unperturbed, fixing his gaze on Whitebeard. However, his words incited discontent among the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet Whitebeard raised a hand to quell their unrest. Red-haired Shanks, seated beside him, regarded Yiluo with astonishment, his eyes sharp, pondering something inscrutable. La. Who do you think you are? It is not for a mere Marine Commodore to instruct me on how to act. Whitebeard's irritation was palpable. My current identity is not that of a Marine, but rather Ace's brother. Yiluo replied in a low, firm tone. Both Whitebeard and Shanks squinted their eyes, scrutinizing Yiluo. The peril posed by Blackbeard was surely well understood by Mr. Shanks, and the sensitivity surrounding Ace's identity would be clear to you as his captain. Previously, when the Marines summoned the 7 warlords, Teach dispatched subordinates to marry Geos to secure a place among them. I am convinced he has set his sights on Ace. Whitebeard, I strongly advise against wagering Ace's life on this matter. Otherwise, the situation may evolve beyond your imagination, Yi Luo asserted gravely. However, as soon as his words concluded, a dozen weapons were already aimed at his head. Young man, I care not who you are or your purpose here. Remember this, you are on Whitebeard's territory. So tread carefully with your words. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, said darkly to Yi Luo. Indeed, Ace is our family. You cannot sow discord with mere words. Diamond Jaws, captain of the 3rd Division, blocked Yi Luo's retreat, his expression equally grim. La, young lad, I am curious. You must not be an ordinary commodore, for you seem to know quite a lot. To Whitebeard's surprise, he laughed heartily, devoid of anger. Shanks too regarded Yi Luo with curiosity, yet remained silent, for this was Whitebeard's ship. I have shared a brotherly bond with Ace, having partaken in a blood oath. I have cautioned him before to be wary of Teach, yet it is evident my words did not resonate with him. His decision to venture out alone in pursuit of Teach speaks volumes. In comparison to me, you are the one he is more inclined to heed. With such a troublesome brother, I felt compelled to seek you out, even though our statuses should ideally preclude such a meeting. Yi Luo paid no heed to the threats of the captains, calmly stating, I do not know what you are worried about. He cast a glance at the Whitebeard, who then continued addressing Yi Luo. However, Teach has committed the gravest blunder aboard the pirate ship. As his captain, Ace's handling of the matter is, in my view, entirely justified, and I have faith in Ace. Young lad, out of respect for Ace, I shall not make things difficult for you. Be gone. With that, Whitebeard had issued his decree for Yi Luo's departure, and the expressions of the various captains were far from pleasant. Left with little recourse, Yi Luo turned to Marco and said, Very well, since I cannot persuade you, Marco, would you kindly escort me back to my warship? Marco glanced at Whitebeard, and upon receiving a nod, replied, Let us go then. For Ace's sake, I shall personally see you off. Upon returning to the Huaxia, Yi Luo observed the silently departing Marco and sighed, Let us return to Marineford. Yes, sir. Lena, relieved to see Yi Luo return safely, seemed to finally ease the tension she had felt. The pressure from the 2 emperors was indeed immense. Yi Luo found himself engulfed in a tempest of despair, acutely aware of the narrative's formidable grip. Previously, he believed he possessed an intimate understanding of the plot, confident that he could effortlessly alter its course before pivotal events transpired. Consequently, he had never exerted himself in this regard. Yet, a flicker of reluctance lingered within him, for to disrupt the storyline would signify the loss of his prophetic abilities. It was only after he embarked on the mission to save Ace that he grasped the immense inertia of the narrative, an inertia that was not easily swayed. This realization birthed a twinge of regret and trepidation within Yi Luo. Sir, what did you discuss with Whitebeard? Upon our return to headquarters, the Admiral will undoubtedly inquire. Lena gently prodded, noticing Yi Luo's distant gaze. Nothing of consequence. I merely hope he recalls Ace. Blackbeard is an exceedingly perilous individual, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. Ace, brother? Is Blackbeard truly that formidable? Lena inquired, her astonishment palpable. Having closely followed Yi Luo, she was well aware of Ace's prowess. She had never perceived Yi Luo's search for Ace as a concern for his safety, for Ace was already a renowned pirate in the New World, even having received an invitation to join the 7 warlords, which he had declined. At present, this so-called Blackbeard was merely a pirate attempting to exploit Crocodile's downfall to ascend the ranks. She had never heard of him before and did not believe Blackbeard posed any real threat to Ace. This world underestimates Blackbeard, in my view. His danger surpasses that of Whitebeard, Yi Luo asserted solemnly. What? That cannot be true, Lena exclaimed, incredulity etched on her face. It was well known that Whitebeard was hailed as the strongest man, his influence unrivaled even in the New World, positioning him as the closest contender to the title of Pirate King. Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. We should return to headquarters first, he concluded. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shook his head, realizing that the concerns he harbored could not be thwarted. Thus, he resolved to prepare for the worst. It was imperative for him to locate a certain individual, one of utmost significance. Even if it did not pertain to Ace, his own plans necessitated the endorsement of this person. Furthermore, although this journey bore a personal agenda, the pirates had captured a considerable number, and the prison aboard the Huaxia now housed many from the New World. Even if his rank did not ascend, his wealth had increased significantly, allowing him to further bolster his strength upon his return. As Yi Luo made his way back to headquarters, Luffy and his companions triumphed over Enel, the god of thunder, high above in the skies, tolling the bell that signified the arrival of Sandora. Awaiting on Gaia Island, one Blen Kurik, with a cigarette in his mouth, silently shed tears, having finally discerned the truth about his ancestors, thus liberating the One Blend family from the shackles and curses that had plagued them for years. Behind him, the captains of the monkey and gorilla pirate crews, the human ape and the gorilla, wept openly, having learned the truth from Yi Luo. The two understood the significance of the bell's chime. Their leader's life-risking struggle had culminated in victory. At the Navy headquarters, a matter of some import had arisen. Admiral Kazan, known as Akiji, had vanished, prompting concern among the five elders. However, they could do little but accept the actions of this laid-back justice enforcer, letting him be. Having completed their adventure in Sky Island, Luffy and his crew returned to the sea, encountering Silver Fox Foxy on Long Ring Island, where they accepted his Davy Back Fight challenge. Renowned for his prowess in Davy Back Fight, Foxy boasted an undefeated record of 920 matches, primarily achieved through underhanded means. Much to Luffy's chagrin, at Marine headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku glared sternly at Yi Luo, suppressing his inner fury. "Is this the reason for your appearance in the New World? To engage with Whitebeard and Shanks?" he inquired. "I had no idea Shanks was also there. Two emperors, I was quite frightened. Fortunately, they had no intention of keeping me. Otherwise, I truly would not have returned," Yi Luo replied nonchalantly. Yet, as he spoke, he recalled the moment Shanks had blocked his path on the return journey, initially believing a conflict was imminent. However, their exchange was brief before Shanks departed, leaving Yi Luo perplexed by this emperor, who seemed to be fulfilling some orders from the pirate king Gold, Roger, or perhaps harbored a secret mission of his own. Yi Luo regarded him with profound wariness. "Have you forgotten? The command was to complete your training at headquarters. You audaciously set sail without permission, venturing into the New World to engage with the emperors. Do you possess no regard for discipline?" Sengoku, incensed by Yi Luo's demeanor, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, My apologies, my apologies. Do not be upset, Sengoku. As one ages, it is only natural to succumb to slumber. Now, where were we?" Carp, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly looked bewildered, glancing around before addressing the irate Sengoku. Yet, his apologetic demeanor lacked any semblance of sincerity. Reminiscent of Yi Luo's expression, it turned out that he had dozed off while listening, roused only by Sengoku's furious shout, mistakenly believing the ire was directed at him. "Enough. I shall surely be driven to my demise by the both of you." Sengoku, known as the Scholar General, displayed none of his usual grace, his irritation evident as he waved Carp and Yi Luo away. "Come on, teacher. If we don't leave soon, the commander might transform," Yi Luo urged, pulling Carp, who still wished to voice his thoughts, hastily out of Sengoku's office. "What's the big deal? I merely fell asleep. Was it necessary to be so furious?" Carp grumbled as they walked. "By the way, little Yi, didn't you bring back anything of value this time? I acquired a fine batch of quality liquor, which I shall deliver to the teacher shortly. We also captured a considerable number of pirates at sea, and I discreetly stashed their treasures away. Next time we set sail, we can exchange them for berries, which should afford us a splendid time," Yi Luo replied. "That is splendid. The Navy's profits aren't great. Having been a sailor my entire life, I've yet to amass as much wealth as you young ones." "Ha." Carp laughed heartily. Sengoku, overhearing the two openly discussing violations of military discipline and the illicit acquisition of pirate treasures, felt the veins on his forehead throb with frustration. He silently vowed to find an opportunity to teach these audacious individuals a lesson. "Little Yi, you've been rather reckless this time." Upon reaching Yi Luo's modest courtyard, Carp finally ceased his jesting demeanor, addressing Yi Luo earnestly. "Teacher, regarding Ace, I had no other choice." Yi Luo shook his head, responding gravely. "Is the situation that dire?" Carp inquired, his brow furrowing. "Ace's life may very well be in jeopardy," Yi Luo whispered. Carp froze momentarily, then placed a reassuring hand on Yi Luo's shoulder, saying, "I am growing old. It is your time now. Take care of yourself. Rest assured, teacher, I shall defend the justice I hold dear," Yi Luo declared with unwavering determination. Carp offered a pained smile, contemplating, "I fear your sense of justice may conflict with that of the Navy." However, he refrained from voicing this concern, aware that many distinguished naval officers had turned to piracy due to such discord. "Do not worry, I am bound to succeed. Piracy is not my path. I will lead the Navy to true justice." Sensing Carp's apprehension, Yi Luo spoke earnestly. "My child, that path is fraught with hardship. Carp sighed deeply. If dreams were easily attainable, they would not be called dreams. So, teacher, do not lose heart. I will still require your guidance. Yi Luo replied with a bright smile. I fear this old frame may be of little assistance to you. Carp shook his head with a smile and remarked. The reputation of a teacher serves as my greatest support. Yi Luo chuckled softly and replied, speaking of which, I completely forgot to mention that during my last trip to the East Sea, I brought back 2 young lads. When you have the time, please take them under your wing. He continued, as for the wine you've brought back, do send half of it my way. I shall not linger any longer. With that, Carp seemed to be apprehensive about something, rising abruptly to make his exit. The expression on Yi Luo's face, which had been smiling, suddenly stiffened as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You old scoundrel, is this truly excessive? This time, the bonus is gone. What? Just a moment ago. You referred to me as teacher when I helped you escape from the warring states, and now you call me an old scoundrel? Such disrespect. Cap, nearing the door, turned back and delivered a punch to Yi Luo's head, instantly causing a large bump to swell. Although Yi Luo was aware that Cap was merely exploiting his strength to bully him, he had no choice but to nod with tears in his eyes and say, Understood. I will take good care of my junior disciple, and I shall bring the bonus to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Cap nodded with satisfaction, stating, You refuse to listen when I speak to you properly, forcing me to adopt the demeanor of a teacher. Ahaha. Watching Cap leave with a hearty laugh to mask his own embarrassment, Yi Luo felt a bitter resentment gnawing at him. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had just concluded their battle with Silver Fox Focus. Though it had been somewhat perilous, their strength ensured that they faced no significant issues. Hey, old man, would you like to board our ship to the island over there? Luffy inquired of the diminutive elder who had been balancing on stilts alone on Long Ring Island for 10 years. The old man shook his head, replying, The 10 small islands of Long Ring are interconnected, thus they count as a single island. There is no way to record it, so there's no need to trouble you. With the matter resolved, he suggested, come to my home for a visit and rest a while. As he spoke, he walked towards the door but suddenly collided with something, making a loud thud. What is this? It's a person, he exclaimed. Has he been here all along? The Straw Hat Pirates were startled by the tall figure that appeared suddenly at the entrance of the old man's tent, yet he seemed to be asleep, slowly waking only after being bumped by the short elder. Who are you? The tall man asked, removing his blindfold and addressing Luffy's group. Who are you? Don't you know you're blocking the door? I thought you were a tree. Usopp retorted, irritated. However, Robin, standing behind them, trembled in fear upon seeing the tall man, as if he instilled a deep dread within her. Robin? What's wrong? Do you know him? The companions looked at Robin, astonished, while Zoro readied his sword. He is. Robin stammered, unable to articulate her terror. Ah, Robin, it's been such a long time. You've grown into quite the young lady. The tall man said languidly. What? So he is an acquaintance of Robin's? Luffy remarked with a frown. Oh, just someone I used to know. The tall man replied softly. Fool, it cannot be merely an acquaintance. Robin is clearly so shaken. Who exactly are you? Nami asked with a serious expression. Oh dear brothers, do not be so alarmed. I have not received any orders from the citizens. I merely took a stroll here because the weather is pleasant. The tall man waved his hand, smiling. Received orders? Which organization do you belong to? Zoro fixed his gaze on the tall man and inquired. He is a naval officer, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kazan, also known as Akiji. Robin, having regained her composure but still somewhat incredulous, remarked, as if she hadn't anticipated the sudden appearance of the tall man. An admiral? The crew exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, an admiral of the Navy headquarters represents the pinnacle of naval might, and there are only 3 such individuals. He is one of them. Known as Admiral Akiji, above him stands only the fleet admiral. Robin elucidated for her companions. Why would an admiral from the Navy headquarters be here? Shouldn't he be pursuing those with higher bounties? Usopp, now terrified, had already hidden behind Zoro. An admiral? Does that mean he is even stronger than Ace? Zoro's fighting spirit was ignited. Oh dear, everyone, please remain calm. Didn't I mention? I am not here to apprehend you. I merely took a stroll and happened to end up here. By the way, were you called again? Never mind, I've forgotten. Akiji waved his hand dismissively. The appearance of Akiji astonished Luffy and his crew, yet he seemed genuinely disinclined to engage in combat, even leading Usopp to question whether Robin had misidentified him. Otherwise, an admiral would not behave in such a manner, which was difficult for him to accept. However, the Straw Hat crew soon witnessed Akiji's indolence. as he found conversing with them too tiresome and opted to recline while speaking. It turned out he had spotted Robin in a report from Ace and, upon further inquiry, discovered that Robin had vanished from Alabasta. Consequently, he suspected she had boarded Luffy's ship, although Ace had intentionally omitted certain details from his report. Akiji discerned the truth at a glance and followed their trail. This gentleman is likely heading to the next island, right? Allow me to assist you. Akiji shook his head and addressed the short-statured man from Long Ring Island. Sir, do not trust him. He is a naval officer. Luffy replied with utmost seriousness. After a moment of silence, Luffy, with the help of the short man, recalled that for an ordinary person, the Navy would be perceived as the righteous force, while they, as pirates, were deemed the villains. Nevertheless, Usopp remained skeptical, although the 10 islands of Long Ring Island were technically one landmass during low tide. There were undeniably 10 distinct isles at other times. Akiji's claim of assistance raised Usopp's doubts. No, he can indeed do it, Robin interjected confidently, having witnessed Akiji's powers in her youth. Regardless, Akiji escorted the short man and his injured white horse to the shore, with Luffy's crew following closely behind. There, they were about to witness the true extent of the might of the Admiral, hailed as the strongest force of the Navy. Ice Age. As Akiji plunged his hands into the sea, he unleashed his power, instantly freezing the entire ocean surface. This cannot be real. Usopp gazed at the vast expanse of the White Sea, astonished. Akiji demonstrated the formidable prowess befitting an admiral before Luffy's crew. However, he exhibited no hostility, resulting in a peculiar tranquility. After some contemplation, I resolved that I could not allow you to roam free, so it seems you shall meet your demise here. I am uncertain of Akiji's thoughts, but ultimately, the one who intended to depart took action and encased Robin in ice. Usopp, you must escort Robin away. Luffy instructed the timid trio upon learning from Chopper that even if frozen, there remained a chance of recovery with timely treatment. In merely a single exchange, the Straw Hat crew's 3 formidable fighters sustained injuries, compelling Luffy to order Usopp and the others to retreat, as their presence would be of no assistance. Yet, Nami did not flee immediately. Instead, she obstructed Akiji, interrupting his technique, and, in turn, remained behind. It appeared that matters would not conclude peacefully. Zoro, weapon in hand, glared at Akiji. Wait, I shall engage him in a one-on-one battle. Do not interfere, Luffy proclaimed, fixing his gaze upon Akiji. I have no objections. But I lack a ship, so should you fail, I would have no choice but to eliminate you. Akiji replied nonchalantly. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances and, taking Nami with them, withdrew, leaving the battlefield to Luffy. Chopper, hurry. We need treatment for our injuries, Zoro urged solemnly. Why have only you returned? Where's Luffy? Usopp inquired as he emerged, assisting Chopper in freeing Robin from her icy prison. Warming the frozen wounds with lukewarm water and gently massaging them will aid in muscle recovery. Nami, assist Robin while I tend to Sanji and Zoro's injuries. Chopper displayed his medical expertise. Luffy remained behind to face his opponent alone. As Sanji and Zoro were engaged in treating Robin in the bathing area, they leapt into the sea to thaw their frozen limbs before boarding the ship. So, you abandoned Luffy and fled? Is that not rather heartless? Usopp shouted in anger. This is not the time for such discussions. Zoro calmly interjected as Sanji and Usopp began to argue. Chopper, how long until we can recover? No, your frostbite is quite severe. Even if you were to proceed now, you would not be able to exert your full strength. Chopper firmly rejected Zoro's implication. Meanwhile, in his duel against Akiji, Luffy had already met his match, having been entirely encased in ice. This is dire. Seeking a one-on-one battle implies that defeating you would prevent further harm to your crew, does it not? Nico Robin is a true demon, and you cannot contend with her. As long as she remains aboard your ship, you are courting disaster. Monkey D. Luffy. Akiji shattered the ice block beside Luffy with a single kick, ultimately refraining from taking his life. Although eliminating you here would be effortless, the kindness your grandfather showed me prevents me from doing so. However, as for the events in Alabasta, you and our Navy are now even. This will serve as an explanation to that bothersome fellow. If I were to truly strike at you, Little Leaf would likely never forgive me. Akiji shook his head, donned his clothing, and departed on his bicycle. When Zoro and Sanji arrived, they found only the ice-encased Luffy. After bringing Luffy back to the ship, Chopper commenced his earnest efforts to revive him. Both of them have regained their heartbeat. Shortly thereafter, Chopper emerged onto the deck to announce the good news. Will we encounter such formidable opponents again? capable of annihilating our entire crew with such ease? Usopp collapsed onto the deck, weakly remarking, "What foolishness are you speaking? You're exhausted. You should rest." Zoro offered a moment of silence before providing comfort. Although their record pointer had been fully stored, Luffy remained unconscious. And Robin was gravely injured, so Nami decided to stay overnight before setting sail. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Rear Admiral Dalmesia cheerfully remarked, "Little one, your recent progress is quite remarkable." He was a user of the Inu Inu no Mi, adeptly utilizing the 6 powers. Haha, Rear Admiral, do not let your guard down. Yesterday, Lord Mole nearly capsized. Leaf panted, clearly fatigued. Indeed, upon returning to headquarters, Leaf began challenging the admirals, facing one each day regardless of victory or defeat. Though he lost more often than not, it significantly accelerated his growth and strength. I am not him. Dalmesia scoffed as he executed a shave, his figure vanishing only to reappear beside Leaf. "I've been waiting for you." Leaf cackled mischievously, choosing to withstand the incoming finger gun while launching a punch towards Dalmesia's abdomen, intending to exchange injury for injury. Boom. The shoulder stained with blood bore witness to the fallen leaves, yet upon seeing Dalmesia, who had been sent flying, he cheerfully remarked, "I am no longer that frail little brat from before. You rascal, was it truly necessary to strike so fiercely during a mere spar?" Dalmesia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he emerged from the rubble, speaking with defiance. Yiluo glanced at the experience points indicated by the system prompt and chuckled. "Did Major Mole not inform you that my recovery abilities have become exceptionally formidable? Life restoration?" Dalmesia furrowed her brow and inquired. As the leaves fluttered down, Yiluo shook his head with a smile and said, "No. I merely had some extraordinary encounters while at sea, which have somewhat enhanced my physical abilities. Never mind you for now. Today, I admit defeat, but next time. Luck may not be on your side." He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, having lost without even employing his devil fruit powers. However, he also recognized that Yiluo had not utilized his signature technique, the dragon-shaped energy wave, so he did not feel too disheartened. "My lord, you are truly remarkable. Even a rear admiral stands no chance against you," exclaimed the 2 diminutive companions, rushing over excitedly as the battle concluded. They handed Yiluo his garments while showering him with compliments. "You two, aside from observing the battle, your primary focus should be on enhancing your physical stamina. Currently, your endurance is far from adequate. You likely cannot even fully comprehend the fight I just engaged in. So strive to improve, young ones." Yiluo chuckled as he accepted his clothes from KB, laughing heartily. Indeed, these 2 small fellows were Yiluo's current disciples, KB and Balumabur, whom Carp had brought from the East Sea. Naturally, Carp did not have the time to personally train them in physical conditioning, thus he entrusted them to Yiluo. Originally, it was the responsibility of his aloof swordsman subordinate, but now it fell upon Yiluo's shoulders. However, they had previously undergone training with the aloof swordsman and had developed a desire to grow stronger, which is why Yiluo allowed them to closely observe the battle and gain experience. "Lena, have there been any significant events recently?" Upon returning to his office, Yiluo took a hearty swig of liquor and inquired of his beautiful aide, reporting, "My lord, does the departure of Admiral Akiji from headquarters qualify as a major event?" Lena replied with an expressionless demeanor. "Is that so?" Yiluo shrugged nonchalantly and said, "If you have nothing better to do, go find Sister Guion and practice your swordsmanship. There is no need for you to linger around here every day, or you could assist the old man in mentoring his 2 new disciples." Lena seemed to hesitate for a moment, however, as there had been little else for Yiluo to engage in aside from challenging the rear admiral, she nodded and said, "I shall go find Sister Guion." Evidently, she was rather disheartened by the thought of mistreating newcomers. After Lena departed, Yiluo accessed the system, observing the diamond tally displaying 53,299 diamonds. He appeared to hesitate momentarily. With the acquisition of the graceful lightness technique, his speed was sufficiently adequate for the time being. Additionally, thanks to the presence of the blood dragon orb, his physical stamina had been substantially compensated. The only aspect that remained was his internal energy. After all, he had only recently commenced training in internal arts. Even with the possession of the Zixia secret manual, his internal energy was still limited. And coupled with the energy-draining prowess of the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, his reputation was that of being unable to sustain prolonged exertion. However, upgrading the 2nd level of the Zixia divine art required a daunting 15,000 proficiency points, which was rather disheartening. Even at present, his proficiency was just slightly above half. Yet, Glancing at the remaining 8 skill points in his possession, Yi Luo found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he decided that one must take risks to reap rewards. With determination, he allocated 7 of the 8 skill points into the Zixia Divine Art, successfully achieving an upgrade. Congratulations, host. The Zixia Secret Manual has made significant progress. Please continue your efforts. The emotionless, synthesized voice of the system congratulated him. Oh system, you are not human. As Yi Luo opened the skill interface, he was astonished to discover that the Purple Cloud Divine Art, now at level 3, was not the pinnacle of its potential but could indeed be further upgraded, albeit requiring an astounding proficiency of 30,000 points. Had he known, he might have preferred to invest in the Dragon-Subduing 18 palms. Perhaps its upgrade would result in reduced consumption. A twinge of regret crossed Yi Luo's mind. Nevertheless, upon upgrading the Purple Cloud Divine Art, not only did his internal energy increase, but the velocity of its flow also saw a substantial enhancement, consequently amplifying the speed at which he could recover his energy. Yi Luo estimated that with his energy fully replenished, he could unexpectedly unleash the 6th move of the dragon, subduing 18 palms. After a brief moment of emotional recalibration, Yi Luo commenced his training. His encounters with numerous formidable figures of this world had begun to alter his perspective. Initially, he believed that only by becoming invincible could he pursue his aspirations unimpeded. However, after witnessing Whitebeard and his pirate crew, and contrasting that with the solitary existence of the Dark King Rayleigh, Yi Luo realized that, alongside personal strength, having a group of supportive allies was equally vital. Upon returning to headquarters, he began reaching out to those in the Navy with whom he shared a strong rapport. Individuals who embraced justice and aligned with his ideals, these would be the foundation of his future endeavors. Old Man Garp likely sensed Yi Luo's intentions, which is why he had previously remarked that he was just an old man who could be of little assistance. However, what no one understood was that Yi Luo did not wish to fracture the Navy. Rather, he aimed to reshape it into a true bastion of justice. The current Navy was excessively beholden to the world government, to the point of being considered its lapdogs. The underlying cause was, quite simply, monetary influence. Despite the Navy's formidable appearance, it had been constructed upon layers of military funding. Without the world government support, the Navy would soon find itself in dire straits, struggling to sustain its existing personnel, let alone recruit new forces. It seemed the time had come to consult with the king of the transvestites. Ultimately, a discussion with Dragon was imperative. Awakening from his training, Yi Luo glanced at the sky outside and rose to depart. I knew it. You've come to see me with ill intentions, either to test new moves or to bring some troublesome matter. Why not seek your master instead? Wouldn't it be more fitting for Mr. Garp to take you to Impel Down? Captain Garp remarked, somewhat exasperated by Yi Luo's visit. Fear not. I want to be descending to the 6th level. There are too many monsters there. I'm only going to the 5th level to find someone. Yi Luo replied with a cheerful grin. Make sure you don't cause any trouble, Garp cautioned, but before he could finish his warning, Yi Luo had already taken him away from the headquarters. This is the entrance to the underwater prison Impel Down. It's quite troublesome to enter, so I want to accompany you any further. One last time, don't stir up trouble. Even Mr. Garp won't be able to intervene for you here. The inmates are exceedingly dangerous. Pig Garp stated sternly at the entrance of Impel Down. Rest assured, I'm merely seeking someone to ask a question before departing. Yi Luo nodded in agreement. Cough, cough. Welcome to my hell of Impel Down. A man adorned with the headdress of an Egyptian pharaoh, possessing a countenance reminiscent of wisdom, and sporting a pair of dark, demonic wings upon his back, greeted Yi Luo. Yi Luo and Jia Ji exchanged perplexed glances at the sight of Hannibal, who appeared somewhat unhinged. Ah, forgive my presumption. I fear my ambitions may have been laid bare. I am temporarily serving as the deputy warden, Hannibal. I appreciate your cooperation. Hannibal remarked with a smile. Greetings, I am General Jia Ji from the headquarters. This individual beside me is Brigadier General Yi Luo. He has matters to attend to on level 5. I trust you will assist him. Jia Ji nodded, addressing Hannibal. Hannibal returned the nod, saying, the warden, that rascal Magellan, is currently in the warden's office on the 4th level. I, along with Deputy Guard Domi Lu, can escort you there. However, before we proceed, you will need to undergo a security check. I shall refrain from joining. I will merely accompany him, Jia Ji replied, gesturing towards Yi Luo. After a series of checks, Yi Luo finally arrived at the entrance of the frigid abyss of level 5. Very well, I shall enter alone. After all, it can be quite perilous within. I have also heard rumors of a devil's invitation here. Yi Luo stated at the threshold of the frigid abyss. You are aware of this? Both Hannibal and the guard overseeing the 5th level expressed their surprise. As a brigadier general, is it so strange for me to know this? Yi Luo chuckled as he stepped into the frigid abyss, leaving Hannibal and the others momentarily taken aback. Thus they did not follow him in. Deputy Warden, is it truly wise to allow him to enter alone? The guard inquired, concern evident in his voice. Fear not. Should any trouble arise, it will fall upon Magellan. Thus, this matter will revert to me, ha ha ha. Alas, it seems I have once again revealed my ambitions. Hannibal mused aloud. The others, however, were unfazed. The deputy warden's aspirations were well known even among the prisoners. Once inside the frigid abyss, Yi Luo was compelled to circulate his inner energy to withstand the surrounding blizzards. For the temperature was indeed frigid. I recall a moment when Luffy and his companions encountered a pack of wolves at the entrance of a forest, only to be rescued by the Revolutionary Army's lightning after sustaining injuries. Yi Luo pondered as he navigated through the icy terrain. After a while, having dispatched the 3rd batch of snow wolves, Yi Luo searched several similar forests but still found no trace of the partition within the frigid abyss. Damn it! Where could that person, the cross-dresser Ivankov, be hiding? Though Yi Luo was not in haste, the prolonged stay began to unnerve him. After much searching yielded no sign of Ivankov, he continued his quest while contemplating. In the anime, it was merely mentioned that the partition lies between the 5th and 6th levels, but there was no guidance on how to access it. Such negligence. Yet, something felt amiss in this place. Muttering to himself, Yi Luo's gaze fell upon an entrance to a sewer that emerged before him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to investigate, though the term sewer was rather unappealing to him. The notion of a partition between the 5th and 6th levels seemed to suggest that it might indeed lie within the sewer. Who goes there? Not long after entering the sewer entrance, Yi Luo's observation haki detected the presence of someone ahead. However, his mastery of both observation and armament haki was rather unremarkable. Despite training under Carp, he had only managed to fully arm himself with armament haki, while his observation haki was lamentably poor. In Yi Luo's own words, merely awakening observation haki felt like an act of divine favor. Who are you? A figure with a hairstyle reminiscent of a clover appeared before Yi Luo, holding a glass of red wine. His presence was strikingly divided into 2 distinct colors, creating a unique impression. Ah, I finally found you. Is it lightning? I am searching for Ivankov. Yi Luo exhaled, speaking with relief. After such a long search, it seemed that fortune favored the diligent. He had finally located the hidden Revolutionary Army. Yet, Lightning appeared somewhat taken aback, aware of his existence and recognizing Ivankov, but he had no recollection of this person, which sparked a conjecture within him. Comrade? Lightning inquired softly. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression darkened, although he understood the implications of Lightning's question. He found himself at a loss to respond to such a blatant inquiry. First, take me to meet Ivankov. I will explain everything to you later. Yi Luo artfully sidestepped Lightning's question. However, Lightning interpreted this as a tacit agreement with the insinuation, and thus led Yi Luo deeper into the sewer. Who are you, boy? Soon, under Lightning's guidance, Yi Luo finally encountered the legendary figure, the queen of the transvestites, Ivankov. How should I address you? I shall be direct. I wish to meet Dragon. Yi Luo contemplated briefly before speaking. Dragon? Who are you? Ivankov was momentarily taken aback, and Lightning, standing nearby, also appeared stunned. Then, as if a realization struck him, he turned to Yi Luo with a serious expression and inquired, Are you not one of our comrades? Yi Luo shrugged and replied, I have never claimed to be a member of the Revolutionary Army. However, I harbor no ill will towards them. I have come here bearing crucial intelligence. Long ago, I fortuitously learned that the enigmatic Ivankov is affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, which is why I dared to venture here to seek you out. First, tell me your identity. Otherwise, why should I place my trust in you? Ivankov asked with a smile. I have no qualms about revealing my identity. But the real question is whether you will believe me, Yi Luo responded with resignation. Ivankov and Lightning exchanged glances, realizing that Yi Luo made a valid point. Now that it was clear he was not part of the Revolutionary Army, they would be inclined to doubt anything he said. Thus, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is the information I possess. You must allow me to meet with Dragon, or if you feel uneasy, you may relay the information and have Dragon come to me. The situation is exceedingly urgent. Yi Luo asserted earnestly. Ah, dear boy, even putting aside our current skepticism, do you truly believe that after being imprisoned in an underwater jail for so long, I still have means to contact Dragon? Ivankov blinked and remarked to Yi Luo. Yi Luo was taken aback, his expression darkening. Find a way to get me out of here, and I will take you to meet Dragon. How about that? He exhaled. Ivankov and Lightning exchanged incredulous glances. Who was this audacious individual? It must be noted that within the confines of this underwater prison, only one person had ever escaped since its construction, the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. What information do you possess that is pertinent to Dragon? Ivankov, momentarily serious, knew he had to tread carefully regarding the Revolutionary Army. The situation is exceedingly complex. Simply inform Dragon that I am the disciple of his father, and let him find a way to contact me. I have matters of great importance to discuss with him. Yi Luo shook his head and replied, Father? Ivankov and Lightning exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Yeluan nodded thoughtfully and continued, This matter holds significant implications for your Revolutionary Army, the Navy, and the pirates alike. What has transpired outside? Ivanov asked gravely. If the situation was indeed dire, he would not hesitate to escape at this very moment. The Navy is preparing to advance into the New World and has already devised plans to strike against one of the 4 emperors. Yeluan declared in a low voice. What? Is the intelligence accurate? Ivanov's expression changed dramatically as he inquired. 100% accurate, and at that time, the Holy Land Mariewa will be at its most vulnerable, as the Navy will lack the manpower to protect it. Thus, this moment presents an opportunity for the Revolutionary Army. Yeluan affirmed with a nod. Given Yeluan's ambitions and ideals, which include the annihilation of the celestial dragons, he was open to collaborating with the Revolutionary Army until his goals were realized. Ultimately, he was even willing to share governance with them. His ambition was to transform the Navy into a true force for justice, tasked with eradicating all darkness upon the seas. A vision that did not conflict with the Revolutionary Army's ideology, which aims to overthrow the current regime through all kingdoms. Yeluan too harbored disdain for the existing governance, thus paving the way for cooperation. In the end, the Navy could refrain from intervening in the governance of the kingdoms. However, should they uncover the existence of darkness within any kingdom, they would unite with the Revolutionary Army to launch a campaign against it, truly becoming the guardians of the world's common folk. At that juncture, the Revolutionary Army would manage affairs while the Navy would oversee military strength and vigilance, ensuring a separation of military and political powers to prevent either from treading the path of the celestial dragons. This has been Yeluan's plan and aspiration thus far. The Holy Land Mariewa is not as simple as you imagine. Even if the Navy were to mobilize entirely, it cannot be so easily conquered. Ivanov clearly held a deep-seated apprehension towards the Holy Land and the celestial dragons. I am well aware of that, however. I am not suggesting the Revolutionary Army seize the Holy Land, for you would not succeed. Yet, seizing the opportunity to pillage Mariewa is quite feasible, is it not? Yeluan remarked with a smile. You underestimate the celestial dragons. If their strength were merely superficial, they would have been overthrown countless times by now. Ivanov shook his head. How well do you understand their hidden cards? Yeluan inquired solemnly. Not much, but the less we know, the more cautious we must be. Ivanov replied, but without probing. How can you ascertain the extent of their concealed power? Yeluan tilted his head and questioned. Ivanov and Lightning fell silent. According to Yeluan, the Navy was incapable of dispatching forces to assist the celestial dragons this time. However, the known strength of the celestial dragons was formidable, and even in the absence of the Navy, they remained a force to be reckoned with. Yet, this was indeed an opportunity. Even if merely for reconnaissance, it warranted action. Though your proposal intrigues me greatly, I truly cannot reach Dragon at this moment. Ivankov sighed and said, Here is the plan. You tell me the location of one of your strongholds or comrades, and I shall seek him out to relay a message to Long. As for whether Long wishes to meet with me, that decision rests solely with him. What do you say? Left with no other options, Yi Luo reluctantly agreed. Very well. Though I cannot be certain of your identity, should you deceive me once I leave this place, I shall pursue you to the Cape of Nia to avenge my fallen comrades. Ivankov fixed his gaze on Yi Luo with intensity. Rest assured, our objectives align. While we may not travel the same path, collaboration is indeed essential. Yi Luo nodded in agreement, pleased with the exchange. After obtaining the desired information from Ivankov, Yi Luo departed the underwater prison without delay. What exactly brings you here? On their return journey, Jiaji could no longer contain his curiosity. Do not inquire, ask, and you shall receive the answer of ignorance. Yi Luo tossed his head defiantly, responding coolly. Jiaji felt a sense of bewilderment, recognizing Yi Luo as a quintessential example of someone who burns bridges. However, his curiosity was not paramount. He merely sought to understand. Upon returning to headquarters, Yiluo discreetly acquired a small boat and left in secrecy. Following the coordinates provided by Ivankov, he arrived at a modest revolutionary outpost on a small island. After explaining his purpose, Yiluo made himself at home on the island, awaiting Long's arrival. Days passed without sight of Long, yet unexpectedly, he encountered another individual. One both surprising and expected, Bartholomew Kuma. "Did Long send you?" Yiluo inquired calmly. "So, you are already aware of my true identity?" Kuma replied softly. "I possess knowledge beyond what you might imagine. Is it that Long does not trust me and has sent you as a precursor?" Yiluo questioned. Instead of responding, Kuma gently asked, "If you could travel, where would you wish to go?" As the leaves fell, Yiluo's gaze sharpened, warily observing Bear. He was acutely aware that the latter possessed the powers of the superhuman type Moku Moku no Mi, with his enormous hands capable of sending anyone soaring to his desired location. "Bear, do refrain from any reckless actions. I cannot stray too far from headquarters. Marshal Sengoku would undoubtedly flay me alive." Yiluo retreated a step, voicing his concern. Bear, who was in the midst of removing his gloves, paused his actions and inquired softly, "Did you not request to meet with the dragon?" "Indeed, I wish to see him. But if you transport me to Baldigo on White Soil Island, how am I to return in a timely manner?" Yiluo replied with a wry smile. "You seem to possess considerable knowledge, but worry not. It is impossible for you to go to White Soil Island. It holds immense significance." Bear gradually approached Yiluo, stating firmly, "Very well, but should you hurl me too far, you will have to explain my predicament to Marshal Sengoku." Yiluo gritted his teeth, resigned to his fate. With a swift motion, Bear delivered a resounding slap to Yiluo, who made no attempt to resist and was sent soaring through the air. Remarkably, an invisible protective barrier enveloped him, safeguarding him from injury even at such heights. Observing Yiluo being propelled away, Bear donned his gloves once more and departed with the Bible in hand. Where on earth is that scoundrel sending me? After soaring through the skies for an extended period, Yiluo retrieved provisions from the system space, replenishing his energy while muttering curses under his breath. Although he was unaware of the time, the shifting sky indicated he had traveled a considerable distance, with no signs of slowing down. A day later, as Yiluo engaged in meditation during his flight, he began to descend gradually. "Am I finally nearing my destination?" Yiluo murmured as he opened his eyes. "Welcome." Upon his arrival, a charming young girl with orange hair, sporting goggles and a little hat, dressed in a short, stylish dress and high heels, greeted him enthusiastically. "And you are?" Yiluo inquired, recognizing the girl as someone familiar. Seemingly the one who accompanied Sabo. "Hello. I am Keela, the acting master of fishman karate within the Revolutionary Army," she replied with a bright smile. "Greetings. Brigadier Yiluo of the Navy. Where exactly am I? That scoundrel Bear will certainly pay for this upon my return." Yiluo first greeted Keela with courtesy before muttering his frustration softly. "This is a small island in the South Sea. Were you sent flying here by Mr. Bear?" Keela asked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Yiluo. As the leaves fell gently, Yiluo, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Indeed. I initially intended to meet with Dragon, which led me to seek out your recent outpost at the Navy headquarters. However, instead of Dragon, I encountered Kuma, who subsequently brought me here." He naturally refrained from disclosing that he had been sent flying by Kuma. Although Yiluo had experienced a degree of strength enhancement, he was still uncertain if he could withstand Kuma's might. In his recollection, Kuma's power was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the seven warlords. Despite never having demonstrated his hockey abilities, his devil fruit powers were already extraordinarily formidable, capable of combat, resilience, and healing, truly a game-changer. "Now I understand. The leader instructed me to wait for you. Please, follow me." After confirming Yiluo's identity, Keela beckoned him with curiosity. Eager to learn why a Navy officer like Yiluo sought an audience with their leader, and why the leader was willing to meet him. Moments later, Yiluo finally stood before the man deemed the most notorious criminal by the world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Also known as the son of the Old Man Garp, and the father of Monkey D. Luffy, the protagonist of the One Piece anime. "Mr. Dragon. It has been a while." Yiluo greeted him with familiarity, taking a seat directly across from Dragon. What brings you to seek me out?" Dragon inquired, his face illuminated by a smile beneath the shadow of his green cloak. Yiluo surveyed the surrounding revolutionaries, apart from Dragon. He could only recognize Sabo and a commander who appeared to be from the Mink tribe. The rest were unfamiliar to him. Yet it was reasonable to assume they were also cadre members of the revolution. Indeed, there were matters he wished to discuss with Mr. Dragon, particularly concerning the celestial dragons and the holy land of Meriewa. Yiluo nodded, concealing his smile as he spoke. Regarding this matter, what is there for you? As a member of the Navy, to discuss with me? Dragon chuckled lightly, inquiring. That depends on your perspective, whether you truly seek the welfare of the common people or merely desire power, Yiluo responded, tilting his head slightly. After a brief silence, Dragon replied, You need not concern yourself with that. Please express your intentions. Before I proceed, I have one more question. Is your revolution driven by the desire for revolution itself, or is it for the benefit of the people? Yiluo fixed his gaze on Dragon, awaiting a response. Naturally, we are fighting for the impoverished people who suffer under the oppression of your navy. Sabo interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Very well, then I must inquire about Alabasta. You are aware of that desert kingdom's recent descent into war, are you not? Yiluo turned to Sabo, questioning him. That incident was not instigated by us. You have already investigated it, have you not? It was the work of Crocodile. Sabo retorted, furrowing his brow. Huh. If you truly stand for the impoverished, then why do you not provide assistance to Alabasta, which has been ensnared in conflict due to conspiracies? With your intelligence network, you must surely be aware of the true nature of the Nefertari royal family, must you not? Yiluo inquired with a sly smile, casting a sidelong glance at Sabo. That territory belongs to the 7 warlords and falls under your navy's jurisdiction. Do not use your past to cast blame upon us. Kurla, who was guiding Yiluo, responded angrily, observing Sabo's inability to retort. Yiluo was momentarily at a loss for words. He was not the type to shirk responsibility. Fortunately, Long understood the implication behind Yiluo's words, thus refraining from any sarcastic remarks, and the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. I wish to reorganize the navy. After a brief pause, Yiluo looked up and declared to Long he. Long removed his hat, gazing at Yiluo with keen interest. Reorganize? Do you realize how arduous that endeavor is? Indeed, I am aware. However, if one lacks dreams, what distinguishes them from a mere salted fish? Currently, the Navy is far from being the just force it should be. Under the pressure of the world government, the Navy has committed numerous acts that contravene justice. Therefore, I aspire to alter this situation. Yiluo responded earnestly. There have always been many in the Navy who share your sentiments, yet their choice has been to abandon the Navy, becoming pirates instead, continuing their journeys across the seas as they see fit. Why do you wish to reform the Navy? Long asked, nodding gravely. Yiluo smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth, and pointed at herself, exclaiming, Those who possess the ability transform their surroundings, while those lacking such ability are shaped by their environment. And I am indeed one of those capable individuals. The words of Yiluo not only startled Long, but also drew curious glances from the surrounding revolutionary army. Haha. What an amusing fellow. So, what do you possess at present? Mere words are of no consequence. How many subordinates do you command? Long inquired with a hearty laugh. Yiluo was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that only by strengthening his own prowess could he realize his dreams. However, upon Dragon's inquiry, he found himself at a loss, as his abilities seemed insignificant in the presence of such formidable experts. Not only Dragon himself, but also the 4 great generals and the leaders of the revolutionary army represented a considerable force. I have already conferred with the kings of Alabasta and Fishman Island, and they will support me. After a brief silence, Yiluo finally spoke. Ha ha ha, little one, you are still quite naive. I presume those 2 old foxes have not truly committed to anything, have they? They merely stated that they would acknowledge your new navy after your success, correct? Dragon observed Yiluo with an odd expression, laughing heartily as he remarked, What does that signify? Are they merely seeking to usurp your hard-earned achievements? This is hardly an alliance. After all, there is no investment made, and those who only seek benefits cannot be considered allies. Dragon's words deepened Yiluo's silence. He realized the truth in them. Both King Cobra of Alabasta and King Neptune of Fishman Island had only discussed what would happen after his success, without offering any tangible assistance. This also stemmed from Yiluo's belief as a transmigrator, thinking he required no help from others, which clouded his awareness of the implications of their words. If you merely seek such assurances, I can provide them right now. As long as you can fully command the Navy, rest assured, the Revolutionary Army's objective is certainly not you, Dragon said, observing Yiluo lost in thought, chuckling lightly. No, that is not my intention. Yiluo lifted his gaze toward Dragon and replied, I acknowledge that I have been overly idealistic in the past, but I am still young. Give me time, and I will find my way. My aim is to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army. Together, we shall overthrow the celestial dragons and establish a new world government comprising your Revolutionary Army and the royal families of various nations, while our navy shall maintain order across the seas. That is impossible. Dragon shook his head, responding. The colossal military expenses of the navy are currently funded by the world government. Once the celestial dragons are overthrown, that financial burden will no longer be necessary, significantly alleviating the expenses for various kingdoms and improving the lives of their citizens. I can only guarantee that we will not attack the navy, but I cannot continue to support you. Let me rephrase. Yi Luo rallied his spirits and began discussing future prospects with Dragon. This dialogue spanned 3 days, and when Yi Luo and Dragon finally reached a consensus, Yi Luo utilized his foresight as a transmigrator to devise a series of strategies. Although Dragon did not fully endorse them, he did not oppose them either. According to his words, if Yi Luo's assertions were indeed true, the Revolutionary Army would act according to Yi Luo's plans when the time came. Very well, I must now return to headquarters to make some arrangements. This meeting with the Revolutionary Army has been immensely beneficial to me. I look forward to our future encounters. Yi Luo stood upon a small boat, smiling as he waved goodbye to the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Chief, can we truly trust his words? After the leaves fell, Sabo looked at Dragon and asked with a hint of unease. Did he not say that he was aware of your lineage? As long as you meet Ace or Luffy, the truth will be revealed. Such matters cannot be fabricated. Moreover, every word he spoke is verifiable. So, even if he is exploiting us, are we not also utilizing him? Furthermore, what if everything he claimed is indeed true? Then, it seems the tides may be turning. Dragon patted Sabo's shoulder, reflecting on the situation. I understand. Then I shall set forth to seek out Ace or Luffy. Sabo adjusted his hat and said, lowering his gaze. He could hardly recall his childhood. After Dragon rescued the severely injured Sabo, he lost his memory, and thus, Dragon remained unaware of Sabo's origins. However, Sabo had grown up immersed in the teachings of the Revolutionary Army, so loyalty was not a concern. I will accompany you, Clara cheerfully stated from behind Sabo, her voice barely above a whisper. A bit embarrassed, Sabo glanced at Dragon, and upon receiving a gentle nod from him, he replied, Very well, I entrust this to you. Additionally, we need to dispatch someone to confirm the situation regarding Eva in the underwater prison, to ascertain whether he requires our assistance. It's been years without news of him. Unexpectedly, he has been captured alongside Lightning and taken to the underwater prison. Dragon instructed the Revolutionary Army members behind him. Yes, Commander, we will make the necessary arrangements. A soldier of the Revolutionary Army saluted and departed. What a hassle. I never anticipated we would end up in the South Sea. It appears I must borrow a warship from the division, otherwise, returning will be too cumbersome. Upon learning of his location from the Revolutionary Army, Yi Luo scratched his head in frustration. When Yi Luo arrived at the nearest division, he finally understood why the Revolutionary Army was present. They had liberated a kingdom in the South Sea, overthrowing the regime of Saint Doria and successfully dismantling a tyrannical government. Brigadier General Zilong, the warship you requested is ready. Shall we depart immediately? A Navy soldier's report interrupted Yi Luo's contemplation. Thank you for your assistance. Please take me back to headquarters. Yi Luo nodded, smiling at the Navy soldier. Certainly. The soldiers saluted in response. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew, who had arrived in the Water City, found themselves ensnared in a myriad of troubles. Their companion, Nico Robin, had inexplicably followed a secret force of the world government, while the sharpshooter Usopp had parted ways due to matters concerning the Going Merry. The well-regarded mayor of Water City, Iceberg, was assassinated, and they were wrongfully deemed the culprits. An unrelenting wave of troubles besieged the Straw Hat Pirates, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. The gravest concern arose when their diligent investigation revealed that the assassin of Mr. Iceberg appeared to be none other than Nico Robin herself. This revelation inevitably brought to mind the ominous words of Admiral Akiji, casting a shadow over Robin's image. Undeterred, Luffy stealthily infiltrated the mayor's residence once more at night, intending to confront Robin and ascertain the truth. However, he unexpectedly encountered the CP9 agents who sought to seize the blueprints of Pluton. After a fierce skirmish, Luffy and his crew faced utter defeat. Fortunately, Nami had gleaned the truth from Iceberg. Robin intended to sacrifice herself to ensure the Straw Hat crew could set sail smoothly from Water City, even if it meant the resurrection of Pluton. When Nami and Chopper found Luffy, who was stuck in a wall, and Zoro, who was lodged in a chimney, Nami tearfully revealed the truth to Luffy. Upon realizing that Robin had not betrayed them, but rather was willing to sacrifice herself for their sake, Luffy and Zoro regained their spirits. As Nami articulated, harboring doubts hinders one's strength. Now that they understood the truth, Luffy and his crew were resolute in their intent to vanquish their foes and rescue Robin. However, they were unable to catch up with the CP9, who had taken Robin, Frankie, and Usopp aboard the sea train. With the aid of the mermaid Kokoro and Iceberg, they embarked on the half-finished sea train, Rocket Man, crafted by the legendary shipwright Tom, to pursue Robin, who was being taken to Enies Lobby. Frankie's subordinates also implored Luffy to set sail with them, to which Luffy gladly acquiesced. Moreover, the shipwrights, led by the head of the Carpenters, Barry, secretly boarded Rocket Man, becoming temporary allies of Luffy. Yet, they were soon confronted by the formidable tsunami, Akula Laguna, which posed their first significant challenge. Meanwhile, Sanji, who had stealthily boarded the sea train ahead of them, left Nami a transponder snail and successfully rescued Frankie and Usopp. However, despite their hopes, Sanji and his companions were unable to save Robin from the clutches of CP9. After reuniting with Luffy and the others, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Alliance forces planned a direct assault on Enies Lobby. Concurrently, a character named Iluo, having just traversed the Calm Belt and reached the Gate of Justice, sensed something amiss. Glancing towards Enies Lobby, he murmured, "I wonder how long it will be until the story unfolds at Enies Lobby. I must lend a hand to Luffy, and also, we must reorganize Lucci and the others. We cannot allow the government to prevail." After conversing with Dragon, Iluo began to appreciate the importance of alliances. As Dragon had advised, no matter how powerful one might be individually, unless one is invincible, adherence to the rules is essential. Even if one could single-handedly defeat foes, what happens when the enemy combines their efforts? Thus, it is still necessary to rely on the support of power to achieve one's objectives more perfectly. However, he remains unaware that at this moment, Luffy has already arrived at the gates of Judicial Island, leading numerous subordinates in preparation to assault this stronghold. In truth, Iluo himself does not care much for the existence of Judicial Island. He perceives it less as a bastion of justice and more as a venue for the government to stifle the voices of the populace. Consequently, Iluo has no intention of visiting Judicial Island. "My lord, the Marshal requests your immediate presence in his office. He is exceedingly displeased with your recent escape." Upon arriving at headquarters, Iluo is promptly summoned to Sengoku's office by Reina. "Ah, understood. This was an unforeseen circumstance. It was not my intention to venture out. I truly encountered an unexpected situation." Iluo had previously coordinated with Dragon and Kuma, concocting a story that during their sparring session, he had inadvertently been sent flying by Kuma. Indeed, when Iluo presented this excuse, although Sengoku harbored doubts, the presence of Kuma as a witness rendered it difficult for him to pursue the matter further with Iluo. "Old man, I have recently grasped some new insights. Shall we put them to the test?" Upon exiting Sengoku's office, Iluo immediately sought out Garp to propose a sparring session. His so-called newfound insights pertained to mastering the fundamental techniques of the Luohan Fist. Prior to this, Iluo had not placed much importance on such rudimentary techniques. Unlike the unique power techniques of the Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms, this manual merely instructed on the execution of moves. Typically, Iluo engaged with it solely to build his physical strength, which is why, despite having acquired this manual some time ago, he only recently perfected his proficiency. The reason behind Iluo's disregard for techniques was his understanding of the presence of observation haki in this world, a seemingly overpowered ability. For instance, Katakuri's mastery of observation haki has reached a level where he can momentarily glimpse the future. Even the ordinary execution of observation haki renders Iluo's techniques nearly ineffective, as opponents can anticipate his moves. To attack following a predictable pattern is tantamount to courting disaster. This explains why the pinnacle of combat in the world of One Piece often manifests as straightforward confrontations, since everyone possesses observation haki. Employing deceptive tactics is rendered unnecessary. However, after elevating his mastery of the Luohan Fist to its zenith, Iluo finally comprehended that it was not the techniques that were ineffective, but rather his own lack of refinement that rendered him a non-threat to others. Now, with the Luohan Fist perfected, he feels his understanding has reached a masterful level. Each movement flows effortlessly, liberated from rigid adherence to prescribed techniques, allowing for a more spontaneous execution. As a result, the inherent techniques, methods of exertion, and advantages against adversaries that accompany the Luohan Fist have been fully realized. This is merely a foundational technique. And Yi Luo anticipates that more advanced manuals will yield even more surprising effects, thereby heightening his eagerness for the dragon-subduing 18 palms. Oh, this truly piques my curiosity. Ever since you accompanied me to the East Blue, you have gone to great lengths to evade me. Was it not to avoid sparring with me? How is it that you've come to find us all by yourself? It seems you have quite the bounty from your recent escapades. Carp chuckled gleefully at Yi Luo. Once you try it, the teacher will surely understand. Yi Luo replied with a mysterious smile. Carp casually waved his hand, laughing heartily as he instructed his aide. Go fetch those two youngsters, and let them witness how I torment their senior brother. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression darkened. Were it not for the necessity of Carp's assistance, he would never seek out this old fellow for a sparring session. It is well known that Carp's strength might very well represent the pinnacle of the Navy, and this cantankerous old man has a penchant for showing off. With Kobe present, Yi Luo feared he would once again be subjected to a thorough beating. Once Kobe and Barumabur had settled down, Yi Luo finished his warm-up, while the old man leisurely munched on rice crackers. Teacher, senior brother, Kobe and Barumabur greeted him first with a bow. Well, I have had some insights recently, and my strength has increased somewhat, so I specifically sought out my teacher for a spar to verify my progress. You too may observe from the sidelines. How much you learn depends on your own efforts. Yi Luo nodded and spoke earnestly. All right, little Yi. Let me see what you have comprehended that gives you the confidence to challenge me. Carp said with a smile as he removed his cloak and stepped into the arena. Teacher, you jest. I am still several years away from challenging you. This time, I primarily wish for you to witness my new insights, which I believe will benefit the overall strength of the Navy. Yi Luo assumed the starting position of the Luohan fist, speaking seriously. Oh, isn't this the martial art you used previously? Did you not abandon it back then? Why have you taken it up again? Carp immediately recognized Yi Luo's stance. When Yi Luo first employed the Luohan fist, Carp was taken aback. Although it was a rather straightforward technique, it posed a significant threat to opponents lacking observation haki. Unfortunately, Yi Luo seemed to have abandoned it for some reason, rarely employing it in battles, save for occasional training sessions. Indeed, I have gained new insights into the Luohan fist this time. Please guide me, teacher. With that, Yi Luo charged forward, not employing armament haki, as he intended for Carp to appreciate his Luohan fist. Carp, too, refrained from using armament haki, but with his observation haki and familiarity with Yi Luo, he easily evaded Yi Luo's attacks. Kid, although your moves have become much more fluid, they are still insufficient for combat. After dodging a few strikes, Carp remarked with a smile. Do not rush, teacher. The fun is just beginning. Yi Luo took a deep breath, having merely tested the waters previously. With that, Yi Luo shrouded his arms in armament haki and launched another assault on Carp. Carp raised an eyebrow, enveloping his own arm in armament haki as well. However, after a few exchanges, a change came over Carp's expression. Although his observation haki was not of the highest caliber, he found himself unable to predict Yi Luo's techniques. As the leaves fell, a smile graced Yi Luo's face. The original Luohan fist consisted of merely 18 fundamental moves. However, upon mastering the technique, he astonishingly discovered that from these foundational 18 moves, one could derive a total of 118, harmonizing with the auspicious number of 18. At the core of Luohan fist lies the principle of the three corrects. The hands must be proper, the body must be upright, and the stance must be correct. After reaching full proficiency in the initial 18 moves of Luohan fist, Yi Luo also unlocked an additional effect, the practice of chi stance. This chi stance embodies both internal and external elements, spirit and form, stillness and motion, allowing one to cultivate external skills while simultaneously enhancing internal strength. Ideally, to complement the internal energy of Luohan fist, the best practices would be the I Jin Jing and the Shi Sui Jing from the Shaolin Temple, as they would maximize effectiveness. However, as these are the temple's treasured secrets, Yi Luo had yet to encounter them in the marketplace, leaving the possibility of acquisition uncertain. Indeed, if Yi Luo were to attain both the I Jin and Shi Sui texts, what need would he have for Luohan fist? The 18 dragon-subduing palms would have long since prevailed. Intrigued, he resolved to engage earnestly. After exchanging dozens of moves, Carp finally began to take the encounter seriously, recognizing the variations in Yi Luo's techniques as worthy of his attention. This was not due to any threat posed by Yi Luo's Luohan fist, but rather a curiosity to test the limits of Yi Luo's current abilities. This was precisely why Yi Luo sought out Carp. Seizing an opening, Carp unleashed a powerful straight punch. With a resounding impact, Yi Luo, unaware, found himself propelled out of the training arena by Carp's blow. "You old rascal! Did we not agree to a friendly spar?" he exclaimed, fuming as he re-entered through the gaping hole in the training ground, much to the astonishment of the Navy soldiers training outside. "Ha! When did I ever say that?" Carp chuckled heartily, digging into his nose as if feigning forgetfulness. "Old fool, I shall retaliate." In a fit of righteous indignation, Yi Luo unleashed the sixth strike of the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, his most formidable technique, while the full sequence of the 18 palms wielded the greatest power. Executing a single strike was still viable, albeit significantly less potent. The little brat still cares about his pride. Carp guffawed without restraint, leaving nearby spectators, Kobe and Barumabur, utterly astonished. At that moment, the dragon-shaped shockwave of Yi Luo's attack surged forward. Carp, however, remained unfazed, aware that Yi Luo's peculiar ability was akin to ocean waves, strongest when they came in succession. A single strike posed little threat to him. With a decisive punch, Carp dissipated Yi Luo's 18 Dragon-Subduing palm, and Yi Luo closed the distance between them. "You old rascal, taste my Luohan fist." With a swift movement, Yi Luo positioned himself behind Carp, launching a powerful punch aimed at the back of Carp's head. The earlier Dragon-Subduing 18 palms had merely served as a diversion. The true lethal strike was now unleashed. The sound of impact echoed as Yi Luo was once again sent flying by Carp, who excelled in close combat, making Yi Luo's defeat inevitable in such proximity. "Ha! You still have a long way to go, little brat." Carp laughed heartily. Yet internally he marveled at Yi Luo's rapid progress. How little time had passed, and Yi Luo had already advanced so significantly, previously hampered by a lack of stamina. Some unforeseen adventure at sea had evidently remedied that deficiency. Now, with the mastery of such an extraordinary technique, it seemed likely that Yi Luo would one day surpass him. Indeed, while Carp appeared to handle the situation with ease, this was predicated upon his formidable strength. Should he face an adversary of comparable might to Yi Luo, those very techniques would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. "Curse you, old man. When the day comes that I can best you, I shall show you the utmost respect." Yi Luo gritted his teeth and rose from the rubble undeterred. Despite being struck down, Carp had been considerate in his strikes, and Yi Luo's enhanced physique bore no injuries. Ha! We'll see when you can defeat me." Carp replied dismissively. "Old man, what do you think of my technique?" Yi Luo inquired proudly as he approached Carp, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the future. He had felt the potency of his technique during their spar, and given the disparity in their strengths, his defeat was to be expected. Nevertheless, he was pleased to have surprised Carp. "Quite impressive, though its power could be greater. It seems you've infused your martial arts with the inner strength you mentioned. However, I suspect your mastery of that inner power is still lacking, thus your threat remains minimal." Carp remarked thoughtfully, a rare moment of seriousness in his tone. Yi Luo never intended to rely solely on this rudimentary technique to engage in combat beyond his level. The advanced techniques within the system were his true trump card. Once he mastered them to perfection, he could strike down any adversary he wished. "Master, I plan to impart my martial arts at the headquarters. What do you think?" After contemplating, Yi Luo conveyed his thoughts to Carp. "Impart martial arts? What has prompted this sudden notion?" Carp inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Firstly, my techniques stem from my family's lineage, comprising a complete set of moves. The reason they have not been taught at headquarters is not due to any family prohibition, but rather because I believe the presence of observation haki diminished their effectiveness, which is why I refrained from mentioning it." Yi Luo scratched his head and replied, "Now that I understand these techniques, when cultivated to a profound level, can indeed counter observation haki, I need not worry. Teaching them to the soldiers would be beneficial, especially since most officers face adversaries who possess observation haki. Their strength and comprehension are superior, so they will likely master it swiftly. As for the ordinary soldiers, even if they only practice the fixed techniques, they should see considerable improvements against opponents lacking observation haki." Observing Carp deep in thought, Yi Luo continued, "You should discuss this with Sengoku, but I see no issue with it." After a moment's reflection, Carp replied with a grin. Seeing Carp's affirmation, Yi Luo beamed and said, "Very well. I shall seek out Admiral Sengoku at once." Before long, Yi Luo and Carp arrived at Sengoku's office, while Kobe and the other were dispatched for physical training. "Carp, what is your perspective?" Sengoku asked, turning to Carp after hearing Yi Luo's account. "This is a positive development. Little Ye's techniques are quite commendable. They were indeed somewhat restrained by observation haki previously, but he has now demonstrated that mastering them at a high level significantly enhances one's power. Moreover, aside from the officers, most of our Navy consists of ordinary soldiers. If they learn little Yes techniques, their combat effectiveness on the battlefield will undoubtedly increase. Karp replied, unusually earnest. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku said, very well, during tomorrow's morning practice, Yi Luo shall first teach the soldiers. As for the officers, it will not be compulsory. Those who wish to learn may approach you. As the leaves gently fall, the arrangement could not be more optimal. It is not a matter of one's skills being superior, compelling others to emulate them. Some individuals are simply unwilling, and they do not wish to be coerced. Their intentions are twofold. One is to bolster the Navy's strength, and the other is to seize the opportunity to cultivate their own cadre. The following day, during morning exercises, Yi Luo, in front of all the soldiers at headquarters, briefly elucidated the essence of the techniques before imparting the first 3 forms of the Luohan fist. Lacking the support of inner strength, the efficacy of these techniques paled in comparison to Yi Luo's, leading many officers to regard them with disdain. Nevertheless, Yi Luo remained undeterred, dedicating each morning to teaching the soldiers the Luohan fist until he had completely conveyed all 18 foundational forms, after which each captain would guide their respective teams in daily practice. Just as Yi Luo's instruction concluded, headquarters received alarming news of the Straw Hat Crew's assault on Judicial Island, leaving him utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such a rapid progression in events. He recalled that the climactic battle at Judicial Island had ultimately invoked the demon-slaying order, yet no such command had reached headquarters thus far. It was likely they would receive it within the day, prompting him to seek out Reina and promptly board a ship, heading towards Judicial Island through the gates of justice. I knew you would come upon receiving the news, but as a member of the Navy, I advise against intervening. Just as Yi Luo was nearing Judicial Island, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Admiral Akiji, what brings you here? Yi Luo had yet to voice his surprise when Reina, standing beside him, exclaimed in astonishment. As a naval officer, is it not reasonable for me to investigate a pirate incursion at Judicial Island? Yi Luo tilted his head, addressing Akiji, who had boarded the Huaxia. He recalled that the demon-slaying order in the possession of CP9's commander was indeed issued by Akiji, yet the vice-admirals had not truly engaged Luffy. Otherwise, the Straw Hat crew would have had no chance of escape. If you continue to aid that Straw Hat kid in his invasion of Judicial Island, I fear even Mr. Garp may not be able to absolve you when the time comes. Therefore, it is best for you to refrain from interference. Let fate take its course, Akiji said softly. Gazing at Yi Luo gazed upon the languidly just admiral before him, suddenly struck by a revelation. Perhaps his apparent lethargy was not genuine. As an admiral of the Navy, he was compelled to undertake numerous duties, yet many of these actions evidently contradicted his sense of justice. Thus, he promulgated the notion of languorous justice, serving as a pretext to refrain from engaging in actions that would betray his inner convictions. There is no need for me to intervene in Luffy's affairs. However, you must be aware of his identity. He certainly cannot perish here, for the world would be thrown into chaos. Yi Luo spoke solemnly. The falling leaves do not intimidate Akiji, setting aside the situation on Cap's side. If Luffy's father were to learn of Luffy's demise, even the usually composed dragon could be driven to unpredictable actions. Furthermore, with Yellowaw's guidance, Sabo might be reminded of past events, inevitably leading the Revolutionary Army to declare war against the Navy. Moreover, with Ace still alive, it signifies that the Whitebeard pirates would also intervene, causing the Navy to confront not only the Revolutionary Army, but also a formidable Yonko, potentially leaving them battered and incapacitated. Even if not entirely defeated, in the face of Yellowaw's threat, Akiji refrained from voicing opposition. Although he was aware of certain matters, he chose not to intervene, which had been his reasoning all along. Should Luffy indeed perish at Enies Lobby, it would be a consequence of his own actions. Even in death, the Navy would retain a semblance of justification. However, if Akiji were to act, the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, unwilling to relent until he was dealt with. Let us proceed, Reina. We will observe the unfolding events without making a move. As Akiji settled into a deck chair, Yellowwa comprehended his intent. He would not act, nor would he permit Yellowwa to assist Luffy, hence his decision to rest on Yellowwa's vessel. Upon the arrival of the Huaxia at Enies Lobby, Yellowwa became aware of the activation of the demon-slaying order. Gazing at the devastated Enies Lobby, a sense of unease washed over him. Rest assured, the warships and the vice-admirals will likely require some time to arrive. Sensing Yellowwa's apprehension, Akiji lifted his eye patch and spoke softly. Since the demon-slaying order has been issued, does that mean Luffy is to remain here? Yellowjaw hesitated to gamble on whether the vice admirals would behave as they did in the storyline and spare Luffy. Thus, he resolved to investigate personally. I told you. You cannot go. Akiji's hand rested firmly on the deck of the Huaxia. Should Yellowjaw make any attempt to move, he would be ready to intervene immediately. Meanwhile, Luffy was locked in battle with Lucci, finding himself at a distinct disadvantage. Despite employing his new techniques, Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd, he remained outmatched. As for Luffy's other companions, they had largely concluded their respective battles, overcoming their adversaries with great difficulty. The warships are approaching. Yellowjaw stood on the deck, observing the fleet led by the vice admirals emerging from the gates of justice, and he sighed softly. Let there be no misunderstanding. We are the Navy. Spoke to Yuluo with a grave demeanor. This reaffirmed Yuluo's belief that the so-called languid justice was likely just a fade of Qingji. Perhaps a hint of character played a role, yet he steadfastly upheld his inner sense of justice, which was the very reason Yuluo wished to avoid conflict with him. The just-hearted Navy was precisely the kind of ally Yuluo sought. At that moment, as the Straw Hat crew had just rescued Robin and Luffy was still engaged in battle with Lucci within the first pillar. The vice admirals summoned by the CP9 commander through the demon-slaying order, along with 10 warships, had already arrived at Enies lobby via the gates of justice. It was rumored that this operation was led by the individual infamous for his shadowy justice. Upon witnessing the arrival of the warships, Yuluo seemingly abandoned the thought of rescuing Luffy and turned to Qingji, inquiring, "Is it true, then? It is indeed Rob Lucci, the one also hailed as a genius like yourself?" Qingji nodded in affirmation. "While he is indeed formidable, he is not my match." Yuluo retorted with a hint of disdain. Boom, boom, boom. Before Qingji could respond, the warships had already opened fire, and the entire Enies lobby was engulfed in a cacophony of cannon fire. Is this truly wise? To unleash the demon-slaying order upon Enies lobby? Are you not concerned that Admiral may seek retribution afterward? Yuluo gazed at the merciless warships and turned to Qingji with his question. Have you not long harbored disdain for Enies lobby? Qingji replied coldly, his eyes fixed ahead, without even lifting his head. With a shrug, Yuluo remarked, "While I indeed find Judicial Island distasteful, its destruction would be a slap in the face to the Navy. Thus, the Straw Hat crew cannot be allowed to remain." Akiji turned to Yuluo and inquired, "Are you suggesting that Luffy should take the fall? Aren't you afraid that the old man will deliver a punch as hard as a stone pot?" Yuluo chuckled softly and responded, "As long as we capture them alive, it will be fine." Akiji smiled in reply. "I see." Yuluo nodded, comprehending Akiji's intention. Capturing Luffy might even earn him Carp's gratitude. And with Luffy's companions annihilated on Judicial Island, they would likely abandon any thoughts of setting sail again, simultaneously obliterating the Navy's tainted Judicial Island, with a scapegoat readily available. However, Yuluo was resolute in thwarting Akiji's plans. Setting aside his relationship with Luffy, there were many future events that required this troublemaker's involvement. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the first pillar of the Bridge of Hesitation erupted in an explosion as a colossal arm shattered it. At that moment, Yuluo noticed that Zoro and the others had already boarded the escape vessel behind the Bridge of Hesitation. "Is this what you call a genius?" Yuluo asked Akiji with a smile, glancing at Lucci, who had been sent flying onto the naval ship by Luffy. However, Akiji did not respond. He focused instead on the ongoing battle as the two combatants continued to destroy the naval ship. "Damn it, who is it? Is there still a regular Navy on board that has ordered cannon fire? Is it the Spider Demon or Doberman?" Yuluo's expression darkened as he watched the naval ship succumb to the bombardment. "Set sail and rescue the people." Yuluo commanded directly to Reina without waiting for Akiji's input. "Yes, sir." Reina nodded and promptly instructed the naval ship to approach the battlefield. In truth, the Huaxia had been stationed there for some time, and aside from Luffy and his crew, the others had long noticed it, yet no one had approached to inquire. "I advise you to refrain from reckless actions." Akiji, lying on the deck, glanced at Yuluo and said softly. He was uncertain whether Yuluo intended to rescue the Navy soldiers or seize the opportunity to aid the Straw Hats. Yuluo cast a glance at Akiji and remarked, "I am unaware of your thoughts, but those who disregard the lives of their own warriors are unworthy of being called just Navy." Akiji was taken aback. This was the first time Yuluo had spoken to him in such a manner. "I have also heard whispers of your ideals. While I too yearn for the Navy to transform, this world is far from the simplicity you envision." Akiji pondered in silence for a moment before responding. Dreams ought not to be uncomplicated, for if they were too easily attainable, they would sap one's motivation, would they not? Yi Luo offered a slight smile and replied, "Then I shall await the outcome." With that, Akiji closed his eyes, feigning sleep. However, Yi Luo was acutely aware that Akiji had already locked onto his presence. Any movement on his part would be swiftly curtailed by the other. This was precisely why Yi Luo had refrained from expressing his thoughts to Akiji. The disparity in strength rendered such discussions futile, as the latter would never grant him the opportunity to speak. "My lord, the warship has obliterated Judicial Island. Only the Bridge of Hesitation and the first pillar remain, and the fleet has encircled us." Lina approached Yi Luo with an urgent expression, whispering softly. Despite knowing that even the faintest whisper would reach Akiji, she instinctively spoke to Yi Luo in hushed tones. "Have the soldiers been rescued?" Yi Luo disregarded the previous remarks and inquired directly. "A portion has been saved. Yet there remains another segment." Lina hesitated to continue, but Yi Luo understood that the chances of survival for the remaining soldiers were exceedingly slim. "Damn it! Which vice admirals have arrived?" Yi Luo demanded with ire. "Vice Admiral Mongoose, Vice Admiral Dogfighting Doberman, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral Stolo Berry, and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain." Lina responded swiftly. Just as Yi Luo prepared to speak further, Akiji suddenly opened his eyes and regarded Yi Luo intently. Yi Luo smiled faintly, aware that his intentions had been discerned by Akiji. However, it mattered little. At the very least, he had secured an opportunity to aid Luffy. The rationale was simple. A command had just been issued to fire upon his warship. In that moment, he could easily feign indignation and strike, providing himself ample justification upon returning to headquarters. Akiji, having detected Yi Luo's plan, had opened his eyes to glance at him, although he remained cautious of Yi Luo. Should the latter act unexpectedly, there would still be time to shield the Straw Hat crew from an attack. "Sir, the warship is mobilizing. 200 elite officers, all of them at the rank of major or above, have been dispatched to capture the Straw Hat's companions, while he himself is engaged in battle with Lucci at the first pillar." Lina promptly reported the movements of the warship to Yi Luo. "Have the rear admirals not mobilized?" Yi Luo inquired. Lina shook her head. "No. When will they ever shed their arrogance?" Yi Luo chuckled softly, laced with sarcasm. Akiji remained silent. Having clashed with the Straw Hat crew before, he knew that even facing just one rear admiral in the current circumstances would spell disaster for them. The elite force of 200 officers was certainly beyond their capacity to withstand. "As long as the rear admirals refrain from intervening, I shall not act," Yi Luo murmured, his gaze fixed on the battling Luffy. His voice was barely audible, not directed specifically at Akiji, yet the aura surrounding Yi Luo began to gradually diminish. "Do you truly believe that if the rear admirals remain idle, they stand a chance?" Akiji finally posed the question. Yi Luo nodded and replied, "Indeed. That lad is not so easily dispatched. He is none other than Rob Lucci." Akiji frowned as he spoke. "Let us wait and see." Yi Luo echoed Akiji's earlier words. Akiji smiled knowingly and continued to recline on the deck. Such trivial skirmishes were hardly worth his intervention unless Yi Luo chose to engage. Though he had been absent from headquarters for some time, Akiji was still aware of Yi Luo's burgeoning prowess, particularly as headquarters was now promoting his unique fighting style. This piqued Akiji's curiosity, especially since he had yet to witness the mastery of the MXA-style Luohan fist. Previously, Yi Luo had not held that particular martial art in high regard due to its evident shortcomings. However, the endorsement from headquarters suggested that Yi Luo had indeed discovered a means to address those deficiencies. Suddenly, two explosive blasts erupted, interrupting Akiji's contemplation. He lifted his gaze slightly to see that the bridge connecting to the first pillar had also been destroyed. It was evident that the Straw Hat crew was now ensnared, especially with Rob Lucci in their midst. Akiji could scarcely fathom how the Straw Hats would manage to escape. "Luffy, defeat that fellow quickly, and then let us return together," Usopp shouted from the side of the bridge, urging the weary and on the verge of defeat Luffy. Although Yi Luo stood on the deck, he was filled with anxiety. He knew that Luffy would defeat Lucci, yet being present at the scene made him extremely tense. It is essential to recognize that Lucci's reputation within the world government parallels his notoriety within the Navy. Without Luffy's protagonist aura at this moment, he would likely be incapable of overcoming Lucci. Similar to Crocodile, Lucci fell victim to the narrative, unlike the lightning fruit user from Skypiea, who had the advantage of a fruits counter. Lucci and Crocodile simply succumbed to the brilliance of the protagonist's light. By the way, Nico Robin, Do you intend to capture her alive? Iluo suddenly inquired of Akiji while observing the battle between Luffy and Lucci. Akiji glanced at Iluo, surprised by the question. What do you mean? They seem to intend to capture her alive. Is that your command? Iluo pointed toward the elite naval officers nearby. No, I did not issue any orders. They are unaware of my presence here. However, Nico Robin poses a significant threat, especially since she has allied herself with that Straw Hat Kid, which has greatly increased her danger level. Akiji replied with a serious expression. Is it because she can decipher ancient texts? Iluo asked softly. Some things are better left unexplored, Akiji responded indirectly. But I know more than you might think. Iluo grinned. Is that so? However, it seems the battle over there has concluded. Akiji gestured toward the first pillar. Iluo quickly turned to look. He saw Luffy lying on the ground, while Lucci was engaged in a verbal exchange with Usopp. Just as Iluo prepared to move, he felt Akiji's presence tighten around him. Any movement on his part would prompt Akiji to intervene immediately. Damn, that guy Lucci really dares to strike, Iluo said, somewhat displeased. Do you believe that a person who adheres to dark justice would show mercy? Akiji chuckled. While he may not, neither will Luffy be easily defeated. Observing Luffy slowly rising to his feet, a smirk appeared at the corner of Iluo's mouth. Akiji glanced at Luffy, who was struggling to stand. Though he admired Luffy's tenacity, his current condition was insufficient to contend with Lucci, so he paid little heed to Iluo's words, remaining vigilant against any potential action from him. However, the subsequent events were beyond his imagination. The severely injured Straw Hat Luffy managed to defeat the world government's genius, Rob Lucci. Not only Akiji but also the commanders were astonished. To them, Lucci's strength seemed insurmountable for the Straw Hat crew. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to their perceptions. Luffy, hurry, use your rubber abilities to come over. I'll carry you away. Usopp shouted excitedly upon witnessing Luffy's victory. No, I can't, Luffy replied, lying there and looking at Usopp. Can't? Why not? We have triumphed over our foes and rescued Robin. Why do we not depart? Usopp was somewhat irked, questioning why they still lingered despite the time at hand. After all, there were 11 warships and several vice-admirals in their vicinity. I cannot move. Luffy spoke in a fragmented manner. Usopp was taken aback. The fierce battle must have utterly exhausted Luffy's strength. What could they do? Before Usopp could voice his concerns, the vice-admirals, having discerned their intentions, issued a direct command to sink the last escape vessel. This was disastrous. Watching the lifeboat being obliterated, the Straw Hat crew felt a heavy gloom descend upon them. Well done, Straw Hat. You fool. Your voices are so loud they can hear you from across. It matters not. I want them all to know. Suddenly, a series of conversations echoed throughout Eni's lobby via the transponder snail. Frankie, upon hearing the voices, was overwhelmed with tears. He recognized the voices of his comrades whom he had thought lost. Big brother, can you hear us? It's us. We are safe. The giants shielded us from the cannon fire. The warships are approaching. You must flee. We have a way to escape. Do not worry. We shall meet again. Frankie's comrades spoke cheerfully through the transponder snail. What is happening? Sir, it appears the pirates from the front gate, who were struck down by my whirlpool, are somehow alive. The Navy swiftly grasped the situation. Merely a handful of pirate rabble, they decided to send 2 warships to deal with them. The pressing concern was the Straw Hat crew. Look at the first pillar. It's Straw Hat Luffy, lying motionless. Finally, the Navy spotted Luffy's unusual state and reported it immediately. Commence bombardment on the first pillar. The officer, upon realizing the circumstances, promptly issued the order. Everyone, jump into the sea. Quickly. Robin, can you toss Luffy into the water? Usopp shouted, tears streaming down his face from the bridge of hesitation. Are you mad? Jumping into the sea offers no hope for survival. Zoro exclaimed, astonished, as he yelled at Usopp. Do we not have another comrade? He will come to our aid. Usopp cried out passionately. Oh, I see it. Chopper, with tears staining his face, shouted back. Jump down. We are returning. Blooming chaos. Large Yarrow. Robin utilized her powers to cast Luffy into the sea. Merry. The moment Luffy was thrown, he spotted the Going Merry docked beneath the bridge of hesitation. It was then that the Navy noticed the appearance of a triangular sailboat. Who brought that ship here? How did it breach our encirclement? Sir, we did not detect this vessel before. It appeared without notice. Judging by the flag, it seems to belong to the Straw Hat crew. Could they have been hiding here all along? Unlike the chaos surrounding the Navy, Iluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The plot proved formidable, Indeed, Luffy was the destined child, having even triumphed over Lucci. However, just as Yi Luo exhaled in relief, Aokiji, who had been behind him, abruptly stood and leaped towards the Going Merry. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, rescued by Granny Kokoro, finally reunited. "Robin, I truly appreciate your saving Luffy, who lies motionless on the deck," he began, but before he could finish, Robin covered his mouth with her powers. "I should be the one thanking you." Robin formally expressed her gratitude. The other members smiled, yet Zoro, with a serious demeanor, interjected. "Such trivial matters can wait until we are safely away. Besides, who brought the ship here?" Naturally, Zoro's comment was met with unanimous dissent from the group. But just as they prepared to teach him a lesson, they witnessed Aokiji leaping from the Huaxia. Although they recognized the vessel's resemblance to a warship, they had not anticipated the Marine Admiral Aokiji would emerge from it. "You truly have a knack for bad omens," Sanji remarked, taking a puff of smoke as he gazed at Aokiji. Robin wore a look of disbelief. She never expected to see Aokiji here. "It's that ice-wielding fellow." Luffy, still lying on the deck, grimly acknowledged Aokiji's presence. "Iceball," Aokiji declared, extending his arms as two ice pillars erupted from his palms, heading straight for the Going Merry. "I never expected to encounter a wanted pirate while passing by Judiciary Island. Admiral Aokiji, what shall I do with this pirate crew?" At this perilous moment, Yi Luo's laughter resonated, and with a single punch, he shattered Aokiji's ice pillars. "It's Yi Luo." Nami, Usopp, and Chopper cheered joyously. However, Sanji and Zoro did not relax due to Yi Luo's appearance. Meanwhile, Frankie and the others were curious about this newcomer in the Navy and why the Straw Hats seemed to regard him so highly. "Commander Yi Luo, do you intend to betray the Navy?" Aokiji, now landing back on the Huaxia, questioned icily. "How could that be?" Aokiji misinterpreted him. "This nameless pirate crew isn't worth an admiral's intervention. Haven't you noticed that even the vice admiral hasn't made a move? Allow me to handle this. It won't be too late for Admiral Aokiji to intervene once I am defeated." Yi Luo smiled as he descended alongside Aokiji. "Quick, everyone run. Yi Luo is buying us time." Although Nami had not heard the exchange between Yi Luo and Aokiji, she immediately deduced Yi Luo's intentions upon witnessing the confrontation. "Frankie, how much longer do you need?" Nami inquired while calculating the time. "I'm still preparing." Standing at the stern of the ship, Frankie wore an expression of urgency, contemplating the use of wind to propel the Merry away. "Hey, Straw Hat crew, the bounty on you is substantial, so surrender obediently." Before Frankie could prepare himself, the sound of falling leaves echoed once more. Indeed, as a member of the Navy, it was already beyond his capabilities to withstand an attack from a vice admiral. He could not defy the admiral's orders. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly stated, "If that's the case, then let us engage in battle. I have long wished to spar with him." Zoro tightened the bandana around his arm once again. "Why? Are we not friends with Leaf Fall?" Chopper exclaimed, still unable to accept the situation. "He is a Navy officer, and we are pirates. That is the reason." Robin stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Leaf Fall. "Oh dear, it seems you intend to resist? Allow me to demonstrate why I am known as Vice Admiral Purple Dragon." The first move of the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, the Wrath of the Dragon. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo gracefully unleashed the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, sending forth a colossal wave of dragon-shaped energy towards the Merry. "What is this?" Although the Straw Hat crew maintained a good rapport with Yi Luo, it was their first encounter with his technique, leaving them utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Kazan aboard the Huaxia was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Yi Luo was indeed holding nothing back. "Allow me to take the lead. Chef, prepare to take over," Zoro proclaimed swiftly before facing the dragon-shaped energy wave with a decisive slash. Boom. Zoro's strike was engulfed by Yi Luo's 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, yet the dragon-shaped wave diminished in intensity. Demon Wind Foot, the finishing touch kick. Sanji once again employed his newly developed ultimate move, landing a powerful kick on the dragon-shaped energy wave. Three-sword style, 108 troublesome winds. Zoro launched another slash, aiding Sanji in their collective effort. Boom boom. The dragon-shaped airwave unleashed by Yi Luo was finally dispelled. However, the ordinary weapon that Zoro had hastily seized was shattered in the process. His original sword, Snow, had been damaged in the preceding battle, prompting him to casually pick up a weapon. Yet, with a single strike from Yi Luo, it was rendered useless. Meanwhile, Sanji was blasted into the center of the Merry's deck by Yi Luo's airwave, and after spitting out blood, he managed to rise to his feet with great effort. Is this the caliber of a brigadier general from the Navy? Zoro, wielding two swords, wore a grim expression as he fixed his gaze on Yi Luo, standing on the huaxia. He murmured to himself, "Oh dear, how formidable. You can even withstand my most powerful technique. It seems that Luffy's defeat at your hands was indeed justified. Prepare to face my second move." As Yi Luo was poised to unleash his attack, the huaxia began to move, with nearby warships drawing closer to it. "What the hell is going on?" Yi Luo shouted, turning his head. "Report, sir. We don't know who closed the gate of justice, but the seawater is being obstructed by the gate, creating a whirlpool." A soldier exclaimed loudly. "Splendid." Yi Luo silently applauded Luffy and the others, yet he vociferously commanded, "Damn it, stabilize the ship immediately. Over there." Akiji glanced at Yi Luo and, before Yi Luo could react, leaped up to unleash an ice age upon the whirlpool, effectively freezing it in place. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression stiffened, and he whispered, "You scoundrel, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? I am a Navy officer. If you do not take action, I shall." Akiji cast a sidelong glance at Yi Luo and replied, "Very well, I underestimated you." Yi Luo retorted, visibly displeased. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew was taken aback by Akiji's sudden assault. Just as they glimpsed a chance for escape, it was ruthlessly extinguished, leaving them with a sense of bitter frustration. "Frankie, I'm ready here, at any moment." Frankie suddenly called to Nami from the stern of the ship. "Really? That's splendid. Deploy it immediately," Nami exclaimed with delight. "Wind cannon." Just as Yi Luo was poised to act, he suddenly heard Frankie's voice, and a smirk crept across his lips as he conceived a plan to assist Luffy in fleeing. "Luffy, I am about to strike. This time, I shall show no mercy. Should you perish, do not blame me." Just as Frankie prepared to unleash the wind cannon, Yi Luo shouted loudly. Luffy, his expression serious, warned, "Everyone, be cautious." I can sense that Yi Luo genuinely intends to hold nothing back. Zoro and Sanji braced themselves for a confrontation, although they were no longer at their peak strength. They were the last remaining allies capable of fighting alongside Yi Luo. "Frankie, hurry. Otherwise, we shall truly perish here," Nami urged anxiously. "Wind cannon. Dragons descending 18 palms." Frankie and Yi Luo called out simultaneously. "What?" All the Navy, except for Yi Luo, were astonished as they beheld the Straw Hat crew's small triangular sailboat, which suddenly surged upwards from the stern, propelled by a gust of air. Yi Luo's dragons descending 18 palms struck the boat's rear, not only failing to sink the Straw Hat's vessel, but also accelerating it further due to the powerful airflow. "Aha! Quite impressive. They actually managed to escape." Yi Luo feigned surprise as he remarked. "Chase them down. We must capture Nico Robin at all costs," commanded the CP9 officer, his face swollen with anger. "Enough. Look around at the entire judicial island. Our warships. Do you still not comprehend? This time, we have suffered a crushing defeat." At that moment, Akiji finally stepped forward to speak. Yet Yi Luo yawned, as if indifferent, and stated, "Akiji, you witnessed it. I did not hold back. It is getting late, so I shall return to headquarters to rest." After speaking, Yi Luo promptly commanded the huaxia to return home, utilizing the reopened gate of justice to head back to headquarters. As for the cleanup at Judicial Island, it was naturally entrusted to Akiji, no longer his concern. Akiji observed Yi Luo's departure with a complex expression. He had indeed witnessed Yi Luo withholding his full power, even resorting to the ultimate technique of the dragon subduing 18 palms. However, given the outcome, it was clear that Yi Luo had acted deliberately. Yet, since there was no incriminating evidence at the scene, Akiji refrained from further comment, instructing his subordinates to wrap up the affairs at Judicial Island while contemplating how to report the matter to Sengoku. Upon returning to headquarters, Yi Luo was immediately summoned to Sengoku's office, where he found Carp indulging in senbei. "Yi Luo, what on earth transpired at Judicial Island?" Sengoku inquired with a furious countenance. "Marshal, you received the news quite swiftly, considering I just returned from Judicial Island." Yi Luo retorted with a smirk. "What else is there to say? The Straw Hat crew caused quite the uproar at Judicial Island, and that imbecile CP9 commander actually employed the Demon Slayer order, leading to this debacle." "The Straw Hats? Carp, is that your grandson again?" Sengoku directed his ire towards Carp. "Ah, so it's Luffy? I never imagined that little rascal would grow so capable." Carp responded with hearty laughter. "You scoundrel, am I to praise him now?" Sengoku bellowed in anger. "What is wrong with you? Is your family comprised solely of troublemakers?" "Marshal, I must interject. The Straw Hats are not so formidable as to reduce Judicial Island to ruins. The destruction was solely caused by the Demon Slayer order. However, I must admit, Luffy has indeed improved. He managed to escape from me, which warrants some respect. Luo chimed in, chuckling alongside Carp. Is that so? Ha ha ha, he truly is my grandson. Growing so impressive. Carp exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that Luffy had escaped from Luo. Sengoku glared at the two, who seemed to dismiss him entirely, discussing pirates with reckless abandon, wishing he could swat them both away in frustration. Carp, your grandson is the source of this trouble. You need to handle it. Sengoku suppressed his fury and directed Carp. You want me to take care of this? Very well, it has been a while since I last saw Luffy. Carp pondered aloud. Teacher, the marshal means for you to capture Luffy, not to visit him. Luo discreetly reminded Carp, casting a glance at the seething Sengoku. Oh, is that so? Carp, sensing Sengoku's imminent explosion, felt a twinge of guilt and replied, Of course, I understand. Let us gather Kobe and others. We shall go together. Teacher, why must I join as well? The warriors here at headquarters are awaiting my instruction in martial arts. Luo muttered discontentedly while following Carp out of Sengoku's office. What? As the older brother, is it not permissible for you to visit your younger brother? Quickly, prepare yourself. It has been ages since I last saw my grandson. As the voices of Luo and Carp echoed outside the office, Zhangguo suppressed the urge to rush out and confront them. Instead, he picked up the documents on his desk, attempting to immerse himself in work to forget the earlier commotion. Before long, preparations for the voyage were complete. Initially, they were to utilize Carp's dog-headed warship. However, given Luo's prior abandonment by Carp, he took the liberty of readying the Huaxia, planning to set sail alongside Carp to Water City. He had no desire to be left behind again. A few days later, upon arriving at Water City with Carp, Luo casually inquired about the whereabouts of Luffy's crew. Carp stood outside the dwelling of Luffy and his companions, refusing to enter through the front door. Leaning against the wall, he exhaled on his fist before smashing through the entire wall with a single blow. Is that the Navy? This is bad. Luffy is still unconscious. What should we do? Inside, apart from Zoro, the rest of the Straw Hat crew, including Usopp who was hiding by the window, were startled by Carp's sudden entrance. I've heard that the pirate monkey D, Luffy is here. A few gentlemen outside wish to meet him, Carp declared charmingly to those within the room. However, no one responded, as Luffy, having endured a fierce battle, remained asleep. Can you believe he is still sleeping? What an impolite fellow, Carp exclaimed, spotting Luffy snoring. In an instant, he appeared at Luffy's side. So fast, Sanji remarked, taken aback by Carp's swiftness. Wake up, you brat. Carp delivered a punch to Luffy's head, causing him to roll around in pain. Luo, observing from outside, couldn't help but smirk, recalling how often the old man had done the same to him in the past. Does it hurt? Aren't you made of rubber? How can you feel pain from a punch? Sanji asked, astonished. A punch from a loved one is inescapable, Carp replied, removing his dog-headed hat and gazing at Luffy. Awakened by the blow, Luffy looked up at Carp, fear etched across his face. GG Grandpa? The revelation shocked everyone, including Carp's accompanying Navy soldiers and the rest inside the house. Apart from Luo. What? This old man is Luffy's grandfather? The very same who is Luo's mentor? He is part of the Navy? Sanji, Nami, and the others stared at Carp in disbelief. You've certainly stirred up quite the trouble, haven't you? It seems there is much for which you owe me an apology. Carp casually questioned, standing before Luffy. Is he truly your grandfather? Sanji asked, still incredulous. Indeed. Do not act rashly, or you shall face dire consequences. Luffy, sitting on the ground, reflected on past close calls, saying, I never realized how many times I almost met my end because of him. Hey, don't say it so harshly. Old man, I am your dear grandfather. Carp looked at Luffy, expressing his dissatisfaction. Even if I were to throw you off a cliff, banish you to the depths of the forest at midnight, or tie you to a balloon and send you soaring into the sky, it would all be in the hopes of molding you into a competent Navy officer. As he spoke, Carp found himself somewhat moved, yet the fact that his beloved grandson chose to become a pirate ignited a furious anger within him. Others, upon hearing Carp's treatment of Luffy, could not help but shudder, while Sanji appeared to understand the source of Luffy's indomitable spirit. Haven't I always said? I aspire to be a pirate. Luffy finally stood and shouted defiantly, voicing his dreams. What? You dare to argue? I see that the influence of red-haired Shanks has deeply corrupted you. Carp bellowed in anger. Shanks? He is my savior, and I will not allow you to speak ill of him. Luffy retorted, equally furious. Shanks? Is that the infamous pirate, red-haired Shanks? Robin inquired in astonishment. Indeed. It was he who gifted Luffy his straw hat, which he cherishes dearly. Nami affirmed with a nod. You little brat. How dare you tell your grandfather what he can and cannot say? It seems you are in dire need of a lesson. As the grandfather and grandson continued their quarrel, Luffy found himself powerless, caught by Carp's grasp. Oh no, Luffy has been captured by the Navy. He has no means to resist. Chopper exclaimed worriedly. After all, he is his grandfather. Such an outcome was somewhat expected. Sanji felt the situation was quite precarious and contemplated intervening to assist Luffy. It was at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, amidst the chaos, the bickering duo unexpectedly fell asleep simultaneously. They fell asleep? What do we do now? This is simply unbelievable. How can one sleep amid such a heated argument? Truly remarkable. I have no idea. This is my first encounter with such a situation. The Straw Hat crew exchanged awkward glances, uncertain of how to proceed with the slumbering pair. Hello everyone. It's been a few days. How have you all been? At that moment, Yuluo walked in from outside. Yuluo. Nami and the others exclaimed joyfully. With Yuluo present, at least communication was possible. Though they were uncertain how to interact with Luffy's grandfather, they were also acutely aware that their escape from Enies lobby was largely thanks to Yuluo, without his assistance. Not only Admiral Akiji, but even the vice admirals could have easily annihilated them. Rest assured, my teacher will not make things difficult for Luffy. Yuluo said with a reassuring smile. Your teacher is truly Luffy's grandfather, and he happens to be a Navy commander. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, incredulous. Indeed. Do not let Carp's demeanor fool you. He is immensely powerful, and he would have no issue facing Akiji. As the leaves fell gently, Yuluo responded. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. After all, Admiral Fujitora was indeed a high-ranking officer. And it seemed there was no admiral by the name of Carp among the 3 admirals of the Navy. Wait, did you say Carp? Is he the renowned naval hero? Why would he be Luffy's grandfather? Nami suddenly recalled something and asked in astonishment. A naval hero? I have heard of him. He is said to be a legendary figure in the Navy, possessing formidable strength. Frankie added earnestly. Indeed, my mentor is none other than the celebrated Vice Admiral Carp. Known as the naval hero. For various reasons, he has repeatedly declined promotions to admiral, thus remaining a vice admiral. However, do not underestimate him simply because he holds that rank. Otherwise, you might find yourself in dire straits. Yuluo replied with a cheerful smile. Oh no, I actually fell asleep. Wait, Luffy, you rascal. How can you sleep while being scolded? Carp exclaimed as Luffy, bubbling in his slumber, was promptly greeted with a loving punch. Yet, due to Yuluo's presence, the Straw Hat crew chose to ignore the eccentric duo of grandfather and grandson. Surprisingly, after being struck, Luffy and Carp continued their previous conversation, providing the Straw Hat crew with an overview of the New World, specifically regarding the so-called 4 emperors. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Yuluo turned to see Zoro engaged in combat with Navy soldiers, wielding 2 weapons. You too, go and try to stop him, Carp said with a broad smile. Yes, sir. Kobe and Balumabur nodded in response. During this time, they had grown significantly under Yuluo's training, and since they were also acquainted with Luffy, Carp had specially brought them out to broaden their horizons. Master, they are probably not yet a match for that swordsman, Yuluo remarked with a hint of resignation. No worries, practical experience is the best form of training. Carp waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, moments later, as Yuluo had anticipated, despite their enhanced abilities from training, they were still limited in strength. Each managed to exchange about 10 blows with Luffy and Zoro before ultimately succumbing. Ha ha ha, they truly are no match. Carp laughed heartily. Little Leaf, would you care to give it a try? I think I will pass. Luffy is not yet my opponent. Perhaps I shall wait until he has grown a bit more. Yuluo replied with a smile. He certainly would not intervene now. At least 2 years should pass before he could reap the rewards of their bounties. Currently, only Luffy's bounty had surpassed 100 million. While the new bounties were still on their way and had not fully circulated. However, upon hearing Carp's words, Zoro and Luffy felt a surge of eagerness. They had longed to spar with Yuluo, especially after witnessing a glimpse of his strength on Enies lobby, which had further fueled their desire for a duel. You need not concern yourselves. Zoro is still missing a weapon, and you both bear injuries. Perhaps next time, as the leaves fell, one could naturally perceive the fighting spirit of the two. With a wave of his hand, he spoke. Luffy and Zoro, upon reflection, decided to abandon their intent to challenge. Well then, since the matter has concluded, you should swiftly repair the wall. Carp commanded the Navy soldiers behind him. Huh, why? The soldiers, as if turned to stone, inquired. Did we not cause the destruction? Of course, it must be repaired. Carp replied with a sense of inevitability. If that is the case, then why did you break through the wall? Isn't that rather cool? You cannot justify such destruction on that premise. Indeed, if repairs are to be made, you must assist as well. Very well then. As the leaves fell within the room, Yellow engaged in conversation with Nami and Chopper, entirely disregarding Carp's negotiations with the soldiers outside. It was astonishing to witness the legendary marine hero in such a light, Nami remarked, reflecting on Carp's camaraderie with the soldiers. Do not assume the Navy is entirely malevolent. In truth, the majority comprises individuals with noble intentions. However, a small faction has tarnished the Navy's reputation. And coupled with the machinations of the world government, the Navy has borne much unjust blame. Thus, to some, the Navy appears as a group of ineffectual villains. Yellow explained with a smile, shaking his head. Zoro, having just entered, contemplated Yellow's words, recalling his previous encounter with the Marine Colonel T-Bone, and nodded in agreement. Luffy, your grandfather is quite an extraordinary man, Sanji expressed earnestly as he observed Luffy's entrance. I'm not very familiar with his professional matters. I know little, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Carp, I heard your son has met with you? Carp suddenly turned his head, inquiring while mending the wall. Eh? Dad? Do I even have a father? Luffy responded with surprise. What? So you two have never met? Yet he claimed to have bid you farewell in Rowtown. Was T little Yellow present then? Carp said casually, while digging his nose. Yellow confirmed at that time Luffy was indeed being pursued by Smoker, so they did not meet. Who is Luffy's father? Why am I so curious? Nami could not help but ask. Rowtown, was Luffy's father there? Both Zoro and Sanji looked at Carp with keen interest, eager to uncover Luffy's lineage. Teacher, is it truly appropriate to discuss such matters in this setting? Yellow shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Is that so? Ha ha, then let us refrain from that. Carp nodded in agreement. Come on, just spill it. This is exasperating. All present, except for Luffy, were intensely curious about the identity of his father. Luffy, your father's identity is rather sensitive, thus it is unsuitable for discussion in a crowded place. Yellow said apologetically to Luffy. However, before Luffy could grasp the situation, Carp nodded and stated, indeed, your father, Monkey D. Dragon, is a revolutionary, and as a Marine, it is not fitting for me to speak of him. Instantly, everyone except Luffy was taken aback, including the Marines outside and Usopp, who was peeking through the window, all shocked by the revelation of Luffy's father's name. Monkey D. Dragon? What is happening to everyone? Why are they reacting this way? Luffy asked, bewildered. I've never heard Dragon's full name before, exclaimed a Marine, his face a mask of astonishment. Who would have imagined the revolutionary dragon had a son, none other than the pirate Straw Hat Luffy? This is truly monumental news. Another naval officer expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, Dragon is Mr. Luffy's father, and Vice Admiral Garp is Mr. Luffy's grandfather. This means that Dragon is the son of Vice Admiral Garp? Kobe was taken aback by his own conclusion, seemingly struggling to comprehend the revelation. What a peculiar family. A Navy Vice Admiral, a revolutionary, and a pirate. What a chaotic situation. Burenberg cradled his head, feeling a sense of existential doubt, observing the astonished crowd. Luffy sensed the complexity of the situation and turned to Robin, inquiring, what is happening here, Robin? Fool, how could you not have heard of the name Dragon? Sanji exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed by Luffy's naivety. Your father is an extraordinary figure. Frankie evidently recognized Dragon's significance. How to explain this? As pirates, we do not proactively attack the world government and the Navy. However, the Revolutionary Army is different. They are currently the only organization capable of overthrowing the world government. And their leader is Dragon. After a moment of contemplation, Robin elaborated, his ideology has incited revolutions across many nations, leading to their eventual downfall. Hence, your father is labeled the world's most notorious criminal and is our Navy's primary target. Yellow added with a smile. However, Luffy seemed unfazed by the information. At that moment, Garp realized he might have misspoken and, scratching his head, remarked, it appears I misspoke. Perhaps you should all disregard what I just said. Everyone was taken aback by Garp's unexpected display of humility. Once the wall was repaired, Garp prepared to leave but paused to address Luffy, saying, you are my grandson. So I'll let you go this time. I've already concocted an excuse. You all can remain here without worry. Vice Admiral, that hardly qualifies as an excuse. Perhaps it would be better to let them escape. Garp's aide responded with exasperation. Never mind, just enjoy your time chatting with Luffy, Kobe, and the others. I shall take my leave. Garp clearly had little interest in reminiscing with Luffy, content that his grandson was unharmed. All right, goodbye. Luffy replied nonchalantly. Brat, you are so heartless. Can't you at least try to keep your grandfather here? We haven't seen each other in so long. Once again, Luffy's attitude irritated Garp, resulting in another lesson from the seasoned vice admiral. They truly were a pair of grandfather and grandson. Nami observed Luffy and Garp outside, exchanging exasperated glances with Yellowjaw. Yu smiled gently and remarked, do not be deceived by the teacher's demeanor. He, much like Luffy, possesses an undeniable charm that compels one to willingly follow his lead. Nami, Sanji, and Chopper remained silent. Perhaps this was the very reason they consented to board the ship. As Luo engaged in conversation with Nami and Sanji, Luffy and Zoro were conversing with Kobe, albeit Nami refrained from eavesdropping due to Luo's presence. Once their nostalgic exchanges concluded, Kobe and Belilabur followed Luo as they departed. Before leaving, Luo cautioned Luffy and the others about the implications of the events at Enies Lobby, informing them that their actions had drawn the attention of the world government and high-ranking Navy officials. He elucidated the reason behind the world government's anxiety regarding Robin, who, as the sole scholar capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, held immense significance. However, observing Luffy's demeanor, Luo realized that the gravity of the situation had not fully registered with him. Fortunately, with the Straw Hat crew present, Luo had intentionally chosen this moment to convey his warning. After their departure, they returned to the warship, though they did not set sail. Due to Garp's revelation to Sengoku regarding Luffy's identity as his grandson, capturing him was out of the question, leading to Garp receiving a severe reprimand. Nevertheless, Garp remained resolute in not apprehending Luffy, opting instead to wait until Luffy set out on his journey, framing it as a farewell. As for Luo, he was indifferent. Noting that Water 7 was rife with pirates, he chose not to remain on the ship, instead taking Lena and a small contingent of Marines to apprehend numerous bounty criminals, thereby securing diamonds and appeasing Sengoku, a dual benefit. Old man, it seems Luffy and the others are hosting a banquet. Shouldn't I join them? Are we really not going? Luo remarked, gazing listlessly at the lively scene in Water 7 from Garp's ship. No way. If I go, I'll have to capture my grandson. They won't even have a chance to escape. If I ease up a bit when they set sail, they might just manage to flee. Garp replied, shaking his head. I anticipated this. Rest assured, I've already captured quite a few bounty criminals, so I can report back to the Admiral. Luo winked at Garp. After a moment of contemplation, Garp shook his head and said, forget it. You go ahead. I want to join you. Very well, if you're not going. I shall go alone. Lena, will you accompany me? Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Lena hesitated briefly before responding, my lord, you go on ahead. I'll stay here and keep the Major General company. That girl is quite commendable. Garp chuckled joyfully, completely disregarding Luo. As the leaves fell, Luo had no intention of seeking unnecessary trouble. He swiftly departed from the warship, heading towards the venue where Luffy and the others were hosting a banquet, as he found himself missing Sanji's culinary skills. However, before he could draw near, he sensed the presence of Admiral Akiji. Luo furrowed his brow, recalling that there was indeed a storyline where Akiji sought out Robin for a conversation, given that his interference had altered the circumstances at Enies Lobby. It was uncertain whether Akiji would let Robin go, prompting him to investigate further. Upon his arrival, he found only Robin, the artist, present, while Akiji had vanished. That was Admiral Akiji, wasn't it? Luo inquired, noticing Robin's troubled expression. She nodded and responded, yes, why are you here again? I originally intended to come for some food, but upon sensing Akiji's presence, I feared for your safety, hence I rushed over. Luo replied candidly. Thank you. But he had no intention of taking action, Robin said, regaining some composure. Then let us proceed. We cannot miss the banquet. Luo chuckled, refraining from questioning her discussion with Akiji. Meanwhile, on a small island within the Grand Line, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, learned of Luffy's actions through the newspaper. I hear they have breached Enies Lobby. This will surely inflate the bounty, Van Augur remarked quietly as he perused the news. He was the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the Soundless, a formidable marksman. Speaking of Enies Lobby, it connects to the sea train of Water 7, Captain Lafitte, the navigator, chimed in with a smile. It seems to be not far from here, such is fate. Van Augur mused. Cough, cough. They are incredibly unfortunate to have entered our range. They are truly pitiful. The ship's doctor, Doc Q, coughed. Captain, let us set sail. The helmsman, Buggy, shouted excitedly. Indeed, my crew, prepare to depart. Blackbeard echoed gleefully. At that moment, another voice interrupted their revelry. Wait, Teach, you are quite easy to find. Fire Fist Ace lounged on the rooftop, observing Blackbeard below with casual ease. Oh, it's Captain Ace. Blackbeard exclaimed with apparent joy. While his primary target was Luffy, he would not refuse the opportunity presented by Ace. Do not address me in such a manner. The title of captain is reserved for those deserving of respect. You are now a formidable captain yourself, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Ace remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized Teach. Haha, it has been a while, Ace. What brings you here? How did you know I was present? Teach continued to smile, though internally, he feared Whitebeard might come personally to hunt him down, as he currently lacked the strength to confront Whitebeard. Teach, spare me the pleasantries. You should be aware of the current situation. Ace fixed his gaze upon Teach and declared, I understand. Allow me to utter a word. Join us, Ace. Let us conquer the world together. I have devised a meticulous plan. The era of Whitebeard has come to an end, and I shall ascend as the Pirate King. Our first step is to eliminate the Straw Hat brat who breached Eni's lobby. They are currently in Water 7, and then I shall deliver him to the government. Teach spoke with a hint of madness. What? The Straw Hat brat? Ace interrupted Teach's monologue, astonished. Indeed, the Straw Hat, Luffy. Teach replied earnestly. How audacious of you. That is my brother. Ace adjusted his hat, his voice steady. However, before he could finish his statement, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced his body. Yet, the wound ignited into flames, a manifestation of his Mera Nomi powers, rendering him immune to the physical bullet's harm. Before he could react, the helmsman Buggy launched a surprise attack from behind, wielding a small house. Stop it, Buggy Aka! Teach exclaimed in shock. Unfortunately, Ace did not grant them the opportunity. With a series of fiery techniques, he unleashed the flame gun, Fire Pillar, which not only countered their assaults but also retaliated. Fools, you dare to act on your own? You are no match for him yet. Teach admonished the defeated intruders. Fire Fist. Yet, before they could engage in further conversation, Ace's attack surged forth once more. Struck by Ace's flaming fist, Teach's body ignited, and it took considerable effort from his crew to extinguish the flames. Gasping for breath, Teach managed to rise, chuckling menacingly. Ah, I see now. Ace, you have come to kill me. It is only fitting, after all, for the murder of a comrade is a grave sin, Teach remarked. Still on the ground. Indeed, I did kill the 4th Division Captain Sabo, but what choice did I have? That fruit I so desperately desired appeared in his possession. So you killed him to seize the fruit? Ace inquired, his brow furrowing. Though he himself was a wielder of powers, he could not fathom equating a devil fruit with the life of a comrade. Indeed, I infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates for over a decade, hoping to acquire that fruit, only to find it in the hands of a comrade. I was left with no option. Teach expressed with a hint of pride. Ha ha ha. Ace. Rather than saying I snatched the fruit, it is more accurate to say that the fruit chose me, no matter how you spin it. The murder of a comrade aboard a pirate ship is an unforgivable sin, Ace stated solemnly. Is that so? Yet my current strength has elevated me to the pinnacle. This fruit is exceptional, even among the natural types. Teach harbored no fear of Ace, and had even begun to contemplate the prospect of capturing him to present to the Navy. After all, trading a captain of the Whitebeard pirates for a warlord of the sea seemed more than adequate. Ace's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Initially, he perceived the most challenging aspect of pursuing Teach to be locating him. During Teach's tenure with the Whitebeard pirates, his displayed strength was not particularly formidable, having killed Thatch only through ambush. Yet now, it appeared that Teach had undergone significant transformation. Ha ha ha. Ace, your body is composed of flames, is it not? Then mine is darkness, Teach proclaimed, demonstrating his powers as he spoke. Darkness? Ace regarded Teach with confusion. While darkness was indeed a natural element, he was wholly unaware of its capabilities. Subsequently, Teach elucidated his power through action, revealing the gravitational force that attracted all things, a manifestation of darkness. Upon consuming the dark fruit and becoming a being of darkness, Teach also acquired the ability to absorb the powers of devil fruit users. Once he made contact, their abilities would dissipate. Coupled with his capacity to attract, his powers appeared nearly insurmountable. Fortunately, although Teach belonged to the Logia category, he was unable to assume an elemental form, leaving a slight vulnerability in the dark fruit. Otherwise, it would indeed be as formidable as he claimed. One might assume that those who wielded devil fruit powers would heavily rely on them, becoming significantly weakened upon their loss. However, It was astonishing to witness that even a captain from Whitebeard's crew possessed such formidable basic combat skills. Today marks a destined turning point, noted the sniper Van Auger, observing from the sidelines. Though you possess remarkable skills, it is regrettable. Join us, Ace. Titch urged once more, gazing down at the injured Ace, who knelt on the ground. Fool. To submit to malevolent forces is to strip a man of his dignity. I will never allow my life to bear such a stain. Do you understand? Ace replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware that he could not escape his fate today. His earlier carelessness had led him to be caught off guard by Titch's unexpected strikes, causing irreparable damage. Despite his subsequent efforts in battle, Titch's prowess was undeniably formidable, resulting in his current predicament. Survival is the ultimate victory, Ace. How unfortunate. In that case, let you be buried in darkness. Titch exclaimed with excitement. Although he had long understood the capabilities of the dark fruit, this was his first encounter with a significant adversary, and he was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Ace summoned his ultimate technique with his remaining strength. Ha ha ha. Will it be the sun or darkness? There can only be one victor. The aura of darkness surged forth from Titch, rivaling Ace's flames. I will make Whitebeard the king of the seas. Ace gazed at Titch, speaking with a calm demeanor. However, at that moment, the figure of Yi Luo suddenly emerged in his mind, for Yi Luo had warned him more than once to be cautious of Titch. Even after learning that he was pursuing Titch, Yi Luo had advised him, suggesting that the man harbored many secrets. Reflecting on Yi Luo, a smirk crept across Ace's lips. As his brother, surely he would seek vengeance on his behalf, and would take good care of Luffy. Yet, he lamented that their father would not receive the same protection. The collision of flames and darkness erupted, the force of the attack engulfing the entire island, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, amidst the festivities, Yi Luo suddenly sensed something amiss, glancing around uneasily. Luffy, what is wrong? Chopper, who was frolicking with Luffy, inquired. As Yi Luo gazed at Luffy, he noticed Luffy had paused his antics, placing a hand on his chest and remarking, I'm not quite sure. Just a moment ago, I felt a twinge of pain. Perhaps my previous injuries haven't fully healed. Ah well, a hearty meal should remedy it. After saying this, Luffy glanced around and extended his arm, stealthily seizing a considerable amount of meat from the bones nearby. A sense of unease washed over Yi Luo as he realized, this feeling it's Ace. His expression shifted, and he rose abruptly. Not far from Water City, on Bonero Island, after several hours of combat between Ace and Titch, a group of fishermen emerged from the sea onto the shore. Captain, this is the spot. From a distance, I witnessed the battle erupting here. My strength is limited, and I dared not approach, but I am certain one of the combatants wields flame abilities, which prompted me to seek you out. A smaller fishman reported to a more robust fishman. Let us investigate further. Even if it is a wielder of flame, we cannot confirm it as Ace. The stout fishman, a member of the Sun Pirates, acted under Jinbei and Neptune's orders, as all the fishmen were in search of Ace's whereabouts. It's definitely Ace. This is his hat. Could it be that Ace was defeated? Impossible. Ace is incredibly powerful. Quickly, take this hat and contact Captain Jinbei. Inform him we have discovered a lead on Ace, but the situation appears grim. We need him here. Upon finding Ace's fallen hat on the island, the robust fishman's expression soured. At Fishman Island, in the underwater palace, Jinbei rushed to discuss the situation with King Neptune after receiving news from his subordinates. Your Majesty, it seems that the events have unfolded just as Yi Luo predicted. What shall we do? Jinbei inquired, his countenance grave. He regretted not having acted sooner to prevent the impending turmoil, wishing he had prioritized locating Ace. First, we must inform Yi Luo of the current situation. Additionally, we must reach out to Whitebeard, as we cannot afford to be caught off guard. Neptune's eyes glinted with urgency as he spoke to Jinbei. Furthermore, we should deliberate on Yi Luo's proposal, as events have indeed transpired as he foresaw. Understood, Your Majesty. Jinbei nodded, turning to leave. He needed to alert Yi Luo and Whitebeard that Ace was in peril, fearing that the world would soon descend into chaos. Meanwhile, news of Luffy's assault on Eni's lobby spread rapidly across the globe, reaching the homeland of the Straw Hat crew. In the Alabaster Royal Palace, the king and a few others were quietly discussing matters, keeping Princess Vivi unaware. Your Majesty, how could Nico Robin possibly be with Luffy and the others? If Princess Vivi finds out, it would break her heart. Ikaram expressed his concern. Ah, that woman is indeed an extraordinary and enigmatic figure. King Kubula nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. However, Unbeknownst to them, Princess Weiwei had already been aware of the matter and was indifferent to it. Mr. Luffy is quite an enigmatic individual. Even when you are in his presence, his thoughts remain elusive. Nonetheless, since it is their choice, we must trust them. I am their companion. Weiwei gently touched the mark on her hand and smiled. Ah, Princess Weiwei, you have truly grown. The crowd was moved to tears, leaving Princess Weiwei perplexed. In Water City, Luffy and his companions had just received their latest bounties. Monkey D. Luffy, bounty of 300 million. Pirate Hunter Zoro, bounty of 120 million. Devil Child Nico Robin, bounty of 80 million. Black Leg Sanji, photo acquisition failed, bounty of 77 million. King of Snipers Sogeking, bounty of 30 million. Cat Burglar Nami, bounty of 16 million. Dr. Chopper, pet, bounty of 50. Iron Man Frankie, bounty of 44 million. The total bounty amounted to an impressive 667 million berries. Even Leaf Fall felt a twinge of desire at this moment. By the way, Luffy, based on your upcoming course, it seems you will be passing through the Devil's Sea, right? After hearing Frankie's request, Luffy prepared to set sail, only to be halted by Leaf Fall's inquiry. Ah, Leaf Fall, you've heard of that sea too? Nami's eyes lit up with a hint of anticipation. Indeed, I know what it entails. Wait, Leaf Fall, do not speak of it. This is our adventure. If you reveal it now, it will lose its charm. Luffy interrupted Leaf Fall, leaving him momentarily stunned. Very well, although there may be some complications. With your abilities, you should manage just fine. Leaf Fall smiled and refrained from expressing his thoughts further. Why not let Leaf Fall speak? That way, we can prepare. Nami exclaimed, dissatisfied, directing her frustration at Luffy. This is our adventure. Luffy insisted stubbornly. He was like that, generally unremarkable, yet once he made a decision, it was seldom altered by others. All right, I won't delay your departure any longer. I must take my leave. Leaf Fall waved goodbye to the Straw Hat crew, intending to return to his own ship. However, just as he approached the shoreline, Lena informed him that a fishman was seeking him. What? Are you certain? Leaf Fall asked in surprise upon hearing the fishman's words. We cannot be certain, but the hat indeed belongs to Ace, the fishman replied calmly. Although Leaf Fall did not understand why Jinbei cared so much for this human, he knew that to earn his respect, he needed to possess qualities worthy of it. Take me there. My ship will follow in your wake. At that moment, Leaf Fall was too preoccupied to pay heed to the fishman, speaking directly. All right. The merman uttered no further words. After a nod, he plunged directly into the ocean. Lena, I will go greet the teacher. You all may depart first. Yi Luo remarked after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Lena promptly returned to the warship, following the merman's lead toward another direction. When Yi Luo arrived aboard Captain Carp's vessel, he was unexpectedly greeted by the presence of Aokiji. However, he had no time to attend to Aokiji at that moment and addressed Carp directly. Teacher, I have an urgent matter that requires my departure. I entrust that group of pirates to you for their return to headquarters. Go ahead. Carp waved his hand dismissively, not even inquiring about Yi Luo's intentions. As Yi Luo gently bowed in farewell, preparing to depart, he couldn't help but notice Aokiji lying there, prompting him to extend a courteous salute before taking his leave. Vice Admiral Carp, are you truly allowing Yi Luo to leave like this? How will you explain it to the Admiral upon your return? Aokiji inquired once Yi Luo had departed. It seemed that Carp, who was indulging in Sumsum-Bay, had just recalled that Sengoku had not granted permission for Yi Luo to venture out to sea. He had only brought him along to assist with the mission. Consequently, the task remained unfinished, and Yi Luo had been inadvertently lost. Ah, never mind. I'll simply tell Sengoku that I forgot, Carp remarked nonchalantly. Sir, you cannot say that. Just like before, when you told the Admiral you let the Straw Hat Kid go because he is your grandson, he will undoubtedly be furious. Carpsade replied, exasperation evident on his face. Carp's expression stiffened as he pointed toward the nearly invisible Huaxia ship. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You only tell me now that the kid is almost out of sight. The aide, rendered speechless, closed his mouth. Surely, Carp's excuses were not universally acceptable. However, it was somewhat surprising that Aokiji, a man of high rank, did not intervene to prevent Yi Luo's departure. Sir, the Straw Hat crew is preparing to set sail. At that moment, a naval soldier reported. Very well, fetch me a trumpet. Fire a shot to alert them, Carp said with a grin. Indeed, the Straw Hat crew, engrossed in discussions about Usopp, remained oblivious to Carp's arrival until a cannonball from Carp's warship struck nearby, startling them. Hey, Luffy, can you hear me? It's your grandpa. It's your grandpa. Vice Admiral Carp shouted into the trumpet towards the Straw Hat crew. Upon hearing Carp's voice, Luffy was momentarily bewildered and shouted back, "Grandpa, what are you doing? Didn't we agree you wouldn't capture us?" "Ah, just a minor mishap. So, you'll stay here and feed the fish. To express my apologies. I'll take care of this myself. Bring me the cannonballs," Carp casually declared. As the soldiers brought cannonballs to Carp, the Straw Hat crew stood in stunned silence, uncertain of Carp's intentions. With a mighty throw, Carp launched a cannonball at the Straw Hat's new ship. Boom. Is he really firing a cannon with his bare hands? Sanji exclaimed, nearly petrified by Carp's display of power. This is even more powerful than an actual cannon, Zoro added, his seriousness reflecting the gravity of the situation. "Ha. I'm not old yet. Although my strength has waned a bit lately, this won't do." Carp reveled in the astonishment of the Straw Hat crew, their expressions filling him with pride. "This cannot continue. The new ship will be destroyed. Run." Nami urgently urged Luffy, fully aware that he was still waiting for Usopp. But the circumstances left them no choice. "Bring me 1,000 cannonballs." Carp removed the cloak of justice and called out to the soldiers behind him. Could it be the meteor fist? Kobe, who was nearby, was taken aback by Carp's words. Hadn't it been agreed that they would merely put on a show and then allow Luffy and the others to leave? "It's time to start, kids," Carp chuckled, finally adopting a somewhat formal demeanor. "Set sail at full speed. We will hold off the cannonballs." Luffy, fully aware of his grandfather's formidable nature, wasted no time and took off immediately. Coincidentally, Usopp had just arrived at the port. After understanding the situation, he finally mustered the courage to apologize to Luffy. With tears streaming down his face, Luffy pulled Usopp onto the ship, but the Doghead warship was fast approaching from behind. On the new ship, Frankie had already devised an escape plan, but they hadn't yet named the vessel, which felt improper for setting sail. After some commotion, they unanimously decided to name it the Thousand Sunny, after the suggestion from the mayor of Water City. "Hey, look, Luffy and the others have lowered their sails," Kobe remarked curiously upon noticing their unusual action. "Are they giving up on escaping?" The Navy soldiers wondered. "Impossible. What on earth are they planning?" Carp too was intrigued, unable to comprehend Luffy's intentions. "Grandpa, Kobe, and Leaf, I'm so glad to see you all," Luffy shouted from the stern of the ship, unaware that Leaf was no longer present, thus including him in his farewell. "Luffy, don't be hasty. There are cannonballs coming." Carp chuckled again and tossed another cannonball their way. Luffy shattered the projectile with a punch and declared loudly, "It's futile. We're seriously escaping now. Until we meet again." Luffy's words infuriated Carp, who bellowed in anger. How dare my grandson be so audacious? Ignoring the advice of his subordinates, the enraged Carp retrieved a massive iron ball, while Luffy continued bidding farewell to the residents of Water City. "Mr. Luffy, you must flee quickly. Your life is at stake," Kobe shouted urgently upon witnessing Carp's actions. The Straw Hat crew heard Kobe's voice and turned to see the enormous iron ball that Carp was preparing to hurl, their faces paling in fear. "Frankie, hurry," Luffy urged anxiously. "You little brat, don't underestimate me, or you'll regret it." Carp had no intention of holding back, swinging the iron ball with its chain and launching it towards the Thousand Sunny. However, just as panic gripped everyone, Frankie had finally completed his preparations. The stern of the Thousand Sunny erupted with a powerful blast of air, and the ship soared into the sky, evading Carp's colossal iron ball. Now that was impressive. Although Carp's attack did not succeed, he still smiled and praised. Upon witnessing Luffy's pirate ship soar into the air, even Aokiji, standing nearby, lifted his eye patch to gaze in its direction. There was no turning back now. They had truly managed to escape. Carp's vice admiral remarked with a hint of relief. "Indeed. I have confirmed it." Aokiji nodded in agreement. Ha. My grandson truly lives up to expectations." Carp chuckled heartily, reveling in pride rather than frustration at his failure, for he had intended to let Luffy go from the very beginning. "Mr. Carp, what on earth has that kid Leaf been up to?" Aokiji inquired quietly as the warship began its return journey. Carp pondered for a moment before sighing, "I am not quite certain. Recently, that lad has recruited quite a number of loyal followers at headquarters. He is no longer fighting alone." Aokiji paused in silence. In truth, the people at headquarters were aware of Leaf's activities, yet they neither supported nor opposed him, simply wishing to see how far he could go. He had always been a solitary figure, and while they believed he might not succeed, they felt that failure would not be of great consequence. However, now that Leaf had begun to establish his own force, it was certain that headquarters would not remain indifferent, for should he distance himself from them, the repercussions would be significant. Meanwhile, After bidding farewell to Carp, Leaf utilized the moonwalk to return to the Huaxia, following the fishmen. He swiftly arrived at the island suspected to be the site of Ace's appearance. Jinbei. Upon stepping onto the island, Leaf discovered a considerable number of fishmen gathered there, including Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords. You have arrived? I have taken a preliminary look, and the traces of battle here undoubtedly belong to my brother Ace. Jinbei acknowledged Leaf with a nod, his expression turning serious. Yulua wandered about for a moment, sighed deeply, and said, "The worst-case scenario has come to pass. I am certain that the one who engaged Ace is Blackbeard. He has acquired the dark fruit." The dark fruit. Is it the same fruit he seized after murdering Sachi? Jinbei inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the combination of the dark fruit and teach is exponentially greater than the sum of its parts. From this moment on, even we must tread carefully around him. Only someone of the old man's caliber may be able to disregard him, Yuluo lamented. What? Is he truly that formidable? Jinbei exclaimed in astonishment. Absolutely. Besides possessing a gravitational force akin to a black hole, the dark fruit also has the capacity to nullify the abilities of its wielder. I believe Ace was gravely injured due to an oversight, ultimately rendering him incapable of escape. Yuluo nodded, affirming his thoughts. Brother Yuluo, now that this has transpired, what shall we do? Jinbei asked, a note of concern in his voice. There is no alternative. Since it has already occurred, we must confront it. Have you informed the old man? He must prepare himself and not be caught off guard by the Navy. Yuluo replied, his head feeling heavy with worry. Is war unavoidable then? Jinbei spoke, a sense of despondency creeping into his tone. The Navy will not let such a golden opportunity slip by. They will undoubtedly instigate conflict to strike at Whitebeard, thereby solidifying their foothold in the New World, Yuluo asserted, shaking his head resolutely. Sighing again, Jinbei fell into silence. By the way, Brother Jinbei, I have a request that I wish for you to convey to King Neptune. Yuluo placed a reassuring hand on Jinbei's shoulder. What is it? Jinbei asked, curiosity piqued. I hope that the fishmen can provide some warriors to join the Navy and serve under my command, Yuluo stated earnestly. Jinbei's expression stiffened. The majority of fishmen inhabit the sea, and only a handful of pirates have ventured ashore. The notion of becoming part of the Navy was utterly foreign to them. Furthermore, most fishmen harbor animosity towards humans. What could they possibly achieve in the Navy? I will relay this to His Majesty, but I cannot predict the outcome. However, Brother Yuluo, do not hold too high of hopes, Jinbei began. But his words trailed off, left unspoken. Yuluo nodded and said, I understand, so please merely convey my message. If any fishman wishes to join the Navy, I can take the responsibility to accept them. Very well, I shall certainly relay your words. Jinbei solemnly nodded in response. Now, you should contact Whitebeard, as I too must commence my actions. Furthermore, if Marco has the time, please ask him to seek me out. Whitebeard may not heed my words, but Marco will understand. Yuluo nodded, took Ace's hat, and then returned to the Huaxia, setting sail without delay. Boss, what shall we do now? Asked the subordinates of the Fishman pirate crew after Yuluo's departure. Let us head to the New World to consult with Father. Jinbei replied in a deep voice. On Baldigo Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon had evidently seen the newspaper and was aware of Luffy's current situation. Live according to your dreams. In this era, with your experiences and aspirations, challenge this world. The day we meet again will inevitably come. Dragon stood alone, gazing at the horizon. Commander, we have received a confidential report. At that moment, a revolutionary soldier rushed over to Dragon. What is it? Dragon inquired as he returned to the conference room. It is as follows. Fire Fist Ace has been captured by Blackbeard Teach. It seems he is to be handed over to the government in exchange for a warlord position. The intelligence officer reported, holding the confidential document. Dragon was taken aback, glancing down at the report, confirming that it had been sent by Yuluo, as it contained a coordinate, presumably indicating a meeting. Indeed, what was proposed last time has come to pass. It is time to consider our course of action. Dragon murmured softly, then turned and said, Notify everyone. All officers are to assemble. Understood. Although surprised by Dragon's command, the messenger did not hesitate to begin issuing the summons to the scattered revolutionary officers across the globe. As unrest began to stir throughout the world, Garp returned to headquarters, only to be immediately summoned by Sengoku to his office, with Akiji also being called in. Is everyone clear on the situation? Sengoku informed them of Teach's capture of Ace. Goodness, how frightening. The youth of today are truly formidable. Kazuru, one of the 3 admirals, remarked leisurely, displaying a demeanor of indifference. Beside him sat the last of the three admirals, Akainu, who remained silent. Sengoku, have you considered the odds of victory in a war against Whitebeard? That man is a monster. Tsuru asked, arms crossed, her voice grave. This presents a good opportunity. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard has aged, and his strength is likely not what it once was. If we can restrain him, the Whitebeard pirates will be left without a leader. Buddha nodded and replied, moreover, this time it is our home ground. After the battle, Marineford will undoubtedly be devastated, but only here do we possess a guarantee of victory. Sitting nearby, Karp was entirely oblivious. Upon learning of Ace's capture, he had ceased to pay attention. At that time, summon the 7 warlords. We have nurtured them for long enough. They ought to contribute to our costs. Crane nodded in agreement. Very well, this matter is to remain strictly confidential. I trust you all will not divulge it. Buddha surveyed the room, and aside from Karp, everyone else confirmed with nods. Karp, I must see Ace. Before Buddha could finish, Karp interrupted, let me see him, all right? Buddha was inclined to refuse, yet upon seeing Karp's demeanor, he reluctantly assented. Karp then rose to depart, and Buddha, watching his old comrade's retreating figure, felt as though the years had suddenly weighed heavier upon him. Additionally, keep an eye on Yellow. He should not be allowed to roam freely. It would be best to assign him some tasks at headquarters. After all, hasn't he assembled his own crew? Let him manage them properly. Buddha squinted as he spoke. That rascal ran away on his own. Kazara remarked lazily, he slipped away before encountering Straw Hat Luffy. I have no idea where he went. Buddha's heart sank, sensing a foreboding calamity, and he replied with a serious expression, Yellow must be found. He will not take this lightly. Ace is his brother. And should he learn of this, chaos will surely ensue. The Navy must uphold its integrity. Justice does not require leniency. Akainu, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. Inform them immediately. Yellow must return to headquarters at once. Buddha glanced at Akainu before finally conceding. At this moment, Yellow had already arrived at the location agreed upon with Dragon, while Reina anchored her warship in a nearby sea. Mr. Yellow, Kara emerged from the woods, calling out to Yellow, who was grilling fish. You arrived? You took your sweet time. Once headquarters receives word, they will undoubtedly order my immediate return. If you take any longer, I shall depart without you. Yellow continued to focus on the fish, not raising his gaze. The distance was considerable. It inevitably required time for travel. Sabo followed closely behind Kara, stepping out from the woods. It seems you revolutionaries have truly made up your minds. Yellow remarked with a slight smirk. We shall spare no effort in actions that can strike against the world government. Dragon, accompanied by several figures, emerged softly. At this juncture, Yellow had completed all arrangements with the Revolutionary Army and, to avoid raising Buddha's suspicions, promptly set off back to headquarters. Leader, is this individual truly trustworthy? A revolutionary officer inquired, filled with doubt as he observed the departing Huaxia. Do you suspect he is a spy sent by Buddha? Dragon asked with a wry smile. Isn't he? Should this be a naval scheme against us, we are bound to suffer significant losses, declared the cadre of the Revolutionary Army. The captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division has been captured, and this time it appears to be genuine. Consequently, Whitebeard will not let this matter rest. The naval commander is already overwhelmed dealing with Whitebeard, so why would he intentionally provoke us? Thus, regardless of the truth, we must proceed with this operation. However, we shall not follow this brat's plan. You all understand, right? Dragon chuckled as he unveiled his intentions. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army erupted into laughter, while only Sabo wore a furrowed brow, lost in thought. Sabo, what troubles you? Clara nudged Sabo with her elbow and inquired. Do you recall? Yiluo mentioned that my identity can only be unraveled by finding Ace or the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. However, this time Fire Fist Ace has been captured by the Navy, so I am pondering. Sabo hesitated before continuing. Isn't there also the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy? We could seek him out as well. Clara remarked nonchalantly. Sabo nodded and murmured. Yet, he refrained from sharing with Clara that he was deeply familiar with the name Ace, and a profound concern for Ace's well-being lingered in his heart. As Yiluo neared the headquarters, he was spotted by a naval ship, which promptly informed him that Admiral Sengoku was seeking him and instructed him to return at once. Admiral, I merely stepped out to earn a little pocket money. There is no need to be so hasty in summoning me, is there? Yiluo arrived at Admiral Sengoku's office, expressing his discontent. On his return journey, he had deliberately sought out some pirates to capture, intending to divert attention. For it was already well known at the Navy headquarters that he, Yi Luo was in pursuit of bounties. With his recent capture of a bounty criminal in Water City, his total diamond count had surpassed 70,000, drawing him closer to the coveted 100,000. However, he refrained from participating in the lottery, choosing instead to devote himself to training upon his return to headquarters. He understood that once the Navy secretly acquired Ace, Sengoku would likely prevent him from venturing out again. Thus, the growth of his strength hinged on the valuable treasures he could obtain with those 70,000 diamonds. After a brief exchange with Admiral Sengoku, Yi Luo took his leave. Sengoku's method to keep Yi Luo at headquarters was straightforward. Previously, Yi Luo had promoted the Luohan Fist within the Navy, so Sengoku naturally allowed him to remain at headquarters to continue this endeavor, to which Yi Luo did not object. He was aware that a significant event was about to unfold in Marineford, providing him with a sense of security in staying at headquarters. A day later, Yi Luo reappeared in the training arena, where he not only taught the soldiers the Luohan Fist but also began honing his own martial arts skills. Currently, his internal skill was the Zihua Divine Art, which had reached level 3. His most formidable technique was the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, albeit still at level 1. And his lightness skill, which he had learned recently, was the snow tracking technique, also at level 1. Upon returning to headquarters the previous day, he had expended his 70,000 diamonds, yielding a multitude of valuable rewards. Notably, he acquired experience scrolls through a 5-time draw, though he did not obtain any peerless treasures. He did receive the much-needed experience scrolls. Among the 5 draws, 2 resulted in experience scrolls, which not only enhanced his character experience but also increased the proficiency of his martial arts manuals. Taking advantage of his previous captures of bounty criminals alongside the Revolutionary Army, he managed to elevate his character level by 1, though he was still only at level 21. He noted that the benefits from his character level were minimal, prompting him to set this matter aside for the moment. As for his martial arts manuals, they required significant proficiency to be effective. Relying solely on practice would likely take years to master, hence the experience scrolls were to be utilized in this regard. However, before using the experience scrolls, he hesitated. Initially, he intended to allocate all of them to the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, but with the remaining 20,000 diamonds from the previous day, he conducted 2 draws for manuals, acquiring a subpar technique and a superior manual, the One-Yang Finger. This left him in a quandary, as the One-Yang Finger possessed considerable power and was less taxing on energy than the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, allowing him to combat the issue of insufficient inner strength. Albeit only temporarily, he was aware that the One-Yang Finger also consumed a substantial amount of energy. Thus, without a high-level internal skill, he would remain constrained in combat. Ultimately, Yi Luo decided to invest all the experience scrolls into the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, while he relegated the inferior technique to his inventory. Knowing that with the recent system update introducing a synthesis feature, gathering 10 manuals would allow for synthesis. Consequently, after expending all his resources, he successfully acquired the One-Yang Finger and upgraded the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms by 1 level. Post-upgrade, Yi Luo had mastered the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms with greater finesse, enabling him to execute the technique without exerting his full strength. Although the power was diminished, he could now avoid the risk of losing combat effectiveness after a single strike, allowing him to practice subsequent techniques with relative ease, which he considered a modest gain. "Sir, Vice Admiral Garp has sent me to summon you." As Yi Luo was practicing his agility, he was interrupted by a naval soldier who said, "I understand." Yi Luo donned his attire and followed the soldier to Admiral Karp's office. This place was usually deserted, as Karp seldom occupied his office. "Follow me." Just as Yi Luo entered the office, Karp promptly exited, leaving Yi Luo in a state of confusion. "Master, are we setting sail?" "But the Marshal has forbidden my departure." Upon boarding Karp's dog-headed warship, Yi Luo spoke up. "He forbids you from sailing, and you simply comply? Since when have you become so obedient?" Karp forced a smile, responding with a hint of jest. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo wore an expression of helplessness. "What is this all about?" Soon, the warship passed through the Gate of Justice and arrived at the underwater prison. Karp led Yi Luo directly to the lowest level, encountering no resistance along the way, as if he had long since established a cordial rapport with them. "Teacher, what brings us here?" Although Yi Luo had surmised Karp's intentions, he feigned ignorance and inquired. "Needless to say, I brought you here to see Ace." Karp shot Yi Luo a glare and replied, "I still have no information about Ace's capture. Don't put me in a difficult position." Yi Luo shrugged and remarked, "Yi Luo, what brings you here?" when Carp and Luo appeared before Ace. Ace was evidently taken aback. I told you to be more reliable. I warned you not to pursue Blackbeard, yet you ignored me. I've been trailing you across much of the Grand Line, and still, I couldn't find you. Luo sighed and expressed his frustration. Who do you think you are? Speaking to me like that? Before Ace could respond, Carp interjected, clearly displeased. My apologies, my apologies. Luo rubbed the spot where Carp had struck him, hastily offering his contrition. After Luo's apology, the entire atmosphere fell into silence. Carp remained silent, and Ace did not utter a word either. Only Luo was left looking around, appearing extremely awkward. You little rascal, Ace is your brother. Aren't you worried about him being captured? After a long pause, Garp finally spoke. What use is worry? Who told this brat not to heed my advice? Now, Admiral Sengoku will undoubtedly use Ace as bait to lure Whitebeard into battle, allowing the Navy to establish a foothold in the New World. Such significant matters are beyond my involvement. Luo shook his head as he spoke. Garp looked at Luo with a hint of surprise. He was certain that no one at the meeting that day had divulged this information to Luo. Yet this young man seemed to know about it, which was quite intriguing. How did you find out? Garp inquired after a moment of contemplation. Isn't it obvious? The moment I saw Ace, I understood. Luo replied, pouting slightly. In contrast, the shackled Ace appeared bewildered, failing to grasp Luo's words. What do you mean? Is the Navy planning to take action against Dad? Ace asked, astonished. Isn't that stating the obvious? The New World has always been dominated by the four emperors, naturally. The Navy wishes to intervene. However, the four emperor pirate crews are not easily vanquished, so the ailing Whitebeard has become the target. At this juncture, you being captured is simply an opportunity delivered to them. Luo sighed as he spoke. Brother Luo, please help me. Relay a message to Dad. Tell him not to come to my rescue. Ace, who had remained calm until now, suddenly began to struggle, shouting towards Luo. You know I'm with the Navy. This situation is indeed advantageous for them. Luo turned his head and whispered. The response from Luo not only left Ace momentarily speechless, but even Garp appeared to regard Luo as a stranger, staring at him in utter bewilderment. What are you looking at? Am I not a Navy anymore? Luo exclaimed in indignation. My apologies, it was my mistake, Ace said, sinking into a state of dejection as he took a seat. Meanwhile, Garp regarded Luo with a hint of admiration, nodding as he inquired. Is there a way to save Ace? That depends on Whitebeard's capabilities, Luo replied with a touch of pride. Garp was taken aback, quickly grasping Luo's implication, and shook his head before rising to depart. Luo lingered for a while longer, conversing with Ace before eventually stepping outside. Have you finished? Garp asked as he saw Luo emerge. As the leaves fell gently, Luo was the first to step onto the warship. The individuals of that era are dwindling in number. I wonder when it will be my turn. After the ship set sail, Carp stood beside Luo and remarked, Teacher, you are a naval officer. Who would dare to challenge you? After all, it was you who defeated Rox in his prime. Luo smiled faintly and replied. Carp, however, did not smile. He gazed into the distance at the vast ocean, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Upon returning to headquarters, Luo resumed his training, while Sengoku appeared oblivious to Luo's visit with Carp to see Ace. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the headquarters had shifted significantly, as if the air itself was infused with the sin of impending conflict. When Luo finally mastered a particular technique, he was met with news of Luffy once more. One of the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, had been defeated by Luffy, which infuriated Sengoku, prompting him to confront Carp. Yet Carp remained unfazed. Bartholomew Kuma, you are not feeling pity for them simply because they have been injured, are you? Otherwise, why has not a single head from the Straw Hat Pirates been brought back? Sengoku questioned the Shichibukai, standing nearby. Rest assured, Luffy is not the type to boast about defeating Moria. Carp scoffed, a hint of pride in his voice. They are indeed making their way toward the Navy headquarters, following the record needle, correct? Kuma replied in a remarkably calm manner. By the way, I've brought some fresh tea. Sengoku, bring out your biscuits. Carp seemed oblivious to the serious discussions taking place, holding a packet of tea leaves while addressing Sengoku. Damn it, Carp, be quiet. Sengoku nearly lost his composure, shouting in frustration. In that case, let's deal with them when they arrive at Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku glared at Carp before helplessly adding. By the way, what has Luo been up to lately? That kid? He seems to be quite diligent lately and appears to have developed a new martial technique akin to the Yellow Monkey style, though I haven't tested it. Carp pondered before responding. His strength has been increasing rapidly. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Ordinary vice admirals are no longer his match. Karp affirmed. What about Jiyuan and Kaji? Have they tested their abilities against him? Sengoku inquired with a hint of anticipation. Karp shook his head. I don't know. That kid doesn't need my training anymore. Sengoku nodded, indicating his understanding. His calculations aimed at promoting Yi Luo alongside Jiyuan and Kaji to the rank of admiral. However, Yi Luo's rapid rise in combat prowess left uncertainty whether he would continue to grow or enter a plateau phase. If his strength were to increase further, he might surpass Jiyuan and the others in terms of admiral-level capability. What about Yi Luo at this moment? He has just completed all the challenges left by the vice admirals in Marineford, garnering a significant amount of experience rewards, although he did not receive any diamonds. His level ascended by 2 ranks, earning him 10 free attribute points and 2 skill points. After allocating all the attribute points to energy, Yi Luo felt a slight enhancement in his internal power. Recently, he began to explore something he had long forgotten, his innate ability to cultivate internal energy beyond what was represented by the system. He realized that he could indeed refine his internal energy, thereby benefiting his attribute table. This raised a tantalizing question. Could he, like the heroes in martial arts novels, utilize his inner energy to unlock acupoints? He had long wished to experiment with this, but had always hesitated, fearing injury. However, with the Dragon Blood Pearl at his disposal, his recovery capabilities had significantly improved, granting him the confidence to proceed. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly lead to a monumental leap in his strength. As night fell and tranquility enveloped the world, Yi Luo sat in his home's training chamber, ready to embark on the endeavor of unlocking acupoints. Although he was uncertain about how to proceed and had never been instructed, he remained oblivious to whether such feats were genuinely attainable. His only exposure to inner strength in martial arts came from the television of his past life. However, now that he had acquired martial abilities through the system, he believed he could indeed activate acupoints as depicted on screen. The primary constraint on his power was his insufficient inner energy. As a transmigrator who had practiced the Zixia divine skill, the fact that he could not even execute a complete set of the dragon-subduing 18 palms was a source of profound disappointment. Reflecting on the predecessors of the Beggar's Sect, whether it was Xiao Feng, Han Qigong, or other leaders, he realized that none were reported to be incapable of performing a full set of the dragon-subduing 18 palms, regardless of their varying strengths. Thus, activating acupoints became imperative, yet he recognized the need for caution, as he lacked a master to guide him and was unsure how to proceed. After calming his mind, Yi Luo initiated communication with his inner energy, following the pathway of the Zixia divine skill. Although this was his usual practice, he discovered that his inner energy diminished at certain specific points when he focused intently. After one cycle, the increase in his inner energy was minimal, leading him to suspect that these diminishing points were indeed acupoints. If his conjecture held true, then unblocking these acupoints would likely accelerate his cultivation. Despite the clear advantages, Yi Luo refrained from hastily activating the acupoints. Besides the inner strength techniques, the pathways for his martial arts techniques differed. So he experimented with the dragon-subduing 18 palms and the one young finger. Each technique had its own unique route for inner energy circulation. Yet they shared a commonality. The inner energy would diminish when passing through specific areas of the body. Thus, once the acupoints were unblocked, the power and consumption of his techniques would likely improve. Faced with 2 options, whether to follow the inner strength route or the martial technique route to activate the acupoints, after careful consideration, Yi Luo resolved to pursue the inner strength pathway first, believing it would be more beneficial for his future growth. Currently, his combat capability was sufficient for general matters. Once he had unblocked all the acupoints related to his inner strength, he would then focus on those pertaining to his techniques. Having made his decision, Yi Luo began to calm his mind and circulate his energy through the Zixia divine skill. However, when his inner energy reached the first acupoint, he halted its circulation, for he was uncertain how to unlock this acupoint. After several attempts, Yi Luo remained at a loss, unable to grasp the method for activating the acupoints. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and gathered all the internal energy from his dantian, ceasing at the last point where his internal cultivation had halted. As his energy accumulated, he began to feel a slight pain in his abdomen, a sign that too much internal power had gathered in one location. However, lacking a method to break through the acupoint, he resolved to press on, continuing to channel the energy from his dantian. Gradually, as the energy built up, sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his face flushed a deep crimson, with a hint of purple energy lurking beneath the surface. If this approach proved erroneous, it would indeed be a grave mistake. With a determined resolve, Yi Luo concentrated all his limited internal energy into the effort. Boom. After an undetermined duration, just as Yi Luo felt he could no longer endure, a resounding crash echoed in his ears, reminiscent of something being toppled. Almost instantaneously, his entire body began to relax. Before he could assess his condition, the system's synthesis sound rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, for activating the acupoint function ahead of schedule. The Qihai acupoint has been successfully opened. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Luo finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, causing him to collapse and drift into slumber within the training chamber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yi Luo's biological clock stirred him from sleep. The first thing he did upon awakening was to inspect his physical condition. He recalled that he had seemingly opened an acupoint the previous night. Although the process had been arduous, the outcome was evidently favorable. Through his internal energy perception, he discovered that his internal power had returned to his dantian and had not migrated to any new acupoints. The total amount of energy had increased slightly, though not to the extraordinary levels often recounted in legends following the opening of acupoints. After observing the internal energy, Yi Luo accessed the system, which had indicated the early activation of the acupoint function. Indeed, upon opening the control panel, he found an additional icon for acupoints. Eagerly, he clicked on it and was presented with a translucent diagram of the human body, adorned with hundreds of acupoints, some rendered in gray while others remained entirely black. Notably, a single acupoint near the lower abdomen gleamed with light. As the leaves fell, a closer inspection revealed the presence of the Qihai acupoint, which had been successfully opened, granting an increase of 20 in internal strength, a flow rate enhancement of 1, and a storage capacity boost of 100. It dawned on Yi Luo that it was indeed the Qihai acupoint he had unlocked the previous night. This realization elucidated what exactly he had accomplished during his prior session. Adjacent to the Qihai acupoint lay several smaller points, most of which appeared black and bore no indication of activation. However, through connecting the gray acupoints, Yi Luo eventually unraveled their hidden significance. The gray acupoints formed 4 distinct pathways, corresponding to the operational routes of Zixia Divine Skill, the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, the One Yang Finger, and the Snow-Treading Lightness Skill. These gray acupoints represented potential openings, yet each had its own prerequisites. Some required a specific total energy level, while others necessitated a certain proficiency in their respective techniques. The black acupoints, devoid of any display, indicated Yi Luo's current inability to unlock them, presumably due to the absence of an operational route from the techniques he had practiced. After some contemplation, Yi Luo found himself grappling with inconsistencies, for he had indeed mastered other techniques, his knowledge of Luohan Fist and 3 variations of lightness skills being testament to that. Yet, apart from the snow-treading lightness skill, none were represented here. Ultimately, he surmised that only techniques of intermediate rank or above were acknowledged by the system, though this remained speculative. Nevertheless, the 4 techniques encompassing the acupoints provided ample motivation for Yi Luo to strive diligently for an extended period, allowing him to set aside his concerns. Upon exiting the training chamber, Yi Luo first indulged in a refreshing bath before stepping outside. Coincidentally, it was the time for the Navy headquarters morning exercises. True to routine, he commenced instructing the soldiers in Luohan Fist. The soldiers of the Navy headquarters had experienced a notable enhancement in their combat capabilities due to this training. Although they lacked the benefits of internal strength, Luohan Fist sufficed to handle the pirate minions effectively. After imparting the martial arts lesson, as the first rays of dawn graced the horizon, Yi Luo settled atop the rooftop to practice the Zixia Divine Skill. Just as he closed his eyes and began circulating his internal energy, he felt the advantages of his newly opened acupoint. The enhanced flow of internal energy significantly accelerated his training speed and efficiency, igniting a fervent eagerness for future acupoints. "What has that rascal been up to lately?" inquired Sengoku with a look of curiosity from the marshal's office. "That kid has been diligently training. It seems his strength has increased considerably," Karp replied, munching on rice crackers. "Oh, does he have any thoughts or actions regarding Ace?" Sengoku probed cautiously. Karp paused momentarily, a broad smile on his face, before responding, "I cannot say for certain." Seeing this, Sengoku chose not to press further, but at that moment, the office door swung open, and a breathless messenger rushed in, exclaiming, "Report, Marshal. Just now, Major Yi Luo and Lieutenant General Kaji have engaged in a sparring match at the training ground." What transpired? With a grim expression, Sengoku inquired. The messenger shook his head and replied, I'm not certain. It seemed they initially intended to spar, but it appears they genuinely clashed. You should hurry and see for yourself. The training ground has been nearly destroyed by their bout. What? That brat Yi Luo's strength should not surpass that of Kaji. Should it? Carp furrowed his brow and asked. Let us go and ascertain the truth. Sengoku rose and led the way out of the office. Upon their arrival at the training ground, it seemed the battle had already concluded, with the entire area resembling a battlefield, pockmarked and ravaged. From within, a tremendous explosion reverberated, sending a plume of smoke into the air, leaving the final outcome shrouded in uncertainty. Look, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp have arrived. What on earth is happening today? It seems a number of higher-ups are present. The surrounding naval soldiers murmured among themselves. Shichibukai, what transpired? Sengoku queried the observing Tokiwa Shichibukai, who stood to the side. Admiral, it's nothing serious. They were merely sparring. However, Kaji did not anticipate Yi Luo's rapid progress. Given the crowd, he feared defeat and thus exerted his full strength. Yi Luo likely aimed to test his limits, leading to the current situation, Shichibukai explained, shaking her head as she relayed her observations. Ahem. Bring a few individuals to escort Vice Admiral Kaji to the medical room. From the smoke emerged Yi Luo, his clothes tattered, declaring on the surface. It seems I have sustained considerable injuries, with blood at my lips and my right arm hanging awkwardly, possibly dislocated, and my attire in tatters. Damn brat. Did you truly prevail? Ignoring Yi Luo's injuries, Carp asked incredulously. Kaji's strength is among the pinnacle of the current vice admirals. His prowess is well acknowledged. Or he would not be a candidate for admiral. Yet he has fallen to Yi Luo? It hardly qualifies as a victory, had it been a life-or-death struggle. We might have perished together. Yi Luo shook his head and replied with a bitter smile. At this moment, due to the Blood Dragon Pearl's influence, he remained conscious. Yet his internal energy was utterly depleted, and even his stamina had reached its limits. Medical personnel, take Brigadier General Yi Luo and Vice Admiral Kaji to the medical room. Sengoku pondered for a moment before issuing the command. Soon, the medical team arrived to carry away the unconscious Kaji and the exhausted Yi Luo for treatment. Once you recover, we shall engage in battle, Shichibukai softly remarked as she passed by Yi Luo on the stretcher. Sister, spare me. Do I look like I am in any condition to fight? Yi Luo replied with a rueful smile. That is precisely why I said we shall contend once you have recuperated. Shichibukai retorted, her expression one of playful exasperation. As the leaves fell, he tilted his head, feigning ignorance, and allowed the medic to carry him away. Kapu, what is your perspective on this matter? Sengoku inquired sternly upon returning to the office. Isn't the enhancement of the Navy's strength a positive development? Kapu, aware of Sengoku's underlying concerns, merely played coy. You fool, you know precisely what I mean. Sengoku was promptly incensed by Kapu's evasiveness. Rest assured, he is also part of the Navy. He possesses a sense of justice. Kapu replied with a smile, artfully sidestepping the question. A day later, while Jiaji was still recuperating in the hospital, Yi Luo had stealthily escaped and returned to his solitary villa. Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't be able to stay in the hospital for long. Upon entering, Yi Luo was met head-on by Kapu. Teacher, what brings you here? Yi Luo asked in surprise. Humph. You've been making quite rapid progress lately, even managing to take down Jiaji. Kapu replied with a hint of pride. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shook his head and remarked, what I told the marshal that day was the truth. In a life-and-death battle, our chances are 50-50. And there is no guarantee of victory. That is already quite commendable. How is your health recovering? Carp inquired, nodding his head. Quite well, my body is fine. But my stamina has yet to recover even a third. Yi Luo chuckled as he stepped into the room. Once you've fully recovered, come find me. Carp stood up and said, Certainly. Yi Luo nodded in reply, aware that Carp wished to assess his strength and offer further guidance. Although Carp could be rather unreliable as a mentor at times, in terms of prowess, only Sengoku in the entire Navy could be considered his equal. I heard that Moria was also defeated by Luffy. Seeing Carp preparing to leave, Yi Luo hurriedly asked. He needed to ascertain Luffy's whereabouts to determine the timeline of recent events. Carp nodded, smiling as he replied, Indeed, it seems that old age has its advantages. That shadowy fellow was bested, and Sengoku has been troubled by it for quite some time. As long as he is alive, there is no need to replace the 7 warlords. I believe Luffy is not the type to boast about his victories. Yi Luo grinned. Though he felt a sense of urgency rising within him, Luffy was drawing ever closer to the Sabaody archipelago, and he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. lest he find himself powerless during the impending war. Very well, take care and rest well. I shall take my leave. Carp waved his hand and departed from Yi Luo's small courtyard. Now, tell me, how did you end up defeated by Yi Luo? In Sengoku's office, Jiaqing, still bandaged, sat across from Sengoku, facing his inquiry. By the time I arrived, they had already been fighting for a while. However, Yi Luo was clearly gaining the upper hand, consistently suppressing me. Before Jiaqing could speak, Ji Yuan interjected. Yi Luo had you under constant pressure? Akiji asked, astonished. Ji Yuan glanced at Jiaqing, who was looking down, somewhat embarrassed, and nodded. Oh dear, these young people are truly formidable, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, clipping his nails with an appearance as lewd as could be. Jiaqing, why don't you explain? It would provide us with a clearer understanding, Rear Admiral Crane said, pressing his hands together in inquiry. Jiaqing nodded and began, originally. That brat approached me, claiming he had recently experienced a surge in strength and wished to spar. Thus, I didn't take it seriously at first. You all know that his most threatening technique is that dragon-type energy wave. However, he paused for a moment before continuing after mastering the R-hit fist. That kid could unleash attacks at will, completely abandoning his previous patterns. I was caught off guard, and my observation haki proved ineffective, based solely on his martial arts. He should not have been able to defeat you, right? In the midst of contemplation, Sengoku inquired, indeed, while the situation is somewhat challenging, it remains manageable. Subsequently, she commenced employing the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, albeit with each strike wielding considerably less power than its predecessors. I, harboring a spirit of experimentation, refrained from interrupting him, allowing him to unleash his attacks successively, thinking that he would deliver no more than 5 or 6 strikes at most. To my astonishment, that lad managed to unleash 10 consecutive palms. 10 palms? Exclaimed the occupants of the office in disbelief. Aside from Sengoku, the chief strategist Crane, and Carp, the office was filled with the 3 admirals and Guion, all of whom are the Navy's elite figures. Indeed, 10 palms. While each strike may not match the potency of the earlier ones, the cumulative effect of 10 successive strikes ultimately surpassed that of the 5th palm. Kaji affirmed with a serious nod. You were defeated so easily? Akaina Sakazuki questioned with a furrowed brow. This was entirely due to Kaji's own oversight in underestimating his opponent. Although Yi Luo's strength had increased somewhat, it should not have reached the level necessary to vanquish Kaji. No, by the 10th palm, I realized I could no longer withstand the onslaught. In a desperate attempt, I sought to interrupt his technique, but that lad merely pointed at me, unleashing a beam akin to Admiral Kizaru's laser, which pierced through my shoulder. Following the injury, my strength diminished, resulting in Guion witnessing me being subdued post-injury. Kaji revealed, displaying his shoulder with a hint of resignation. A laser beam? Kizaru questioned, intrigued. Indeed, in my perception, it bore a striking resemblance to the Admiral's laser. Yet I sensed that it was not the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, as the laser bore the vibrations of haki. Kaji stated with gravity. It appears that this is also a form of martial arts, as mentioned by Yi Luo. This system has never been encountered before. Yet Yi Luo claims it is a family inheritance. What are your thoughts on this? Sengoku posed as he rapped the table. From the East Blue, emissaries have been dispatched to investigate Yi Luo's hometown. Aside from him, no one possesses the martial arts he describes. However, he is not a native of that island. It is said that he drifted there as a child and was rescued by the island's inhabitants. Hence he has lived there ever since, Akiji remarked softly. What significance does all this hold? He is now part of the Navy and is willing to impart his martial arts to us. It is merely that we cannot grasp the internal energy he speaks of, Carp retorted dismissively. One cannot ascertain the veracity of his claims. What if he has deliberately altered the methods of cultivating internal energy, choosing not to share the authentic technique? Naturally, we would be unable to learn it. Kizaru interjected nonchalantly while trimming his nails. What? Are you contemplating pursuing his techniques? Regardless of their authenticity, they belong to him. Whether he chooses to teach them is entirely his prerogative. Kapu cast a displeased glance at Kizaru and remarked, Oh dear, Vice Admiral Carp, please do not be upset. I merely suggested that, based on the abilities exhibited by Yi Luo, if our Navy were to master such a martial arts system, the 4 emperors might not pose a challenge for us. Kizaru feigned a fearful expression, grinning as he spoke. Now, let us refrain from such discussions. As Yi Luo is now one of our own, once he has recovered, I would prefer we move on, Sengoku interjected, gesturing for silence. He then turned to Guion and instructed, Guion, test his limits, but do not hold back. Guion nodded, brimming with combat spirit, and replied, "Rest assured, Commander, I shall not repeat the mistakes made by Kaji. To be prudent, do inform me when the time comes. I will also be present to observe." Sengoku nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chief Crane furrowed her brow as she regarded Guion, sensing that Sengoku's arrangement was somewhat inappropriate. Kaji's strength was not far removed from Guion's, and having Kaji defeated, testing Yi Luo's prowess would necessitate the involvement of an admiral at the very least. What, then, was Yi Luo occupied with at this moment? Upon returning to his solitary villa, Yi Luo continued to recuperate while diligently opening his acupoints. Though merely a few days had passed, he had already managed to unlock a significant number of them, leaving only a handful that he wished to fully open before a major event, which would likely enhance his combat prowess to another level. As for the acupoints that remained inaccessible due to insufficient conditions, Yi Luo had no immediate solutions. Fortunately, the requirements for those acupoints were clearly delineated in his mental techniques. With perseverance, he would eventually unlock them all. Each acupoint he opened contributed to an increase in his internal energy, resulting in more than a doubling of his power. In fact, during his battle with Kaji, Yi Luo had not even exerted his full strength. He was capable of executing the taming dragon's 18 palms up to the 10th palm at full power. Had he employed a weakened version during his encounter with Kaji, he could have reached the 16th palm. However, the last 2 palms demanded an exorbitant amount of internal energy, which he could not muster, even in their diluted form, let alone in their complete form. He had also become quite proficient in practicing the one-yang finger and discovered its healing properties. Indeed, the one-yang finger could seal acupoints to prevent excessive blood loss. While it might not be a grand power, it served as a useful technique nonetheless. "Sister, what are you doing? I've only just recovered. And you wish to spar with me?" Early in the morning, Yi Luo found himself dragged by Guion to the training grounds, where she intended to engage him in a spar. "Hurry. I am exceedingly curious about your strength. Last time, you defeated Kaji. Now it is my turn to be your opponent," Guion exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "Very well, if your curiosity about my abilities is piqued, what about theirs?" Yi Luo pointed at the high-ranking naval officers surrounding him, most of whom were rear admirals, and inquired, "So, you believe that because you have been bested by me, you are no longer worthy to observe?" Hearing Yi Luo's words, Admiral Mole laughed and retorted, "Do not misconstrue my words. I never claimed such a thing." Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively, a look of mockery adorning his face. Infuriated, Admiral Mole nearly lost his composure, contemplating a direct challenge to Yi Luo. "Enough of this idle chatter. Display your prowess for us to witness." Sengoku interjected, decisively establishing the duel. "Very well. Sister Jiyuin, I shall unleash my full strength. Brace yourself," Yi Luo declared, initiating his attack with a technique known as the one-yang finger. Anticipating this, Jiyuin had been forewarned by Kaki about Yi Luo's attack resembling the laser beams of Admiral Kizaru. Thus, she was prepared with her weapon, Jinbaira, to counter the one-yang finger. Yet, the sheer force of the impact compelled Jiyuin to stagger back a few steps, as she struggled to dissipate the shockwave. Remarkably similar to Admiral Kizaru's laser beams. Could this boy have consumed some form of devil fruit? The attending admirals began to murmur amongst themselves. Dragon-subduing 18 palms, reverberating dragon, ascending dragon, dragon in the field, soaring dragon on land, concealed dragon in stillness. Seizing the opportunity while Jiyuin was momentarily pushed back, Yi Luo unleashed a flurry of 5 powerful palm strikes, relentlessly pressuring Jiyuin and forcing her into a defensive stance, unable to counterattack. "Ha, Sister Jiyuin, it seems you have made little progress. Allow me to show you this technique, 6 styles, the grasp of death." This technique emerged from Yi Luo's mastery of the 6 styles, having attained level 3 proficiency, evolving from the finger gun technique into a close combat maneuver. Scoundrel. One sword style, axis break. Frustrated by being continuously suppressed by the dragon-subduing 18 palms, Jiyuin was taken aback when Yi Luo dared to close the distance, prompting her to summon her swordsmanship. As Yi Luo's grasp of death was countered by Jiyuin, a brilliant wave of sword energy surged towards him. In a moment of panic, his body took on an eerie shade of purple as he crossed his arms defensively across his chest, successfully blocking Jiyuin's strike. This technique, too, was a creation of the system, derived from the iron block technique within the 6 styles, whose defensive capability had been tested by Yi Luo to surpass that of a fully armored defense. A commendable talent. He has fully mastered the 6 styles, Sengoku observed, nodding in approval. His iron block is impressively strong, capable of withstanding Jiyuin's sword strike. Admiral Crane concurred. Humph, he is merely holding back. If he were to unleash his full potential, as Kaki suggested, continuing his strikes to the 10th palm would surely overwhelm Jiyuan, for swordsmen are not typically adept at defense. The red dog grimaced and remarked, "Oh dear, how terrifying. It seems the youth of today are truly capable of upheaval." The yellow ape, however, appeared indifferent, making sarcastic comments. Meanwhile, Yi Luo, relying on his agile movements, did not approach Ji Yuan directly. Instead, he persistently harassed him with his one-yang finger technique, managing to injure Ji Yuan several times under the pressure of his relentless assaults. "You cowardly brat. Do you dare to stop fleeing and face me in a fair contest?" Ji Yuan bellowed, infuriated by Yi Luo's shameless tactics. "Very well, Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, I shall not hold back any longer." Double Dragon seizing water from the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms. Yi Luo halted his evasive maneuvers and unleashed his full strength with the 10th palm directed at Ji Yuan. One sword style, Curse of the Dharmakaya. Ji Yuan, seeing this, responded with his ultimate technique, striking towards Yi Luo's dragon-shaped energy wave. Akiji, intervene. Fearing for Ji Yuan's safety amidst the exchange of such formidable techniques, Chief Crane quickly called out. As for the observing vice admirals, they were already overwhelmed by the powerful energy waves, unable to keep their eyes open and forced to shield themselves while retreating slightly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Era of Ice. Just as the two techniques were about to collide, Admiral Akiji finally made his move, using the power of the ice fruit to encase the surroundings in a frigid embrace. Boom. The leaf-falling dragon-shaped air wave pierced through Akiji's ice layer, while the opposite ice layer was also shattered, followed by Jiyuan's strike. However, with Akiji's obstruction, the potency of their techniques was no longer a formidable threat. That's enough. Jiyuan, no need to continue, Sengoku exclaimed, noticing Jiyuan's lingering reluctance. Yes, Commander. Jiyuan shot a fierce glance at the falling leaf before sheathed her renowned blade, Kenpyra. Hee. Sister Jiyuan, we agreed it was merely a spar. That last strike was aimed at taking my life. The falling leaf boldly approached and remarked. Kid, don't you always exhaust yourself after using that dragon-shaped air wave? You seem quite at ease now. Sengoku observed the falling leaf and inquired. Yi Luo shook his head and remarked, my internal strength has increased somewhat, and since I didn't utilize the dragon-subduing 18 palms extensively earlier, I still have a little left, though not much. Indeed, it appears your prowess has indeed grown considerably. Zhanghua nodded in acknowledgement. Could it be that the marshal wishes to promote me? Yi Luo inquired with hopeful anticipation. Impossible, Zhanghua replied, shaking his head, though your achievements are numerous. The troubles you have caused are equally significant. Your merits and demerits balance out, leaving you without the qualifications for a promotion to Rear Admiral. I knew it, Yi Luo exclaimed. Without the opportunity to venture out to sea, how can I earn any merits? Recently, Yi Luo had exhausted all his diamonds and was in urgent need of opportunities to earn some extra income. Very well. The G5 Division's expansion in the New World has not been progressing smoothly. You may go there to assist, but do not stray too far. You must return promptly should we summon you. Zhanghua contemplated before speaking. Zhanghua, are you truly considering this? The aide, Crane, looked at Zhanghua in surprise and asked. Zhanghua nodded, saying, we are facing obstacles in the New World, and we require someone like Yi Luo to create a stir there, showcasing our Navy's activities and facilitating the smooth progression of that matter. Before long, Yi Luo received his official appointment, promoted to Rear Admiral, and assigned to the G5 Division to serve as Deputy Commander under Vice Admiral Virgo, assisting the Navy in expanding its influence in the New World. A few days later, Yi Luo successfully rallied a group of naval soldiers who resembled pirates more than soldiers, and he encountered the base's commanding officer, Virgo, a man who insisted on being addressed as Mr. Virgo, had a penchant for hamburgers, and often bore remnants of food on his face, a member of the Don Quixote family's undercover network. Initially, Yi Luo had forgotten about this individual's existence, but upon their encounter, he recalled that Virgo offered no benefit to the Navy, prompting him to devise ways to uncover evidence of Virgo's undercover activities. However, due to the G5 base's location in the New World, the regular missions against pirates were quite intense, leaving Yi Luo with little time to monitor Virgo closely. He thus enlisted the help of Lena, who accompanied him. During the few days at the G5 base, Yi Luo gained a profound understanding of the formidable nature of the pirates in the New World. By this time, he bore several scars, having encountered 2 waves of pirate crews belonging to the 4 emperors within a mere few days. Although the 4 emperors themselves were not present, Their highest-ranking subordinates were far from insignificant. One of the first of the four emperors that Yi Luo encountered was none other than the Kaido pirates. Perhaps due to a connection with Don Quixote da Flamingo, Yi Luo discovered on the second day of his arrival at the base that one of Kaido's calamities, the drought-causing Jack, was lurking near the G5 base. Initially, Yi Luo intended to launch an assault, but he was halted by Virgo, whose reasoning compelled Yi Luo to reconsider his approach. Virgo informed him that even if the two of them were to unite and vanquish Jack, what would be the outcome? They would merely confine him to impel down. And once Kaido received word of this, he would undoubtedly come to demand Jack's release. Not to mention, the G5 branch would be incapable of withstanding Kaido's might. And even impelled down would be powerless to prevent Kaido from rescuing his subordinate. Thus, defeating Jack in this moment held no merit. As long as the adversary did not overstep their bounds, they would refrain from initiating conflict. In the New World, it was manageable to contend with other pirates. But when it came to the high-ranking officers of the Yonko, even the Navy had to tread carefully. Yi Luo observed the indifferent naval soldiers surrounding him. Accustomed as they were to such a life, resigned to retreat in the face of the four emperors' pirate crews. Although recently empowered, Yi Luo contemplated confronting Jack. Yet recognizing that the Navy was not yet prepared to engage in battle with two of the four emperors, he decided to spare him. Unexpectedly, Jack, seemingly seeking his own demise, provocatively approached the G5 branch. Unable to contain himself, Yi Luo launched a solitary assault, not only defeating Jack but also sinking his pirate crew. However, Yi Luo intentionally refrained from annihilating his opponent, allowing Jack to escape, as he lacked the means to capture or kill him. Despite his victory, Yi Luo found himself somewhat dumbfounded by Jack's formidable defense, attributed to his powers as the ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit user. Thus, while the system rewarded him with considerable experience, he received no diamonds in return, particularly upon returning to the base and discovering that Drought Jack possessed a bounty of 1 billion. Yi Luo yearned to drag his wounded body back to capture Jack once more. A bounty of 1 billion was a substantial reward of 100,000 diamonds. And even if it meant offending Kaido, Yi Luo was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Unfortunately, he was unaware at the time, leading him to avoid a desperate confrontation. This battle, however, showcased Yi Luo's strength to the Navy at the base, hastening their acceptance of him. Yet, before Yi Luo had fully recovered from his injuries, another of the four emperors, Charlotte Snag, one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, appeared before him. This time, however, Snag was not there to provoke. He was merely passing through, as they sought to procure some of Big Mom's confections from Fishman Island. Given that Fishman Island fell under the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, even the formidable Big Mom's crew had to resort to purchasing these delicacies. Yi Luo had no intention of engaging with them, fully aware of the formidable power possessed by Snag's fellow sweet commander, Katakuri. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he preferred to avoid conflict with those he could not defeat. However, upon learning that Snag's bounty amounted to only 600 million berries, Yi Luo's interest was piqued, particularly after recognizing Snag as the commander who had been ousted from the ranks of the sweet commanders by the monk Urki. With renewed audacity, he gathered his men and boarded the Huaxia, launching a direct assault on Big Mom's procurement ship without notifying Virgo. As anticipated, after a grueling battle, Yi Luo emerged victorious, albeit at a considerable cost. Yet, upon witnessing the arrival of 60,000 diamonds, he could not help but smile with delight. Although he received a scolding from Virgo, who arrived shortly thereafter, Yi Luo remained exceedingly pleased. Major Yi Luo, having captured one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, what course of action will you pursue now? A few days ago, you vanquished Drought Jack, and already the Marshal is displeased. Now you have provoked the Big MOM pirates. Do you believe our G5 base is too comfortable? Virgo stood expressionless before Yi Luo and inquired. My apologies, Commander. Capturing pirates is the sacred duty of a Navy officer. Thus I cannot forsake my sense of justice. Yi Luo opened his eyes and uttered falsehoods. However, no one could argue that Yi Luo was in the wrong. For the Navy's pursuit of pirates is a matter of natural justice. Nevertheless, you are now a rear admiral, not an ordinary sailor. Your vision must extend beyond the immediate. Such actions will surely offend the four emperors' pirate crews. You should return to headquarters. Charlotte Snag is currently detained here. Virgo had long wished to send Yi Luo away, having noticed that Yi Luo was secretly observing him. Hence, he seized the opportunity presented by Yi Luo's actions to suggest his reassignment to headquarters. Indeed, as the commander of G5, if he remained oblivious to this, it would render his tenure meaningless. However, to rid himself of Yi Luo, he feigned ignorance. Regardless of Yi Luo's success or failure, he had a pretext to dismiss him, thus allowing Yi Luo to engage in his endeavors. Very well. Though I would prefer to stay longer, you are the commander, and your word is final. I shall return to headquarters. Yi Luo shrugged and replied. He genuinely wished to remain, as in a mere few days, he had amassed nearly 80,000 diamonds, excluding Charlotte Snag's 60,000 diamonds. He had acquired close to 20,000 points. So, this is your reasoning for continuously provoking 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews? Upon his return to headquarters, Yi Luo was promptly summoned to Admiral Sengoku's office. Admiral, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot be wrong in capturing pirates, can I? Yi Luo scoffed. Regardless. By seizing upon this point, Yi Luo had already secured an invulnerable position. Very well, for now, you shall remain at headquarters. Do not return to G5 just yet. I understand your desire to apprehend pirates, but the situation in the New World is far more chaotic than you can imagine. We cannot engage the 4 emperors just yet. Sengoku sighed, feeling somewhat despondent as a Navy officer unable to capture pirates. All right, on account of your status as Admiral, I shall divulge an important piece of information for free. There is an issue concerning Vice Admiral Virgo at G5. Yi Luo smiled, leaning closer to Admiral Sengoku and whispering. Sengoku's expression shifted, and he spoke sternly. Yi Luo, you must not retaliate against Vice Admiral Virgo simply because he reported you. Rest assured. I have no direct conflict or vested interest with him. Such statements I would not make lightly, although I lack concrete evidence. I personally overheard him conversing with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote-Da Flamingo. He is likely an undercover agent planted within the Navy by the Don Quixote family. Yi Luo nodded seriously in response. What? Are you certain? The warring states gazed at the falling leaves and inquired. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo remarked. Although I didn't hear everything clearly, I discerned that the other party mentioned a naval undercover agent named Corazon infiltrating the Don Quixote family. A fact I was unaware of before that day. Therefore, you need only investigate whether we have a spy by the name of Corazon to ascertain the truth. Sengoku was taken aback by Yi Luo's words, and hearing that name once more left him momentarily stunned. Indeed, Corazon existed, but he was already deceased. Sengoku replied with a heavy heart. Corazon's original name was Don Quixote Rocinante, the younger brother of Don Quixote-Da Flamingo and a member of the 2nd generation of the Don Quixote family. He possessed a profound sense of justice and infiltrated the family to thwart his brother's rampage, serving as a naval undercover officer with the rank of lieutenant colonel and the codename Little Fruit. He was the wielder of the Silence Fruit and also the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku. When Corazon was exposed and subsequently killed by Da Flamingo, Sengoku shed tears, making this incident a closely guarded secret within the Navy, which led Sengoku to believe Yi Luo's words. Now that I am aware of this matter, please refrain from discussing it publicly for the time being. I will handle it, Sengoku instructed Yi Luo after a moment of contemplation. Rest assured. I am not one to indiscriminately share information. However, Marshal, do pay some heed to this matter, especially considering their undercover agent has attained the rank of Vice Admiral, while I, a naval prodigy, remain merely a Rear Admiral. Does that not seem rather amiss? Yi Luo waved his hand as he spoke and exited Sengoku's office. That imp. Did he not just receive a promotion? Sengoku chuckled in jest before lapsing into silence. Disregarding Sengoku's contemplative state, Yi Luo returned home and resumed his training. Though only a few days had passed since his departure, several significant battles had provided him with ample combat experience to digest. Hence he was not in haste to utilize his diamond abilities. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had officially set foot on Sabaody Archipelago, where they encountered the merman, octopus Hachi. From their early days in the East Blue, fortunately, Nami managed to overcome her shock from past events, harboring little resentment towards Hachi, and together they ventured to Sabaody Archipelago. This is the best coding artisan shop I mentioned, Hachi exclaimed. Anicia, I have arrived. Upon entering Anicia's bar, they witnessed her delivering a thorough beating to a pirate, leaving him bloodied. However, upon seeing Hachi, Anicia warmly welcomed Luffy and his group. After chatting for a while, she curiously inquired about Luffy. By the way, why does your name coincide with that of the Navy's garb? Oh, that's my grandfather. Luffy replied casually. Is that so? I remember being chased all over the world by Garp. Anicia seemed to recall old memories, chuckling as she spoke. Why was that? The Straw Hat crew inquired with great curiosity as Aunt Sia revealed her past as a pirate. Octopus Sia, speaking on her behalf, mentioned, however, I retired from piracy 40 years ago, and now make a living by selling information. With a smile, Aunt Xia continued. Subsequently, Luffy brought up the matter of coding the Thousand Sunny, but according to Aunt Xia, her husband had gone out for a while, and his return was uncertain. In fact, he had not been home for 6 months. Astonished, Luffy and the others offered to help search for him, yet Aunt Xia cautioned them to be careful, for they had already become part of this generation's supernovas. Naturally, Luffy and his companions were unaware of the term supernova, prompting Aunt Xia to provide a brief explanation. At the entrance of the Grand Line, there are 7 routes, which ultimately converge here before leading to the New World via Sabaody Archipelago. Among the pirates who arrived here around the same time as you, there are 11 with bounties exceeding 100 million, hence you are referred to as supernovas. Moreover, Luffy, your bounty ranks 2nd. Chopper exclaimed in surprise. Is there someone with a higher bounty than Luffy? Aunt Xia confirmed. Indeed, the order from highest to lowest bounty is Eustace Kid, Monkey D, Luffy, Basil Hawkins, X, Drake, Trafalgar Law, Scratch Minapu, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone Beach, Rorno Azaro, and Ulki. You 11 constitute this generation's pirate supernovas. Likewise, the Navy has some formidable newcomers. Aunt Xia winked and added with a grin. The Navy? Do they have supernovas too? Nami asked in astonishment. Aunt Xia shook her head. The Navy differs from us pirates. They undergo systematic training, so the term supernova does not typically apply. However, every few years, some monstrous geniuses emerge within their ranks. For instance, the last generation included the White Hunter, Smoker, among others. Smoker. Luffy recalled his encounter with him in Logtown. So, are there any monstrous geniuses in this generation of the Navy? Nami inquired curiously. Hearing her question, Aunt Xia smiled, seemingly lost in thought, and replied, the most renowned monstrous genius in the Navy right now is Admiral Raikaju, also known as Leaf Fall. He is regarded as a sure candidate for the position of Admiral, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Leaf Fall? The Straw Hats exclaimed in surprise, except for Brook, who remained silent. Indeed, he is a student of Garp. Little Luffy, you are Garp's grandson. It seems you share a remarkable connection. However, judging by your expressions, it appears you know Little Leaf. Aunt Xia remarked playfully. Aunt Xia, why do you refer to Leaf Fall as Little Leaf? Do you know him? They asked with intrigue. Well, I suppose I do, she replied. Aunt Xia smiled, reminiscing about the time Yi Luo came to seek guidance from Rayleigh. After chatting with Aunt Xia for a while, the Straw Hat crew set off to find Uncle Rayleigh, unaware of the significance that name would eventually hold. As they journeyed in search of Rayleigh, the Straw Hats stumbled upon an amusement park. Cammy, being a member of the Merfolk, had never visited such a place. So Luffy and his companions accompanied her in playful revelry, completely forgetting their original quest. Meanwhile, Zoro, having separated from Luffy and the others, wandered through Sabaody Archipelago and fortuitously encountered a group of celestial dragons. This was precisely the reason Yi Luo seldom visited Sabaody, even when passing through. He rarely set foot on land to avoid the celestial dragons. As a naval officer, he had an obligation not to retaliate. Yet he feared that the sight of such scum might provoke him into action. Thus, he would abstain from landing on the island whenever possible. What is the matter? Are you looking for directions? Zoro inquired casually, sipping his drink while observing the astonished celestial dragon before him. However, the celestial dragon's immediate reaction was to draw a gun and shoot at Zoro. Sensing the imminent danger, Zoro was not inclined to show mercy, which startled the surrounding civilians and pirates alike. What a bastard! Does he really intend to draw his sword? The supernova Scratchman Apu watched in astonishment as Zoro prepared to strike. Just as Zoro was about to unleash his blade, the unexpected arrival of Jewelry Bonnie collided with him. Exclaiming, "Brother, why would you die like this?" Zoro, bewildered by Bonnie's sudden appearance, asked, "What do you want, kid?" "Bastard, we're all pirates here, and we must adhere to the pirate code. Do you wish to attract an admiral?" Bonnie shouted, regaining her true form and standing defiantly before Zoro. Yet, Zoro paid her no heed and instead turned to the fallen civilians, hoisting one up and inquiring about the nearest hospital. "Is this a joke? A pirate actually saving people?" Bonnie grumbled under her breath, watching Zoro desperately carry the injured away. Indeed, it was fortunate for us that Bonnie intervened. Otherwise, it would have been dire. That was Zoro, the bounty hunter of the Straw Hat crew, right? I've heard tales of their eccentricities, but to think he would attempt to slay a celestial dragon. What madness! Mused Capone Beach, the leader of the fire tank pirates, appearing somewhat bemused. His rescue was only to be expected. He shows no signs of dying, remarked the magician Basil Hawkins nonchalantly. With a bounty of 120 million, one can easily surmise he does not possess the demeanor of a subordinate. The peculiar monk Urki gazed at the departing Zaro with a hint of intrigue. Meanwhile, the commotion had just subsided, and the trio left behind on the Thousand Sunny received a call from Nami. Their companion, the mermaid Kami, had gone missing, prompting Nami to reach out to Sanji, as he possessed the contact details of the flying fish riders. Such matters require the expertise of professionals to expedite the search. Soon, the narcissistic mandibulo, resembling Sanji's bounty poster and having undergone a cosmetic kick by Sanji himself, re-emerged. Through the diligent efforts of the flying fish riders, they swiftly pinpointed the target, the first island of Sabaody Archipelago, known for hosting the largest human trafficking auction. Dibaloo was convinced that Kami was held captive there. Luffy and the others also began to converge on that location, intent on rescuing Kami. The auction venue was not merely a place for the mermaid Kami. The target of Luffy and his crew, the legendary shipwright Rayleigh, was also slated for auction, much like Kami. Report to Vice Admiral Garp. Iluo had just returned to headquarters and was enjoying tea and conversation with Garp when a Navy officer burst in, exclaiming loudly. "What is it?" Garp inquired, munching on rice crackers and sipping his tea. "Sir, my subordinate reports that at the human trafficking auction in Sabaody Archipelago, it seems they have spotted the Dark King Rayleigh," the officer said with a serious demeanor. "Silbaz Rayleigh? They're actually auctioning the Dark King?" Garp chuckled softly. "Indeed, but it appears that no one has noticed yet. He is being prepared for auction as just an ordinary old man. My subordinate caught wind of his whereabouts, but couldn't confirm it. Should we report this to Admiral Sengoku?" The officer suggested, finding the notion somewhat far-fetched. "No need to inform Sengoku. I'll handle it." Garp waved his hand dismissively. "Moreover, it would be best if your subordinates kept this under wraps. But what if it truly is the Dark King himself?" The officer hesitated, his brow furrowing. "It is undoubtedly him." Garp took a sip of his tea, gesturing for Iluo to refill his cup. "I suspect she likely lost a gamble and sold herself." "Ah?" The officer was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe the implication. "For now, it is best to treat this matter as if we know nothing. The Navy lacks the manpower to confront Rayleigh," Garp declared, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Forget it, sir. I should go myself. After all, it is Rayleigh. If the people down there act recklessly and offend him, it could lead to trouble." Iluo stood up, looking somewhat resigned. Garp pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Very well, but one thing. You should steer clear of the celestial dragons. I don't want Sengoku dispatching an admiral to apprehend you." The officer looked on in confusion, unsure why Vice Admiral Garp would suggest that Admiral Sengoku might send an admiral after the extraordinary talent of Major Iluo, renowned as a once-in-a-century prodigy in the Navy. Ignoring the curious officials, Iluo donned his cloak and departed from Garp's office. Upon arriving at the Sabaody Archipelago, he found the slave auction on Island Number 1 already teeming with people, including not only the celestial dragons and the legendary Silver's Rayleigh, but also Luffy and his crew, who had come to rescue Kami, along with various supernovas drawn by the spectacle. Since violence was not an option, we must adhere to the local customs. "Ladies and gentlemen, we possess a considerable treasure aboard our ship, valued at approximately 200 million berries. I intend to use it to purchase Kami as freedom. Does anyone have any objections?" At the entrance of the auction, through the gatekeeper, Nami and the others discerned the true nature of the place, prompting Nami to express her thoughts directly. "Of course. There are no objections." Chopper, now transformed, exclaimed eagerly. "With such a sum, it should suffice, though I can't repay you all." Upon hearing Nami's words, the octopus, Hachi, appeared excited yet quickly disheartened. "If it means rescuing our friend, I wouldn't hesitate to spend any amount." Nami shot a cool glance at Hachi and replied nonchalantly. Sanji, transformed into a lovesick puppy, knelt and shouted, "Miss Nami, I adore you so much. You have my eternal gratitude. We shall always remember your immense kindness." The starfish, Papago, and Hachi were both teary-eyed in their appreciation. Meanwhile, as Luffy and the others hurried toward the auction, Iluo was also making his way there. However, along the way, he observed numerous supernova pirates and suppressed the urge to act against them. Addressing his companion, Reina, he remarked, "These supernova pirates are indeed audacious, walking brazenly on the streets. If it weren't for Admiral Sengoku's orders to avoid trouble, I would capture them all. My lord, this is a delicate time. We must not act recklessly." Reina, seemingly startled by Yi Luo's fervor, quickly cautioned him. "I am aware, regarding Ace's situation, although they kept it from me, such matters cannot remain entirely concealed. Yi Luo sighed in response. Reina nodded. Recognizing Yi Luo's understanding of the situation's gravity, she ceased further comments. No wonder the defenses are so lax here. So close to the Navy headquarters. Drake, holding the freshly acquired newspaper, remarked with a changed expression. Captain Drake, what is going on? A crew member inquired curiously. The 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, pirates.The, Ace, is to be publicly executed. Drake stated solemnly while holding the newspaper. Simultaneously, apart from those at the auction. The rest learned of Ace's impending execution through the newspaper. What? Does this mean Whitebeard will intervene? The crew member exclaimed in shock. Everyone knows Whitebeard's character. He refers to his crew as his sons, and anyone who harms them will face dire consequences. Indeed, war is on the horizon. Drake cast a glance towards the naval headquarters and spoke. Meanwhile, at the human trafficking venue, the mermaid Cammy was pushed onto the stage. Before the host could finish the introduction, a celestial dragon abruptly offered 500 million berries, catching Nami and her companions, who were prepared to buy Cammy back for a staggering 200 million, completely off guard. What should we do now? Sanji, speak up. Chopper, in his transformed state, anxiously inquired of the silent Sanji. Sanji found himself in a predicament. Not only was the presence of celestial dragons a concern, but also the collar around Cammy's neck, which, once fastened, could not be removed without triggering an explosion. Just as Nami and Sanji were in a quandary, the host announced the countdown had concluded, proclaiming loudly, "Time's up. Now, our mermaid Cammy will be sold at the price of 500 million berries to the world nobles." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Luffy, accompanied by Zoro and riding a flying fish, crashed through the ceiling of the auction venue. What is happening? Captain Eustace Kidd said, glancing uneasily towards the commotion. Indeed. Upon landing, Luffy spotted Cammy being auctioned and shouted as he rushed to save her. However, the octopus, Bon Clay, inadvertently revealed the truth about the fishmen in an attempt to block Luffy. The human nobles and wealthy attendees gasped in shock, hurling insults at Bon Clay, while security personnel attempted to obstruct Luffy's advance. At that moment, a celestial dragon fired a shot, hitting Bon Clay, who was trying to stop Luffy. Bon Clay. The Straw Hat crew gasped in horror. Yes, I hit it. I knocked the fishman down. The celestial dragon reveled in his marksmanship, but Luffy suddenly fell silent. Especially after Bon Clay was struck, the surrounding crowd showed no concern, instead reveling in schadenfreude, which ignited Luffy's fury, compelling him to act. Wait, Straw Hat, hold on. Don't be angry. This was my own mistake. Bon Clay struggled to grasp the furious Luffy, speaking in fragments. Didn't you promise me that even if the celestial dragons killed someone in front of you, you wouldn't oppose them? After all, I've been a pirate and committed many wrongdoings myself. Consider this my comeuppance. Bon Clay panted, apologizing. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I only wanted to help you as a way to atone to Nami. Luffy paused, crouching beside Bon Clay, yet remained silent. I still haven't accomplished anything. It has always been this way. Not only can I not save Cammy, but I've also dragged you all into this. I truly am a failure. Octopus Little Eight, with tears streaming down his face, spoke sorrowfully. Nami, beside him, covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Although Little Eight had committed numerous misdeeds in her hometown, all that was in the past, and she had long since forgiven him. She was taken aback to learn that he had come to assist them with the intention of making amends, deeply moving the kind-hearted Nami. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji remained silent, seemingly awaiting their captain Luffy's command. Stinking fish, I've hit you. Why aren't you dead? Still babbling nonsense? It's infuriating. The celestial dragon raised his pistol once more, aiming it at Little Eight. However, he hesitated under Luffy's fierce gaze, momentarily daunted. Hey, is he really going to do it? Captain Eustace Kidd looked on in astonishment as Luffy approached the celestial dragon. Is he really going to act? The surrounding spectators exchanged bewildered glances. After all, this was a celestial dragon. Could this pirate truly dare to strike? Wait, Straw Hat. Don't do it. You'll bring calamity upon yourselves. Starfish Papagoo, despite his desire to save Cammy, was reluctant to witness his friends walk into danger. Ultimately, in a shocking turn of events, Luffy delivered a punch that rendered the celestial dragon unconscious. Following a brief silence, the audience was left with a singular, frenzied thought. Who on earth is this? He dares to strike a celestial dragon. Hey, Straw Hat, what an interesting fellow you are, whispered the Dr. Trafalgar Law, a smile gracing his lips. On the other side, Eustace Kidd wore a peculiar grin, lost in thought. Apologies, everyone. I've heard that after striking this person, the Navy will send an admiral with warships, Luffy said, adjusting his hat as he spoke to his companions. Humph. It's your fault for knocking him away. I couldn't even take a swing at him, Zoro remarked, drawing his weapon with a chuckle. Now then, Sanji said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Little 8, are you all right? Nami approached the octopus, her concern evident. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. You truly have gotten yourselves into a mess, Little 8 expressed, his face filled with remorse. Well, it is Luffy after all, Nami replied with a smile. In truth, she had already forgiven Little 8 and had heard his confession earlier, which led her to worry more about his injuries. All right, everyone, it's time to solidify our plans. Frankie rubbed his hands together, seemingly ready for action. First, we must rescue Cammy. The collar around her neck must be backstage. Little 8 is injured, so I will stay here to tend to his wounds. Therefore, I entrust the key to you. Chopper, the ship's doctor, began to fulfill his lifelong duty. As chaos erupted at the venue, the Straw Hat crew advanced toward the auction stage. Damn it, summon an admiral. How dare someone lay hands on a celestial dragon? My poor child. Saint Roseward bellowed in fury at his subordinates. He was none other than the father of the celestial dragon, who had just been knocked unconscious by Luffy. Just then, the flying fish made a reappearance, and Robin, Usopp, and Brook rushed over. Oh my, it seems I've inadvertently sat on something. My sincerest apologies. Usopp, descending from the sky, unwittingly used the enraged Saint Roseward as a cushion, causing him to lose consciousness once more. Father, those wretches. Charlotte glared at the Straw Hat crew with gritted teeth. First, her brother was incapacitated, and now her father's fate was uncertain. Charlotte felt that even if an admiral were to arrive today, there would be no resolution. I will make these fiends pay dearly, she declared with fierce determination. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the mermaid, Cammy, still on the platform. It is this vile mermaid who instigated all this chaos. I shall slay her, this mermaid whom they wish to rescue. Charlotte departed, plotting her revenge. The celestial dragons, accustomed to their villainous ways, saw no fault in their actions. Naturally, the blame lay solely with others. Brook, Usopp, Robin, quickly go save Cammy. The Navy is about to arrive. Luffy shouted excitedly as he spotted his comrades. Straw Hat Captain, the Navy has indeed arrived. Trafalgar Law, seated in the audience, observed the commotion with a smile. Who are you? What's the deal with that bear? Luffy turned to Trafalgar Law, but his attention was momentarily captured by the furry creature beside him, a white bear. The Navy had surrounded the venue before the auction commenced, and although their target remained unknown, they could scarcely have imagined that someone would dare to strike against the celestial dragons. Law remarked to Luffy, as for the furry companion beside me, I have no interest in introducing him. He is my comrade, not a mere spectacle. He is Trafalgar Law, a pirate. And like you, one of the supernovas, Robin explained while engaging in battle. You all have truly opened my eyes. Law chuckled softly, addressing the Straw Hat crew. Charlotte, wait. You have yet to settle the payment for this item. You cannot kill her. Just as Luffy and Law conversed, the auctioneer obstructed Charlotte, forbidding her from harming Cammy. Get out of my way, you lowly scum. I intend to kill this mermaid they seek to rescue. Ignoring the auctioneer's words, Charlotte approached Cammy. But at that moment, she suddenly froze and then collapsed, losing consciousness. Behind the auction platform, a giant of the giant race appeared. Look, brother giant, chaos reigns at the auction. Since we've already secured the funds and the auction has concluded, I shall return to the casino. A stranger's voice resonated in the venue, halting all activity. You old rascal. Your true intention here is to pilfer money, isn't it? The giant remarked, gazing at the elderly man with white hair, somewhat exasperated. Initially, I intended to extort some more from my employer, yet upon reflection, I doubt anyone would be interested in a decrepit old fellow such as myself. The old man chuckled heartily, holding a wine jug. In the now silent hall, everyone gazed in bewilderment at the two unexpected intruders, and a palpable stillness enveloped the space. Oh, are we being a tad too ostentatious by emerging like this? The white-haired elder mused, surveying his surroundings. What on earth is happening with that old man and the giant? Aren't they supposed to be merchandise? Why have they come out? The auction security personnel finally reacted, rushing toward the pair. Rayleigh, exclaimed the octopus, Chopper, who had been treated by Rayleigh, astonished at the sight of the newcomer. Eh? Rayleigh? Is this the famed craftsman you mentioned? Chopper, startled, inquired. Oh, it's you, Little 8. Long time no see. How did you end up here, and in such a state? Rayleigh joyfully greeted the familiar face, though his expression darkened upon noticing Chopper's injuries. "Ah, I see." Rayleigh observed the imprisoned Cammy in a water tank and glanced at the fallen celestial dragons, as if piecing together the circumstances. "You've endured much, Little Eight," he said with a smile, then turned to Luffy. "So, it was you who rescued Little Eight?" With that, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, causing all the guards to collapse, leaving the rest in utter shock. "Who is this old man?" Sanji gasped, his cigarette dropping from his mouth in astonishment. Zoro regarded Rayleigh with a serious expression, while Usopp, brimming with surprise, asked, "Hey, what's going on?" After employing his conqueror's haki to render the lesser foes unconscious, Rayleigh finally focused on Luffy. "Heh, that straw hat suits you well, robust man. Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy," Rayleigh remarked, smiling at the silent figure of Luffy. St. Jomeria, the headquarters of the world government, where Sengoku typically conducted business, served as one of the two primary routes from the Grand Line into the New World, the other being the underwater Fishman Island. It was also home to the world nobles, the celestial dragons. "Damn it, that little brat again. Causing trouble every few days. Are they all cut from the same cloth?" Sengoku lamented with a headache upon receiving the report. It was noted that aside from the Straw Hat crew, there were also Eustace Kid's crew and Trafalgar Law's crew, totaling 13 bounty criminals, 5 of whom were supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million. The naval officer who came to report continued his briefing to Admiral Sengoku. "Currently, we have lost contact with that side, and it is estimated that they have already been harmed. Admiral Sengoku, at this moment, 3 celestial dragons have been kidnapped. This is an unprecedented event." Seeing Sengoku remain silent, the naval officer spoke up loudly. "Have they made any demands?" Sengoku inquired in a grave tone. "Not yet. But we cannot stand idly by while anyone dares to lay a hand on the world nobles, Admiral," the naval officer replied anxiously. "Kizaru." Sengoku sighed softly and called out to Kizaru, who was sitting idly nearby. "Admiral Sengoku, leave it to me. I'll be back shortly. Rest assured," Kizaru said as he stood up and walked out. Watching Kizaru leave, Sengoku remained silent, lost in thought. If Yellow were present, he would surely question Kizaru loudly. "What do you intend to do? As a spy of the Revolutionary Army, are you rushing to aid your young master in distress?" Of course, this would be in jest. But Kizaru was indeed the most perplexing admiral to Yellow. In his previous life, Yellow had heard a saying, "As long as the salary is right, even the 4 emperors can be dealt with." This referred to Kizaru, who possessed the light fruit, thus he was humorously dubbed the corporate admiral. Simultaneously, due to the events at Sabati Archipelago, when Admiral Kizaru took action, not a single supernova was captured, especially during his confrontation with the Straw Hat crew. It seemed he only acted earnestly once Rayleigh arrived to provide assistance. Otherwise, given his speed in dealing with other supernovas, it would not be surprising if the Straw Hat crew had been entirely annihilated before Rayleigh even arrived, or Kuma had a chance to intervene. Hence, among fans, Kizaru's full name became humorously known as Monkey D. Kizu, with whispers that he was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army sent to infiltrate the Navy, rushing to request Admiral Sengoku's deployment in order to protect the retreat of his young master, Luffy. After all, what kind of corporate worker would proactively request a business trip? At this moment, Yellow had just arrived at the entrance of the human trafficking auction site. The encircling Navy personnel saw Yellow and suddenly felt a surge of confidence, eagerly briefing him on the situation at hand. "Oh dear, this is quite troublesome. That troublemaker truly cannot remain still. How can he create chaos at such a critical moment?" Yellow rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Lieutenant Purple Dragon, what shall we do now?" a Navy soldier inquired. "Are we certain that the Dark King Rayleigh is inside?" Yellow asked casually. "Oh, we cannot confirm that yet." The Navy soldier hesitated before responding, then continued to surround the area. "Given that a celestial dragon has been attacked, it is likely that an admiral will arrive shortly. I suspect it could be that lecherous old man Kizaru. You maintain the perimeter here while I go inside to assess the situation." As Yellow spoke, he made his way into the human auction site. "Lady Reyna," someone hesitated to call out. "It's fine. You all stay here and help alleviate the pressure. Those supernovas are not easy to deal with." As the leaves fluttered, he strode directly inside. In the venue of human trafficking, Rayleigh had exchanged a few words with Luffy and the others, finally revealing his true appearance before everyone. It was truly unexpected to encounter such a significant figure as Law seated among the audience, fixating on Rayleigh and inquiring, "The Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. It is indeed you, isn't it? How could the legendary man appear here?" Kid also gazed intently at Rayleigh, remarking, "Hey, don't toss that name around so casually. I am merely Old Ray, the coat finisher. I still wish to enjoy a few peaceful days." Rayleigh waved his hand nonchalantly, chuckling. "Is that so? Involved in such a grand affair? Yet you still wish to continue living in such a carefree manner?" At that moment, Yi Luo entered just in time to overhear Rayleigh's words, prompting him to speak up. "Yi Luo?" The Straw Hat crew exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yi Luo. "So it's you, Kid." Rayleigh also smiled at Yi Luo. However, both Law and Kid regarded Yi Luo with grave expressions, whispering, "Marine Major Zilong?" Particularly Kid, who had suffered defeat at Yi Luo's hands last time, resulting in the complete annihilation of his crew, had long viewed Yi Luo as a thorn in his side. "Luffy, you truly are a troublemaker. Now you've even taken on the celestial dragons. What about those scum? You didn't kill them, did you?" Yi Luo casually glanced around before greeting Luffy. "Are you here to capture us?" Luffy asked Yi Luo. As for the earlier mention of the celestial dragons, he paid it no mind. Hey, as a marine, you shouldn't say such things." Rayleigh interjected with a smile, reminding Yi Luo that he ought not to refer to the celestial dragons as scum. "Here, we are also renowned as marines. If we eliminate all of you, there wouldn't be anyone to leak secrets, would there, Dark King?" Yi Luo mischievously winked at Rayleigh. "Wow, you're quite audacious. I'm too old for such antics. You should entertain these young folks while I head home." Rayleigh laughed heartily. "What's this? I've recently gained some strength and was hoping to spar with you today. Bullying these kids is rather dull." Yi Luo pouted. Before Rayleigh could respond, Yi Luo's words had already incited the ire of several pirates present. "Hey, Yi Luo, we are no longer the same as we used to be. Don't look down on us too much." Luffy retorted fiercely. "What are you saying, Luffy?" Nami, exasperated, pulled Luffy aside. It was evident that Yi Luo had no intention of battling them. They should be making a swift escape, or else they wouldn't be able to flee when the admiral arrives. They had witnessed the might of an admiral, and even someone as formidable as Luffy did not stand a chance against an admiral like Aokiji, as Nami believed. "Oh, ambitious. However, I am not here for you today. Your issues are to be resolved by the admiral." Yi Luo chuckled. "It seems that young Yi Luo has come for me?" Rayleigh inquired with a smile. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the Navy has detected your presence here, yet they hesitate to confirm it. Thus, I have come to ascertain the truth. Now that you have seen me, what do you intend to do?" The enigmatic Rayleigh chuckled lightly, responding with ease. "It appears the days of tranquility have come to an end. I plan to report that it was a mere mistake. There is no Rayleigh the Dark King here. Only Old Lay the Coder. What do you say?" Yi Luo blinked innocently as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, such a clever little fellow. Very well, as you wish. I shall refrain from meddling in their affairs. Luffy, it seems the resolution of this matter rests upon your shoulders. I shall take my leave," Rayleigh declared with hearty laughter. However, Luffy remained unfazed, having no intention of seeking Rayleigh's assistance. "Clearly, we are not merely entangled. We are being regarded as accomplices as well. Yet, I am not keen on encountering an admiral at this moment, so I shall depart for now. Nevertheless, I do not mind helping you with your troubles," Kid remarked, casting a glance at Yi Luo, addressing Luffy and Law. Instantly, Luffy and Law's expressions shifted, seemingly incensed by Kid's words. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Is that not a touch presumptuous?" Yi Luo chuckled, addressing the three of them. "Thanks to you, I suffered greatly at the hands of Rear Admiral Zilong." Kid grinned wickedly. "Have we met?" Yi Luo inquired, perplexed, as he had no recollection of Kid. Kid paused, his expression darkening further, and with a flick of his right hand, an array of iron objects from the human trafficking venue surged toward him, transforming his entire right arm into a massive iron limb. "Oh, quite an intriguing ability." Yi Luo smiled faintly, vanishing and reappearing directly in front of Kid, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. "Gum Gum Pistol." Room. Luffy and Law simultaneously sprang into action, one shielding Kid while the other attacked Yi Luo. "Haha, no wonder you were supernovas. You possess remarkable abilities." Yi Luo evaded Law's assault, laughing as he addressed him. "However, your power is rather perilous. What are you planning?" "This individual is my target." Kid spat, his tone fierce, failing to express gratitude for Luffy and Law's assistance. "This matter originated with me, so naturally, I shall resolve it," Luffy asserted with conviction. "Kid, I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate you first." Law chimed in with a grin. "In that case, let us compare our strengths." Kid laughed arrogantly. "I am ready for the challenge," Luffy and Law declared in unison. As captains of their respective ships, both Luffy and Law each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Would not allow Kid to steal the spotlight alone. Ah, it seems I have underestimated you. It is time to unleash my true power. As the leaves fell, Yuluo chuckled softly, tearing off his cloak and adopting a serious demeanor. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, causing the entire auction venue to collapse amidst the chaos. Look, it's Major Yuluo. He emerged from the debris, instantly catching the attention of the Navy. Behold, it's the Straw Hat crew. And Kid's gang. Ah, there's the Surgeon Trafalgar Law. It turned out that the Major had been engaged in battle with them. Sir, should we offer assistance? Asked the lieutenant as the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the adversaries. Indeed, I underestimated this naval prodigy. Law gasped for breath. Kid's arm was injured, blood staining his clothing. And Luffy was no better, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Is that the power of hockey? Luffy wiped the blood away. Having been struck by Yi Luo's fist, yet he too had inflicted damage in return. Truly, you are a formidable supernova, remarked Lena and others as they watched Yi Luo casually wave his hand. Now, in the name of the Navy headquarters, I hereby arrest all of you. You would do well to surrender. Should I be in a good mood, I might even let you go. Yi Luo laughed heartily at the pirates. Room. Butchery. No one responded to Yi Luo's words, and Law was the first to launch an attack. Second gear. Luffy also began to reveal his true prowess. Kid raised both hands, causing the Navy's weapons to uncontrollably fly towards him, significantly enhancing his combat effectiveness. Such troublesome foes. But here comes the one finger of the sun. Yi Luo smiled slightly, pointing at Law. Upon seeing Yi Luo raise his hand towards him, Law's expression tightened. He had witnessed the Major use this technique to injure Kid, prompting him to activate his ability and swap positions with another Navy soldier. As expected, the soldier who took his place was struck by Yi Luo's attack. Fortunately not in a vital area. Step back and form a perimeter to prevent their escape. I will handle the battle here. Yi Luo frowned and commanded. The Navy soldiers promptly retreated, forming a subtle encirclement to thwart the pirates' escape. Time is of the essence, my friends. We must part ways now. If the Admiral truly arrives, we will be in dire straits. Yi Luo glanced around anxiously. Very well, let us separate. As for who bears the brunt, let them take their time to stall this naval major. Law nodded in agreement. The prowess of Yi Luo is formidable. It seems rather implausible to subdue him in a short span of time. Sanji, Zoro, let us depart. Luffy, aware that this is not the moment for idle chatter, swiftly took action. Before long, the three pirate crews had completely dispersed, leaving Yi Luo momentarily perplexed. Very well, I shall pursue Kid. I recall he has slain numerous innocents, truly embodying the essence of a pirate. Lena, stay close to Luffy. Once I have dealt with Kid, I shall seek you out. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Luo fixed his gaze on Kid and set off in pursuit. Damn it, why are you following me? Kid fumed, glancing back at the approaching Yi Luo. Indeed, the rumors proved accurate. This naval prodigy harbors a profound disdain for evil. Should he encounter pirates who have harmed the innocent, their fate is likely sealed. Yet if they have merely posed riddles, there remains a glimmer of hope. Watching Yi Luo chase after Kid, Law chuckled. Ha ha ha. Little ones, you truly possess remarkable skills. Young Ye's strength is commendable. It is quite impressive that you managed to escape his grasp. Rayleigh, carrying Cammy on his back, followed closely behind the Straw Hat crew, his spirits high. Is Mr. Rayleigh well acquainted with Yi Luo? Nami inquired as they fled. Well, we are somewhat familiar. The last time we met, that lad sought my guidance in mastering hockey. Rayleigh replied with a smile. Isn't Yi Luo trained by Rear Admiral Garp? Nami asked in surprise. Oh, the young lady seems well informed. Rayleigh chuckled. Indeed, we share a close bond. He is Luffy's elder brother. Nami stated candidly. Ah, I see. Meanwhile, as Yi Luo pursued Kid, he suddenly noticed that Kid had come to a halt not far ahead. Oh, is that the pacifista? Has Kizaru arrived? Yi Luo discerned that the imposing figure blocking Kid's path was Bartholomew Kuma, a product of the Navy's clandestine research into humanoid weaponry, the pacifista. This creation was modeled after the warlord Bartholomew Kuma and was under the control of the Navy's scientific division, led by Kizaru himself. Thus, the arrival of the pacifista signified that Kizaru had indeed made his appearance. Isn't that Eustace could alongside warlord Bartholomew Kuma? I wonder when he made his way here. Law mused, also coming to a stop. This is Sabeti Archipelago, in close proximity to the Navy headquarters at Marineford and the Holy Land Mariawa. So the presence of anyone here is not surprising. One of Law's new crew members, a pirate who escaped from a human trafficking ring, whispered. With the warlord in front and the navy behind, "Captain, what shall we do now?" Law's subordinate inquired. Before Law could respond, the pacifist spoke, unleashing a laser beam aimed at Law. "This guy targets one at a time. Trafalgar, I advise you not to interfere," Kidd remarked, casting a glance at Law, who had already evaded the attack. "Do you wish for death? Did I not instruct you to refrain from issuing commands?" With a light chuckle, Law remarked, "I have already encountered enough prominent figures today. I have no desire to confront any formidable adversaries. Therefore, even if you were one of the 7 warlords, it would be prudent for you to make way. It seems you have encountered quite a predicament." The gradually approaching Yi Luo halted nearby, observing the 2 individuals obstructed by the pacifists, and said with a smile, "It appears that only the captain of the Straw Hats managed to escape." Law cast a reluctant glance at Yi Luo and replied, "Of course, you are aware of who accompanies him. If I were to truly unleash my fury, that individual could easily eliminate me, and to whom would I turn for justification?" Yi Luo replied nonchalantly. Both Law and Kidd exchanged glances with Yi Luo, remaining silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy and his companions, who had escaped with Rayleigh aboard the Flying Fish, arrived at Aunt Shia's place. Everyone finally learned of Rayleigh's true identity as the right-hand man of the Pirate King and the vice-captain, Silver's Rayleigh. Although the group listened to Rayleigh recount tales of Pirate King Roger, Luffy stubbornly refused to learn anything about Laugh Tale. This greatly impressed Rayleigh, especially Luffy's declaration that he did not wish to dominate the seas, for only those who are the freest upon the ocean can be deemed the Pirate King. This satisfied Rayleigh immensely. Thus, when Rayleigh agreed to assist Luffy and his crew with their coding, the group joyfully ventured out to explore, even contemplating a visit to the amusement park. However, unbeknownst to them, Admiral Kizaru had already landed on the island. The sound of continuous explosions caught Yi Luo's attention. "It seems that the lecherous old man Kizaru has arrived. Today, fortune favors you, as I shall refrain from apprehending you. Yet, I still intend to claim your bounties." Yi Luo approached the defeated duo, first shattering the pacifist with a palm strike before advancing toward Kidd and Law. Kidd and Law gazed in astonishment as Yi Luo effortlessly obliterated one of the 7 warlords, left speechless. The Heart Pirates, with a total bounty nearing 300 million berries, had the captain's bounty alone amounting to 200 million, while surprisingly, the least was that of the bear, only 500 berries? Has he been treated like a pet? Akin to Chopper? After capturing all members of Law's Heart Pirates, Yi Luo received a system notification, acquiring nearly 30,000 diamonds. The Kidd Pirates contributed an additional 47,700 diamonds. It appeared that only he and Killer had bounties. So Yi Luo did not make a concerted effort to apprehend the others. After obtaining over 70,000 diamonds from the 2 pirate crews, coupled with his original nearly 80,000, Yi Luo's diamond count finally surpassed 100,000 for the first time. "Well, I shall take my leave, since Kizaru has arrived. This matter no longer concerns me." Yi Luo shrugged as he observed the 2 pirate crews now adorned with handcuffs, a smile gracing his lips. Law and Kidd, uncertain of the veracity of Yi Luo's words, did not flee immediately but gazed at him with a mix of surprise and confusion. However, Yi Luo paid them no mind and proceeded to lead Lena and the others away, advancing towards the position of Kizaru. "Captain Eustace, it appears fortune favors us today. Especially you. One must acknowledge that this Vice Admiral, the Purple Dragon, has a notorious reputation for not sparing pirates who prey on the impoverished. The fact that he has let us go today is indeed a stroke of luck." Law effortlessly shattered his handcuffs, as Yi Luo had not employed seastone cuffs, having never intended to capture them. His aim was merely to draw attention to the diamonds they possessed. "Ah, indeed, it is Vice Admiral Kizaru. Since you have arrived, I shall take my leave back to headquarters." Upon locating Kizaru, Yi Luo was met with the peculiar sight of him exclaiming in fear while simultaneously dispatching a supernova with a swift kick. "Ah, Vice Admiral Purple Dragon. I did not anticipate your presence here," Kizaru exclaimed, his surprise evident upon seeing Yi Luo. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shrugged and remarked, "Previously, a subordinate reported the presence of the legendary figure, Pluto Rayleigh, in this vicinity. Hence, my master sent me to investigate. For we currently lack the strength to confront 2 legendary pirates." The expression on Kizaru's face turned icy, yet he soon broke into a lewd grin, saying, "Legends can indeed be quite terrifying. Well then, since Lord Kizaru has arrived, I shall return to headquarters. Farewell." After exchanging pleasantries with a smile, Yi Luo departed. Observing Yi Luo's retreat, Khazard nonchalantly delivered another kick to Hawkins, obliterating yet another of his straw dummies. Meanwhile, after leaving Aunt Sia's modest abode, Luffy and his comrades encountered a pacifist who, due to a misunderstanding, was mistaken by Zoro and the others for Bartholomew Kuma, resulting in glum expressions among the crew. However, following a fierce battle, they soon discerned the anomaly, ultimately prevailing against the humanoid weapon, the pacifist, through collective effort. Sanji noted the designation PX4 inscribed on the adversary's arm, but was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. "Hey, look at what you've done. PX4, how did you end up in such a pitiful state? Do you realize the cost of creating a pacifist like you is comparable to that of a warship?" A man wielding a long-handled axe and clad in a garb resembling an apron appeared before the Straw Hat crew. Even more alarming was the arrival of another figure, the Shichibukai Kuma, who stood behind him, just as they had barely overcome the previous one. "Who are you, Axe?" Frankie inquired loudly at the newly emerged foe. "Hey, is it proper to address someone by their weapon? It's futile to ask, for my defenses are unrivaled in the world, rendering my lips impenetrable. Surely, you can at least introduce yourself? I am under no obligation to respond. As I mentioned, I am the world's foremost silent guardian, Bartholomew." The man with the axe inadvertently revealed his name. "Oh, it's Bartholomew," the Straw Hat crew exclaimed in unison. Bartholomew's expression darkened as he stubbornly retorted, "I only disclosed that voluntarily. It was not an answer. Now, let us commence, PX1. With his declaration, the Shichibukai Kuma, who had been standing behind him, sprang into action. "This won't do. We must flee. Let us disperse and regroup on the Sunny in 3 days." After the recent skirmish, the crew was no longer at their prime, and Zoro had yet to fully recover from his injuries sustained on the terrifying triangular ship. Following the clash, he was already at his wit's end. "Splendid. I have been wanting to suggest this." Usopp was the first to raise his hand in agreement, quickly trailing behind Zoro. "Nami-san, I will surely protect you." Sanji swiftly located Nami, ensuring her safety as they retreated. Frankie followed closely by Sanji's side, yet Sanji appeared somewhat perturbed. He believed that with his protection, Nami should be entirely secure. Thus, the Straw Hat crew divided into 3 teams to escape, Luffy accompanied by Chopper and Robin, Zoro with Usopp and Brook, and Sanji with Nami and Frankie. PX1, stop them. We cannot allow them to escape the 12th district. That would spell trouble, commanded Bartolomeo, as he directed the pacifist to intercept Sanji, positioning himself directly in front of Luffy. Rubber machine gun. Luffy initiated the assault, aiming to eliminate Bartolomeo as an obstacle. "Though I harbor no enmity towards pirates, my defenses are unmatched," Bartolomeo proclaimed, standing firm against Luffy's onslaught, effortlessly repelling him with a simple push. "Ouch. That technique is rather peculiar," Luffy remarked, rubbing his head as he rose, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Bartolomeo. Ultimate move, Smoke Star. Usopp unleashed a smoke bomb to conceal their escape route. However, the pacifist promptly detonated the bridge connecting the area. "Zoro." At that moment, Usopp shouted loudly. Luffy, who was about to launch another attack, instinctively glanced over, only to find Zoro injured and incapacitated on the ground. "This is bad." Zoro was struck by a laser wave. Usopp exclaimed, "Who are you? Get away from Zoro." He shouted at the shadowy figure emerging from the smoke. "You're rather slow. You've finally arrived, Admiral Kazuru," Bartolomeo remarked casually. Upon hearing Bartolomeo's words, Robin gasped in shock and quickly turned her gaze towards Usopp, where indeed, a man clad in a yellow-striped uniform and draped in a justice cloak stood beside Zoro. "Beware, that man is Admiral Kazuru," Robin warned immediately. "The bounty of 120 million on the pirate hunter Zoro. I didn't expect you to fall so easily. You must be quite injured." Kazuru observed Zoro on the ground, slowly raising his leg. "Zoro, get away. At this close range, a hit would be disastrous," Luffy shouted anxiously. However, Zoro could only lift his head slightly, unable to move further. His body had betrayed him completely. "Damn it, why can't I hit him? Get your filthy foot away from Zoro." Brook and Usopp charged at Kazuru, yet their attacks proved futile, passing straight through his form. "I am the Light Man. Having consumed the light fruit, a Logia type, you are incapable of harming me," Kazuru declared, lifting his foot as he addressed Usopp and Brook. "This one do. That fool has reached his limit." Sanji seethed as he advanced toward Kazuru, but the distance was too great. He would not reach him in time. 20 petals bloom. Robin directly utilized her abilities, causing countless arms to sprout from around Zoro, guiding him to evade Kazaru's assault. "Heh, I won't let you escape. Don't waste your effort." Kazuru scoffed derisively as he observed Zoro's sluggish movements, preparing to strike. Indeed, could this fellow truly be an undercover agent? Leaf fall, concealed in the nearby tree. Watched as Kizaru lifted his foot yet refrained from delivering the kick, curling his lip in thought. His intention in not capturing Law and Kid was to observe Luffy. He feared that any misstep could lead to casualties within the Straw Hat crew, which would be a grave matter, prompting his swift arrival. Zoro! Luffy bellowed in fury as Kizaru's foot descended. However, Leaf Fall had already noticed Rayleigh approaching rapidly. Surely, the strength of the Dark King Rayleigh would suffice to rescue Zoro. Boom! Kizaru's luminous kick was halted by Rayleigh. It's your turn to make an entrance, Dark King Rayleigh, Kizaru remarked, maintaining his indifferent demeanor as he regarded Rayleigh. Do not be too harsh, their era is about to commence. Rayleigh replied with a smile. Uncle! Luffy exclaimed, nearly in tears with excitement upon witnessing Rayleigh save Zoro. Although I had heard you were on this island, seeing you in person is truly astonishing. Kizaru, now slightly more serious, addressed Rayleigh. If you could assist me in having the bounty lifted, I could comfortably reside here. Rayleigh chuckled. Can the sins of pirates be erased with a stroke? Especially those of Roger's crew. Kizaru shrugged, stating, It seems you are here to support these young rascals. It appears the nature of pirates is indeed unchangeable. They are the future of piracy, brother Kizaru. Would you consider sparing them? Rayleigh laughed heartily. Oh dear, spare me. If I fail to apprehend this group, our Navy headquarters in Mariehua will be utterly humiliated before the celestial dragons. But you, could you refrain from meddling? Kizaru replied with a look of exasperation. However, even for me, capturing you would require ample preparation. Usopp, Brook, quickly take Zoro and flee. We are not yet a match for these foes. Everyone, escape at once. Luffy shouted urgently to his comrades, seizing the moment while Kizaru was occupied with Rayleigh. How decisive. I might truly become angry. Kizaru grumbled as he watched the Straw Hats begin their retreat at Luffy's behest. Uncle, thank you. We shall take our leave. Luffy called back to Rayleigh as they fled. Go, and I wish you good fortune. Rayleigh waved at Luffy with a smile, completely disregarding Kizaru. In the distance, Leaf Fell almost laughed out loud, witnessing Kizaru being so blatantly ignored for the first time. As Kizaru observed Rayleigh, who was ignoring him, he had no intention of engaging with him. His sole focus was on the Straw Hat crew. Kizaru. His body gradually transformed into light, but Rayleigh suddenly struck, severing Kizaru's luminance with a single swing of his sword. Oh dear, how terrifying. Kizaru, forced to revert from his elemental state, looked at Rayleigh with a fearful expression and commented. Little did he know. Every time he uttered those words, Leaf found him particularly sleazy. Heavenly Cloud Sword, utilizing the powers of his devil fruit. Kizaru conjured a glowing sword and began to battle Rayleigh. It seems this truly is the legendary Rayleigh himself. I've never seen the old man be halted like this. Woritomo remarked, observing the clash between Kizaru and Rayleigh. However, PX1, Roronoa Zoro is on the verge of collapsing. It's time to take action. Upon hearing the command, the pacifistas began to target Zoro, but Sanji was quick to notice, ordering Frankie to protect Nami while he rushed towards Usopp and the others. Oh, what a headache. I initially thought this would be an easy task, yet here you are. Kizaru expressed his dissatisfaction while in combat. Haha, brother Kizaru. The ups and downs are what make life interesting. Rayleigh replied with a grin. Meanwhile, facing the relentless pursuit of the pacifistas, Brook decided to halt his escape. Intending to buy Usopp and Zoro some time to flee, but unfortunately, he was swiftly eliminated by the pacifistas. Fortunately, Sanji arrived just in time to momentarily halt the pacifistas. Though Usopp was caught in the aftermath, and even Zoro was knocked to the ground, Luffy was also entangled with Woritomo, unable to provide any support. In a desperate attempt to save Zoro, Sanji shielded him from a laser blast, sacrificing his combat effectiveness in the process. It seems my men are no pushovers after all. Kizaru, who had been observing the situation, remarked with a smile as he saw Woritomo and the pacifistas gaining the upper hand. This is intolerable. Everyone has been taken down. Chopper, who had been fleeing, witnessed Sanji and Zoro losing their fighting ability one after another. Gritting his teeth, he consumed 3 Rumble Ball and transformed into a colossal beast once more. That reckless Chopper. Usopp, struggling to rise from the ground, looked at the transformed Chopper with a complex expression. Is this the form you took when you saved me at Enies Lobby? Chopper's transformation caught Robin's attention as she seized the opportunity to scoop up the injured Luffy and escape while Woritomo was distracted. Sanji, Brook, get up. Another laser wave is coming. Supporting Usopp, who was leaning against Zoro, witnessed the pacifists once again beginning to gather their laser energy. He immediately shouted towards the two individuals sprawled on the ground, unable to move. However, the severity of their injuries rendered them incapable of standing. Just then, another warlord, Bartholomew Kuma, emerged, positioning himself before Zaro and preventing the pacifists from launching their attack. As the pacifists were modeled after him, they dutifully obeyed his command and halted the assembly of their laser waves. Another one? I am utterly exasperated. How many of them are there? Usopp thought, nearly losing his composure upon witnessing Kuma's arrival. No, this one is the real deal. Zaro managed to struggle to his feet, fixing his gaze upon the imposing figure of Kuma. You're still alive. Indeed, thanks to your extraordinary mercy, Kuma replied, removing his gloves while observing Zaro. So, where do you wish to travel? Kuma extended his hand, gently patting the bewildered Zaro, and with a whoosh, Zaro vanished from sight, hidden among the treetops. The leaves felt an involuntary twitch in their eyelids. That scoundrel, must he always recite that line? As the leaves fell, Yiluo recalled the last time when Kuma had directly taken him to meet the dragon, seemingly uttering a similar phrase before boarding a plane bound for the South Sea. Zaro. Luffy's furious roar yanked Yiluo back to reality. You bastard, what have you done to Zaro? Where has he gone? He was just here. Usopp, witnessing the disappearance of his comrade, seemed to forget his fear as he confronted Bartholomew Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma? The warlord must have received the summons from headquarters by now. How could he suddenly appear here? Pirates truly cannot be trusted. Kizaru mused, fending off Rayleigh. Clearly, the situation over there was dire. He yearned to lend a hand. Yet time was unrelenting. Rayleigh, while engaged in battle, lamented the passage of time. You've managed to intercept a Marine Admiral. What more do you desire? Where shall I place my old face? Spare me. Kizaru, noticing Rayleigh's inclination to assist, promptly moved to entangle him. The roles had reversed. Kizaru took the initiative to entangle Rayleigh, as they evidently held the upper hand. Calm down. What exactly has he done to Zaro? Why has he vanished? Luffy, in his urgency, queried the enemy, Bartolomeo. I am a man of discretion. I cannot divulge such information. Bartolomeo replied to Luffy. It is said that those struck by his paw are sent soaring for 3 days and nights, with only he knowing their destination, whether that is true or not. You certainly cannot expect to see him on this island. Despite claiming to be tight-lipped, Bartolomeo always answered truthfully whenever asked. Upon learning the truth, Luffy had no time to ponder Zaro's fate as he urged his companions to disperse. However, one by one, his friends were sent flying by Kuma. Even the pacifists who had prepared to intervene were impatiently swatted away. What am I doing? Why can't I save even one comrade? Luffy lamented, watching his friends being knocked away, on the brink of despair. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, having been persuaded by Kuma's rationale during their brief encounter, refrained from offering assistance. Is it enough to simply send the kid flying? We deserve an explanation, Bartolomeo remarked, observing Kuma dispatching their foes effortlessly. Oh dear, this is quite the predicament. Kizaru began to feel a headache as he watched the Straw Hat crew vanish. We shall not meet again. Farewell, Monkey D. Luffy. With a final swipe, Kuma sent Luffy flying out of sight. After dispatching the entire Straw Hat crew, Bartholomew Kuma prepared to turn away, disregarding the Admiral Kizaru and the Dark King Rayleigh beside him. Now this is troublesome. Kizaru grimaced, expressing his displeasure. That fellow just sent them flying without so much as a word of explanation? Jean Tamaru, wielding an axe, inquired with a hint of disbelief. In truth, Bartholomew Kuma had provided them with no instructions whatsoever. He had departed without uttering a word. Well, if the old man is leaving, I suppose Admiral Kizaru wouldn't wish for me to linger, Rayleigh chuckled, feeling unburdened by the absence of Luffy and his companions. May I intrude for a moment? Yiluo approached slowly from a distance, greeting them with a smile. At long last, you have decided to grace us with your presence, Kizaru remarked. Exhibiting no surprise upon seeing Yiluo, he had already perceived his arrival and understood the purpose of his stance, for Kizaru was well aware of Luffy's identity. It was the suddenness of events that brought me here. Surely, Admiral Kizaru will not hold it against me, Yiluo asked with a smile. Do not implicate me. It was that fellow who sent the Straw Hat crew flying. Kizaru gestured towards Bartholomew Kuma. Rayleigh gazed at Kizaru in surprise, for it seemed from his words that he had no intention of provoking Yiluo. Although reports had circulated days prior claiming that Yiluo had vanquished one of the calamities of the Beast's pirates, Jack the Drought, as well as Charlotte Snack, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, Rayleigh did not perceive Yiluo as a threat to an admiral's strength. Upon seeing Yiluo, Bartholomew Kuma also paused, seemingly awaiting Yiluo to speak. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo smiled and waved his hand at Kizaru, stating, as a member of the Navy, I possess a certain degree of perseverance. It is entirely natural for Luffy, as a pirate, to be pursued by the Navy. If he were to meet his demise at the hands of the Navy, it would be a path of his own choosing, and I shall not intervene. Kizaru curled his lip, doubting Yi Luo's words. If he truly intended to refrain from interference, why would he come over? It was clear he feared he might actually take lethal action, prompting him to supervise instead. Previously, when Kizaru had aimed to eliminate Zoro, he sensed Yi Luo's presence locking onto him. Yet, as an admiral, Kizaru held his own pride and did not yield. Had it not been for Rayleigh's sudden appearance, he would undoubtedly have slain Zoro. However, he was determined to capture the Straw Hat Crew's captain, Monkey D. Luffy, alive. Especially considering that Yi Luo had a more formidable ally behind him. If Kizaru truly wished to kill the Straw Hat Boy, he was certain that Yi Luo would intervene, unhesitatingly offending him if necessary, for within the Navy, there existed another entity, not an admiral, whose strength surpassed theirs. Moreover, Yi Luo's power had been escalating rapidly. He had witnessed the battle with Guion, and the techniques resembling his laser-like waves had instilled a sense of caution in Kizaru. Thus, he preferred to avoid excessive conflict with Yi Luo, as it signified trouble. Are you looking for trouble with me? Bartholomew Kuma turned to Yi Luo and inquired. No. You are no longer of concern to me. You may leave. I am here for him. Yi Luo shook his head, gesturing towards Rayleigh. Me? Rayleigh was baffled. Although Yi Luo had previously mentioned investigating whether Rayleigh had indeed appeared at Sabaody Archipelago, the current situation left him puzzled as to why he was seeking him now. Kizaru. Along with myself and Tontada, do we have a chance to escort this legendary pirate to Impel Down? Yi Luo smiled, revealing his intentions. I intend to exchange Mr. Rayleigh for a position of Vice Admiral. Wow, ha ha ha. The youth of today is indeed formidable. Rayleigh burst into laughter upon hearing this. However, Kizaru narrowed his eyes. With himself present, Rayleigh would not hold the upper hand. Though Rayleigh was powerful, he was aging. Coupled with the defensive prowess of Tontada and the unpredictable attacks from Yi Luo, it was worth a try. It shocked a mirror. Giving a knowing glance to Yi Luo and Tontada, Kizaru took the initiative. Footless Wanderer. Tontada immediately followed suit, launching a full-scale assault on Rayleigh. Kizaru, hold Rayleigh back. Tontada. Protect me and ensure my techniques are uninterrupted. With the two engaging, Yi Luo wasted no time. Initiating the technique of the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms. 10 palms of the Dragon Subduing. The dragon resents. Bartholomew Kuma observed the three fighters engaged in combat, contemplating for a moment, yet ultimately refraining from entering the fray. He was aware of Yi Luo's background and knew that Yi Luo had previously interacted with Dragon. However, since Dragon had not disclosed that Yi Luo had severed ties with the Navy, he chose to disregard Yi Luo's affairs. After watching for a while, Bartholomew Kuma turned to leave, but as he did, a small wax seal was gently flicked away by him. The 18 Dragon-Subduing palms reverberated for miles. At this moment, Yi Luo was somewhat breathless. He had unleashed the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms with all his might and had reached the 8th stance. The dragon-shaped aura was so formidable that even Kizaru had to retreat. Originally a primary force, he now found himself relegated to merely picking up the scraps. For a careless encounter with Yi Luo's technique would surely result in injury. Hey, you bully an old man like this. At this juncture, Rayleigh was already sweating. With Kizaru holding him back, he found himself unable to withstand Yi Luo's relentless barrage of palm strikes, each one following the last like waves crashing upon the shore. He had to dodge the 8th strike that had just come his way. Otherwise, he feared he would not leave this day unscathed. Alone and unyielding, Jean Tamaru launched a palm strike at Rayleigh, who deftly parried the attack with a flick of his sword. The impact sent Jean Tamaru flying. However, Kizaru's laser beams soon followed, forcing Rayleigh to abandon the pursuit of Jean Tamaru to defend against Kizaru's assault. The 18 Dragon-Subduing palms are the leap into the abyss. Having just fended off Kizaru's laser, Yi Luo's voice rang out again, now closer to Rayleigh, thus amplifying the potency of his 18 Dragon-Subduing palms. You little rascal, are you trying to take an old man's life? Helplessly, unable to evade, Rayleigh's entire demeanor shifted, his sword turning a shade of violet. While he had employed haki in previous battles, it had merely enveloped his weapon. Yet, as Rayleigh transformed, Yi Luo sensed an overwhelming magnetic force enveloping him, slowing not only his movements, but also his thoughts. Conqueror's haki. Yi Luo gritted his teeth. Boom. Rayleigh braced himself against Yi Luo's 18 Dragon-Subduing palm. Before the massive explosion subsided, Yi Luo gritted his teeth and addressed Kizaru. "Old man, I am about to unleash my ultimate move. Afterward, I will be exceedingly weak, so I must rely on you to escort me back to headquarters." The 10th palm of the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, dual dragons draw water, was unleashed by Yi Luo, an authentic culmination of his strength, compounded by the potency of the previous 9 strikes. It could be said that this was indeed Yi Luo's most formidable attack to date. "You little brat. You truly have no respect for your elders." Rayleigh emerged from the smoke in disarray. Although he bore no injuries, his attire was tattered and torn. A tremendous explosion had completely engulfed the area of the Sabaody archipelago, and when the smoke finally cleared, not only had Rayleigh vanished, but the 3 admirals also disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a solitary crater that gradually filled with seawater. Consequently, a portion of the Sabaody archipelago was forever lost. "Is this the reason for the boy's current weakness?" Sengoku inquired, his brow furrowed in concern as he listened to Kizaru's report. "Indeed. The power of that boy's final strike surpassed all my expectations. While he was unable to defeat the Pirate King Rayleigh, he has undoubtedly sustained injuries. It is merely uncertain to what extent," Kizaru affirmed, nodding solemnly. "That rascal. At such a critical moment, he resorts to this tactic." Sengoku expressed his frustration. "Sengoku. The boy acted purposefully. He is a member of the Navy, and in a conflict of this magnitude, his participation was inevitable. However, considering his relationship with Ace, you understand why he chose this path, neither engaging in battle nor betraying the Navy," remarked Vice Admiral Tsuru, a smirk gracing her lips. "I comprehend. Yet although his combat prowess may not be the strongest, as Kizaru stated, his abilities have evidently surpassed those of a typical Vice Admiral, nearing that of an Admiral." Sengoku lamented, rubbing his temples. Meanwhile, Yi Luo was in the Navy Headquarters Recuperation Center, leisurely recovering his internal energy while perusing the items available in the system's shop. His recent excursion had proved fruitful. Combined with his previous acquisitions, he had amassed 160,000 diamonds, with only a slight distance remaining until he reached 170,000. He did not intend to use these for a lottery, as the odds were dismally low. Additionally, even if he were to procure something valuable, there was no assurance it would align with his needs. If he were to obtain another advanced technique, he would struggle to master it. Thus, what he truly required was an internal cultivation method, be it the Shaolin's I Jing Jing or the 9 Yin and 9 Yang techniques, both of which were essential for him at this moment. However, after perusing the shop, his heart sank. Within the entire collection of advanced cultivation manuals, he found neither the I Jing Jing nor the 9 Yin and 9 Yang. At the very end, in the Greylock section that was unavailable for purchase, he discovered 4 manuals, all classified as ultimate techniques. Setting aside the matter of price, he lacked even the qualification to acquire them. Was he truly left with no choice but to gamble on the lottery? Yet, that option seemed exceedingly unreliable. After some contemplation, Yi Luo reluctantly abandoned the idea of participating in the lottery. "Oh, what is this?" Just as he was about to temporarily relinquish his pursuit, he suddenly spotted 2 advanced cultivation manuals. His heart stirred, and he stifled the urge to exchange them for something more appealing, scrutinizing the introductions of the manuals closely. Biming Divine Skill, 170,000 diamonds, the pinnacle martial art of the Xiao sect. Upon mastering the Biming Divine Skill, every acupuncture point in the body can absorb another's internal energy, transforming it into the true energy of Biming. The true energy of Biming possesses both Yin and Yang properties. The Yang aspect is as fervent as a furnace, while the Yin aspect is several times colder than ice. Additionally, it exhibits compatibility, rendering it immune to toxic substances. The formidable and domineering force strikes with immense power at a mere flick of the wrist. The protective aura enhances defense significantly, allowing for a counterattack against assailants. Speed is greatly amplified, making the ascent akin to a descent. The minor formless skill, 150,000 diamonds. This is a profound internal martial art of the Celestial Wanderers, boasting tremendous might. Its primary characteristic is its elusive nature, leaving no trace. Possessing the skill, along with knowledge of other martial techniques, one can harness its unparalleled potency to replicate even the most esteemed arts of others, often surpassing the original. Those untrained in this skill find it exceedingly difficult to discern its intricacies. Indeed, Yi Luo discovered 2 tomes of secret techniques, both belonging to the Celestial Wanderers. This sect, originating from Taoism, is known for its elegant and understated manner of operation, founded by the esteemed Master Wandering. The martial arts of the celestial wanderers emphasize grace and fluidity, embodying an ethereal charm with boundless power. Within the demigods and semi-devils, the seemingly unremarkable monk Suju, upon acquiring the celestial wanderer's skills, ascended to become one of the most formidable experts in the realm. However, Yiluo perceives inherent flaws in both internal manuals. Firstly, while the North Sea divine skill is powerful and capable of absorbing others' inner strength, it is rendered ineffective in the world of One Piece, where such a system of inner power does not exist. Apart from the inner strength Yiluo derives from the system, any attempts to teach it to others would prove futile, thus nullifying this particular ability of the North Sea divine skill. Furthermore, the North Sea divine skill requires an initial investment of one's own inner strength for cultivation, without the ability to absorb from others. Embarking on this path would likely subject Yiluo to a significant period of powerlessness. Nevertheless, even without the ability to absorb inner strength, the North Sea divine skill lives up to its reputation as a superior technique, potentially due to its limitations that elevate it to the status of a high-level secret manual, rather than merely another extraordinary skill. On the other hand, the minor formless skill, also derived from demigods and semi-devils, enabled Gyo-Emoji to mimic the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. Despite the multitude of masters within Shaolin, only Suju, who had also practiced the minor formless skill, could discern this imitation. Otherwise, the knowledge of the 72 techniques would have been compromised. Thus, the limitation of the minor formless skill lies in a similar aspect. In the world of One Piece, martial arts do not exist, and with no techniques available for Yiluo to emulate, many moves depend on the powers of devil fruits, making imitation through the minor formless skill unfeasible. Nevertheless, even without the capacity to imitate others, the sheer power of the minor formless skill has elevated Gyo-Emoji to the ranks of top-tier masters, illustrating its formidable nature. Additionally, the price of these two manuals exceeds that of other advanced techniques by a considerable margin. Previously, Yiluo encountered an advanced lightness skill manual priced at merely 120,000 diamonds, while these two tomes are progressively more expensive, complicating his decision. Though he harbors a strong inclination toward the North Sea divine skill, he finds himself short of the 170,000 diamonds required, leading him to the conclusion that he must select the minor formless skill instead. After all, both skills belong to the celestial wanderers, and it should facilitate a smoother transition in the future. Just as Yiluo was about to purchase the secret manual of the small Wuxiang Gong, the door to his room was suddenly flung open, startling him into hiding the system interface and interrupting his transaction. Haha, you little rascal. I heard you faced off against the Dark King Rayleigh at Sabaody Archipelago. How did it go? Did you come back in one piece? The distinctive laughter and teasing remarks of Carp echoed through the room. It was only then that Yiluo realized that others could not see his system interface, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he responded, Teacher, your sudden entrance gave me quite a scare. What brings you here? Am I in trouble? Carp approached Yiluo's bedside, observing his lively demeanor, and chuckled. Looks like you're just fine. Sengoku mentioned you were carried back by Admiral Kizaru. I thought you were gravely injured. It's nothing serious, just a bit drained. Even without Admiral Kizaru's assistance, I would have managed to return, but only because Mr. Rayleigh permitted me to leave, Yiluo replied, shaking his head. Recalling the situation during Sengoku's time, he remembered that although his final strike was powerful, he had deliberately aimed at an empty space, thus inflicting minimal impact on Rayleigh. Consequently, when he exhausted his internal energy, he feigned weakness and requested Kizaru to take him away. Rayleigh seemed to have understood Yiluo's intentions, retreating amidst the explosion's aftermath, leading Kizaru to mistakenly believe that Rayleigh was injured and had retreated. You're quite audacious, daring to provoke a legendary figure. If it weren't for Kizaru's presence, you might not have returned at all. Carp sighed. But aren't you also a legendary figure, teacher? Surely, Mr. Rayleigh would not make things difficult for me out of respect for you. Yiluo replied with a grin. Do not harbor such a mindset when facing battle. While I may know Rayleigh, should you truly anger him, he won't consider our friendship, Carp admonished seriously. Rest assured, teacher. I never intended to engage in combat with Mr. Rayleigh, Yiluo began to say, but then hesitated. So, you merely used that as an excuse to decline the upcoming battle, did you? Carp remarked with a complex expression. Yiluo was acutely aware that his thoughts could not remain concealed, yet he employed a strategy of openness, thus unperturbed by the revelation. He nodded affirmatively, confessing, indeed. This is my intention. Ace is my brother. I cannot bear to witness his execution before my very eyes. To prevent myself from intervening impulsively, this approach seems more prudent. Kapu sighed, offering a pat on Yi Luo's shoulder, but he refrained from uttering further words. The room fell into a hushed silence until, after a moment, Kapu rose and remarked with a smile, "Since you are injured, it is best to rest well." With that, he departed without delay. As Yi Luo watched Karp depart, he let out a sigh. He had not fully disclosed the truth to Karp regarding the Marineford War. He had indeed devised a contingency plan. Not only had he provided the Revolutionary Army with the Marines' defensive layouts at Jomeria, but he had also coordinated a timing with Dragon for a surprise attack during the war, aiming to disrupt the Marines' strategy and ultimately save Ace. Although this course of action was detrimental to the Marines, Yi Luo was confident in his ability to reform the Navy once he ascended to power. Thus, the immediate priority was to rescue Ace. The influence of his faction within the Navy had begun to flourish, as a group of individuals, truly committed to righteousness, had become his allies. Though their ranks were currently modest, Yi Luo believed that greater achievements awaited them in the future. As Yi Luo pondered these matters, the door to the infirmary swung open once again, revealing Lena. "My lord, the Revolutionary Army has sent intelligence. They have agreed to proceed as planned," Lena whispered. Yi Luo had not concealed his dealings with the Revolutionary Army from Lena. She was his most loyal confidant, and he had shared with her the rationale behind their collaboration. Lena, unwavering in her loyalty to Yi Luo, would follow him even if he chose to abandon the Navy to become a pirate. From the moment she learned of Yi Luo's ambitions, she realized that her presence beside him was not merely a means to repay her debt of life and nurture, but also a pathway to fulfilling her own ideal, a world of peace, devoid of war and piracy. According to Yi Luo, in the seas of the future, there would be adventurers, not pirates. Those like Luffy, who pursued their dreams without harming innocents, should be regarded as adventurers rather than pirates. In the years spent alongside Yi Luo, she had witnessed many such individuals, pirates who ventured out to chase their dreams without inflicting harm on civilians, and who had even assisted numerous people in need. Their adversaries were the true scourge of the seas, pirates who indulged in plunder and destruction. Their methods were indistinguishable from those of the Marines, save for the fact that one was a righteous military force, while the other represented free-spirited explorers with dreams. Very well. Since the Revolutionary Army has agreed to engage, we must also inform Whitebeard. You should seek out Jinbei from the Seven Warlords. You should be able to relay the message to Whitebeard. Yi Luo affirmed with a nod. My lord, Jinbei may no longer be able to contact Whitebeard. He has rejected the summons from the Seven Warlords, been stripped of his title, and imprisoned in the underwater prison. Lena replied, somewhat resigned. What? That foolish shark. Did I not warn him? How could he still end up imprisoned? Yi Luo furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Regardless, since we find ourselves in this predicament, see if there are any alternative solutions. If not, you may need to visit Fishman Island. There should be contacts left by Whitebeard there. Additionally, has Neptune sent the Fishman warriors he promised me? After some contemplation, Yi Luo spoke. The Fishmen have indeed sent a contingent of warriors. However, they appear to be out of place among the Navy. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I have arranged for them to be stationed at our base, where our comrades, united in purpose, will not discriminate against the Fishmen and can better assist them in integrating into the Navy. Lena nodded in agreement and replied, well done. I had previously overlooked this matter. The Fishmen have struggled for years to assimilate into human society and apart from their own issues. Our human attitude has been a significant factor. Let us commence from the base. Yi Luo nodded in affirmation and added, since we have fishmen among us, there is no need for you to go personally. Simply assign one of the fishmen to convey the message. Lena nodded and turned to make arrangements. Wait. Yi Luo called out, halting Lena in her tracks. What is it, my lord? Is there something else you wish to convey? Lena inquired, puzzled. Although the Revolutionary Army has agreed to deploy forces, they are unlikely to place their trust in me easily. They will most likely begin with a test. Therefore, arrange for our personnel to swiftly infiltrate Jomelia during their probing, seizing as much of the resources as possible before retreating immediately, without hesitation. As for the Revolutionary Army, do not concern yourself with them, Yi Luo said, narrowing his eyes. My lord, does Jomelia possess additional defensive forces? Our Navy has largely concentrated its strength in Marineford due to recent events, and the Celestial Dragon's guards should not be able to withstand the Revolutionary Army, Lena queried, somewhat confused. If the Celestial Dragons had only that meager strength, they would have long since been ousted, for even among our Navy, there are many who harbor discontent towards them. The reason we have not acted is due to caution. Do you believe that every naval admiral is loyal to the celestial dragons? No. They merely understand the boundaries set by the celestial dragons and are compelled to maintain them, even when faced with egregious behavior, all in the name of world peace. Luo lamented. He knew that Dragon must be aware of Jomalia's defenses, yet if he dared to promise an assault, he must possess a certain level of confidence. Luo even suspected that Dragon might merely be pretending to fulfill his agreement with Luo, merely feigning an attack before retreating at the gates of Jomalia. Nevertheless, Luo was unconcerned. As long as the revolutionary army appeared in Jomalia, it would disrupt the schemes of the warring states, greatly increasing the chances of rescuing Ace. Furthermore, according to his recollections, Ace had initially been able to escape, but was thwarted by Akainu, ultimately leading to his demise from a fatal blow aimed at his heart while attempting to save Luffy. Moreover, Luo had dispatched his subordinates to plunder the resources of the celestial dragons, a strategy that would not only yield personal gain, but also incite the celestial dragons' animosity towards the revolutionary army. Although Luo was unaware of their ultimate trump card, it was reasonable to assume they could not deploy it lightly. Thus, relying on those ineffectual guards and CP agents would likely prove insufficient to reclaim the resources from the revolutionary army. In this manner, it is inevitable that Sengoku will issue orders for the Navy to provide reinforcements to Jomaria. Consequently, the objectives of Luo will be achieved. Ultimately, the failure of the battle can be shifted from Sengoku to the Celestial Dragons, for had it not been for them, the Navy would undoubtedly have triumphed over Whitebeard. With Sengoku evading blame, there would be no confrontation between Akiji and Akainu, and the Navy would not suffer the loss of Admiral Akiji. This would grant Luo the opportunity to entice Akiji to his side. Furthermore, even the clandestine operations of the Navy's special unit, SWORD, remain beyond Luo's reach, indicating that the higher echelons of the Navy are still wary of him. Only through his gradual ascent can he uncover more secrets and better refine his plans. After Luo spoke those words to Lina, she fell into a moment of silence before turning to leave. She understood that she was still too feeble. While Luo's pace of growth was astonishingly rapid, she felt utterly incapable of assisting him, which left her feeling somewhat despondent. I shall hasten my growth, solely for the sake of our dreams, Lina whispered resolutely as she exited Luo's hospital room. In fact, she had been diligently training in swordsmanship with Shirguan during this period. Yet after Shirguan's defeat at Luo's hands, she realized that even with her exceptional talent, she could not be compared to him. Now, it was time for a change. Finally, after waiting for a while and ensuring that no one was coming, Luo opened the system's marketplace. However, just as he was about to purchase the Advanced Martial Arts Manual, the Little No-Form skill, he paused his actions and slowly closed the marketplace interface. This was because he had suddenly recalled that his internal energy bore some resemblance to the overbearing chi of this world in certain aspects. Could the Beiming divine ability absorb others' overbearing chi? If so, it would be an extraordinary windfall. Not to mention, the latter levels of the underwater prison were predominantly inhabited by individuals adept in overbearing chi. Seizing the opportunity to absorb their powers would render him invincible. It seems I must earn a few more diamonds. As the leaves fell, Luo murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. Even though the Northern Underworld skill could not absorb the formidable aura, it remained among the elite forms of internal martial arts. To speak of the 18 dragon-subduing palms was one matter. Even the extravagant internal energy consumption of Duan Yu's 6 Meridian Sword could be supported by the Northern Underworld skill. Perhaps, after mastering the Northern Underworld skill, he might even be able to execute the 18 dragon-subduing palms in their entirety. With this thought in mind, Luo hesitated no longer. He began to circulate his internal energy to replenish his strength while simultaneously consuming energy-restoring pills. These pills had a cool-down period, so he relied predominantly on his own abilities for recovery. Having unblocked numerous acupoints, not only had his total internal energy significantly increased, but his recovery speed had also accelerated remarkably. This excursion had yielded a wealth of diamonds, and his experience had surged dramatically. He was now on the cusp of reaching level 26. Regarding the attribute points gained from leveling up, he did not allocate them solely to energy this time. Some acupoints required enhancements to physical attributes as well, so Luo judiciously distributed points to both strength and constitution, aiming to unlock more acupoints sooner. Based on his own experiments, once the system's requirements were met, he could directly click on unblocked acupoints from the system interface. His body would respond accordingly. Additionally, He could use his internal energy to forcibly break through the acupoints, akin to his first attempts, though this carried inherent risks, and success was not guaranteed. The price of failure was steep. He could find himself incapacitated for several days, as not only would he lose considerable internal energy, but he could also injure his meridians and acupoints, making future attempts even more arduous. To put it plainly, the system interface revealed that during one failed attempt to open an acupoint, the required attributes and energy values for that acupoint had increased by more than a third. Since then, Yi Luo had been wary of recklessness. As for the body's most crucial Ren and Du meridians, he currently lacked the requisite attributes to unblock them. This was partly due to the limited means through which he gained experience. At just over level 20, his progression was exceedingly slow compared to the game. Logically, the acupoint system should only unlock after reaching level 35, at which point both character attributes and energy values would see significant enhancement. Furthermore, in contrast to the game, he lacked powerful equipment. After all, this was not a game, and he had no means of acquiring gear outside of chance encounters, as defeating monsters did not yield equipment. Lastly, and most critically, he was unable to invest real money. If he could use currency to recharge, he would have already become invincible, and many troubles would have been averted. Let us not dwell on trivialities, be it various secrets or divine armaments. The marketplace is replete with them. What eludes Yi Luo is merely diamonds. As a rather exploitative and subpar web game, the sole intent behind its creation appears to be financial gain. For a player like Yi Luo, who finds himself unable to recharge, the system is decidedly unkind. Were it not for the feature that allows capturing bounties to earn diamonds, he might have long since chosen a life of leisure as a wealthy scion in the Eastern Sea. Upon breaking through his acupoints, I find that my recovery speed has significantly increased. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi Luo stretched languidly. In just one night, his internal energy had nearly fully recuperated. However, at such a critical juncture, he cannot embark on the seas to capture bounties. How, then, is he to acquire the diamonds he still lacks? Moreover, having resolved not to partake in the upcoming war, Yi Luo must also conceal the fact that his strength is recovering. The mere thought of these matters gives him a headache. The following morning, just as Yi Luo was preparing to seize an opportunity to gather some diamonds, Lena brought him delightful news. "My lord, there is a group of pirates outside, bound and cast at the entrance of the Navy's division on The archipelago. They claim to have been defeated by the Red Heart pirate crew. It seems they were sent here because you spared them, and according to your directive, they vanquished a gang that was assaulting the impoverished." Lena entered the infirmary to report to Yi Luo. "Really? That is splendid news. Come, let us take a look." Yi Luo exclaimed in exuberance. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he was dozing off. However, Lena hesitated. "But my lord, your health." Although Yi Luo typically had a penchant for bounty hunters, today was different. "I feel as if I am rusting away here. It's merely a matter of receiving a few small pirates. Besides, are you not accompanying me? It will be fine," Yi Luo replied with a cheerful smile. Ultimately, resigned to the situation, Lena assisted Yi Luo in dressing before they set off for the archipelago. "Look, it is Major General Purple Dragon." "Wow, is this really Major General Purple Dragon? He seems so young." "What do you know? Major General Purple Dragon is the youngest prodigy in the Navy, reputed to possess strength on par with that of an admiral. Is that true? It cannot be. To possess such strength at such a young age?" Yi Luo arrived at the archipelago, accompanied by his loyal guards, who were stationed soldiers from the Huaxia. Their pride swelled as they overheard the whispers of the island's inhabitants, for their commander was none other than the illustrious Purple Dragon, Yi Luo, the young General Purple Dragon. A pirate dispatched by the Red Heart pirate crew was said to have been caught during an assault on the impoverished, poised to seize treasures when discovered and apprehended by the Red Heart crew. The brigadier of the archipelago approached Yi Luo, offered a respectful salute, and proceeded with the introduction. As the leaves fluttered gently to the ground, Yi Luo remarked, "At that time, Admiral Kizaru was engaged in combat with the Pirate King's first mate, Dark King Rayleigh, while the Supernova crew, Straw Hat Pirates, was preparing to flee. After defeating the Heart Pirates and Kid Pirates, I did not detain them but directly went to support Admiral Kizaru. To my surprise, the Heart Pirates demonstrated some decorum by sending over the notorious pirate crew. Who in these waters is not aware of the regulations set forth by Major Zilong? As long as they are not particularly vicious pirates, Admiral Yi Luo always grants them a chance, exchanging the heads of those who have harmed the impoverished. Consequently, the assaults on the poor by pirates have significantly diminished. Major Zilong has indeed made a commendable contribution. The Commodore of the archipelago complimented with a smile. In truth, given his position, such flattery towards Yi Luo was entirely unnecessary. Although he was a Commodore in the branch, 2 ranks lower than the main fleet's Major Yi Luo. The archipelago's proximity to the Holy Land Mariewa and Marine headquarters made his stature incomparable to those of the Commodores from the Four Seas branches. However, having observed the area where Yi Luo fought against Rayleigh, he was aware that the complete obliteration of Area 12 was indeed a result of this very major Zilong strike. Enough of this idle chatter. Are there any bountied criminals among these pirates? Yi Luo waved his hand, signaling an end to the insipid accolades. Yes, their captain. The butcher Robachi has a bounty of 32 million, and the first mate, Rogue Tusk, has a bounty of 17 million. The Commodore of the nodded. Very well. I will take these 2 to the undersea prison of justice. The remaining pirates will receive punishments commensurate with their crimes. Those responsible for taking lives shall be executed without mercy. Yi Luo replied with a smile. The 2 pirates yielded a total of 900 diamonds. More than enough for him to acquire the Northern Underworld divine technique. Once everything was concluded, Yi Luo escorted the 2 bountied criminals back to headquarters. Completing the necessary handover procedures, and the diamonds were duly credited. Is it true that Yi Luo merely returned with 2 bountied criminals from the archipelago? Marshal Sengoku questioned skeptically as he perused the report before him. Yes, Major Zilong's mission was unobstructed. He remained within our line of sight throughout. A naval officer affirmed. Reporting to Sengoku. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, this little fellow is buying bones with gold. Previously, he let many pirates go, and we thought little of it. However, it seems the repercussions are now manifesting. Following this incident, the assaults on ordinary civilians by pirates will likely decrease significantly. Chief Strategist Crane remarked with a chuckle. Sengoku nodded in agreement. To them, this appeared to be a deliberate display by Yi Luo. Yet, considering his ideals, they harbored no further doubts. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Luo's actions were solely motivated by the desire for that meager bounty, specifically, the diamonds. Had it not been for the fortuitous timing of his arrival, he would have certainly refrained from intervening and entrusted the matter to Lina. However, now he found himself merely a few hundred diamonds away from acquiring the North Sea divine art, which prompted this seemingly ostentatious event. Nevertheless, in the aftermath of this incident, the occurrences of pirates attacking ordinary civilians had indeed diminished significantly, leading many privy to the situation to express their profound gratitude towards Yi Luo. Within the naval ranks, numerous commanders had revised their perceptions of Yi Luo due to these events, swaying many soldiers to his side. Upon returning to his quaint villa, Yi Luo eagerly ventured into the marketplace to procure the secret manual of the North Sea divine art. The system's voice chimed melodiously in his ears. You have lost 170,000 diamonds and acquired the advanced internal martial arts manual, North Sea divine art. Upon opening his backpack, an exhilarated Yi Luo refrained from immediate use and instead scrutinized the text. North Sea divine art, a premier internal martial arts technique of the Xiaoyao sect, requiring practitioners to relinquish their existing internal energy and undertake a fresh learning process. Indeed, it necessitates the purging of one's internal energy. Though my current internal energy may be modest, it is the fruit of my arduous training. Relinquishing it is quite disheartening. Upon reading the stipulation regarding the abandonment of his inherent internal energy, Yi Luo found himself wavering. What the heck? I've already made the purchase. For the sake of future prospects, I shall go for it. Gritting his teeth, Yi Luo decisively clicked to learn. The North Sea divine art in his backpack transformed into a beam of white light, soaring into his body and vanishing. Immediately, his internal energy began to bubble and churn like boiling water. Is this the consequence of incompatible internal energies? It evaporates my internal energy? As he felt his internal energy rapidly dissipating, Yi Luo was overcome with despair, lamenting his strenuous efforts to restore it just the day before. As the internal energy continued to evaporate, Yi Luo began to experience profound discomfort. However, he soon discovered a silver lining as his internal energy vanished. His meridians appeared to widen and grow more resilient, suggesting that the re-establishment of his internal energy would be significantly accelerated. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Yi Luo found himself devoid of any internal energy, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. Yet, within his dantian, 2 contrasting energies, one cold, the other hot, began to materialize, gradually restoring a semblance of vitality to his countenance. Is this the North Sea true chi? It seems to possess a potency far surpassing that of the purple cloud art. as Yi Luo attempted to harness the glimmer of North Sea true qi within his dantian. He was astonished to find it even more formidable than he had anticipated. Alas, the previous purple cloud art is now rendered utterly obsolete. After Li Fal let out a sigh, he opened his attributes panel. However, at that moment, he was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his eyes as he scrutinized the attributes. He then attempted to channel his beaming true qi, and an overwhelming joy washed over him. His total energy not only remained unchanged, but had actually increased significantly, finally surpassing the 1,000 mark. It was noteworthy that his previous energy total was merely over 600. This sudden surge of 400 points felt almost like a violation of the rules. Moreover, according to the attributes panel, it was evident that his internal energy had not been completely depleted. It appeared that it was akin to exhausting his internal force, and as long as he recovered, he would be fine. Yet, based on his understanding of the beaming divine skill, it seemed that one would typically have to forfeit their internal power to achieve such a state. Instead, it resembled a mere conversion of internal energy. Indeed, Li Fal attempted to practice the beaming divine skill according to its prescribed method for a while, and the speed at which his internal energy grew was astonishingly faster than before, nearly doubling. This left him in disbelief. At this rate, he could genuinely master the 18 Dragon-Subduing palms, and as long as he refrained from continuous usage, he could engage in combat while simultaneously recovering his energy, an almost ludicrous advantage. Regrettably, in this world, internal energy did not exist. Or else he would not only be able to battle while regaining energy, but could also absorb his opponent's internal force for his own benefit. It was no wonder that the beaming divine skill was deemed somewhat overpowered. Li Fal finally comprehended this. However, based on what he had seen in his previous life online, the beaming divine skill's ability to absorb another's internal energy could lead to a chaotic internal force, making it impossible to reach the pinnacle of power. Thus, it was often regarded as inferior to the Shaolin Zi Jing marrow washing and the 9 Yin and 9 Yang techniques. Yet, after learning the beaming divine skill, Li Fal realized that the flaw lay not in the skill itself, but in human nature. Absorbing another's internal force was merely one aspect of the beaming divine skill's offensive capabilities, and the absorbed energy could gradually be transformed into beaming true qi through practice, thereby eliminating the associated risks. However, once one experienced the exhilaration of absorbing another's internal energy, who would possess the patience to cultivate slowly? Faced with such a method that could elevate one to mastery overnight, it was a temptation that most could not resist, thus leading to the tarnished reputation of the beaming divine skill. Initially, Li Fal intended to remain low-key, quietly accepting the loss of his internal power, but now, fortune had smiled upon him. Not only could he swiftly recover his cultivation, but the evaporation of his internal force inadvertently expanded his meridians. He had truly stumbled upon good luck. As for why his total energy had increased rather than diminished, Li Fal had formed his own conjecture. He understood that the system he possessed was akin to a web game. Even in the most rudimentary web games, it was still a game. Hence, it was possible that the system could allow players to acquire advanced techniques, resulting in a paradox where their strength would diminish instead of increase. Thus, it is evident that the designers at that time must have directly mitigated the flaw of the beaming divine skill by replacing it with a mechanism that clears the player's energy while increasing the overall total. It is essential to acknowledge that energy within the game requires time to regenerate. For a swift recovery, one must purchase in-game items to expedite the process. However, Yi Luo is not a mere game character. He is a living, breathing individual capable of cultivating on his own. Restoring his internal energy is, of course, vastly quicker than starting from scratch. Having contemplated all of this, Yi Luo resolved to hasten his training, intending to challenge Old Man Carp the following day. With the divine skill now at his disposal, he felt confident that he would not be humiliated as he had been in the past. Furthermore, engaging in combat with Carp would allow him to gauge his own level, assessing whether he possessed the strength of the 3 admirals. Although rumors circulated that he had already attained prowess comparable to that of the 3 admirals, Yi Luo understood that while his strongest techniques matched their offensive intensity, in an actual battle, he would undoubtedly lose, for no admiral would exhaust their abilities without the means to retaliate. Yet, with the beaming divine skill compensating for his shortcomings, he believed that he was not far from attaining the strength of an admiral. After all, the beaming divine skill was only at the first level. Should he cultivate it to perfection, perhaps the 3 admirals would not stand a chance against him. At this moment, Yi Luo, filled with delight, practiced his cultivation while browsing through the system interface, searching for any overlooked aspects. After some time, he indeed discovered something, the acupoint interface. Previously, after substituting the Beiming divine skill for the Zixia divine skill, his internal energy circulation route had completely transformed. However, the acupoints along the Zixia divine skill's route had not vanished, indicating that Yi Luo could still activate those acupoints to enhance his combat power. Moreover, the Zixia divine skill remained in his skill book, prompting Yi Luo to plan a trial in the morning. At the moment the sun rises, he intends to cultivate the Beiming divine skill using the methods of the Zixia divine skill, hoping to achieve effects akin to those of the latter. Before long, the night passed, and Yi Luo not only fully restored his internal energy, but also completed a small circulation of the Beiming divine skill. Compared to the previous Zixia divine skill, the rate of internal energy growth was a completely different concept, certainly worth the 180,000 diamonds spent on acquiring this advanced internal cultivation technique. While the sun had yet to rise, Yi Luo swiftly ascended to the highest point of Marin Vondo, eager to see the efficacy of the Zixia divine skill. As the leaves fell, eagerly awaiting the ethereal violet light of the dawn, Yi Luo adjusted his inner energy without succumbing to undue tension. After all, he had practiced the purple mist divine art for many years, and his body had developed a kind of muscle memory. Soon, a beam of white light appeared on the horizon as the sun rose above the sea, heralding the arrival of the violet aura. With the emergence of this violet energy from the east, Yi Luo began to cultivate the northern underworld divine art through the methods of the purple mist divine art. After a while, he was astonished to discover that his northern underworld true energy had indeed taken on a hint of purple hue. Upon casually unleashing a palm strike, he joyfully realized that his northern underworld true energy was infused with a trace of the characteristics of the purple mist true energy, though the violet essence was so faint that it would have gone unnoticed without careful introspection. Laughing heartily, Yi Luo stood atop the pinnacle of Marineford, reveling in his discovery. However, his elation was short-lived. "Young man, could you possibly elucidate the reason for disturbing the peaceful slumber of others at this early hour? Otherwise, even Admiral Karp would be unable to protect you." Unbeknownst to him, Sengoku had silently appeared behind him. It was noteworthy that Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, typically conducted his affairs at Marine headquarters. While Marineford had its own office, he only visited when necessary, such as for meetings with Yi Luo and Karp. The master and disciple pair had long been reluctant to go to Marine headquarters. Karp, to his credit, understood the importance of priorities. But Yi Luo was as obstinate as a bull, adamantly refusing to set foot in Marine headquarters. Sengoku harbored reservations about Yi Luo's visits, as the latter had expressed concerns about encountering the insufferable celestial dragons, admitting he could not guarantee he wouldn't strike them down in a fit of rage. Admiral, the situation is as follows. I discovered that practicing my internal arts here in the morning aids in my connection with the forces of nature, and it has even facilitated some recovery of my internal injuries. Yi Luo fabricated his excuse with remarkable ease. Sengoku scrutinized Yi Luo for a moment, causing the latter to feel a prickling unease, before finally speaking. "Have you completed your training? If so, please descend." Yi Luo dared not resist, and could only follow behind Zhang Guo, arriving at his office. "Esteemed Marshal, I acknowledge my previous misstep and assure you that I shall be more mindful in the future, ensuring I do not disturb others. May I take my leave now?" Yi Luo inquired cautiously. "To what extent has your strength been restored?" Zhang Guo inquired, disregarding Yi Luo's plea. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression stiffened. Just as he was about to claim that he had not fully recovered, he heard Zhang Guo's sardonic remark, "Think carefully before you respond." With a resigned sigh, Yi Luo conceded, "Very well, as expected of the marshal, I am completely restored." "Indeed, you merely feigned injury with Rayleigh's assistance, did you not?" Zhang Guo nodded knowingly. "Since you have acknowledged it, I shall not conceal the truth. Ace is my brother, and I cannot bear to watch him face execution. However, the Navy's duties do not permit recklessness, so I shall remain an observer. Whether Whitebeard successfully rescues Ace or the Navy triumphs, I will not interfere," Yi Luo affirmed earnestly. Zhang Guo, his expression one of understanding, pondered for a moment before speaking. It was never a matter of necessity to publicly execute Ace. "But do you truly comprehend his identity?" "I refer to his lineage." "Lineage? Is he not the grandson of my teacher? I encountered him in the East Blue long ago, and it was because of him that I was brought into the Navy by my teacher." Yi Luo feigned ignorance, inquiring further. "No, his full name is Pirates.The. Ace. His surname does not align with that of Karp." Zhang Guo shook his head. "What of it? Perhaps Ace inherited his father's surname. After all, Didn't Luffy take on the surname of our teacher? It is entirely plausible that his elder brother took on the maternal surname. Yet, I must confess, I have never heard of the identity of my teacher's daughter-in-law. Could it be this port ass? Yuluo pretended to be indifferent. Zhangguo fell silent for a moment before responding. Ace indeed carries his mother's surname, but his father is not Monkey-D, Dragon. Does that imply my teacher has another son? Surely he is not another significant figure? Yuluo felt as though he had exhausted his acting skills today. His father's name was Gold. Roger. Zhangguo fixed his gaze on Yuluo, enunciating each word carefully. What? Yuluo exclaimed in astonishment. This is impossible. Not only did Roger have no children, but even if he did, the timeline would not align, unless Ace's birth date is fabricated. How could Roger impregnate another woman after his execution? It is not unusual for you to be unaware. There exists a secret method that prolongs a woman's pregnancy, allowing them to evade the Navy's scrutiny. Of course, this was aided by that rascal Carp, but all of this is true. Ace's mother, Port-De Rouge, paid the ultimate price for it. Zhangguo lamented. Yuluo, as if hearing this for the first time, was left speechless in shock. Marshal, could there be some misunderstanding? He cautiously inquired. Carp has divulged everything to me. Moreover, Ace himself is aware of his lineage. Zhangguo shook his head. Oh, I see now why the Marshal is so resolute about Ace's public execution. Yuluo sighed and said, Indeed. Beyond that, there are reasons pertaining to Whitebeard. He has grown old, and the new world requires the Navy, Sengoku declared resolutely. After a moment of silence, Yuluo spoke. Indeed, the new world requires a navy. Yet I do not wish to proceed in this manner. I would prefer to conquer each island one by one rather than engage in this way. However, as long as our navy takes action in the new world, all the pirates will unite against us. And we lack the strength to confront every pirate in the new world. Even facing just 2 of the 4 emperors would be beyond our capacity. Sengoku replied solemnly. And what of the celestial dragons? Do they not claim that this world belongs to them? Should they not assist the navy in subduing the new world? Yuluo challenged. Young man, this world is not as straightforward as you perceive. Some matters are exceedingly complex. When you become an admiral, you will gradually come to understand. Sengoku sighed with a bitter smile. I understand, yet I remain steadfast in my sense of justice. The actions of the celestial dragons are far more vile than those of ordinary pirates. As members of the Navy, the righteous Navy, we should not only refrain from stopping them, but also assist them in oppressing the common people. Such a thing is beyond my capability. To me, all individuals are equal. None are superior. Yuluo declared with a serious demeanor. Very well, today is not the day to discuss this. Are you certain you will not intervene in this incident? Sengoku inquired, tilting his head. I will remain in Marineford, but I will not hinder Whitebeard from rescuing Ace, for he is my brother, despite being the child of that man. However, I will prevent Whitebeard from harming the Navy. Yuluo provided his answer. Faced with Yuluo's candidness, Sengoku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had originally hoped that Yuluo would refrain from intervening. Although it would be regrettable to lose such a formidable force, if any unforeseen circumstances arose on the battlefield, Yuluo's strength could very well become a hindrance. Yet, Yuluo made it clear that he would not obstruct Whitebeard's rescue of Ace, but should the Navy truly be defeated by Whitebeard, he would not stand idly by. However, in Sengoku's view, if Ace were to be rescued, it would signify the greatest defeat. I do not believe Whitebeard stands a chance. Nor do I think Ace has any hope of being saved, Sengoku stated calmly. As the leaves fell, Yuluo shrugged indifferently and remarked, Very well. As long as it remains unseen. But if Ace is truly executed, how do you plan to handle the madness of Whitebeard? Sengoku chuckled quietly, remaining silent. While a name suddenly flickered through Yuluo's mind. Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. Admiral, Blackbeard is not a compliant individual. Perhaps you should not be so lenient with him. Yuluo sighed, fully aware of the terror that Blackbeard embodied. After the Marineford War, after seizing Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, he became the first individual to possess 2 devil fruits. Oh, is that so? Sengoku expressed mild surprise, not expecting Yuluo to deduce the connection to Blackbeard. However, his backup plan did not involve Marshal D. Teach, but rather himself and Garp, although Whitebeard was renowned as the strongest man in the world. With the combined strength of himself and Garp, they could withstand Whitebeard's onslaught, especially given the news of Whitebeard's deteriorating condition. It was easy to surmise that the Navy's current force was exceptionally formidable. While there remained some secret units, they were not suitable for this particular situation. Thus, the Navy could only rely on the Shichibukai. Yi Luo shrugged and stated, as for the newly joined Blackbeard, he would undoubtedly align himself with the Navy, considering he was the one who captured Ace. And given his mindset, he would be the one most eager to see the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates, wouldn't he? Sengoku replied with a smile. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo nodded without hesitation and replied, Indeed, while I cannot be certain if the other 7 warlords will appear, he will undoubtedly make an entrance. If I am present, he shall be my primary target. Thus, you should remain at headquarters to recuperate. Sengoku, with an air of resignation, responded. However, my injuries have already healed. Yi Luo blinked innocently, speaking with a hint of mischief. Is that so? I shall promptly inform Carp to instruct you in the use of haki. It seems you will soon find yourself incapacitated by your injuries. Sengoku chuckled as he addressed Yi Luo. Isn't that rather unfair, Commander? Yi Luo replied with an awkward smile, subtly stepping back. What? Do you wish to test your strength against me? Sengoku inquired, narrowing his eyes. Before long, Carp, having received Sengoku's message, arrived at the office and took Yi Luo away, all the while laughing heartily and inquiring how Yi Luo had managed to offend Sengoku to warrant such a lesson. The falling leaves naturally do not speak the truth. After all, he seeks to experiment with the new North Sea True Chi, specifically whether he can absorb the domineering energy of others. Therefore, his target is none other than Vice Admiral Carp. Firstly, there is no concern for safety, although Yi Luo's strength has significantly increased. He is not yet confident enough to defeat Carp, let alone inflict harm upon him. Additionally, there is the matter of confidentiality. It is not that Yi Luo's current martial arts are unworthy, but rather that the growth in his abilities must remain secret. Otherwise, such rapid advancement may arouse suspicion. Not long after, upon returning to the Holy Land of Jomeria, Sengoku received a report from his subordinates. Vice Admiral Carp and Major Yi Luo had engaged in a sparring match, resulting in the destruction of 3 training grounds and numerous buildings at Navy headquarters. Ultimately, Yi Luo was defeated and fell unconscious, while Vice Admiral Carp sustained significant injuries. What? You say Carp is seriously injured? Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. The messenger hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, Yes. It is reported that Vice Admiral Carp is currently receiving treatment from the logistics medical team, while Major Yi Luo is still unconscious. These 2 rascals are intent on demolishing Marineford. Sengoku thought furiously as he rose and strode outside. He needed to see for himself and personally inquire with Carp about what transpired. Carp, are you truly injured? Upon arriving at the logistics medical department, Sengoku found that Chief Advisor Tsuru, Admiral Akiji, and others, including Vice Admiral Gion and Kaji, were already present. Haha, I merely intended to teach that kid a lesson. But I didn't anticipate losing control, resulting in this situation. Sengoku heard Carp's hearty laughter even before entering, which eased his previously anxious heart. Carp was not only his comrade, but also the Navy's stabilizing force. Nothing must happen to him. Did you perhaps go easy on him? Or has that kid made further progress? Otherwise, you wouldn't have lost control, would you? Sengoku asked as he stepped inside. Well, he has indeed made some progress. It seems the inner strength that had troubled me before has found a resolution. That technique capable of unleashing dragon-shaped energy waves, one strike after another without cost, was initially intended to gauge its power. However, by the end, I found it impossible to hold back. Which is how I inadvertently knocked that kid out. Carp nodded in affirmation. Vice Admiral Carp, has Yi Luo truly advanced this rapidly? Akiji inquired skeptically. Carp was his idol. Although he had not formally apprenticed under him, he was well aware of Carp's formidable strength. Gion and Kaji, standing nearby, also expressed doubt. While they had previously been defeated by Yi Luo, the margin had not been vast. With proper planning, the outcome could have easily been different. Yet now, it seemed Yi Luo had compelled Vice Admiral Carp to exert his full strength. Some among them were skeptical, although they had never witnessed Carp at his peak. They were somewhat aware of the reasons behind his title as the hero of the Navy. It was not simply because he had pursued the Pirate King, Roger, that he earned such a moniker. Indeed, and perhaps it was merely my illusion, but I felt that the consumption of haki during our battle was exceedingly swift. After a moment's reflection, Carp remarked, he was not the type to rely on tricks. Rather, he possessed a primal combat instinct akin to that of Luffy. Are you injured? Sengoku was not inclined to discuss Yi Luo's matters at this moment. His primary concern was Garp's condition. Garp shook his head and replied, It's nothing. Just a minor issue. I wanted to test the power of that kid's accumulated techniques, so I took it head on, not expecting it to shatter my haki, resulting in a slight injury. Meanwhile, Yi Luo lay in the adjacent hospital room, unconscious, not fainting, but genuinely knocked out by Garp's punch. When he finally regained consciousness, it was already nightfall. "Sir, you're awake?" Lena inquired, her voice filled with delight as she sat beside Yi Luo's bed. "Is that you, Lena? My head feels like it's going to split." That old man really struck hard. At that moment, Yi Luo could feel his entire body aching as if it were about to fall apart. "Sir, you took a full-force strike from Vice Admiral Garp and survived." "That is truly remarkable," Lena said with a hint of admiration. "What nonsense. That old man was supposed to merely act for Sengoku, yet he struck with such force." Yi Luo responded, irritated. It was then that Lena relayed Garp's words from earlier that day, revealing that the entire Navy was abuzz with the rumor that Yi Luo's strength now rivaled that of the three admirals. With a sigh, Yi Luo touched his stomach and said to Lena, "Is there any food available? I suddenly feel quite hungry." "Don't worry, sir. There is plenty of food. I'll have someone bring it right away." With that, Lena promptly stood and left. At their level of strength, food was the optimal source for replenishing energy, and Lena had prepared an ample supply. It seemed that Beiming True Qi had indeed grown significantly more powerful than before. As Yi Luo felt the internal energy coursing within him, he realized for the first time that he had been defeated without exhausting his power. In the past, it was only after depleting his energy that Garp would demonstrate the true essence of a mentor through his martial prowess. Yet now, despite possessing internal energy, he had been rendered unconscious, an outcome that left Yi Luo momentarily bewildered. Earlier in the day, Yi Luo had conducted an experiment. He discovered that he could indeed absorb the domineering aura of others through the Beiming divine skill, or rather, the energy that resided within them. However, this energy could not be utilized directly. It had to be transformed before it could once again become internal energy for his use, and it could not linger within him for an extended period. Hence, relying on this method for cultivation proved utterly impractical. Nevertheless, it significantly enhanced his combat endurance. During today's bout, he absorbed Garp's energy while engaged in battle. Just as he executed his 17th strike, Garp interrupted him, dispersing his dragon, subduing 18 palms with a single punch and leaving him dazed. However, one could hardly blame Yi Luo. The Beiming divine skill necessitated close proximity for energy absorption, and Garp's sudden assault left him no time to evade, resulting in his abrupt defeat. Yet, the exhilarating sense of unrestrained combat was truly delightful. Yi Luo fondly recalled the skirmish earlier that day, reveling in the sheer joy of executing techniques without the burden of monitoring his internal energy. It was simply marvelous, even without the ability to absorb energy from others. The Beiming divine skill alone was sufficient to sustain him through an intense battle. He no longer had to calculate energy expenditure for each move, and he could even employ lightness skills without the fear of wasting energy. However, these were not Yi Luo's greatest accomplishments. For today, he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Not as a result of his struggle with Garp, for his innate talent was not so exceptional. Rather, it was after absorbing Garp's energy that the system unexpectedly notified him of his acquisition of Conqueror's Haki. Within his skill tree, a new icon for Conqueror's Haki had appeared, albeit with the slight disappointment that it could not be upgraded. Perhaps it required the absorption of more domineering energy to enhance it. But Yi Luo was unconcerned with the potential for upgrades. After all, he had thrived without Conqueror's Haki until now. As autumn leaves fall, Yi Luo yearns to upgrade the North Sea divine skill. This enhancement would not only amplify his internal energy, but also significantly accelerate his recovery speed, potentially allowing him to absorb greater amounts of energy. Consequently, he would no longer suffer from the anxiety of energy depletion during battles. Currently, his acupuncture points are primarily aligned with the North Sea divine skill, aimed at maximizing its potency. The following day, Yi Luo was able to rise from his bed, albeit having learned to exercise caution this time. He refrained from wandering about boastfully, choosing instead to diligently cultivate at home. Outsiders presumed his injuries had not yet healed, and thus refrained from excessive disturbances. Aside from a few close comrades who came to visit, Yi Luo enjoyed a relatively tranquil time. However, his serene days were soon to be disrupted, as the entire Marineford entered a state of heightened tension. Indeed, the following day marked Ace's execution, prompting the entire Marineford to commence evacuation. Typically serving as headquarters, Marineford was home not only to the Navy, but also to numerous families of the naval personnel. Now, as Marineford was on the brink of becoming a battlefield, these ordinary families were prioritized for evacuation, accompanied by regular Navy soldiers, for this confrontation promised to be anything but ordinary. After completing his training, Yi Luo glanced at his attributes and then stepped outside his villa. It appeared that events were truly unfolding. He felt the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending conflict as he made his way to Captain Garp's office. "Teacher." Yi Luo greeted briefly before finding a spot to sit. "You've arrived." Garp, lacking his usual cheer, seemed to carry the weight of the world upon his shoulders. "Teacher, is there truly no way to reverse this situation?" Yi Luo inquired, despite already sensing the direction things were headed. After living in the world of One Piece for years, those associated with him had transformed from mere animated characters into vivid, living beings. "What do you propose?" "Let us not forget, we are the Navy. And he is a pirate." Garp could not help but retort. "Yet, Ace is my sworn brother," Yi Luo exclaimed, unable to contain his feelings. "And what would you have us do? Storm the underwater prison to rescue Ace? Such talk is futile. It would only ensnare you further." Garp shook his head in disapproval. "And what about you, teacher?" Yi Luo pressed directly. "I am the Navy. I have devoted my life to the service of the Navy," Garp declared with unwavering conviction. Sighing, Yi Luo contemplated for a moment before stating, "I wish to see Ace one last time, and thereafter, I shall refrain from participating in this war." "Go then." Garp waved his hand, granting him permission. Yi Luo nodded slightly and proceeded directly to the harbor, where Lena had prepared everything, awaiting his arrival. Soon, Yi Luo passed through the gate of justice and arrived at the underwater prison, where he was received by the warden, Magellan. "I shall be straightforward," Yi Luo declared. "Ace is my brother, and I wish to see him one last time. Rest assured, I shall not engage in any other matters." He spoke directly to Magellan. Magellan nodded in response and said, "Please allow me to accompany you." As the leaves gently fell, Yi Luo followed closely behind Magellan, fully aware that the latter had undoubtedly received orders from the commander of the warring states, instructing him to be cautious of his presence. Otherwise, it would be unnecessary for Magellan to personally attend to a mere brigadier general, even one from his own division, considering that his rank could rival that of a lieutenant general even at the headquarters. Upon arriving at the 6th level, Yi Luo encountered several familiar faces along the way. Many of the pirates he had apprehended were brought here. And he also came across the former warlord Crocodile and the fishman Jinbei in this level. Magellan, the warden, surely does not intend to eavesdrop on our conversation with the outside world, Yi Luo remarked, gesturing towards the surveillance snails with a smile. "I will wait for you by the corridor. Do not take too long," Magellan replied, shaking his head and departing. "Ace," Yi Luo called out in a grim tone as he approached Ace's cell. "Oh, it's Yi Luo. Long time no see." Ace greeted him with a smile. "Indeed. It has been quite a while." Yi Luo chuckled softly and said, "Why did you not heed my advice back then?" The mention of falling leaves refers to advising him against pursuing the notorious Blackbeard, Teach. "When the old man came to see me, he also inquired about this matter," Ace remarked with a grin. Understanding the implications of the conversation, Yi Luo recognized that Ace was referring to Garp, who had persistently urged Ace to join the Navy for his protection. "Marshal Sengoku intends to execute you tomorrow," Yi Luo informed Ace, fully aware of Ace's indifference towards death. "Is that so? I suppose I can no longer indulge in drinks with you." Ace chuckled, displaying a fearless demeanor. He had always felt that his origins were superfluous, leading him to seek validation from others since childhood, until he encountered Whitebeard, the man who regarded him as a beloved son. "I cannot assist you, for although I am not a pure Navy soldier, you are a pirate. Your greatest offense may be merely dining without recompense. Yet my current strength remains inadequate to safeguard you." Yi Luo fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Thank you, brother. I understand." Ace remained unfazed. "No, you do not understand." Yi Luo raised his gaze to Ace and declared, "I have no family. You are my brother, and my teacher is akin to my kin. Therefore, I shall act in my own way." "What are you planning to do?" "Yi Luo, do not act rashly." Ace observed a change in Yi Luo's expression, sensing an unease within himself. "For now, you need not concern yourself with anything. Listen to me. As far as I know, Luffy should be on his way here. He is destined for greatness, and he will surely rescue you. When you attain your freedom, do not linger. Leave at once. Promise me." Yi Luo fixed his gaze upon Ace. "What do you mean?" Ace questioned, bewildered. "You need not know the details. Just promise me." Yi Luo maintained his intense focus on Ace. "Very well." Ace, somewhat intimidated by Yi Luo's fervor, unwittingly agreed. Upon hearing Ace's affirmation, Yi Luo nodded and turned to Jinbei, who greeted him with a hint of embarrassment. "Yi Luo, my brother." Jinbei acknowledged. Previously, Yi Luo had briefed him on the matter, but when the Navy's summons arrived, Jinbei still reported to headquarters. He thought that by pretending to comply, he might betray the Navy in the ensuing chaos, potentially aiding Ace and Whitebeard. However, upon arriving at Navy headquarters, he was immediately apprehended without a chance to speak. You foolish shark. Well, now that you're here, I must ask you for a favor. Yiluo sighed. Speak. This time, there will be no errors. Jinbei nodded. You know we have another brother, right? Yiluo inquired.